occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home.
But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
If your night out includes a drink, make sure your plan includes a sober ride home. Choose a designated sober driver, rideshare, or public transit before you go. End your night right. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
At Allstate, we know second chances are important to you, so they're important to us. That's why with Allstate's accident forgiveness, your rate won't go up just because of an accident, even if it was your fault. So while you might find yourself wondering, how long will this take or what will this cost? You won't have to question your rate after an accident. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Optional policy feature terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Early morning clouds in San Francisco with a high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
Yeah, it is. Happy Monday, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. He is back after a much-needed R&R week. Shout out Sam Lubin for filling in the meantime. We got Sam back in the producer chair. We got Chase in the back. And we have all of you. And again, shout out to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. The end of summer is approaching. Final week of August is here, and then we'll be into the Burr months, as they call them, September, October, November, December. You never heard that? The Burr? No? You have nothing. That's what you came back to. That's what you came back to, that. You look great. Look, what is that, a San Francisco Irish? You got the hat matching. You're ready for Notre Dame football, it looks like.
I am. Apparently, Willard got me a gift, and he's dying to give it to me. Something Notre Dame related, so I'm excited to receive it.
Okay, look at that.
Yeah.
Is that your new best friend at the station, Mark Willard, after a week off? And you've moved on from me, and Mark Willard's your best friend. Okay. See how it is.
I did not listen to 1 second of the show. I'm assuming it was mediocre. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Wait. Willard and Dibs or the morning roast?
I didn't listen to 1 second of the morning roast. I didn't get to that on my daily. You
didn't get up that early? You were sleeping until 10:01.
I did listen to a lot of Steiny and Goo.
Oh, okay.
Steiny was mailing it in Wednesday of last week. That's National Radio Day.
I think that is your radio husband, is Matt Steinmetz. I think we've come to terms with that.
We have a lot of the same interests.
Really?
Yeah. Other than Rory McIlroy, I mean, we both love golf.
You don't go to the old chip.
We both love to, be well read, and I'm not an English major unlike him, but definitely consider myself on the bell curve of being smarter here at this station.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're asking, I'm telling.
Sure, yeah. You and Steiny, yeah. Two peas in a pod. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today, and we're going to start with the best news I saw this weekend. George Kittle, he's going to be activated. He's not going to be on the PUP list anymore. He might be ready to play week 1 in Australia. That's fantastic news, right? Right? Oh, and by the way, Christian McCaffrey returned to practice yesterday. All of a sudden, the Death Star might be operational come week 1 down under.
I mean, anytime that you get Christian McCaffrey back at practice, that's obviously a good thing. It feels like it's go time for this team.
Yeah.
Still have some question marks as to, I mean, is it better that he didn't want a contract, or are they negotiating behind the scenes? Would you rather him not be injured at all? Like, I think I would rather him not be injured at all. He did, obviously, talking about CMC, need the time off. Like, I have a lot of thoughts on Christian. Where is Nick Bosa? I mean, this defense obviously is going to need him. They've paid him a lot of money. I think that there is some looming, like whether these guys are at practice or not, you can't tell me that they both don't want to be extended. Think about your own employment. Anyone will want to be extended. I'm not faulting them for that. They absolutely would want to be extended and want to make more money. And so I totally understand that. But also, like, when it comes to Nick Bosa, I'm in a wait and see mode. Sure. If I'm the team, I'm not giving him any more money. And then obviously Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs and all these running backs have gotten paid. Look, they're all a lot younger and have way less tread on the tire than what Christian has. And so I think when it comes to both players, as much as I would love to give them new money, the Niners can't afford to give a lot of these guys new money unless they're very, very, very team friendly. So you got to be in a wait and see mode. And if that requires Christian to sit out a couple of weeks of training camp and give a Kalen Black opportunities and Sincere McCormick, like, I'm all for it. I was really encouraged from what I saw from all the young running backs in the preseason game. None of them is Christian. But Christian needs to have somebody behind him that the 49ers can utilize and trust. So, yeah, it was a really good day for the 49ers returning to practice, but they need Bosa back.
I think that's well said in regards to Nick Bosa. I am also in wait and see mode there. If he's trying to negotiate behind the scenes, I don't think that's what it is. I do think this is injury related. And Shanahan said as much in regards to Christian McCaffrey last week when you were out, Joe. He was saying, yeah, there's no, hold in, whatever you guys want to say. That's not the case. If this was a regular season week, he would be practicing. That is what he said. And that is in line with what CMC said yesterday in his return to practice, where it was like, this was the plan all along. Now, are you buying that this was the plan where he ramps it up, takes a break, and then ramps up again before the start of the season? Because he said as much yesterday. This was the plan.
Well, then why wouldn't you just
along.
be candid and admit that way back when?
I have no idea.
Who's going to yell at them for saying that they're going to keep him on a pitch count and utilize him? Do I buy it? No. Do I care? No. So both can be true.
Wait. What do you mean? You're not buying that he was?
I don't buy that this was the plan all along. There's more to this story, but I don't really care. As long as he's here and he's ready to go, it really doesn't matter. They can lie to the media all they want. There's no requirement for them to be 100% honest. It's just, you're asking me, do I buy it? And the answer is pretty simple. What, you buy it?
Sure, why not? Why wouldn't I buy it?
Why would you make up tightness?
Well, maybe he was tight. Maybe he was a little tight. Maybe just maybe they're not lying to us.
Then it would have been, I would have done this if I was Shanahan. If I didn't want to lie. Christian's really important to everything that we do here. Camp's really long. We wanted to make sure we didn't wear him down before the season ended up beginning, and we wanted to get a look at some of these younger guys. That's would anyone have had an issue if they would have just said that? No, probably not. And he would have quieted all the chatter. But look, the Niners do what
Shanahan.
The Niners do.
He doesn't roll like that. He likes to keep it very tight knit. He doesn't want to reveal anything.
Well, that's why
paranoid.
I don't buy it.
Yeah,
I don't buy it. I think that there's more to the story, and I'm 100% sure that all these guys want extra money. I mean, going back to Charvarius Ward talking about I saw this guy get paid and that guy get paid. All these guys want extra money. I don't fault anyone for wanting that. I laugh at this notion that this was the plan all along. It might have been, but then I would have just admitted it. Nobody would have been mad. Would any Niner fan have been mad had they said from the beginning of training camp, our goal is to get Christian kind of right, and then for a couple of weeks, we'll have him take a step back and let some of these other guys take advantage of it, because Christian is extremely important to us doing what we want to do come January and February.
But they don't want to say that, too, because they don't want to hurt Christian McCaffrey's ego, because Christian McCaffrey is a guy that has said time and time again he wants all the reps that he can get. He wants to be RB1. He wants to get all the touches. He gets very insecure when he started saying, hey, you need to take some time off. We've known that in the past. He said as much.
I don't buy that.
He's wired differently.
I don't buy that at all. Joe, I don't even think you buy that. You're saying it while smiling.
Because
I mean, come on.
No, I'm smiling because I think it's a little absurd that he might have to feel that way because you're getting an older, you're a running back, Christian. This is how it goes for that position.
Year, his dad came on these airwaves saying last year was the hardest year of his entire NFL career. And so for him to not acknowledge that, taking a little break. When other guys, veterans, have veteran days left and right. Dre Greenlaw's taking a ton of time off.
Sure.
Right? No, Dre's had similar but even more severe injuries than what Christian has been dealing with. So, like, I have no problem with Iron Horse, Christian McCaffrey taking a little time off. I just, we can admit it. It's okay.
This was the quote, and we'll get the sound from McCaffrey who spoke to media at practice yesterday. Obviously, when you don't practice, the way the media works now, it's a firestorm, McCaffrey said. But this was kind of part of the plan from the jump was to ramp up pretty big, get 9-10 practices in, kind of come back down, and then ramp back up so we're fresh for the duration. Our staff's done a great job of coming up with specific plans. And again, I feel great. I feel fresh, and it's good to be back out there.
No, that's great. Again, you asked me, do I buy it? And I just told you I don't.
What part of that don't you buy when he just said? It was just the ramp up and then just coming back down to be fresh?
No, that might be true, but I don't understand why there had to be so much secrecy and, side talk regarding tightness and the vagueness of an injury when he's sitting out, when you could just say, yeah, he had a couple veteran days.
Okay.
I mean, if any player on the Niners deserved a little bit of veteran work, it would be the guy who literally had 400 touches last year, led the team in receiving, all right, led the team in rushing, and was the only guy who played every single snap last year, it seemed like. I think Christian's earned that. Now we get to, like, the team and George Kittle. I got major Bosa questions, too. You brought up George Kittle. Look, this guy's third all-time in yards in 49er history.
Incredible.
Second in catches. All right? All time. He's the greatest 49er tight end without a doubt. So whenever you say, hey, he's coming back, of course you want this guy back. But I am a little, skeptical regarding it's hard to be optimistic, I guess, is where I'm going with this. And the reason why it's hard to be optimistic is football is extremely violent. I don't fault anyone for why football is violent. It's just the nature of the sport. I know that when I go sign up to watch football, I'm going to see guys walking off on their own power and sometimes not on their own power of the field because of injuries. That's just baked into the sport. It's just like baseball. I know a bunch of guys are going to have arm injuries. They're going to have a bunch of oblique injuries. In basketball, we're going to have a lot of lower body injuries. That's just what it is. It's part of playing the sport. But this guy at this age, 32, going to be 33, is extremely important to this franchise. At this stage in the season, I don't necessarily get this giant sense of urgency when we haven't played any games. And I look at this type of injury, Achilles injuries, unlike any other injury, I kind of get squeamish. Now, I understand modern medicine is remarkable. This player is, healing like Wolverine. It's one of the fastest Achilles injury returns to play in modern sports. I was looking and deep diving all last night trying to find anyone who comes close. Joe, he's returned in 7 months to be activated.
It's pretty incredible. It really is.
No. Incredible doesn't even begin to. It's unreal.
Okay. Better word.
Can you name another player who's come back in 7 months? 7? Activated. Not like, he's running on the side.
No,
activated.
and reason I have to go cross sports there too, because Tatum was a year almost, right? It was less than a year, but it was close to that. No,
it's unprecedented.
Well, with this position too, and what he does in this offense, this isn't he's 37, 38, and he's just a pass catcher that's a red zone specialist. This is a guy that blocks, and block some more. That's what he does.
Max effort is what he hangs his hat on.
Correct.
Right? And the one thing that we know is that max effort when it comes to this injury isn't necessarily, they don't necessarily go hand in hand.
No.
Right? And I just look at where he's at in his career, any setback, it could be career altering.
Yes.
This injury could be career altering. We don't know. We'll see what he looks like. But quite frankly, I'm just a little more, when it comes to an Achilles, I'm a little more safe than I am any other injury. Like, because this is one of those ones, when you overcompensate with the Achilles, you end up hurting other elements of your leg, of your body, of your lower extremities. And you could obviously re-injure the specific leg that you're in. You referenced Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
What happened to him in the playoffs?
He got hurt. Then he had to miss the rest of the playoffs.
You know,
they lost.
Yeah. I just... Look, is it fair to go, well, Dre Greenlaw got hurt in the Super Bowl. Dre Greenlaw got activated in December. No, because they're two separate injuries. And
two different people. They're
definitely.
Yeah, their physiological makeup is just different. So you're going to recover differently. Yeah.
Sure. But it is a cautionary tale.
Sure.
I mean, I just did some of the quick look on him. Injured in the Super Bowl, returned December 12th. So he was injured February 1, basically.
This is Dre. Okay.
February 1, returned almost 12 months later, had 8 tackles in 2 quarters, re-injured something else in his body, missed the rest of the year. Last year, played basically 8 games.
Yeah.
Now, he missed 1 because of suspension, but, like, you're looking at a guy who played like half the year. And what are they doing with him in training camp now after he's 2 years removed from this injury? He's on a pitch count at practice. Now, I look at the team, the 49ers team, like, have they earned the benefit of the doubt regarding these return to injuries? Not really. Not really. Ricky Pearsall, 2025, weeks 1 through 4, dealing with that PCL injury. He tried to play through it, tried to fight through it. They put him on, like, basically on ice. He came back in mid-November. Was he the same?
No.
What happened in every one of those games?
He would get hit, and then he'd be slow to get up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in the offseason, they said he was good to go. What happened?
He needed surgery.
Yeah, all right. George Kittle last year, the same guy, played first quarter, got injured, hurt his hamstring, missed a month.
Yep.
Came back, got re-injured in the Indianapolis game.
Yep.
Missed the Bears game. Came back with all that tape all over his legs, and then 2 weeks later, got injured in the wild card game. That's George Kittle.
Tore his Achilles, yeah.
Okay.
January
Brock Purdy
11th.
last year, hurt in week 1.
Turf toe.
Missed a few games. Returned against Jacksonville prematurely. What ended up happening?
Re-aggravated it.
Re-injured and missed 6 more weeks.
Yep.
All right. Bosa tore his ACL, jogged off the field last year. The doctor said, you're good to go. He's like, no, I tore my ACL. No. We think you're good to go. They did the ACL test on the sideline. He goes, no, I'm done. And then they go back into the locker room, and actually, Bosa was right. The year before, I referenced Dre Greenlaw.
Sure.
And it was a lost year. CMC, calf Achilles in training camp, pops up out of nowhere. You know that he practiced in between week 1 and week 2? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You know that? He practiced?
Yeah.
And then they threw him on IR. Missed tons of weeks, came back, activated November 9th, played a couple of games, re-injured his knee. Now, those were not isolated. I mean, those were isolated, not exactly the same, but like their injury history in terms of management has not been great. That same season, Jordan Mason had the most touches in the NFL, hurt his left shoulder on Thursday Night Football, short week against Seattle, played the next week against Kansas City, didn't look right. Played again the next week, injured his shoulder against the Cowboys, basically was shut down for the rest of the year. Nick Bosa had a hurt hip in 2024, was out there playing injured. What happened? Led to an oblique injury. The point that I'm trying to make is it is fair to be skeptical on the 49er team doctors clearing someone prematurely and that guy coming back and just staying hurt. Now, I know that it's football. It's the nature of football. It's the culture of football. You're going to get re-injured. I would slow play Kittle.
Okay.
I would slow play him.
Well,
I understand you don't want him to miss 6 weeks because you want to throw him on the pup.
Sure.
But, like, guys, the season is not going to be won or lost in the first month of the year.
No, but it could help to get out to a better start if you have George Kittle.
Do you know who lost week 1 last year? The eventual Super Bowl champs, the Seattle Seahawks.
At the hands of the San Francisco 49ers, who got obliterated against them in the divisional round.
Now, I'm not saying that getting off to a good start doesn't help. Of course it does. Of course it does. But this guy at this age on this team, yeah, I'm a little skeptical.
Let's pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, George Kittle is back at practice. Christian McCaffrey is back at practice. Nick Bosa, we are still waiting. What does that mean heading into week 1 down in Australia? Do you want to see George Kittle suit up week 1 in Australia? 888-957-9570 is the number. Or would you like to slow play this thing as he is activated from the PUP list? It is all sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature Select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition?
Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's good to have you back, Joe. Oh, you just killed me in the last 30 seconds. The Valkyries take on the Minnesota Lynx, tip-off at 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. And can we just stop this streak? We have failed to get over the Minnesota Lynx hump. We haven't beat them. Let's change that tonight. Please, can we do that? Just for the mentals. You're not going to get the number 1 overall seed. You're still fighting for the 2nd overall seed in the playoffs here if you're the Valkyries. But I think for the mentals, you need to win this game tonight. Not for the standings, for the mentals. I don't know if you saw that tough loss last week at the hands of Minnesota at Valhalla. That was a tough one.
Same things keep popping up.
Well, and then they followed that off with a really bad loss to the Chicago Sky, who are not a good team.
No.
They need to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they have a very difficult time getting mid-range and good shots that aren't three-point bombs in the half-court late in games. Like, they are a three-point bombs away type of a team, and I know that's part of their DNA, but in that league, you need to be able to get some higher quality shots in the mid-range, in my estimation.
No, for sure. They need someone to be a closer, if you will, too. And we talked about that with Kevin Dan, a voice of the Valkyries, a couple months ago, and he's kind of been on this. Like, they need that one person that they could lean on in clutch time, kind of like what Caitlin Clark has been, what Asia Wilson has been, right? One of those dogs, if you will. And I'm not saying they don't have those players that are really, really good. I mean, hell, Gabby Williams, all-star, Veronica Burton's been great. Like, they have players left and right. But they might just still be one player away is what we're getting at when you look at the depth of Minnesota and obviously over in Las Vegas, the defending champion Aces. So we'll be watching that game tonight. Again, 5 o'clock in Minnesota. Listen to it on the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. And prior to the break, Shasky, you brought up, why you're a little skeptical right now in regards to some of these guys coming back, just given the nature of the injuries and returning from injuries in sports, but also
this sport,
but also specifically this team, right?
Yeah, I don't dog. Dude, it's admirable that George Kittle's trying to fight to get back. Like, no question about it.
Sure.
I would just say there are times in sports where you got to kind of like pump the brakes on somebody and take the ball out of their hands, and so you take control so that they don't, push themselves too far. Like, I think that's a real thing. And when I look at George Kittle wanting to play, like, that's great, George. That's amazing. But we also have to have our eye on the big picture, which is the season as a whole, not just early on in the year. And then we also have to have our eye on your career.
Well, his career might be shifting right now. This might be like the focal point that, or the fork in the road, if you will, where, hey, you were this all-pro, incredible tight end, Hall of Famer, quite frankly. It was him and Travis Kelce for most of this past era, right? When you look at the top tight ends. And what we love about George is he just does it differently, right? He's different than Travis Kelce. He's different than a lot of these, the Brock Bowers types, these guys that are just more glorified, big, wide receiver types. He's different. He is a traditional blocking and pass catching tight end. He's more Rob Gronkowski, and I think Rob is the greatest. Gronk, if you will, is the greatest tight end of all time in my lifetime. Just given what he meant at that position, blocking and catching, I think Kittle is the closest thing we've seen to Gronk in that regard. And I know Kyle loves him because of that, because he is not a guy that is going to shy away from contact in an era where a lot of these guys do. A lot of these guys are like, no. I'm not putting my body in harm's way. I'm not going to get hurt. Kittle lives for the running game. That is as selfless as you can get when you are getting paid to be a pass catcher a lot, these guys, whether you're a wide receiver or tight end. So I love what he has stood for within this organization. That being said, and I think you would agree with me here, this might be the time, and maybe we start this season where we start peeling back a lot of that blocking. Maybe we start picking and choosing when we're having these, the run blocking George Kittle.
Okay, but this team,
I know
when this coach has those players, when was the last time he's like, yeah, CMC?
I know.
We're going to work in another running back.
I'm not saying he's going to do that.
Man, that's just not what he does.
But shouldn't he protect Kittle this season and say maybe you should be more of a pass-catching tight end than a traditional blocking one?
Yeah, but the way the sport is set up, if you're available, I'm going to use you the way you're available. I don't – the guys, they're just not thinking like that. They're trying to win each week, and that's where I think, again, this is a bigger conversation regarding like the 49er, just straight up the staff, the medical staff, okay? Because the medical staff, quite frankly, has been not great. I think that's a fair assessment.
You did the examples last
that's
segment.
just the last 2 years, and those are just the high-profile players.
Go through them again.
So
Greenlaw,
let's
Pearsall,
Let's
Kittle.
go last year. Okay, last year alone, Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
All right, weeks 1 through 4. Now, he got injured in the Jacksonville game, catching that ball one-handed as he's falling down, and he kept trying to come back into that game. Admirable. He ended up missing basically a month and change. He came back in mid-November and walked off of at least 4 separate games where he couldn't finish that game with that knee injury. Then they said, no, you don't need any kind of surgery where it's going to heal on its own.
PCL.
And look, John Lynch even discussed this. He had a similar injury back in the day. John, you played in the late 90s.
It's true.
It's 2026, bud.
Yeah.
Like,
advancements in medicine have been made since he's played, for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so, I watched him running around with that copper fit sleeve that Brett Favre is selling on,
They don't still have that
TV.
copper fit commercial with Brett Favre.
And Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice.
And they're both in Wranglers. But it was pretty obvious that the knee never healed up. And then he comes into camp, and what ends up happening? The knee's not right.
Is it in the
and he has
season?
to get, surgery.
Yeah, season ending.
I mean, looking at it now, it's like it's real easy for me to say this. And then, look, maybe they have more information that I'm unaware of that they haven't disclosed. But clearly he should have gotten the surgery last year. Clearly. And then you got George Kittle. George Kittle, last year, week 1. First quarter, after the first drive, they cut to the sideline, drive 2, and they're like, yeah, George Kittle just aggravated his hamstring. It's like, what? And lower body injuries for him last year, they were prevalent. He missed a month. Then he got re-injured multiple times, got injured in that Indianapolis game, remember, where he hurt his ankle. And because he was favoring the ankle, they said, all right, missed the Bears game. Niners offense put up like 40 points in that game.
They did.
Now, look, I'd rather have George Kittle than not, but he comes back, plays week 18, wasn't the same against Seattle, and then got injured in the wild card game where he says, I was favoring this. I actually broke a bone in my other ankle, and whoa. Purdy hurt week 1 last year. They said, all right, he's going to miss a few weeks. Mac Jones fills in. I think Lo Neal was on here saying, throw him on IR now.
Yeah.
You need to rest this all the way.
It's a serious thing.
What did we discuss? Probably shouldn't rush him back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mac's not as good as Purdy, but maybe Mac can salvage the season. and just keep it afloat. He returned in the Jacksonville game, had multiple interceptions, didn't look anything like Brock Purdy, and then re-injures himself essentially and misses 6 weeks. Comes back okay against Arizona, didn't have to be asked to do much, did not look good against Carolina, and then finally he was right. Nick Bosa tore his ACL, comes jogging off the field. The trainer's on the sideline. No, you didn't tear anything. Nick's like, no, I'm torn.
Nick knew immediately because he's had those injuries twice before.
All right, and then I asked Sam, what was the players? They do like this report every season. This is last year. This is just I'll get to the year before. Last year, what did the players rank the 49er training staff?
The 49ers training staff last year got a C- grade, and which is usually average, but that was the lowest grade out of all the teams in the NFL. No team got a C- or lower other than the 49ers.
And that's via the NFLPA, I believe,
yes,
right?
the NFL Player Station survey that they do every year.
Yes.
I just picked 4 high-profile players. I could pick Malik Mustafa, who injured his ACL the year prior, came back, wasn't right. He's still hurt. Like, Mustafa has been basically MIA in training camp all year. Like, there's a pattern here. Then I go to 2024. I told you the Greenlaw thing. We know he's only played a handful of games since tearing that Achilles. CMC had the calf Achilles injuries in training camp. Before week 1, they're like, oh, he's going to miss, that Friday. Remember, they're like, he's going to miss. He's probably going to miss week 1, which was the Monday nighter against the Jets.
Yeah.
Then going into week 2, he's practicing. And then on whether Wednesday or Thursday, they're like, actually, today was the worst day of pain. Then they throw him on IR. He comes back, never looked right. Would you agree on that?
Never. He only played 4 games. Yeah.
And then hurt his knee. Now, the knee was unrelated to the.
Yeah, that was different. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, he landed on the ground. It was a frozen ground. Jordan Mason, he was battling that shoulder injury he led the NFL in touches. They had nobody behind him. He hurt his left shoulder on a short week against Seattle. Played against Kansas City, did not look good at all. We were all saying probably should have him miss that week. Then gets re-injured again against the Cowboys the very next week, only to be out for basically the rest of the year. Nick Bosa hurts his hip, plays on the injured hip, and he's saying, like, I'm really gutting out. Remember, he kept grabbing the side. It ended up hurting his oblique way worse, and he ended up missing more time later on that year. Like, there's a pattern here, and it's not about George Kittle. It's the pattern about, like, I know we've spent all this time talking about the substation. All right, now to remove the substation malarkey, and let's talk about, like, how the staff handles people returning from injuries. If you don't have a healthy skepticism, then what Niner team are you watching?
888-957-9570. Are you as skeptical on some of these Niners returning from injury as Shasky is? I'm going to tell you on the other side, Joe, why I am not as skeptical as you. You gave a lot of good examples there, but I'm also going to give some examples on why you should actually be optimistic going forward. But before we do that, it is time for the Teamwork Play of the Game, brought to you by El Camino Health. The Valkyries, unfortunately, lost a heartbreaker to the Chicago Sky on Friday night, falling 73-70 on Sydney Taylor's last-second 3. The Valkyries had just retaken the lead a few moments earlier thanks to Caitlin Chen.
Looking around, trying to get it in, lost it into Chen, left wing, has to go. Crossover, pull-up, 28-footer to beat the buzzer. She hit it! Hit in her face, Caitlin Chen with a big-time triple. 68-65, what a shot by Caitlin Chen. It's a 7-0 Valkyries run.
Kevin Dana in his bag on the call.
I got to say, my boy Della is a huge fan of Kevin Dana.
He's the best.
So, Della, if you're out there right now, like, dude, your boy Kevin Dana's crushing.
Is that Della Cella?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That was the Teamwork Play of the Game.
Huge Kevin Dana fan.
Brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, we're togethering heals, and we're going to try to, just like the 49ers, heal on the other side. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. be there.
Football season, you know it's here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? Yes, a brand new Ford from Serramonte Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else that life tends to throw at you. And for a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That's $1,500 total cash and includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance. Plus, you get $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, the Bronco, the Mustang, the Mach-E. You can get that Explorer or just a regular old Mustang. You can get up to $15,000 off an MSRP on select new 2025 models. Before the season really gets rolling, you need to upgrade your ride at Serramonte Ford. It's right off at 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at SerramonteFord.com. That's the winning play call. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. College football is back, and so are the predictions. Who makes the playoffs? Who wins their conference? Who takes home the title on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform? It lets you trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, Notre Dame is favored to win the national championship, and they are trading at a 13% probability, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $725 if, in fact, they win the whole thing. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS and get $20 when you trade 20. KALSHI, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, go to kalshi.com/regulatory.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We need Thundercats.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Got a quarter tank of gas in my new E-Class. God, this song just makes me happy. It does. You make me happy too, Joe. Good to have you back. Shasky back in the building, Spadoni alongside. Talking 49ers football. Kittle back at practice. Activated off the PUP list. Could we see him week 1 down under in Melbourne, Australia? Of those long, beautiful balls. Why'd you got to do that? Come on. Don't do that. Justin Herbert, by the way. 3 plays, that's all we're doing? Preseason? This is stupid. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're skeptical. I hear you on that, about how the 49ers have gone about these injuries. How could you not be if you're a 49ers fan? With everything that has taken place the last couple of years, you totally have a right to be skeptical, of CMC coming back, of George Kittle coming back. How are they going to manage these injuries if they reoccur? What's going on with Nick Bosa? I hear you. Dre Greenlaw, obviously, you expect him to be the starting linebacker. He stayed healthy this training camp, but they're clearly being careful with him.
Stribling's got a shoulder injury. Mike Evans has not finished 2 consecutive practices.
That's a problem.
In weeks.
That's a problem. It is.
I mean, look, this sport in general is just a violent one, and it's very difficult to stay healthy. Older teams tend to stay injured. They just do.
Well, especially older teams that are relying on those old players, if you will. Like that, and that's what you mean by that. The 49ers are old in the sense that they expect a lot of the young players to step up this year, but ultimately, if guys like Christian McCaffrey, guys like Trent Williams, guys like Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, if they don't produce, you're not going to win. You're not. You're still relying heavily on those players.
You know what, though? Like, you say that, but I'm still extremely optimistic about, what I saw. It's a small sample, but like Kalen Black looked really good in the game the other day. And I actually am encouraged there. Left guard is a problem for them.
Yes.
I think they're going to play the young guy, Carter Willis. It sounds like
a rookie.
And I think he's going to have a real tough time, and that's okay. But you know what? At least it's a young lineman. I would rather see a young lineman struggle than some like random journeyman struggle. Like, play the young lineman. Maybe he gets better. Like, I'll grant him that. Stribling has been awesome.
He has been
great. How can you not be excited for Stribling? Jake Tonjes last year left me wanting way more Jake Tonjes.
Yeah.
So I'm really fired up. See, I think one thing in this whole George Kittle equation is that obviously Tonjes isn't anywhere near as good as George Kittle. Everyone knows that. I'm not even going to pretend to make that example. I'm just saying, like, Tonjes was solid last year. We're acting like it's Luke Farrell-less, tight end one. It's not. It's going to be Jake Tonjes. I think he's going to be good. If you look at all the practice, kind of the numbers and where Purdy throws, he clearly trusts tall, big targets, and Tonjes has been one of his main guys. So I'm encouraged.
They always say, well, the tight end is the safety blanket for the quarterback, and that is definitely the case with the San Francisco 49ers. As it is with a lot of teams, but specifically Tonjes, he built a great rapport. Hell, go back to week 1 in Seattle when no one even heard of this guy at the play of his life. It was play of his life, and it was incredible theater. I don't know. I still don't know how he caught that ball. I still think it probably should have been intercepted from Brock, but it didn't matter. Yeah. He got it. He got that, and he had his moment. And they desperately needed Tonjes last year with the absence of George Kittle. And again, we're talking about Kittle being activated off the pup. And Christian McCaffrey returning to practice yesterday. And, this is what Christian said, that this was the plan all along to ramp up before week 1 against the Rams.
Yeah, obviously when you don't practice, the way the media works now is firestorm. But, this was kind of part of the plan from the jump, was to ramp up pretty big, get 9-10 practices in, kind of come back down and then ramp back up so we're fresh for the duration. So, our staff's done a great job of kind of coming up with specific plans. And, again, I feel great. So, feel fresh, and it's good to be back out there.
He feels that is what I love to hear. I feel fresh. Good. I mean, considering you had 400 plus touches last year, Christian, that is the word I think a lot of Niner fans are happy to hear. You feel fresh. And it's honestly why I'm not as skeptical right now with some of these guys coming back, Christian being one of them. Because the 49ers, for the most part, since, attaining Christian McCaffrey, have kept him healthy outside of 1 year. I mean, he's played in 17 games. It was combined that first year, obviously. He made the big trade, and he had played 6 with Carolina. Then he ended up playing 11. And then the year after, 2023, played in 16. We're just going regular season here. Obviously, only played in 4 last year. He had the injury. He had all the wear and tear. And then last season, a season from hell everywhere else when it came to injuries. The one guy we all thought was going to be the most injured. And remember, going back to our Red and Gold Summit last year, we had the notification from Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet, NFL Network. Oh, he's got a sore calf. He's not practicing. I think it was a Thursday, right? And we're all like, oh boy, here we go. Played in 17 games last year. He was incredible.
So you're using CMC?
Not just him. Hold on.
Okay.
Trent Williams has how old?
Yeah, he
started 16 games last year. Started 16.
How many the year before?
Again, I'm going off recent memory.
How many the year before?
I don't care about the year before. I care what he did last year. I care about what he did last season when everyone else got hurt. As you keep referencing,
never had this kind of injury. This is like, will you at least grant me that? And a torn Achilles.
Are you worried about him right now, though?
Who?
Trent Williams.
He'll miss a couple games. He always does.
No, you're referencing, you referenced a couple of other players that didn't deal. Like Ricky Pearsall didn't have an Achilles. He had a PCL.
Yeah.
That they had to monitor.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and Christian McCaffrey had tendonitis that they had to monitor.
We could pick any individual random.
But that's
players.
what you're doing to pick and choose with your pessimism. Why can't I pick and choose with optimism? You're doing the exact same thing.
No, I'm not.
Purdy's
literally
healthy
picking
right
the
now.
best players on the team. And look, this injury in particular, I've watched Dre Greenlaw, Michael Crabtree. Like, I've watched Kendall Hunter.
I'm not saying to be skeptical about George Kittle, but you keep saying you're skeptical about the 49ers training staff getting these guys healthy.
Yes.
Are we not going to give him credit for McCaffrey last year?
That was unbelievable. Absolutely. He just missed the last 2 weeks.
But they clearly have a plan. The medical staff has a plan for him.
I told you I don't buy that.
Why not?
Their own players have been skeptical on the training staff that you're citing. That's why they're ranked one of the lowest in terms of approval when it comes to player approval league-wide. Like, I don't buy it. I don't think it holds water at all. At all to me.
So what does hold water with this team then for you? You're saying
the fact that Nick Bosa is still out.
Ricky Pearsall, a guy that you have to protect from yourself because he overtrains too much.
Games in college.
No, but Herm Edwards, who coached him in college, said he works out too much and can get hurt with his soft tissue. He said that to you and Bonte.
So you're banking on Kittle's health because CMC stayed healthy for all 17
games. I didn't say I'm banking on Kittle's health. Joe, I just told you last segment, I want Kittle to be a pass catcher and not block this season.
But that's not who he is. If he's out there, it's the same thing.
Well, then he's going to get hurt. Well, sorry. He's 33 years old, come off an Achilles. You want him to block all the time and catch. He's probably going to get hurt again. So I'm not putting that on George Kittle. You have to protect him if you're Kyle Shanahan. All right? You have to protect these guys from themselves. And we can blame the medicals. We can blame all that all we want. It's a violent sport. People get hurt. Tough potatoes. That's what happens.
I just think that this team has a track record of clearing guys a little prematurely, and then they end up re-aggravating something. And I just don't think that the ends justifies the means. I would have just, and I understand why they don't want to, you don't want to burn too many return to IR slots. That's number one. And then number two, like, I just don't get this sense of urgency in the first 5 weeks of the season that you gotta have Kittle. We just have to have him or we're screwed. I actually don't feel that way right now. I actually think they have a lot of young playmakers on offense who we're all kind of sleeping on. Like, I think that this has actually been a blessing in disguise to see some of these young guys. You know, you brought up Sincere McCormick a couple weeks prior from preseason game 1. I legitimately watched him in that game. I'm like, you know what? There's something there.
Yeah.
Like, he has way more juice than Brant Robinson ever did.
He does.
Now, can he hang on to the ball? We'll see. Will he be able to play in a physical game? I don't know. Kalon Black, we'll see. But I'm definitely more intrigued to see the younger players on offense specifically than I've been in a long time. Like, I actually am very encouraged about how many young playmakers they have. Jordan Watkins, I think he has a tough time catching balls in traffic, but he made a couple of really nice plays.
I like Jordan Watkins.
In game 2, you know? Like, I'd much rather see what he has than Christian Kirk, who hasn't practiced at all.
Oh, I don't think Kirk's making the team, by the way. Why should he at this point? He's played in one practice, and that's it? Get him out of here. I don't need him.
I'm looking at, like, all their old guys. Like, Kittle has some health questions. I think Mike Evans, as optimistic as I was the day they signed him, you got to have some red flags here. He can't finish 2 practices. That's a little alarming.
I would put him on ice too and just say, hey, get ready for week 1 in Australia. That's when I need you.
Yeah, and if you feel anything week 1, we might shut you down for a couple weeks, right? Like, there might be a world where, I don't know, maybe Stribling ends up being one of your best pass catchers this year. But I just look at the collection of Kalon Black. I obviously really like what I have in Deshaun Stribling. I like what I've seen from Jordan Watkins thus far. And Jake Tonjes, he's still a young player.
He is.
Jake Tonjes, there's a lot of upside there. I actually really like these young players. Juice hurt his finger in training camp and hasn't participated really at all for weeks. These might be blessings in disguise to make them get a little younger and have a little more juice on offense.
And they clearly feel good about their running back room because they traded Zamir White, who was a part of that running back room, for a veteran linebacker in Deion Jones. That happened overnight. It's kind of random, just a random trade out of nowhere, but not random for the Saints because Alvin Kamara has, I guess, an MCL injury he suffered last week, so he's going to be out for the foreseeable future. Obviously, that can impact some fantasy footballers out there. Obviously, another big injury for running backs yesterday was Ashton Genty, the Raiders starting running back, who the 49ers obviously will not be seeing this week. He has an ankle sprain, which I guess is good news considering people thought it might have been an ACL. So Deion Jones, who has some familiarity way back when with Kyle Shanahan back in 2016 when Kyle was the offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. Look at that. His rookie season.
Played in forever. I mean, I don't know. This is not very good. I don't know.
Well, I think, and obviously there's familiarity with the defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris has coached him once upon a time as well.
How bad are your linebackers if this is what you're doing? No, like legitimately.
But I don't feel that way about the linebacking core. Do you? I feel actually good about it.
Nick Martin, I'm kind of out on Nick Martin. There's a few young defensive players that I'm really out on right now.
Duggar. He's flashing occasionally.
He's a rookie. And he's making a positional change. You go from safety to linebacker. That's you're going to take some time.
Well, and also they're going to be using him in different spots throughout this season too, because Raheem Morris said as much over the weekend, defensive coordinator for San Francisco, that they drafted him with the intention of moving him around in different places.
Yeah, that might be the case.
So because he's so big, right? 6'4", 240. They might put him on the line, try to be a pass rusher at times. They might drop him into coverage. So he might be a jack of all trades kind of a situation there.
The young, I feel so optimistic about our young offensive players, and there's a few on defense that I'm definitely optimistic about. Price Hawk obviously has shown flashes.
Ephesians
at cornerback, and Duggar is a guy that's absolutely flashed a little here and there. Haven't seen a lot from Melo Height. I've seen nothing from Alfred Collins.
No.
I'm so out on him as a player right now.
I guess he came back from a back injury though, so they're again
been hurt. That's another player who's basically been hurt for 2 years. He missed all the training camp last year with a lot of injuries.
You know, Sam and I talked about it after the Chargers game last week, preseason game number 2 down at SoFi. And I think you were on it early, even after one game, but I think most people started jumping onto your bandwagon.
Which one?
You feel infinitely better about this draft class than last year's already.
It's way better.
After
way better.
2 preseason games.
Way better. Well, this is why you shouldn't let Robert Saleh make the decisions. I mean, you got to draft your players and stick with them.
I hope they didn't let him make the decisions. I mean, it should be John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
I mean,
I hope you don't let the defensive coordinator that's looking to get a head coaching job elsewhere make the decisions.
I mean, Jed was tweeting out, that's a Saleh pick, hashtag Saleh, hashtag this. Like, oh, God. I mean, think about the Saleh guys, right? Nick Martin didn't play at all for Saleh last year. Probably not a fit in this system.
Yeah.
Alfred Collins, clearly not a fit in this system. I mean, they've tried, and I don't think he even has a spot. Like, they wouldn't have traded for Osa Odigizua had they thought that Collins was going to be a factor.
And we don't even know about Michael Williams coming back from an ACL.
I don't know. I like Halton, the kid that they drafted
Grayson?
this year.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, when you're taking that many defensive line guys in one offseason, that tells me the guys that you had last year were either not good or for a different scheme fit. And so then I look at their safeties right now. I like Marquise Siegel. I'm like the only one who likes Marquise Siegel. I do not like Jair Brown as a safety.
No.
You're talking about bringing in
Deion Jones.
Get me
someone.
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward?
Yes.
Where's he at?
On the couch somewhere.
Well,
if I told you right now Jimmy Ward was your starting safety over Jair Brown, would you not feel better? I'm dead serious on this. I would rather him come off the couch. I don't even know if he's in the NFL right now. Is he? Is he in the NFL?
No, he was released by the Texans on March 3rd, 2026.
Pick him up. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Had some legal issues over in Texas.
Great.
He had in September 2025.
Am I going to regret this?
A Montgomery County court in Texas didn't find probable cause. Ward had committed alleged domestic violence crimes. It was alleged. They didn't
find they're all in the clear then.
Well, I mean,
there's definitely no smoke there.
Yeah. So maybe you don't want to touch that.
The Niners are they're in a very interesting spot right now because there's a lot of areas on the team I'm very optimistic. I really am. Like their punter, I love this new punter.
Corliss Waitman.
Bro, he actually, that left-footed kick, like the guy actually is a good punter. I know it's not going to, drum up a ton of calls.
No, they're calling him Corliss Valerian of House Valerian, right? From
Call him Lord Corliss?
Yeah, Lord Corliss.
That's what they're calling. You
like Lord Corliss?
I told you guys I would be trying out different punters every year because they're dirt cheap. I would never pay any one of them a lot of money. Obviously, you feel good about Eddie Pinheiro. I'm listening to Steiny last week. Is he going to go 28 or 29 this year? I don't know. Go 25 or 30. We'll call it a good year. Punt returner, Jacob Cowing. That's the best play Jacob Cowing's ever made in the NFL.
Some of the worst angles I've ever seen in my life trying to tackle him on that play. But you give him the credit for sure.
I like him as a punt returner infinitely more than Debo. Debo looks sketchy at best.
Well, I don't want Debo to be there. I didn't bring in Debo to be a kick returner or punt returner.
What did you bring in Debo then for?
To be a depth piece.
I think he is your kick returner. He is good at kick returning.
Sure.
But punt returning is a completely different. They're two. Some guys are good at both. They are two separate skill sets to me. And I think that Jacob Cowing is a much smoother catcher of punts. And Debo I like on kick returns.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour down. 3 to go here at Spadoni, at Shasky. It is the Morning Roast. Talking 49ers heading into their final preseason game of this preseason slate. It'll be down in Las Vegas Thursday. And I wonder if we're going to see any of the starters. Real quick, do you want to see anyone play? Do you still need to see any of the starters play preseason game 3 or put everyone on ice?
I mean, I guess what I always laugh is like you brought up Justin Herbert playing 3 snaps. What does that do for anyone?
That's what I said last week.
I don't even know.
For who, for what?
I don't even know.
That was stupid.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, just sure. Here's what I would say.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
That's exactly how I feel.
Thank you, Brian.
First off, it's not going to happen.
Can I ask a question?
Second off, it's not going to happen.
That was about John Morant.
Can we laugh for a minute? What are we doing with Adrian Martinez? How's he still in the league? He sucks.
Practice squad guy?
No, he's not. He's not even that.
He's good for the camaraderie.
Not even that. Nope. No, Adrian Martinez
might be a good camaraderie guy.
I've watched some
I have no
bad
idea.
quarterback
He's the Mark
play.
Hanna of the 49ers.
I've watched some really bad 49er quarterbacks in training camp and in preseason. Nate Ball takes the cake. Adrian Martinez, hands down the worst.
Yeah.
He's the worst.
Mac Jones.
I think he stinks.
Mac Jones looks pretty good.
That was encouraging.
Okay. Were you worried? Honestly, were you worried about the training camp stuff?
A little. I just wanted to see him play well.
That's fine, yeah.
I just want to see him play well. He does this thing where when he jumps forward, it reminds me of the old quarterbacks like Peyton. I'm not saying he's Peyton, but Tom and Peyton.
Or their stiffs kind of
when
back
they
there.
hitch forward and then they're going to throw the ball deep. He does throw a beautiful ball.
He does.
You got to give Matt credit. And look, Jordan Watkins catch that other one. My God.
I know. Well, also Stribling catch the touchdown.
Well, that was a dot.
That was
a perfect throw.
That was
perfect throw. I love Mac Jones. I think he's the best backup in the NFL.
Jesse from Petaluma wants to join the conversation. Jesse, good morning. It says that he talked to Shasky over the weekend. What's up, Jess?
Really?
Yeah. Hey, first time caller, long time listener. I'm a caddy up at my Comma, and I saw you on the way to the range, Shasky.
What's up, man?
You came over. What's up, man? How are you?
What a great course that place is. What an unbelievable. We went to Mayakama 2 Fridays ago. My cousin's family member runs the place, and that place is incredible. Food was outstanding.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little spot, huh?
You are not kidding.
For that office together.
Yeah.
How'd you play? What'd you think of the course?
The course was spectacular. Didn't run into one person the entire time out there. I guess you guys had a club championship in the morning?
Yeah, that's what I was getting done caddying for. When I saw you in the parking lot.
Here,
it was course is in great shape. I was talking to you for a minute, I think, about seeing Steph Curry out there recently. He was out there right after, he teed off after Obama, I think, with his whole crew and the owner of the company. So I look up 1 minute, I see the owner. There's 8 people on the tee box, and I'm with this, 2 from Texas, never played the course. And I look up, see 8 players, and I'm like, oh, they'll let us play through, And then I look up, and sure enough, here's the babyface assassin coming rolling up in a cart right next to me. I'm like, oh, my God, it's Steph Curry. I said, go ahead, play through, Steph. Take your time.
I love that.
So,
here's what I would say about Mayakama. It is the coolest vibe. Great call, Jesse. The coolest vibe that I've been to when it comes to a private country club.
Where is it?
It's kind of near Santa Rosa. It's got a Sonoma vibe, but also very California chill.
Okay.
And when I say that the course was manicured as beautifully as any course I've ever seen in my life.
It is a private course?
Yes.
Okay.
And I guess people own property on there. And
okay.
Bro, Mayakama, next level. Cannot wait to go back out there. It is we had this 4 caddy, I forget the guy's name, was unbelievable. He was hanging off the cart, right? We were driving the cart, me and my cousin. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. One of the nicest courses I've ever played.
I'm jealous.
I texted Steiny the very next day. I said, we got to go play there.
Totally jealous. By the way, there was someone in my apartment complex. I think I sent the picture to the chat yesterday. Getting rid of just a very, a perfectly old school, it's in great condition Callaway golf bag, but it was a Pebble Beach one. I had its custom design on there. I was like, I took it. I took it. I was like, it's free. I was like, I'll find someone that needs it. Maybe I'll give my other bag to Benny when he gets older. I'll keep this one. And it's just been too good of a shape not to keep.
I agree with you. Shout out to all the loopers, all the caddies out there, like my man Jesse.
Yeah.
I was walking by, going to the range, and he's like, dude, I'm a roaster. I listen every day. I'm like, man, call in. I appreciate that.
I've never played with a caddy before.
Incredible. Highly recommend
What
it.
is the...
These guys know every blade of grass on every green. I hit more good putts in this round than I've ever hit.
What is the tipping protocol?
Let's just put it this way. We took care of them.
Okay. All right.
We definitely took care of them. There's a caddy fee that you pay at the
That's what I thought.
At the main desk, but then we had cash.
Give them some shekels. All right.
We had to take care of them. Got to take care of your caddies, man. It's
Always.
worth it.
Sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. And on the other side, this next segment, it's our long one, and we have the debut. Yes, we've been teasing it. But the official debut, 8 o'clock on the dot of the Sound Off, is coming up on the Morning Roast.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap, just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline, we warehouse for you.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Couple basketball news and notes. Valkyries, first and foremost, because we are the flagship home of the Golden State Valkyries, taking on the Minnesota Lynx tonight in Minnesota. Tip-off 5 o'clock local. And you can hear it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. And yes, the Valkyries are still searching for their franchise's first victory over the Minnesota Lynx. And also, Klay Thompson got his contract bought out with the Dallas Mavericks. He is now a member of the Miami Heat, signed with them over the weekend. Look at that. Klay to South Beach. And I guess the captain hats are going to be out there. Good for him. Good spot for him, right? They need shooting. Makes sense. Good for Klay.
We'll see. We'll see how much he's got left. No, in terms of like the fit, yeah, they need shooting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know how much he's got left.
I know a lot of Warriors fans were hoping that, Klay could come back here if he was going to get a buyout. I just don't think Klay wants that at this point of his career. I think he feels he could still contribute on a, like a winning team. I don't think.
Yeah, I get the sense, and again, this is my opinion.
Or there's some salt there, maybe still.
Maybe. Some guys like, they move beyond whatever negativity happened at the end, right? Some guys never let it go.
Yeah.
And I think of like Joe Montana, for example. And he's never let it go. Some guys never let it go.
I'm glad you brought that up. It leads me back into this 49ers conversation because, we got a lot of news and notes, developing stories, all this sort of stuff happening. College football is approaching, NFL season. So there's so many different storylines. And one of a big one right now, I guess, I don't even know why it's big, but the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation, right? Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson. I know you're even laughing at the absurdity of like this being like a big story, but if I'm a Niner fan looking at it, I just smile and say, thank God that's not us. Thank God I actually have a quarterback I can trust and like enjoy watching and is not like a bad individual or has anything like negative associated around him in his past, a la Deshaun Watson, because Deshaun getting booed over the weekend, like, I don't know what they're doing. I guess he was announced the starting quarterback for them going forward, which I think is a joke. That's just, this isn't a Cleveland Browns radio station, so I'm not going to take too much time on that. It just, when I saw it, I laughed, I chuckled, and I thought, thank God that's not my situation. I'm a 49er fan. Isn't that nice, Joe, just to sit back and just enjoy your quarterback for once? Isn't that nice?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just Deshaun Watson. It's like, that's like the lowest rung of...
Well, it's just,
guy's just a clown.
Well, it's just so much toxicity is what I'm saying. That entire organization has been nothing but quarterback sadness and a factory of sadness, whoever coined that. That's what the Cleveland Browns have been for so long They had the one time they actually had a nice moment and a good quarterback. They got rid of him for Deshaun Watson. I'm talking about Baker Mayfield. So, like, maybe they deserve this at the end of the day. We got Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders, of all people, saying, I don't want you guys booing him. Like, Shedeur has to go out of his own way to say, don't boo Deshaun Watson. And you know what? We pulled the sound, so I guess we should play it. If we pull the sound, this is something the Big Boss Man has said to me. Play the sound if you pull it. Deshaun Watson on fans booing him when he tore his Achilles?
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And, yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. Does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but, you know, it is what it is. You know, sometimes, you know, the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to, you know, wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
Really, Deshaun, there's nothing you would regret your entire life? Interesting. I don't know if I would use those choice of words. Wow, there's a lot there. Just in regards to booing in general when a fan gets hurt, probably shouldn't do that. But I think it's bigger than the injury with you, Deshaun. I think Cleveland Browns fans didn't want to pay you $200+ million guaranteed. Now, there were some that were trying to like poo-poo all the allegations and everything of his past, the massages, all that back in Houston, Texas, with the Texans. But I mean, just don't say anything. If you know you're standing within your own fan base, I don't think going out of your way like you did over the weekend is going to do you any favors. Now, he was named quarterback 1, and we'll see how long that lasts. That's all I'm going to say there. But it does spark an interesting conversation about booing in general because, you know, Sam and I were talking last Friday about, you know, Rafi Devers going back to Boston and that being a big deal, right? He won a World Series there. It was first time going back to Boston since the big trade last year on Father's Day. We saw the Red Sox, but it was over here at home at Oracle Park. So we were talking about what's the fan reaction going to be. And I guess Sam had texted our guy, Jermaine Wiggins, former NFL tight end, obviously host over with the Greg Hill Show, our sister station over there, WEEI. And Jermaine was like, oh, he's going to get booed. He's going to get booed. And I was like, should he get booed? I get how like...
Eventually, yes.
No, eventually, because Boston does that, Philly, like certain fan bases, you're going to get booed for sure.
I would too, eventually. But in baseball, it's different, right? So like football, if you're a starter, you get announced to the crowd, you run out there. That's if, you know, you're at home. Yeah. Okay. When you're on the road, you don't get announced as a starter. Like they're not like, and now your starting quarterback, Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly.
Boo.
Exactly.
It's just they boo him when he comes onto the field.
Yes.
So the two are very different. NBA, they do announce starters.
Yes, they do.
Right? And so, you know, I always think of it like this. If you win a championship with a team, you should be clapped at the very beginning. And then after that, everything's fair game.
Yeah.
Now, if it ended unceremoniously, hypothetical, Devondre Campbell shows up to Levi Stadium. I know I told you they don't announce starters, but he comes jogging onto the field. Yeah, we're booing the hell out of him.
He could be in street clothes at Levi Stadium. You're booing that guy.
I might boo him on the street.
Yes.
You know, and so like that's one extreme. You know, when Jordan Poole returned, I thought like it was the appropriate thing to do was to give him the standing ovation from the jump. Sure. And then if you choose that you want to boo someone, that's your right as a fan. I'm not going to tell people how to fan. Like I would have hoped that you would give him that standing ovation at the beginning, and then, boo the crap out of him if you want the rest of the game. I wouldn't boo him because I like Jordan Poole and I'm rooting for him. Same with Kevin Durant. You want to give him a standing ovation at the beginning? Now, multiple years had gone because of COVID or whatever. Yeah. Totally fine. We did that with Klay Thompson where we gave him all this love. Yeah. I don't think anyone booed him.
No. Klay? How can you boo that guy?
No, I don't think anyone booed him. So, these are some of the extremes. Like, Rafi Devers did win a championship. He did. With them, for them, however you want to put that there. It ended very ugly.
It did.
So, I get it. I thought that there would be more claps at the beginning, then boos throughout the weekend. Because you're going to have 3 days to boo him.
Let's play it. NBC Sports Bay Area, Dave Fleming with Javi Lopez in the booth on Friday at Fenway.
Listen to Devers get introduced. The designated hitter, number 16, Rafael Devers. I think, Javi, you kind of knew it was coming from some corners. I'm disappointed that this is a guy who did a fabulous job for years wearing the Red Sox uniform.
Dave Fleming again on the call. Our guy, Dave Fleming. We'll ask him about it this week when he'll join us for our weekly conversation. But Dave, like a father, he's not mad. He's disappointed.
Well, I know the Boston fans think that he quit on them, right? I get that. Can we also just take a little step back? They signed Bregman to a 1-year deal to put him at third base.
Yep.
And they didn't tell their guy who was playing third base at the time, we're going to need you to play first base. That's kind of a big decision. Now, is he of the ilk of Brandon Crawford? I'm talking within that organization. Not really, but he was their highest paid guy at the time.
I was a 3-time All-Star. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 10 years in.
Sure.
Like Crawford was 10 years in, two titles in.
Sure.
When they brought in Correa, and they had not broached it with Crawford. And I thought that was the wrong tack.
Brought in Correa for just, the flight, and then he left for 24 hours.
Joe, you have to talk to your guys internally.
Yeah.
You needed Brandon Crawford. Like, he means a little more to the organization overall than just some random guy that you're going to upgrade over.
Well, and clearly there was something with, and I know Alex Cora's comments, what he made last year, but just given the tweet that he had in regards to Rafi showing up, Tony V on first base earlier this season in Miami. Remember the tweet that Alex Cora, his former manager in Boston, had? There was beef there. That goes back, I don't know where, but Alex Cora's gone. So he wasn't the answer there either. And they're going to make the playoffs, the Boston Red Sox. So there was a lot. I just feel like the guy was a 3-time All-Star. He won a World Series there. I know it didn't end great, but that was also a year ago. Your team's, clearly you've gotten to better places. You don't have him here anymore, and things are working. So you should be more happy. It'd be one thing if your team was awful.
Boston happy?
Well, I know it's tough when you lose the Super Bowl the way you did. And it's really tough when you've also won so many damn Super Bowls and so many championships since 2000. You really just need to be miserable. This whole facade about them being an angry sports fandom, what do you have to be angry about? Seriously, what do they have to be angry about in Boston?
I mean, the Vrabel scandal's pretty interesting.
Oh, that's content gold. Are you kidding me? Stop. They're loving that.
No, but let's not act like Niner fans or Warrior fans or Giants fans haven't booed, legends. For example, Brian Wilson. I know there are a ton of Giants fans that boo Brian Wilson, boo Brian Wilson just for the whole thing. Him yelling at Larry Bear, him going to the Dodgers.
Sure.
I understand that. Uribe left from the Giants to the Dodgers. But it felt a little more, I don't know, happy regarding the separation.
Sure.
I think we kind of understood that he was going for more money and more opportunity. And
he wasn't, a Giants lifer, Juan Uribe.
No, but helped him win a title.
He did. No, he
and
did.
Wasn't the number one guy
for sure.
And
he had been on a couple teams before even getting the Giants.
White Sox.
Yeah, and the Rockies. Yeah,
he was. We gave him a standing ovation, and then we booed the hell out of him.
Yeah.
Jeff Kent. He didn't go straight to the Dodgers. He went to the Astros, but we booed the hell out of him. And I think with Jeff Kent, similar to Devers, it felt like bad blood at the end and then leading into the new relationship where he said things about the former fan base that really upset us?
This is what Devers did in his first at-bat in Fenway. He struck out.
That's strike 3 called. So Devers goes down looking his first at-bat back at Fenway for the first out of the game.
And Sam, correct me if I'm wrong. Did they show because they did show a video package. I saw it on social. Was that showed when during the game? Was that before?
I believe it was after the first or second inning.
Okay, that's what I thought. It was like after a couple innings had gone by. And then everyone like cheered there.
Was it him refusing to play first?
Stop! No,
just curious.
No. It was all the good times that he had in a Boston Red Sox uniform. It's just, I don't know. I've never been one to be like a big booer in general at players that like played for my team like formerly. Like I could understand booing Patrick Mahomes if you're a Niner fan. He's the guy won 2 Super Bowls. He was at the helm of it. I can understand booing Travis Kelce. Like, I could understand that. All the Dodgers, Shohei, Mookie Betts. I understand all that. But, like, a guy that won for me, a guy that you at one point cheered really hard for, I don't know. Like, there's, like, Deshaun I get. Like, we started this conversation with Deshaun Watson. Deshaun hasn't done anything good with the Cleveland Browns. Nothing. Yeah. And you have to keep this guy because of all the dead money attached to him, basically. All the $200+ million guaranteed your owner, Jimmy Haslam, gave him. And it was also all the stuff that went on off the field. It was that
you got 28 allegations.
No, it's
not 1, not 2.
I don't think
4.
It was more than that. I think it was like 60 or something ridiculous, allegedly. Something crazy. Like, and you got rid of Baker Mayfield, the guy that actually won a playoff game, the guy that you drafted number 1 overall, Baker, who went on to actually go do some good things elsewhere. You got rid of that guy for him? That I understand. Now, booing someone when they tear their Achilles. Listen, you're not going to hear me on these airwaves like cape up for Deshaun Watson for anything. Yeah, do I want to boo a guy that just had a significant injury? Probably not, but you know what? It's sports hate. It is what it is.
Well, I just think the football culture of the fan base, I hate to do the, everybody's loaded, but so many people are drunk. No, I'm being real.
It's true.
Real. So many people are so loaded, they do things that they would normally never do. I mean, that's just it's sad, but it's the reality of kind of where we're at.
You know what a lot of these fans are doing? They're sounding off is what they're doing when they boo, when they're at stadiums. They sound off on their sports hate, if you will. And if you have something that you would like to get off your chest or sound off on a daily basis, starting today at 8 a.m., which is about 25 minutes, we are giving you that opportunity. Yes, the sound off starts 8 o'clock this morning, about 25 minutes. Call 628-400-9880, and you leave a voicemail sounding off on whatever is bugging you in sports or life. And then again, tune in 8 o'clock every single day and see if your sound off gets played. This isn't something where like I give you a number right now, you call it now, and then you try to do it all last minute. No. This is for the people that are just driving around and maybe we're not on air. Maybe you don't have an opportunity to call, but you're really hot on something, whether that's sports, life, or otherwise, and you want us to let us know about it, right? Leave a voicemail. Do it. We want to hear from you because so often we get the text early morning too, Joe, of like people like, oh God, I wish I can call your station right now. And they have graveyard shifts. So like they're up at like 12 or 1 and they're really hot on some sort of topic. Well, now's your opportunity.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Yes, 628-400-9880. 628-400-9880. And leave a voicemail. And hopefully we can play it.
So you're bringing up like booing, and I think that there's like different levels of booing. So there's like booing the team because of poor performance. I'm talking about the whole team.
Totally.
That's one thing, right? The end of the half in the NBA when a team's just sucking it up.
Yeah.
Well, who has not done that?
Yeah.
Right? Your coach doesn't go for, trying to move the ball down the field before halftime. And you're down, let's say 21 points. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I booed the Niners into the locker room. It just drove me nuts. Being like, what are you afraid of? We're losing by like 2 or 3 scores.
Right.
Booing a pitcher who was just absolutely awful as they're coming off the mound. I've done that a few times.
Sure.
I think where this whole thing, like in terms of fan behavior, really, for me, jumped the shark. It started with the Heatles, where people took it way over the top. No, I really do think like it became like I am strictly going to this game to boo the hell out of LeBron.
Yeah.
That was one. To me, though, where it really jumped the shark, and I thought ESPN played a big part in this. I actually think the way we talk about the NBA, I go back to this moment. Oklahoma City getting like elevated because of the cupcake thing with Kevin Durant
my God.
was the most ridiculous, like, jumping off point that I think that the media mishandled. I think their fan base was for weird reason was like glorified because of it. Warriors ended up like waxing them by like 30 points or whatever in that game. But remember like the whole, like the build up and all the different posters and we're going to throw cupcakes at them. And it was like weird. It was really weird. I thought the KD as a Warrior going to Oklahoma City was like one of those moments in time that kind of like set us on this weird path where I just see bizarre fan behavior.
And then it elevated a guy like Russell Westbrook that stayed in Oklahoma City for a little bit longer after that. And like they were like, oh, now Russ is our guy. We don't like KD.
Absolutely
Russ
elevated.
Is our dude. And it elevated him to the stratosphere.
Right. I mean, let's call it what it is. Like he had a great year, but he was going to get that MVP because he stayed. Like, I'm not saying he didn't have a great year.
It's true.
The narrative was better than whatever the statistics could have put out there.
He had a triple-double. Again, he averaged a season triple-double the year after and didn't win it. Yeah. So don't tell me it's not narrative-based. That entire season was narrative-based. They were, what, the 6th seed? Yeah. Something like that? Like, come on.
Now, we'll get back ridiculous. To Deshaun. Like, there's so many things baked into Deshaun. But like, if you're a Cleveland Brown fan this morning and he's named starter and he looks terrible, Deshaun Watson.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Yeah, guys, so this just in from overnight. San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in Ohio over the weekend and found guilty on 2 misdemeanor charges.
Jed York?
This is out of Fox 8 in Cleveland.
What?
So yeah, this is
who is that?
Just coming in this morning here.
Via who? Who has
Fox
that?
News 8 in Cleveland is first reporting this.
Fox
York pleaded no contest Monday morning to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. He was arrested Sunday in East Palestine and posted $5,000 bond. Court records show that York was sentenced to 2 days in the Columbiana County Jail to be served concurrently, and with credit for a day served, he was ordered to pay a $1,150 in fines.
Wow.
That is weird.
Oh, my.
This photo is weird.
Is this real?
It looks real, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Jed. Is it AI though? Like I don't want.
No, I have to be that guy. No, like this is serious like stuff. Like
serious.
Like, wow.
This is weird. What's a criminal tool? I don't even know. We got to get a cop on.
No, well, we got to get a lawyer
Uncle
or something.
Danny,
Yeah,
I need you to call.
someone.
I might text Uncle Danny and ask him.
Well, we have all those different lawyer things. Where's the?
Okay, read it up. Chase gets.
I have it right. So I have the entire thing right here, and I think Sam just read it.
So this is real. I hate to do this.
This is on their legitimate website, and they're posting it, and this looks like a legitimate, mugshot from the owner.
It's just broken the last few minutes. It's starting to get picked up by a lot of other people, too. So, yeah, this looks pretty real.
Florio's going to have a field day with this one.
San Francisco 49ers, for just joining us, breaking news, San Francisco 49ers owner John Jed York was arrested in the Valley over the weekend and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. Again, this is taking place in East Palestine, Ohio.
East Palestine, Ohio. I didn't even know
that was a place. I didn't know that was a place. So you say I know.
I know. Just keep going.
This is crazy. York pleaded no contest Monday morning to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. He was arrested Sunday in East Palestine and posted $5,000 bond. Court records show York was sentenced to 2 days in the Columbiana County Jail to be served concurrently with credit for a day served. He was also ordered to pay $1,150 in fines.
So, look, I've probably been one of the loudest over the decade I've been on air. Loudest Jed York critics. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say you will.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to be real with you on this. Couple misdemeanors. I want to know more about the information before I overreact in any way. Yeah. I don't think it's that big of a deal. it's a horrible look just in general for any owner, no matter what you're doing, to have that mugshot. Like that mugshot's going to live on for a long, long time.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, that photo is going to live on for.
Yeah.
But does it like? Oh, he's got to sell the team. No,
it's not a good look though. It's not a good look. Like at the bare minimum, that's what we're talking about.
Joe, if that was me, let's just play this out. If that was me, that same photo came out and that was me, dude, I'd be so embarrassed.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
My wife, my son, my mom, my family, I would be so embarrassed. So I think this is probably way more embarrassing to his ego than it would be. This is not going to like jeopardize his, ownership status, even though he's technically not the owner or any of those things. I don't think this is the end all be all. And again, I'm being just real. I'm just reacting to what it is. A couple of misdemeanors. He's already been released. It's $2,000 in fines. I'm not saying it's nothing, but it's not anything that's like, I don't know. It's a really bad look. He's going to get made fun of on the internet for a lot. And, if I'm being real, I've wanted the Yorks to sell forever. But that's separate from this. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, if you're just joining us again, over the weekend in Ohio, Jed York was arrested.
This is just spiraling in so many crazy directions. This is from Cron 4, Channel 4 here, our local outlet here, reporting it. 49ers CEO Jed York pleaded no contest to criminal charges after being arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution in Ohio over the weekend, according to court documents. The state of Ohio amended the one count of engaging in prostitution to a disorderly conduct charge before York pleaded no contest on Monday. He was also convicted of possessing those criminal tools we've been talking about.
What are criminal tools?
I don't know. Where's your Uncle Danny? Get him on the phone.
Yikes. Okay,
So,
this is a bad look.
Chase has a definition.
So we have possessing criminal tools means having an item, device, or substance under your control with the specific intent to use it to commit a crime. So I don't know. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good.
Could be like
a cell phone be that?
Well, no, I
because you're using your phone to commit.
Well, I thought it was like to use drugs, kind of a thing. I thought that they were talking about like a
date rape thing.
Well, no, like a device to smoke or something like allegedly like a vape. Yeah, something. So.
It seems like it's usually a weapon, what I'm seeing. Doesn't sound good.
But that last part, Sam, the Cron 4 News had that.
This is a bad look for him.
No, this is a horrible look.
This is an absolutely worse. Yikes.
Prostitution?
It's a bad look.
From the owner?
I mean, when you...
Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you... He has to step down from this? Like, how do you come? How do you come back from this? I'm not legitimately that's where my mind goes.
Well, let's think about this. You've now had, as an organization, had the Kyle Shanahan accident.
Well, and that was not reported for a week.
And now you have this. It's yikes.
Parag stepped down.
I wonder how Niner fans feel about this. Like, I don't want to speak on all Niner fans' behalf. I know how I feel about Jed. And I don't want to kick a guy while he's down. I'm going to be real with you, Joe. I don't want to kick a guy while he's down. Because I'm not an angel, but I haven't been accused of this, which is a little different. And it's a horrible look for anyone, but specifically a family man who's running a family business, whether it be a power company or not. I mean, this could be the guy on the corner. This is a bad look for him, and he's going to have to take a step back. He's not going to seize control or lose control of the team or anything like that, but he definitely needs to step out of the spotlight for a little while.
Is it an overreaction to say in light of this news he needs to step down?
No, he's not going to step down. I don't.
Is it? No, I'm asking. Is it an overreaction after I just heard this last 10 minutes? Jed York arrested in Ohio over the weekend.
So you have to let due process play out.
Okay.
We can't assume. Okay, let's just let me just, as someone that's been in the trouble with the law, there's always many sides to a story. We can't believe everything. You got to get convicted or some sort of a plea agreement. There's always more to this story. Obviously, it's, again, at minimum, it's a horrible look. At worst, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
In terms of how people are going to view you. Now, perception of public view.
Yeah,
he's going to have a hard time shaking this one.
I don't think he can.
I mean, Bob Kraft has how many Super Bowls? And what's the first thing, if you bring up Bob Kraft, what's the first thing you think of?
You know what? That's a good call. You think of the massage.
Yeah. I mean, winning with class is the thing that most people associate with Jed, and that the fact that his dad basically gave him the team and his mom.
I don't know how he comes back from this one. I'm just being honest. This is When you said, no, like legitimately, when Sam said like prostitution.
That's a bad word to be associated with. Yeah.
That's about, I honestly thought, like, okay, like we've seen the time and time again, players, coaches, like if it's DUI, under the influence. Like,
I want to stress that's just what's allegedly being reported.
Alleged.
I just want to make sure we're.
I've been saying that. I've been saying that.
This is all
these are
alleged.
all misdemeanors. And,
yes.
you know, who we don't, I mean.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Look, in the eye of the public, no, not a good look. This is a horrible
It's a horrible, no, I'm saying at the bare minimum, this is not a good look.
So
and
if you were running
how
Apple,
are you going to go forward from here if you're Jed York? You have to own it, or you have to say, go through the process, whatever it is.
Joe, this is probably, you know, like, what was the guy who's the CEO got caught at the
the Coldplay concert.
In a weird way, wouldn't you rather be like caught doing that than this?
That guy became a meme and they got fired. Yeah.
That's my point, is like when you're representing the face of a corporation, you got to take a step back.
But you know what, Joe?
You got to take a step back.
You literally just said the example. Robert Kraft was on video.
What was the name of the place?
The Blue Orchid? Is that what it was? Something like that? It was a spa. Yes.
He has 6 Super Bowls.
He's got 6, and he just went to another one. He's been to
right. Is it right?
Yeah, he's got 6, and he's been to 9. I think 10. Going back to Drew Bledsoe, I think he's been to 10 of them. Like, and he was able to quote unquote, you know, retain his ownership, and like I'm not saying that. The NFL owners aren't going to go to Jed and say, you have to step down, because Robert Kraft is on line 1 with all of this, obviously. And all these guys have skeletons. Let's not be honest. Let's take a step back. All these guys have skeletons in their closet.
All of every one of us has them. Everyone does. Every one of us has things that we don't want hitting the public light.
But when this hits a 49er fan this morning, waking up on a Monday morning, that their owner was allegedly soliciting prostitutes in Ohio, how are you supposed to react to that?
Now, he was arraigned this morning. Give me the specifics one more time.
They're still coming out. They're still coming in.
Story up.
Yeah. Well,
did he already plead one way or the other?
No contest was.
Well, there you go. That's basically, I mean, that's not admitting guilt, because I don't think you do admit, but wow. I mean, this is yikes.
Yeah. Tony from Santa Rosa wanted to talk some Niners. Tony, I don't want to put you on the spot here, Tone, but what are you thinking about this, man?
I legitimately feel bad for his family, his kids, and stuff.
Yeah,
I do. I feel bad for them. Damn.
What's up, guys? I don't know. I came out here to talk about James Thompson Jr., and now I'm hearing all this breaking, mind-blowing news.
Yeah. What is your first reaction when you heard it as a 49er fan?
Stop hanging around Robert Kraft.
Oh, okay. Then we're just going to go through. Okay. Thank you. But that.
So I want to point out again, as this is according to the Cron story that was posted on the alleged happenings of Jed York.
Sure.
The state of Ohio amended the 1 count of engaging in prostitution to a disorderly conduct charge before York pleaded no contest on Monday, along with, of course, the criminal tools conviction there, too.
So shifted the charge.
So they amended as going with their
usually
with their
there's an agreement. So I'm sure his lawyers or whatever.
Like if he agrees to go to this, then we'll make the count that kind of thing. Yeah. So
again, we can't assume.
There's a lot of mystery still coming. We can't assume anything. I want to stress all this is very much alleged by multiple outlets.
As soon as you say that word, though, it's gonna everyone's going to view you a certain way.
Oh, public opinion is different than the real courts.
Exactly. And in the state of public opinion, he is going to be just viewed, no matter what, from the fan base a certain way because of this. And that's, that's life. That's life. And if I'm Jed York right now, I'm staying away from any public Twitter, public announcement, anything. He needs to take some plays off here. And for an organization that, listen, has been really successful under Jed since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have been brought in here. Like, I do want to make this abundantly clear. For as toxic as it has been had been prior to Shanahan and Lynch, with the end of Harbaugh, with the Tom Sulas, with the Chip Kellys, the Trent Baalke, it has been really successful, and they have been one of the top class, that going back to that word class organizations under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And you know what? Begrudgingly, and Joe, I know you were one of the biggest, critics of Jed. Even you came around a little bit during this last kind of 5-6 year run here with the 49ers.
Yeah, but I always told you that, and I've said this to the boss. The boss doesn't understand, why are people down on it? He'll just never be his uncle, dude.
Well, no.
He'll never, it's just...
We're even getting people texting in at 888-957-9570.
He's one of those guys, there's some people get over on an audience, and some people never get over on an audience. Some people, no matter what negative things they do, what's the MMA guy who drives me nuts?
Conor McGregor?
Yeah. For whatever reason, there's a segment of people that just, no matter what he does,
they
love. No, I know.
Love him.
Yes, love him. Okay.
Yeah.
He just gets over on a lot of people for whatever reason. Conversely, there's just a lot of guys in society who never get over on anyone. I think he's one of these people that just the bulk of people he's just never going to be accepted by them. No. I think he had a hard time with that. And I get it.
I think that's a good point where it comes to just fandom in general. If you start off at a certain point and you're so low with your Q rating, there is no way sometimes of overcoming
no matter
that.
What you do.
No, it's definitely true.
I agree.
And we talk about it more through a player perspective and a player lens. And
coaches.
Coaches for sure. That
Mike McCarthy, are we ever gonna unless he wins a second Super Bowl, Mike McCarthy's always gonna be I don't know about that one.
Well, no, we still do Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers has gone to a lot of different playoff runs. He's gone to 100%. Multiple NBA finals, but we view him that guy's a choker. Yeah. By the way, he got inducted. I think it was last week, or maybe it was this weekend.
Into what?
To the Basketball Hall of Fame, Doc. A lot of people did exactly what you just did there. They scoffed at it.
Of course he did.
They scoffed at it.
Everybody gets in, though.
Well, that's, again, I said the Basketball Hall of Fame because, to your point, everyone that's basketball-related, college, WNBA, or NBA players. But yeah, if you're just joining us...
the memes are going to be out of control.
They already are.
Are they?
Just looking at the text line,
Yikes.
Yes. And if you're, again, just joining us over the weekend in Ohio, Jed York arrested and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges,
Human Trafficking Task Force.
Pleaded no contest Monday morning to misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. East Palestine, Ohio. And again, he grew up there, went to high school in Ohio, posted $5,000 bond. And I'm sure this isn't the last we're going to hear of this story. There's going to be more layers. And any upcoming or breaking news we're getting, Sam, relay it, please. Jump in, relay that information.
All right, Chase and Sam, you guys are like me. You're both Niner fans. My jaw's dropped. I don't even know what to say. And that's my job, is to come up with things to say.
Well, it's also hard.
I'm legitimately stunned.
And I'll let them jump in here. It's also hard to talk about a legal matter like this when it gets, again, you have to preface everything, alleged. He was found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges, and there's a mugshot. When there's a mugshot on something, bad. It's not a good look.
The mugshot looks bad.
Yeah, it does not look good. Sam.
I don't think there's such thing as a good-looking mugshot, but to your point...
there's been a couple of, the smoking hot...
Yeah, there's some people that are good-looking that can get away with it.
There was a guy and a girl...
What'd you call them?
The mugshotties, I think is what they're called.
That's funny.
No, that's
actually really good.
That's an Instagram account.
Oh.
Legitimate. Don't... a lot of people are going to search it. Don't search it.
NSFW.
My first thought is, again, I'm in the let's let more of this come out group here, but that being said... You never, however you feel about Jed, because I know Jed York as an NFL owner and as an owner in the Bay Area, people don't like him. You never want your owner attached to certain words, and a lot of those words you don't want attached to your owner are appearing in this story. Shasky, what did you just said something with Human Trafficking Task Force? What was that?
Just, I don't even know
what I never want those kind of words. Now, what is going on there? I don't know, but this is one of those, there's smoke here. Hopefully it's not a serious fire, but these are never words that you want associated with your owner in any way, shape, or form.
And, when you're a public individual, he's way more public than any of us. I think we all are very cognizant of, if something happens out in the world, it gets magnified because of who we are, and then we're on the way low rung. I want to make that very clear, way low rung. But when you're of his profile... Like I honestly, I feel bad for his family that they gotta be involved. That's the part that I keep coming back to. It's like, I seen him out and about with his kid, and I feel bad for all of them that they're gonna get sadly dragged into this, and they're gonna want privacy, and they deserve privacy. It's just he's a very public individual.
And by the way, court orders show a cell phone was ordered to return to York, and $160 seized shall be forfeited to the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force as part of the agreement. Yeah, and again, if you're just joining us, Jed York arrested the 49ers owner over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools.
Now, Eddie lost the team because of felonies, okay? And Eddie lost the team because and I'm going to dumb it down for everyone, he essentially tried to bribe a senator on a riverboat casino. And apparently there was a lot of other stuff involved. Basically tried to brown bag, meaning put cash into a brown bag. This is the old school way, and pay off somebody. And Tag LeBou was not going to let him back into the league with that hanging over his head, so he shifted team control to his sister, and that's how they got control of the team. So, the whole reason why the York family is where they are now is because of legal stuff. In control.
Sure. And that led to, obviously, Jed taking over the team for his mom and dad. And here we are now again. Any news and notes that come from it, we will relay that. In the meantime, we do have
a bad word.
An injury report.
Yikes.
Yeah. This was a tough one. Giants outfielder Victor Barracoto left yesterday's loss to the Red Sox in the 5th inning with a leg injury. He was trying to catch a fly ball next to the wall and ended up twisting his knee and ankle in the process. He was down for a few moments, but was able to walk off the field on his own, but not without a noticeable limp. He's expected to undergo an MRI today. For more details, the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, halfway home here on a Monday. It's Spadoni and Shasky, and we've just been reacting to the latest breaking news around the NFL, and specifically the 49ers. Jed York arrested over the weekend in Ohio on 2 charges and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges, I should say, of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. It was on Sunday and posted $5,000 in bond. All right. Well, any news and notes we get from that, we will relay them.
I keep thinking about, like, if this were Joe Lacob, if this were Greg Johnson.
Sure.
I mean, this is bad for Jed. And I mean, not like legally. I'm talking about like public perception. And then, league-wide, the NFL commissioner is not going to be happy.
No, they're not going to be happy. It's a horrible
They're
look.
not going to be happy.
It's a horrible look for the league.
I mean, this is the guy.
Yeah.
The guy's supposed to be in Australia a week from now.
Well, it's it's misdemeanor. It's not felony, so you can still travel. But yikes.
This is not.
He needs to stay out of the public eye. I don't want him in Australia. If you're a Niner fan, stay away from everything right now. Stay away. I don't want you near anything. So I would sound off about it, quite frankly. I'll set you up then. So again, this is the sound off. We're going to be doing this every day, Monday through Friday at this time, no matter what. I mean, we just had some massive breaking news, and I could only imagine that people are going to have the sound off of all sound offs on Jed York tomorrow. And you can start doing that right now, by the way. And yeah, the voiceover guy, our guy, did the number there, and I'll give you the number one more time because people are going to start calling in and say, I want to sound off on something. I want to sound off on this. You can call, but it's not going to be the right number that you're calling. It's 628-400-9880. And this is about anything. And when I mean anything, I mean anything. Could be sports, Could be you just driving in and you're pissed off about the Minions. Some guy called in the other week and was mad about, of all things, those little yellow Minions.
Is that new movie any good?
I don't know. I like all of them.
Okay.
I'm a Minions guy. I like Gru. I like Despicable Me. It's great stuff. All right. We got a lot of good stuff here, Sam. So the floor is yours. You vetted them. The producers get a little preview, and they clean these things up. So some F-bombs and S-bombs don't make
I got 4 of these bad boys for you today. They're going to be doing about 3 or 4 days. So, yeah, we got to go through them quickly. Here's the first one.
All right, here's a little for you guys, for my warehouse people.
If we work in the same position and you try to tell me what to do and you ain't my boss, get up out of here, man. I ain't listening to you. Why you trying to be the boss when we get paid the same? Or I make more and you just started. How you going to start and try to be the boss? Like, bro, get out of here, bro. No, you ain't Stephen Curry. You ain't LeBron, bro. Just stop it, bro. Get up out of here. Stop trying to tell people what to do.
All right, that's all I got.
I feel that.
That's great.
I feel that.
That's what we're talking about. That's just sounding off on warehouse employees. All right?
I love that.
Well, just also, Dan, don't come in there and act like you're tough. All right, there's a process. You gotta get through it. All right, you're not
There's
the hot
a pecking order.
Yes. Oh, in
A
any
hierarchy.
job, especially warehouse, right?
Dare you ask what that pecking order is here at the station?
We'll go to the next one. Here, how about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling the sound off line. You guys are running some commercial that says the greatest 3 words in the English language is football is back. I mean, that's great and all, but I kind of have a different opinion. The greatest 3 words in the English language, the greatest 3 words is school is back, baby. Thank God these kids are out of the house. Go Niners.
I 1,000% agree with whoever that was. 1,000%. Oh my God. And because I'm in an apartment complex too, I swear to God, these kids stay up. I know I sound like an old man. I'm 33. But on a Saturday night, I want my kids to go to sleep at 9:30. Okay.
What time do your kids go to bed?
Well, that's summertime. So like 9, but usually they about 8.
LJ was up till 11:30 on Saturday night. And I said to Michelle, it's 11:30. He's 2.
It's fine. It's vacation mode.
That's what she said.
It's fine. It's vacation mode. That's different. I'm talking about like a normal day and a normal night. I want my kid to go to sleep at a normal hour. But you've got these like 12 and 13-year-olds up at 1 a.m. yelling about God knows what, saying like, where are their parents?
I don't know.
Where are the parents at? All right. God, I sound so
I can't
old
get
right
over
now.
this Jed thing.
I know you can. We'll get back into it.
I mean, because the first thing I'm thinking about, you know what? Just
are you going to sound off on Jed after this? Are you going to do that?
I think I need more information.
Well, maybe this one will fire you guys up.
By far, the greatest here at the station is one Matthew Nahigian.
If Chris Mullen takes that in.
That's it? That's Matt's burner.
Yeah,
that's not. No, stop. The
guy's had a flat top since 1983.
I was going to say 1985 called. They want their hair back.
He's been rocking it, though. He pulls it off.
No,
How many
it's
people
true.
can pull it off? Matt Nahigian does.
He says he gets a haircut like every couple weeks. That's insane.
It's not the most frequent haircut getting, though.
I'm every 2 to 3 weeks.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Maybe 3 to 4.
Wow. What about you, Sam?
Last trim was what? God, it might have been a year ago.
Chase, you're clean cut.
At most 3 weeks to a month.
See, you're like, you and I are about, I'm probably closer to that.
What about you, Spidon?
3 to 4.5
I take
weeks.
like 4 or 5 months sometimes. I grow mine out.
I mean, this is from the maker of I Don't Wash My Feet.
What? You're supposed to let the hair grow. That's the whole point of having hair is to let it grow a little bit.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Yes, thank you, Sam.
Guys, want one more?
Yeah, Bay Area. We want to go positive sounds off. You know, I'm thinking about my favorite bird, man. Has to be the hummingbird, right? I mean, look at the little guy just go. Those wings just flapping and flapping and flapping. Love me a hummingbird, right? You can go eagle and hawk and whatever, man. But go look at those hummingbirds and just trip out on those every now and then. All right? Hummingbirds.
Yeah, I disagree. I saw the bald eagle at the Oakland Zoo on Friday.
Oh, awesome.
That thing is humongous.
That's America right there, too.
That thing is huge.
Huge. That was the sound off, our first iteration. And we had warehouse employees. We had guys talking about hummingbirds.
Loved it.
Matt Nahigian's hair and school being back. None of those were sports related even.
Well,
and it's great. It's great. It doesn't have to be. Just have a take. What is it? Jim Rohn always say, have a take, don't suck. Yeah. It's the same thing. Have a take, don't suck. Just whatever you're passionate
saying
about.
That to the people that type out his script every day who are his producers or?
Hey, Kyle Brandt was a great producer for the Jim Rome Show once upon a time. All right.
All right, now back to Jed York. That sound off was awesome.
Back to Jed.
I love that.
And again,
if you have any thoughts on Jed, leave them on this sound off.
Which is at 628-400-9880. Again, 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday here on the Morning Roast. Call 628-400-9880. Leave a voicemail sounding off on whatever you want.
Jay Shaw 007, meaning 007. Hummingbird is the only bird that can fly backwards. I didn't know that. Did anyone know that? I didn't know that.
You know their wings make a little sonic boom when they flap?
No. I will be very interested to see who drops the biggest nugget first. Is it a local reporter from that area? Is it a local reporter from the Bay Area? Or will it be one of the national guys?
Interesting.
When Kyle Shanahan had the accident or whatever, there was obviously the Schefter kind of bomb that came off that morning. But Nick Wagner and ESPN, it felt like they had a lot of the information ahead of time. I'm not, by the way, I'm not ripping him in any way, but it felt like it was very here's all the information.
Correct.
When we go live, you guys drop all of the details so that we're all in sync. I wonder who will have the bulk of the information this time. Now, I'm not saying that there's something nefarious that's being done. That's not what I'm saying. I do find it interesting. Where's Schefter at? I guarantee Schefter knows something.
Is this one of those things where they did know and didn't want to be the first ones to release the information?
That's kind of my...
Yeah, that's kind of what you're getting at, right?
But I don't care if... I'm not a journalist. I'm not here to play, the journalist gotcha or any of that. I'm just... Do you not find the game within the game, meaning the interesting part of
No, I found the interesting part was that it was from a news station in Ohio.
That's what I'm saying.
That rarely happens with a story this big. That does not happen anymore.
No. And the fact that he was held over the weekend, no one talked about it, and then he got arraigned and then pled no contest.
It's going to be interesting. You think he's going to be subject to the NFL discipline under the personal conduct policy?
How could I even know? I don't even.
I mean, that's something that it's obviously the players and the owners are treated a little differently. Should he be treated differently here? I don't think so. If this was a player on the team, right? If this was a high-profile player on the team, then what are we talking about? Are we talking about missing a couple games? Are we talking about not missing any games?
I don't even want to attach this to anyone. I don't want to.
No, it's just interesting how it's an owner. No. I'm not trying to do whataboutism. I'm just,
if this was backup.
They're all under the personal conduct policy.
Yes, but if this was backup DB X, yeah, he'd probably not be on the roster long.
Correct.
But it's not.
It's a high profile.
Exactly.
It's the highest profile. It's the owner.
If this was Hall of Fame, right guard, that's why I'm picking a position that they don't have a good player.
Right.
Random right guard Hall of Famer, obviously you would give that individual a lot more leeway. I mean, look at Deshaun Watson. Look at the Deshaun Watson situation. If this was Colt McCoy, who was accused of the same things, I don't think he would have stayed in the league long.
No. It's always, in the NFL for players, it's talent over tolerance, right?
Yes.
For the owners.
No, I think that's life, Joe.
Well,
I don't think the NFL, I don't think that's exclusive to the NFL.
No, it's definitely not. If you have a skill set that warrants they want to keep this person around, you will look past a lot of things because you are valuable.
Look at our government. Look at
our, absolutely.
Local people.
No, totally. Politics, sports, work settings, life. It's always been that way. And it's unfortunate. That's why we always say nice guys finish last, if you will. That's kind of where the saying comes from, because you could do everything by the book. You do things the right way and not get rewarded for it, like other people that don't do things the right way, didn't go about it the right way and get rewarded. Again, if you're just joining us, the latest.
I can't believe it lasted all weekend.
It's the biggest breaking news in sports and specifically in the Bay Area because it's a Bay Area franchise. The San Francisco 49ers owner, Jed York, was arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. Man, just saying that out loud, it's just you keep waiting for us this is kind of just out of left field, and it is. It's totally out of left field, and I'm having a hard time.
It doesn't even feel real.
Again, this is my job. This is our job to talk about it.
We thought it was AI.
I thought it was fake. I thought it was fake,
So
but it's
Niner
not.
fans, how do like this is your owner? How do you feel? Is it nothing? Is it something? Do you need more
something.
Do you
Can't
need
be
more
nothing.
information? Like I'm in a wait and see mode on this. I don't want to jump to conclusions one way or the other. It's clearly he's going to get aggregated to death regarding the memes.
Yeah. That's our society, though. We'll make fun of everything.
Soliciting with class. I'm already seeing it everywhere.
The first caller we had said, oh, his best friend must be Robert Kraft. Like, that's what he's going to be attached to. Sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Okay, seriously, she turns 50 and somehow looks 10 years younger than last year.
Do you think she did Botox?
Maybe. Let's ask her.
What are you two whispering about?
You got Botox, didn't you?
No. I got a stem cell exosome IV for my back pain last March. I was pleasantly surprised to see my skin and eyesight improve too. I want to get one every year now.
Where?
At Balanced Medical Solutions in the East Bay. Best decision ever.
If you also want to access cutting-edge rejuvenating therapies, call 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines.
These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bay Area, it's Tip. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe, Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries, they're back, taking on the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off 5 o'clock local time. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. The latest breaking news in the sports realm and locally here, 49ers owner Jed York arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. And we're reacting. I want to hear from the fans. I want to hear from the 49er faithful, 888-957-9570. I mean, you hear your owners arrested, like, superficially, that's it. I just say, the owner of the 49ers is arrested.
Well, then I'm being real. Yep. I'd be like, well, then what did he do?
Then what did he do?
You know, and then we got to find it out. And so I think there are some things in life, some individuals think are not as bad as other things. You know, murder is obviously pretty, there's not a lot of coming back from that. Right? Right? And then there are other things that you can be accused of that are, you know, lesser than. And then I think it comes down to your own principles and your own morality. And I don't want to put my moralities onto other people. Like, people make mistakes. I've made plenty of them. I have made so many mistakes that it would make someone's head spin if I sat down and tried to explain them all. Simultaneously, I know that there are some things in life that are harder to come back from others. You know, getting in a bar fight is a thing that, like, can be a dumb, stupid, foolish thing that you do. But now, with my perspective, if you're in your 20s and you get in a bar fight, I'm kind of like,
what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like you're dumb. But young men do dumb things, and
right.
I get that. There are other things that, as you get older, I'm like, all right, what are you doing? Jim Irsay comes to mind. Jim Irsay got caught speeding with bags of cash and all kinds of drug paraphernalia in the back of his car. I can't even remember whether he got convicted of any actual quote-unquote crimes. But, like, in my mind, the court of public opinion, I'm like, yeah, you know, Jim Irsay's does not have his stuff buttoned up.
No.
And then he passes away, you know, at a younger age. Yeah. And you go, he kind of lived a hard life.
He did, yeah.
You know, so I don't know. This is such a tricky one. I do think the initial report had the word prostitution in there.
I have the exact quote here. So the
initial report.
The state of Ohio amended the one count of engaging in prostitution to a disorderly conduct charge before York pleaded no contest on Monday.
Here we go. From Sal Castaneda. I get in a personal text. KTVU has confirmed 49er owner Jed York was arrested in Ohio on initial charges of prostitution. He was arrested yesterday. This morning, a judge amended the charges to disorderly conduct, and York pled guilty to that and another misdemeanor charge of possessing criminal tools. York had to serve 1 day in jail, which he has already served, and pay roughly $1,300 in fines. That is from Sal Castaneda and KTVU this morning. They have the breaking news. Should I read it again for those that are just tuning in?
Read that one more time.
Okay. From Sal Castaneda, this is the KTVU specific wording, okay? So I want to make sure that this is clear. Love you, Sal, by the way. KTVU has confirmed 49er owner Jed York was arrested in Ohio on initial charges of prostitution. He was arrested yesterday. This morning, a judge amended the charges to disorderly conduct, and York pled guilty to that and another misdemeanor charge of possessing criminal tools.
Wow.
York had to serve 1 day in jail, which he has already served, and will pay roughly $1,300 in fines. That's the statement that KTVU is putting out right now.
And then
wow.
You throw
thank you, Sal, for sending that to me so that we have some more specifics.
You throw that word in there again, the P word in this, the prostitution aspect and all of it. It's hard to, and you can't unhear it. When you hear it, you can't unhear it attached to a certain individual. And in this case, Jed, fair or not, through the court of law, he's going to be viewed in a certain way now. No matter what, he is now going to be viewed in a certain way by a certain majority of people.
Some cultures, this isn't considered that nefarious. Others, it is. I would just say to everybody who's like, oh, is this negotiating when in trouble is a very standard, common practice. You cannot extract anything from the negotiation or amendments or things altering or pleading or whatever. These are all basic things that happen when you get in trouble. Right?
Yeah, and you just do it.
Because I want to raise my hand.
Sure.
I've pled no contest and not guilty to certain things, and I have negotiated during certain things. So I am well aware of what it looks like, and I've made many mistakes. So that's why I'm not going to judge with this holier than thou perspective. I will say, Joe, assaults on other men or whatever are viewed one way by society. The word prostitution in the court of public opinion is its own loaded word.
Yeah.
That word, I think, carries weight with certain segments of people.
For sure. And it also carries weight when...
I'm not making light of this, by the way. And I'm also not saying this is the most heinous thing you can do.
Well, no, it also carries a different weight, too. Let's be honest. He is the face of the organization. Ultimately, it comes down to the owner. Now, face is strong in that you always assume it's a quarterback, right? Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the buck stops with the owner of these teams. And he is married, and he has kids.
That's who I feel for the family.
So that is when you use that word, sure. Does that hit the same for a single athlete on the team? Maybe not as hard. For the owner, where you have to be squeaky clean. And I'm not saying that all these guys, shouldn't be squeaky clean. Ultimately, you would like for that to happen. This is life. Things, it's not a good look regardless if you're a player or an owner. But specifically the owner in this case, when you are attributed and attached to a $1 billion organization, multiple billions of dollars you are in charge of.
If this was Apple.
It's not a good look.
If this was Apple.
Yes.
And back in the day, Tim Cook.
You brought up the guy from the Coldplay concert got fired.
Well, I think about how corporations react.
And that was just cheating.
He's going to have to take a back seat. At minimum.
Yes.
And
some people are going to say sell the team.
Is
that too strong?
He doesn't own the team. The family owns the team. And I'm going to be honest with you, I do think that's too strong.
Okay.
Now, would he be down the line because of this and other things, maybe be put in a position that possibly, but I'm not going to tell someone to sell something that there's their families. I don't think this is, I don't know. This is America, and if someone owns something, I don't think you just rip it away from them because they did something wrong. I think you need to know more about the information and more about the situation, excuse me. We need more information. Everybody's quick to just hang everyone in the court of public opinion. We've got to take a deep breath.
Well, and also
that's all. I'm not trying to cape up for him, Joe.
I know you're not.
I'm not the biggest Jed fan on personal, but I'm being real here. I'm just thinking about like his family and his kids and his wife and maybe his sisters or whomever. Like, I think everybody needs to take a deep breath.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple calls in on this. 49ers owner Jed York arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. And we're reacting to it. Just first and foremost, you just hear 49ers owner Jed York arrested and your mind goes 1,000 different places. Mario's from Napa, wants to discuss it. What's up, Mario? It's me.
Hello, am I on? Oh,
yes, sir.
Yeah. How you doing?
Hey, man, I just got to work. I put on the YouTube, right? And next thing you know, I hear this happening. Dude, oh, my God, this is crazy. Man, I just bought my kid a McCaffrey jersey yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting ready for the season, and then this thing pops up. It's not a good look, man. No. It's not a good look at all. This is the last thing I expect. You know, like, besides players trying to get injured, you know, it's a black eye for sure. And I don't know how they're going to react. I don't know how the fans going to react. But the way I'm reacting right now, I'm just shocked. I'm surprised. Like, I'm looking at getting tickets. Now I'm like, players mess up, but at the same time, like, I hear you, Shasky, you're worried about his family, but he should have thought about his family when he was doing that. I know it's alleged. I know the things got dropped, but at the same time, it's what the people hear. And what we're hearing is that P word coming out.
I know.
Oh, man, it just sucks, man. I'm a 49er fan. I've been a 49er fan my whole life. My kid's a 49er fan. It's just, oh, man, it's tough to hear right now. And I just got to work. I just put on the YouTube, and you guys are talking about this. It's crazy.
It's definitely what you don't want to hear on a Monday morning, Mario.
Getting ready for the season?
Getting ready for the season. You were like, Mario was a Niner fan, hoping to all right, cool. All right, Shasky's back. All right, what are we going to talk about? Oh, Kittle. He's active from the PUP list. All right, great. Hey, CMC's back at practice. Hey, we got some positivity heading in. We really like Kaylan Black. Oh, Stribling's got this injury, but you know what? He's flashed a lot. Positivity.
Yeah.
There's a lot of positivity around the Niners. And there still should be with the team, but this is going to be lingering right now.
He brought up, you should have thought of that before. Look, his dynamic within his family is private. It's up to him.
I can't even begin to go into his.
I'm just talking about the discourse. So, Benny's how old?
Benny is going to be 7 in September.
All right. Does Benny use the iPad?
Yes.
Yeah. My kid's 2.5 and uses the iPad. Yeah. They get information at a rapid pace that we couldn't even fathom growing up.
Can I give an example of that disturbed the hell out of me? Now, he doesn't have the iPad when he's at dad's.
Yeah.
Dad, we don't do that. And I'm not shaming any parent that does, like, kids have iPads, kids have tablets, they're going to have smartphones. Technology is with us. Yeah. They're going to have to use this stuff eventually. All right. The time and place, how much they consume, leave that for yourselves. We were driving to the beach yesterday. Beautiful day, Alameda. East Bay was gorgeous. It was like 75, like a slight breeze. It was gorgeous. We were driving, and we were talking about like movie theaters, to go to the movies. And I was like, yeah, when I was a kid, God, I loved cookie dough bites. Like, I was like, love those. And then we brought up, I was like, you know what? I also like Milk Duds. And you know what Benny said to me? He's like, you know who hates Milk Duds, Dad? Mr. Beast. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, Mr. Beast talks about him not liking Milk Duds. It's like, oh my God. Mr. Beast, obviously, one of the most famous YouTubers out there. Billionaire, billion of views, all this. I was just like, I just took a moment. I was like, Jesus. That's all I said to myself. It's like, he's so consumed. He knows the eating habits of these streamers.
So imagine if, something happened to you or somebody at the station.
Yeah.
And Benny was going to school.
Yeah.
He'd hear about it.
Yeah.
And so, that doesn't mean that you guys don't have your own personal, private relationship, right? Obviously, you're going to have a crazy intimate one, but I don't know. I feel for the family, because this now they're going to get drug into this, and I know, his actions drug them into this, and I get that. That's just unfortunate for them, and I think it really sucks. And I don't know, man. The one thing I don't think we should be doing, and I would tell this to everyone, and again, I've had my issues with Jed and the family. Let's stop doing whataboutisms.
Oh.
Well, this owner did this, and that owner did this, and this player did that, and this. It's a bad look at minimum. I think we can all agree on that, and it's not great. Just the whole situation is not great. It sucks.
I'm not going to say whataboutism in regards to, you brought up Robert Kraft. You talked about Robert Kraft, obviously, and what took place there. That went to trial. There was a lot of like legality there when it came to the video evidence.
A lot of information.
Exactly. So ultimately, this doesn't even seem like on that level. These are misdemeanors. This isn't something that I don't know that's going to get to that sort of level of it did with Robert Kraft. It's the only thing that fans can have something as a reference point. So I understand why your mind goes there, but it could not be further. There was a video of that.
I know.
A video. Now this mugshot, Joe, is not a good look. I just keep seeing the mugshot from Jed in the orange jumpsuit, mind you.
It's a terrible.
Yikes.
That photo is going to live on for a long time.
Oh, it'll be on a poster this season at Levi Stadium. Best believe it. Might be one at the Raider game this week.
I mean, you step back. The NFL has had the most insane offseason. The Vrabel-Rossini thing.
Oh, my God.
Which is not criminal in any sense.
Again, going back to that franchise,
more immoral, I guess, for some individuals.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's no criminal. No.
No, but, think about that. Then you had the Shanahan accident and that whole timeline.
Yeah.
And then now you have this.
It's not a good look. But speaking of a guy that was texting you and is our friend of 95.7 The Game in this program.
It's bad luck.
And the guy we saw and hung out with at Media Row in Super Bowl week at a Moscone Center, Sal Castaneda, KTVU, Fox 2 in the Bay Area, anchor reporter over there. Sal, good morning, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Can you shed any light on, to Niner fans that are just waking up and getting in their car about their owner, Jed York, getting arrested over the weekend in Ohio?
Yeah, fellas, he was arrested over the weekend in Ohio, in East Palestine, Ohio. He lives, of course, in Ohio. And he this morning went to court and pled no contest, which essentially is the same legally as, guilty, not contesting the charges of the initial charge was prostitution and possession of criminal tools. Well, that just means that the criminal tool in this case is probably his phone, which was given back to him. And when we found out about it here in the newsroom, the human trafficking division in that county had his phone. So that's the first sign before we even saw the police report. Of course, now the police report is out, so we know what happened. But before the police report, before we could get our hands on it, it had something to do with human trafficking and possession of criminal tools. And, looking at this kind of stuff all the time, that usually means the person used their cell phone to arrange whatever was arranged. So he got his cell phone back. He paid about $1,300 in fines. He was in court this morning. It's Eastern time over there. So he was in court probably around 5 o'clock our time and just disposed of the matter. He had to serve 1 day in jail, which he got credit for time served. So can you imagine being in the jail cell and seeing Jed York there? His name is actually John York. They call him Jed to distinguish from his father. But, these are the charges. Of course, he pled no contest, so he wanted to dispose of it, this issue, right? So his lawyer didn't contest it or whatever. So that it is what it is. And, when we heard it come down, we, got to work and got the court documents. And, it's a pretty simple prostitution charge.
Wow. Sal Castaneda, KTVU's own Reardon High School alum, my boy. Sal, you were texting me on the side. I hear the word, or I guess the combination of words, human trafficking, and that seemed, whoa, you take a step back. What does that mean? I don't know the law that well, and I don't understand when you see a human trafficking, is that standard when it comes to prostitution arrests?
Yeah, that's just the way they categorize it. They have, anything that has to do with people, right? The prostitution falls into that. So, a lot of people, they hear human trafficking, and it's like, whoa, is he selling slaves? That's not necessarily the case. It's just that division, it's kind of like if you've ever watched Law and Order, they have the sex division, right? And different places call it different things. in that particular county in Ohio, the human trafficking team handles all that kind of stuff. It could be, I'm sure they handle human trafficking, the kind of stuff that you think about, but they also handle anything that has to do with, it handles anything that has to do with prostitution or those kind of crimes. Like it's almost like a different name for a sex crimes unit.
Interesting. Okay. You said all at the beginning that he lives in Ohio. I thought, he might have dual, he probably has multiple homes or whatever. He doesn't live locally. He lives in Ohio full time.
Well, his address on the police report is Ohio.
Gotcha.
So, that's the address he gave.
Gotcha.
I know that the young, I think that the family is from Ohio. The address on the police report is there. So perhaps he was there over the weekend, or, that's the address he gave that's the address that's on the police report.
All right. So, Sal, you have been doing mornings for almost 30 years, correct? For KTVU as a journalist?
Yes.
When you see something like this flash across the news desk, we get a lot of texts from people, oh, this isn't a big deal. Some people, this is a big deal. From your vantage point, what kind of deal is this?
If Jed York wasn't Jed York, it wouldn't be a big deal because this happens all the time. But because he is Jed York and he's the billionaire owner of the football team that is in this area, or, the NFL, it is a big deal. You remember that Robert Kraft had some issues in the past, right? And that was kind of a big deal. Whenever owners get involved with something, anything like that, it is a big deal. So I think it is a big deal just because he is Jed York. If it would have been, just another person, obviously it wouldn't be in the news. A lot of people are arrested for this all the time, even here in the Bay Area, and it never makes the news. So the only thing that makes it big is that it's Jed York and he's such a public figure.
What more information are we waiting to come out on this one? Or obviously we're hypothesizing on this, but what else are we waiting for? Or is this this is all we're going to get?
I think this is all we're going to get because he pled no contest. So there's not going to be a hearing. There's not going to be a trial. It's been disposed of, right? So there's not going to be, and I'm pretty sure his legal team said, look, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to contest this. We're just going to do this. The police report is on there, and everything that is on the police report has already been reported. So I don't think anything else is going to come out unless, of course, the officers involved in the arrest or something, if that comes to light, if there's a more detailed arrest report maybe comes to light, who was the person, where did this happen? This could all come out because there's a lot of interest. Someone knows this, someone may spill it, but legally, I think we're done, right? So the police report is out. If some of the other details come out, they'll come out maybe unofficially or they'll be leaked.
Sal, great stuff. We really appreciate
you, Sal.
Really appreciate you joining us on short notice too, in regards to all of this and breaking it down in a great way. Thanks, man. We'll do it again soon.
Thank you, Sal.
All right, guys. Take care.
There we go. Sal Castaneda, anchor reporter, KTVU, Fox 2, Reardon alum, Berkeley graduate, and our friend here at 95.7 The Game. Once upon a time, the Sal and Steiny podcast. Remember that one?
Yep. His family lives down the street from my mom.
Nice.
So
there you go. Go way back.
Excelsior native. And man, this is, I'm not here to say this is the biggest deal of all time. I'm also not here to say that this is nothing. I know that this is on the scale of things is relatively low, but he's a high profile individual.
Exactly,
and so it's going to carry a lot of weight.
Exactly. That's exactly what Sal said. And we've been talking about. It's like, hey, yeah, if this was, Joe Blow down the street, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But this is Jed York, owner of the San Francisco 49ers, one of the premier franchises in sports in North America. It's a big deal.
I know.
It is. And especially they're the big kahuna here in the Bay Area. It's football, man. It's the 49ers. The season is already underway in the preseason, and the regular season is going to be kicking off in Australia. And this is the league's way of trying to grow internationally. Well, probably not great to grow the game internationally when one of the teams participating has their owner on prostitution charges, Joe. It's not great. It's not a great look.
It's no. And
so stay away is what I'm saying, Jed, right now. I think if he's listening to 95.7 The Game and he's heading back from Ohio or he's in the Bay Area, Jed, if you're listening, don't talk. Stay away from the limelight for quite some time. That's it. That's my PSA.
He'll definitely have to, take a step back I think
counseling. Does he need some counseling? You think?
It's not my place to say.
Yeah?
But I would say that regarding like you'll sell the team and they're gonna have to sell the team. And
I don't know about that.
I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves. I don't think it's anywhere close to that. I think everyone needs to take a deep breath, relax a little on this one. I think there's, we're caught up in the moment. The memes, meaning online,
those will live
social
forever.
media,
those will live forever. Oh yeah.
He might not ever shake that.
No. By the way, football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, Matt from Oakland, David from San Jose, Will from Berkeley, all of you on the other side, 888-957-9570. The latest breaking news, if you're just waking up this morning and joining us, San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. We'll talk about it all on 95.7 The Game, sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef, 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-856-4300. That's 800-856-4300. 800-856-4300.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family,
Danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Control is everything to me. Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Rise and sip, Bay Area. Yeah, you heard me. What's better than 1 cup of Joe? 2 cups of Joe. Your boy Zucci's man is with Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni. Let's get it, boys.
God, the internet is ruthless. They are. They smell blood in the water. They are sharks out there. Woo. It's not a good look. It's not great news if you're waking up, 49er fans. San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in Ohio over the weekend. The initial charge was on suspicion of prostitution that got pled down to a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. We just had Sal Castaneda, KTVU, Fox 2, which is the sister station for where this story, I think, came out initially, the Fox local station over in Ohio that had this. And Sal was really great, broke it all down, all the legality, everything. If you missed any of it, find it via the Odyssey app where we are streaming or on YouTube where we are also streaming. And if you want to join the conversation, the phone lines are open. It's a tricky subject to talk about, but if you're a fan waking up this morning, you're feeling some type of way. Mario and Napa called in earlier, and it's leaving him with a bad taste in his mouth right now in regards to all of this as a Niner fan. And I get that. Like, I don't know if I'm going to go as extreme as Mario's like, man, I want to buy tickets, but now I'm not so sure. I was like, you'll buy tickets. Once week 1 rolls along, you'll be all in a Niner mode. You'll be focused on the team. It's preseason right now. This is obviously a big story. It's a huge story. And I do wonder, and Florio brought this up, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, how much of a topic is it going to be nationally in like ESPN? Because ESPN now, they have the league as a buyer. 10% of ESPN is now owned by the league, the NFL. Is the NFL going to allow this to be talked about on ESPN or any of the other affiliates. Obviously, NFL Network is a part of it too. I wonder. That's just a little tidbit just to keep track of. But
there's a lot of things I wonder about.
What do you wonder?
I don't want to say some of them out loud.
Okay.
No.
No, you don't want to get in trouble. Yeah.
Well, and also, it's not getting in trouble. It's just thinking things and then saying them. I need to have more of a filter just in general. And I think this is one of those situations where, you ever heard the parable about the old bull and the young bull?
I think you've brought this one up.
I'd like to just be the old bull and go a little slower on this one.
Okay.
And just take my time and allow more things to come out and for things to play itself out.
Tortoise in the hair.
Yeah, just before we overthink it and just go too quickly.
Okay, fair enough. I like how you brought up we're bringing up the animal analogies as you went to the Oakland Zoo over the weekend.
And it's always funny, like, people are like, you guys are in bed with the Niners.
No, we're not.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. Like, what was the last time we had a Niner on?
Oh, God. I don't know. This show? I mean, currently playing? It might have been Nick Bosa a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
Seriously.
It's probably 2 years. 3 years
I was filling in for you.
We had George Kittle that one time with Baldy.
That was 2 years ago.
Oh, okay, that one 2 years.
That was after Bosa, I guess.
Oh, that was after Bosa. There you go.
But I guess the point that I'm going is,
but to your point,
you can't restrict zero.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't go any lower than zero. So I don't know. I just, whatever. Like, I just tell you how I feel. And I know this, like, and I'm a big believer in this in life, just in general. You don't kick people when they're all the way down at their lowest. And when Jed's on riding high on his way to the Super Bowl, I was the first one like, dude, do not talk right now. Don't talk. Do not say anything. And he talked, and I was like, oh, God. And I'll crush the guy when need be. On this one, like, everybody else can do the crushing.
Am I viewing Jed in a different light than I did 24 hours ago? I don't. This really, not for me.
A little.
I mean,
I'm no Joe, I'm going to be real. Yes, a little. Joe, if I heard
as an owner for my league, if I'm Roger Goodell,
we don't know anyone personally. Yeah. If I heard this about one of my homies, I'd be like, oh, God.
But he's not my homie, is what I'm saying. He's an owner of a team.
No, I know.
So, like, my perception of him, like, as a person, is like, I didn't know who you were even before that. So, like, I don't know. But I just think of it as a sports fan. If my owner did that, the only thing I don't like is what? It's a distraction. That's the only thing you hate about this entire thing. It's another distraction that you don't want because you want no distractions so your team can win the ultimate prize. That's what you want.
No, I understand that, but I'm just... Let's remove owner. If, like, when Brandon Ayuk was doing things on Instagram, he went from being viewed one way
to viewed differently.
I
think he's already chimed in on his social about this too.
Perspective of individuals can change dramatically based off things that happen, and so things have now happened, and it's up to each individual to make their own assessment. I was out on Jed before this. I'm just not like I'm in on him now, but like. Yeah. I mean, this is one of, a variety of things that has happened that I'm just shaking my head. Shaking my head.
David from San Jose wants to join the conversation. Thank you for your patience, David. You're on the roast.
How's it going, fellas? Good morning. Just want to say, man, when it rains, it pours sometimes, and every season ends. Sometimes that rain's going to go away. It's going to be raining for a little while. No, I just want to say I'm kind of a little bit of a transplant like my boy Spadoni. I'm a Raiders guy at heart, but the last few years, obviously, I listen to you guys every morning. This is my program, so I'm locked in with the Niners.
Thank you.
My girl's family, they're diehards, they're season ticket holders, and so it would have been easy for me to come on and just the Raider and me come and talk my talk, but as a human. And as a person who, lets them remove the ownership out of things, the first thing I would tell them is, you dirty dog, But it's everybody's in their own walk, in their own life. You don't know what he's got going on. There's probably players in the league who do this, assistant coaches. The problem is he got caught and he's in the spotlight. Don't worry, this too shall pass. You'll be all right. But, luckily for the 49ers, he's not going to be one playing on the field.
No.
And I'm worried about those guys on the field.
I agree with that.
And let's let's hope they stay locked in, and I hope the Raiders whoop them this weekend and during the season. But I'll stay locked in with you guys, and I'll be quietly supporting from the dark corner in the room.
You referenced coaches.
What a week to be playing in Vegas too.
You referenced coaches, and the Niners had an assistant coach who was running the team who, we watched on video. This isn't alleged.
No, it's out there.
He was snorting cocaine.
A white substance.
Okay, snorting a white substance. You're right. You're right. I apologize.
May or may not.
A white substance.
May or may not be Penn State powder.
In the facility.
Yeah.
While sending videos to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who was not his wife.
No. And look at that. He ended up being interim coach. What? Yeah, like the absurdity of what you just said is true.
I know.
It's true. Like, it's the owner. So there's a different level of expectations. There is. But you said it best, I think, earlier in last segment. In today's society, when I see the amount of politicians and
we don't know anybody,
see what they're doing.
Yeah, we don't know anybody.
And I see what what they are charged with constantly. And I see this, and and unfortunately, I've become so numb to it. Like, that's the part of it, too. Like,
sure.
It's become so common with all this stuff coming out on my phone. There's a different charge for a different politician on a daily basis that I'm seeing. I saw it with Robert Kraft a couple of years ago. Different owners everywhere have, skeletons in their closet. And this isn't the level of, charges or anything, but, the feds are on Mark Walter right now. They're on Ishbia probably over in Phoenix. It's bad. It's not a good look. It's a bad look. I'm not here to defend it at all. 2 misdemeanor charges. Do I think he's going to have to sell the team? Do I think he's going to have to step down? I think that's a reactionary take. A couple hours that we've known this and this has been leaked. I don't think that's the case.
But things do come out, and it's tough to look at someone the same.
Sure.
As you saw them before. I mean, remember when Urban Meyer and the girl in the bar?
Oh, my God.
Has he ever been the same since?
No. Oh, and that was after, that was after too.
He kicked the punter or whatever?
No, it was after where he didn't ride with the team back from a flight overseas in London after they got their asses kicked. Yeah. He flew by himself, and then he was at a bar hanging out, and some, young woman and he's married, by the way, during this time, was grinding him. Well, it's what the hell is happening?
It's funny how some things stick and some things don't. I'm not trying to make
But again, you just said that was on video, so there's a different level to that.
Well, I mean, I always laugh, the Gavin Newsom people out there. He took an 18-year-old girl to the city ball. They have this city ball, and got her loaded, and it was all over the front page of the Chronicle, and everyone was like, eh.
Is that alleged loaded? Allegedly?
No, she was drinking in front of everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a no. This is on the cover of the newspaper.
What's your future president? You better.
But that's where I'm going. Some people, it's like Teflon. They just,
I just said, well, that's what we were just saying. So, the politicians,
I know.
I mean,
and he's not the only one.
They're supposed to be the public office and all this.
There's a million of them.
There's all these people. Exactly.
All of them.
Bobby from Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, you're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. When I got up, I was like, should I listen to NPR, you guys? So I'm happy.
NPR might be talking about this. We'll see.
No, I'm sure. Look, the brother's cooked, and I don't mean legally cooked. Money and power is going to get you your best legal outcome. He's the owner. He doesn't work for somebody. There'll be zero business consequences to this. The reason he's cooked is because of our society, right? It's basically Schadenfreude, right? Everyone wants to see powerful people and rich people that were born on third base or born, 1 feet from home plate, right? Publicly embarrassed. That's why the brother's cooked. I mean, I would love it. It won't happen, obviously. I'd love to see Goodell say, yeah, we're putting Jed York on the commissioner's exempt list, but obviously that's so stupid. But look, social media, this world, they're going to get every drop of detail out of this. So maybe there's no more legal documentation, but trust me, within 2 weeks, we're going to have an interview with the said, lady of the night or whoever it was. So I am trusting in our society and our love for seeing powerful people go down, that we're going to get every bit of detail out of this. Unfortunate for Jed and for his family. Also, I came in with no context, but you guys kept saying P word for a while.
Oh.
I don't think you should use that. That seems really weird to me. With no context, I was very confused.
Prostitution, that's the word, by the way, if those of you driving around.
There's a lot of kids driving to school this morning, so.
Thanks, Bobby. No. I appreciate the call. And we only said that a couple times. I think the other caller called in too, but we only said that because we didn't know if that was the initial charge. And now we know for sure it is the initial charge, and it got pled down to a different charge, which is now called disorderly conduct and not suspicion of prostitution.
My phone is like buzzing from people in law enforcement this morning. I mean, this was open and shut.
Yeah, no, it was because as Sal told us, like he didn't say not guilty. He didn't plead not guilty, and he didn't want this. He wanted this to be done. And
when they do these things,
yeah,
they got you.
They got you. Is this what this was? You think it was a sting?
I mean, who knows?
He tried to say the word Schadenfreude. I think he said Scheiden. It's Schadenfreude. It's the feeling of joy or satisfaction when you get when bad things happen to other people. So I think that's where a lot of Niner fans are at that don't like Jed York. They're the ones making all these memes and making fun of them. Yeah,
I get it.
It comes from the old saying, "Misery loves company." That's what that is.
I guess, like, we always say, like, we should never be surprised. Yeah, we always are.
I did not have this again on my bingo card, as Guru likes to say. Nor did I. I had no preconceived notions heading in Monday morning. A majority of our show would be talking about Jed York getting arrested initially on suspicion of prostitution in Ohio. I thought he lived here, by the way. Maybe he was visiting. Well, I know, like, his family comes from there. I don't.
He's probably got more than one house.
No,
that
billionaire.
They probably
had
to give like a local address.
Yeah. Yikes. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here on the roast, and the phone lines are open. Again, if you're just joining us, San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York was arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. Any and all new information that comes out, we will get to you. But it does seem like a pretty open and shut case from all things that we've learned so far.
And, the phrase criminal tools from the beginning.
Yeah, that's the one that my mind went
I had never heard that. And like I remember I said to Sam at the very beginning, I go, is that the phone used to solicit said individual?
You did say that, and I think you are correct. My mind went to like the game of Clue, the board game. Or was it like a nightstick? Was it a rope?
In the house with a phone?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay, let's not make too much of this.
No, we're not.
Okay?
Well, hold on. Joe, he didn't.
I know there's going to be enough time to laugh. This morning might not be the time.
My mind, when you hear the term criminal tool.
Sure, it sounds way more nefarious.
I went to the game of Clue. Yeah. Like literally. I think that's where people's minds go. Not to a cell phone, but if that cell phone was used to, as we just said, hit up a prostitute, then it could be used as that, because that was a suspicion of prostitution, and then that got pled down, disorderly conduct, and posted $5,000 bail over the weekend. So, yeah.
Have good representation.
Always.
I mean,
and, I think that these owners probably have some of the best, you would think, right? And I'm sure he has someone in Ohio. His family's from there. Uncle Eddie lives there. So, there you go.
I think Eddie lives in Florida now.
Oh, he moved?
Yeah, I think I could be wrong. All right. I think he lives in Florida. But criminal tools is a very loaded word.
Right? Like
you could go a lot of different ways.
Different ways. But I know that they have to be vague for a reason when they do all these things.
But the problem is like, for 1 second, iPads, phones, they're not like, all they do is dial up. Your phone does a gazillion things now.
Sure.
So it actually is it's
a tool. It's a tool. Yeah.
I mean, tool is almost underrated. I mean, everything's in there.
Yeah.
Like you basically you
could pick and choose what you want to put in there. That's why I say it's a tool.
If you were scamming someone, right? If you were scamming someone, I guarantee if you use your phone, you could do everything that you need to do to scam someone, and that could be considered the criminal tool in that particular.
And I'm sure it has been. By the way, want to let people know, you have a chance to go have a round of golf with friends at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, and help support local families through the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Learn more at pettinellifp.com. It's a really great cause. I'm going to be doing it again this year. Again, Friday, September 11th. There's still spots available. again, for the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, pettinellifp.com. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Jamie from San Pablo, or is it Jaime? Jamie, Jaime, floor is yours.
It's Jaime.
Okay,
good morning,
good.
guys.
Good morning. How are you, Jaime?
I'm all right. But, yeah, it sucks to hear what happened to Jed. I mean, it sucks, the family, everything. But, I mean, we're in a unique place. We're in the Bay Area. I know it happened to Robert Kraft, and it happened, but this is the Bay Area. We're in a unique place in the United States where activists and all kinds of, ICE, everything that's been happening around the world lately, and we're in a place where this isn't going to go lightly. It's not going to go lightly. Stuff with the team, yeah, it might be something, far, from what we're talking about, but it is going to be pushed. Trust me. I already, like the last caller said, I feel like it's going to be something that people are going to push, and you're going to don't be surprised if at Niner games, home games, you're going to have people out there protesting, activists and making, this not go away for a long time. That's what I think.
Possibly. People protest a lot of weird things, but I always laugh at not laugh, but these protests, like the San Francisco Standard, and I'm going to pick on them. They had these people out in front of AT&T Park, Oracle Park, protesting the Crocker Park renovation. It was like two wackadoodles, okay? And they're like, look at all these protesters. I'm like, you mean those two losers with signs that no one was listening to and everyone was walking? You ever walked by and like some of these protesters? Not all of them. I'm just saying some of them in front of stadiums. No one's paying attention to them. They're just walking by and they just go. Yeah. But there always is a protester or two. Remember when Michael Vick came back?
Oh, yeah.
All the people out in front of the link.
Oh, yeah.
You think anyone in the link cared what was happening when he hit that 70-yard bomb?
No, again, winning cures all.
Yeah.
So the best thing that could happen for Jed York now that we're learning and talking about this is what? Niners start out 8-0, baby. There you go. No, I'm not actually being serious when I say that.
I think out of sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind. Stay out of there. And if the team wins, then it's just part of society. It'll get swept under the rug. It just will. We've talked about these stories ad nauseum. You know why no one in New England brings up Robert Kraft anymore? Because they just went to the freaking Super Bowl. And then what happened after that, Mike Vrabel also took him off the hook because of his whole thing with Diana Rossini.
That's the same organization.
That's the same organization. And again,
this is crazy.
Well, but this is the thing.
Crazy.
This is the thing with Mike Vrabel, because he is a part of the everyday and he is in the public light and he does have to speak to the media. You better win. You better win early. This season in particular for Mike Vrabel, because if you're not, then it's going to get bad.
How do you go back into the office this week? You just walk on in like everything. You got to take a leave of absence, right?
I would assume so. I mean, the team is in Vegas this week.
I probably wouldn't go with them to Vegas. I think I would probably.
Is that not the spot to be at if you're the owner, given these charges? Probably.
I would see how many vacation days I have accrued, and I'd probably cash out on that.
Hey, Fernando Mendoza said it best. Hey, he doesn't go near the Strip. It's like a haunted house for him on Halloween. Don't go there. Benzo from Napa. What's up, Benzo? You're on the roast.
What's happening, guys? Can you hear me all right?
I can. What you got?
What's up?
All right, yeah. So I'm just kind of coming from a different perspective here. I'd like to get back to sports because, I don't know what our fascination is with just this kind of stuff in this country. I know it's a big deal. I know it's a high-profile guy. I know it potentially means something for the team, but we've got fantasy coming up. We've got everybody who's a sports fan really wondering about the Niners, and there's a lot of things going on. And I'm just coming to say hey, look, let's let this guy do his thing. Unless we're going to sit here and talk about, prosecuting people like the president as a pedophile, let's get off this crap. Let's get back to sports. That's all I got to say.
Benzo, it's been 2 hours since it's been released.
If you were talking about this for 6 weeks, afterwards, I would totally agree with him.
Is he serious? He's like, all right, I've had enough of this. The biggest sports story in the Bay. I'm done. Let's talk about fantasy football.
I don't even know if it's been 2 hours.
That's what I'm saying. You hit the breaking news at 7:45. What? That's the fastest someone's been tired of a subject in 95.7 The Game history. And guess what, Benzo? Probably shouldn't tune into any other local stations in this one the rest of the day because everyone's going to be talking about it. It's the biggest story. It is. Sorry. When the owner of the San Francisco 49ers gets arrested, we're going to talk about it.
Let him do his thing. It's the most incredible line. I don't even know. I hate laughing, but I mean, what else am I supposed to do?
Sam was in my ear. He said,
fantasy football.
He said, let Jed cook. Is that what he was saying?
Stop. Don't do that this morning. Don't do that this morning.
You're going to get us all in
There's a reason
trouble.
I said in your ear and not on the air. But.
No. But that's what he was basically saying. That's basically what he was saying. Okay. All right. One more segment. We're going to hand it off to Steiny and Goo on the other side. But in the meantime, the phone lines are open. Text lines open. 49ers owner Jed York arrested over the weekend. The initial charge was on suspicion of prostitution. That got pled down.
ESPN just dropped it.
And we're going to tease it on the other side. ESPN's all over it. Sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
If your night out includes a drink, make sure your plan includes a sober ride home. Choose a designated sober driver, rideshare, or public transit before you go. End your night right. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Toyota's national sales event is on now.
Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
At Allstate, we know the place you call home is important to you, so it's important to us. That's why we've spent nearly 70 years protecting homes and the memories you make. Like big birthday celebrations for littles and Tuesday dance parties. We know home is where you make memories. Protect yours for as low as $87 a month. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state based on average monthly premiums or offered. Actual premiums vary. Terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Valhalla, we can't hear you.
They'll be in Minnesota, not Valhalla, tonight, taking on the Lynx. Tip-off 5 o'clock local time here on the West Coast. And find it right here on 95.7 The Game via the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. Brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. I blame myself. Wait, what's going on? You okay? Is there something wrong with your headphones? You have no snare in your headphones, Eminem?
I'm hearing music in my headphones.
Yeah, that's music still. Do you not want to hear that anymore?
We'll play rejoin music when we.
Do you want me to
rejoin
fade
from
that
break.
out?
No, but it went down, then went back up.
That might have just been the bed. I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. My
Or it
bad.
could be your headphone jack. Sometimes that happens. It could be,
Or maybe just losing your ability to hear.
That's definitely a fact. Like if you do this job enough, like we've done it, you don't hear as well.
What?
Exactly. Or selective hearing. I blame myself for all this news coming out, this bad stuff, because I said at 7:20 on the rejoin, thank God we're not the Cleveland Browns and we have good ownership and we have a good owner. And you know what? We got a good quarterback in Brock Purdy, and we don't have the Deshaun Watson stuff. We have none of that. No scandals for us. Man, we got the info from Sam hitting the breaking news sounder. San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York arrested over the weekend. Initial charge is suspicion of prostitution. And I was like, oh, man. Just hoping it's not a distraction for the team on the field. And I don't think it will be. Ultimately, this team, has gone through so many different stuff, and they've gone to 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks. I don't see this affecting the team on the field at all. Do you?
No, and what sucks for all the players is like
they'll have to.
Kyle Juszczyk, what do you think about the players aren't going to care one way or the other?
Is this one of those things, Sam, where the head PR person will tell the media before they're not, Shanahan and Lynch aren't going to answer any questions on the owner? Is that one of those? Is that how this goes down?
My guess is, it'd be one of those things going into it where they'll, do that.
I mean, who would they even if they were? I don't think they should. If I was them, I wouldn't. I would just let this all. I would just, you're not obligated to talk to anyone. I would literally just have him not, if this you're asking me, PR 101, everyone, we're not even going to address this.
No.
I'm not going to let Al Guido go out there and have to field questions on this. I'm not letting Lynch or Shanahan. I would say, have my PR director tell everyone right before any of the press conferences, guys, we are not addressing anything regarding ownership.
That's actually an interesting question I want to pose to the fan base. Should he address it to the public and to the media? Jed York. No, look, legitimately, if you're a fan of the team, would you want him to address this? 888-957-9570.
I'm sure there are people that are going to say yes to that, and I'm not saying that they're wrong. Really, this is me. I'm talking about Joe the man and Joe the fan simultaneously. Yeah. Really, the only people he has to talk to, his family. Like I'm being real here, and yes,
this is the double standard a little bit though. If it was a player, he'd be asked.
But he's
constantly.
Not a player.
He's not.
I agree, but he's not a player. And also, what kind of player is it? Right? That does matter.
No. In this case, it would be a star player because he's the owner. This is the Q rating of an owner, right? In this case, they would be asked constantly about.
No, I understand that, but the reality. I'm not saying this is right. I'm saying the reality is it really doesn't matter because he's the owner. I'm not saying that that's right, Joe, but I am saying that is part of the equation.
For sure.
Now, do people want to hear from him? Of course, there's going to be people that want to hear from him. But at the end of the day, this is a misdemeanor. It's already settled. They're going to move on unless the NFL is going to come in and punish him, which I highly doubt. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. He technically doesn't have to answer to anyone. The coach has to do media obligations. The GM has to do media obligations. The players have to do media obligations. So, and again, we could argue about whether that's even right or not. I personally believe ownership in every sport should have to sit in front of the dais before the season and then at the end of the year. But that's not a requirement.
I don't hate that.
That's what I think we should do in every sport.
Well, that's why I always appreciate, the likes of Joe Lacob when he does do interviews and he does and you could say they're cotton candy questions here and then it's set up for that. I was like, yeah, but I appreciate him actually speaking. I do.
I think the only time that they may be obligated, and I could be wrong here, would be the owners' meetings where they have to have a scrum with the local press.
Yes.
But even then, I'm not sure that that's 100% NFL mandated. I'm not sure about that.
Well,
and he's also not the owner. He's whatever the name is, his president.
Yeah.
Technically, his parents own the team.
Yes.
And other people, there's a board, and he's on that board somewhere, but he's not the sole owner.
888-957-9570. Let's go back out to the phone lines. People want to talk about Jed York, and we'll do it with our guy, Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning.
What's up, BA?
Hey, guys. I don't think...
Brian, hold on. Brian, hold on. Brian, hold on. You have a clicking sound on your connection. We're going to try to get you back. But there was a weird clicking, and I didn't want it to. I do want to hear from you. So please call back. Yes.
I just keep coming back to, in the court of public opinion, it's a huge deal. On the internet, it's a huge deal. The day-to-day of the Niners, I'm not sure that it is this giant, big thing. Now, look, you want to play this, what if this happens, and then this happens, and then they get in a divorce, and blah, 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 blah. We could go down rabbit holes, and you could lead me to believe, okay, maybe down the line, possibly these things could happen. But I don't think, you think Kyle Shanahan, quite frankly, I'm being real here. You think Kyle Shanahan's can't prepare for Australia.
No.
Gotta think about this. No. And all that matters is Kyle Shanahan's ready to roll.
Exactly.
And the team is ready to roll. And Brock Purdy's ready. He's not dropping back dude, can you believe Like, then now Evans is open.
Exactly. Like they don't. That's what I'm saying. And honestly, the best thing that could happen for Jed is the Niners going on a huge run early on and being 7-1, 8-0, something like that.
Just not being anywhere near it.
Exactly. That's the best thing because out of sight, out of mind becomes real. And if the team's doing well, then it's going to be great. Now, if the team doesn't do well, then there'll be some conversations.
It would be interesting, though, with no Parag.
Yeah, he's gone. He's over in Leeds.
Jed.
Yeah.
How do they operate here without those two guys who have been so influential to everything that they've done over the years? I do think that's interesting.
Who comes back? Who's going to be the helm? Who do you want it to be, Joe? Huh? Denise?
Get out of here.
I was baiting you with that one.
I want to be real for a minute.
Okay, be real.
I have wanted new ownership for the Niners for a long time. I will acknowledge that they've been really good in terms of the on-field product, and it's been very entertaining over the years. I've never really been in on the Yorks or the DeBartolos. I'm talking about Denise DeBartolo. I've never been in on them. I've always been skeptical. I've always thought that they were, not fraudulent isn't the correct word, but I don't know. I just never liked them.
Okay.
That's just me. But I'm also then not going to take this day, this moment, this time, right now, and just kick this guy and bury him while he's down. That's also not fair. I don't think that that's fair at all.
If he does receive discipline from the NFL under the personal conduct policy, because they can also be...
Possibly.
No, but if that does happen, then I do think he needs to address it. I do think he needs to speak.
That's interesting. Yes. That's interesting. Look, they might just switch his title up, like in the movie Casino.
They might.
We're just going to keep switching up his title, and he doesn't have to acknowledge anything.
Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. He's back on. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
At first, I was just like, it's probably just Jed meeting with the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors, right? So, anyways, but it turns out it actually was a prostitution charge, but... by the way, that was a pretty funny joke, Shasky. I think it's pretty embarrassing, for the 49ers and for Jed and, somebody that's had, such a kind of holier than now idyllic image. It's pretty embarrassing. That's what I'd say.
I think you nailed it.
Do you want to hear from him, Brian? Should he have to address this?
It is embarrassing. There's no question.
I think he should. I think he should.
Really?
Come out and talk.
Okay. You think he will?
I mean, obviously he's not enjoying the life of a millionaire/billionaire living in Los Altos Hills. So that's not doing it for him. But it's not a good look seeing your owner in the orange fatigues in a prison photo for prostitution solicitation. It's pretty embarrassing. I've never been on the Yorks or DeBartolo either, but obviously this run with Jed is, a lot better than Dr. York.
Yes.
Much better than Dr. York. So anyways,
I'm with you there.
That's my 2 cents.
I'm with you. And BPA, I think what you said kind of hits home because it's like a lot of people are going to take this opportunity to crush him while he's down. And I get it and stomp him out and whatever. But you got to take a step back and you got to have a little bit of be an adult and be a little more reasonable and think this thing out. And while it's an absolute black eye, it's embarrassing, it's all those things. It's also not of the level to where they have to sell the team.
No.
And he's got to be suspended from team. There's immoral stuff involved here and ethics and things, but that doesn't make it criminally unacceptable.
No. Just like it's not criminal. Again, I'm not saying this is for the same thing, but it's a lot of people saying Mike Vrabel should have to step down and do all this stuff, and it's a bad look because of the whole Rossini gate, if you will. I was like, well, he didn't do anything. There's no criminal charges.
No, but I think what the similarities are this: when you're in a position of leadership, having good character does matter.
I think the term you use, black eye, is good because a black eye eventually does heal.
It does.
It takes a while. It's ugly.
Would you
Looks
agree?
Gross,
would
but
you
it
agree
heals.
when it comes to leadership? And I think this is why everybody's just so out. Forget which side you're on. I'm in the middle. I go back and forth on certain things, but whatever side you're on, we would agree. Most of these individuals, okay, the problem that I think most of us have is that hey, there's rules for you guys, but not for us. And we hate that. Yeah. Right? We want our leaders, whatever they are.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Exactly.
Yes.
We want our leaders to have good moral character.
Ideally,
exactly. It just doesn't play out that way.
Never does.
And when an individual doesn't display good moral character, your pastor being a cheater or something like that, or lying, like that's something that you can't look at that person the same.
Absolutely. Let's go to Steve from Santa Rosa. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. What's up, Steve? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's happening? First off, I want to state that I am a total supporter of Eddie D. I think he was the best owner the NFL ever saw. When he gave his speech at the Hall of Fame, that was like every manager should have listened to what he said on how he treats the people that work for him. So I just wanted to state that. This thing here, it's kind of a nothing burger to me, looking at our society overall, the way these things happen. And I don't remember who the guy was, but in this world of sports talk, I forget when it was. One of the guys got caught, some big name guy got caught with a professional lady. And this pro athlete called the show up and said, look, the only reason he got caught is because he tried to go on a cheap scale. He said, there's a network out there for the rich people that want these, paid women, and it's really high dollar because the women all sign these things saying they won't expose them, they won't get caught, So, I mean, look at our society. You got all this sex sells everywhere. OnlyFans. I don't know really a whole lot about it. I don't, but I've seen videos. He's got these videos online of these OnlyFans girls.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you for that one. Maybe he was referencing Robert Kraft, the New England Patriots owner, and he was charged with 2 counts of soliciting prostitution. He didn't plead no contest, though. He said, no, not guilty, and those charges were dropped. That's the difference. So, again, people want to keep comparing and contrasting the Robert Kraft thing. It's not a comparison because one of them fought those charges and won and didn't have to talk about it and was not disciplined. So, there you go. Jed, no contest, basically saying, hey, I'm not saying not guilty, but we'll do no contest. I'll pay it. Case closed, gone. But
he said no contest to something
correct
that wasn't the original.
Correct. Original charge.
Allegations.
The original. So exactly. And if you're just joining us and your head's all spinning.
That's it. We got to be clear with that.
Well, let's be clear because San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York was arrested over the weekend in Ohio and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. One of those charges was initially suspicion of prostitution that, to your point, got pled down during a plea deal with his lawyer. His lawyer is able to go in there, got a plea deal. That was pled down to disorderly conduct. And then the other charge was possessing criminal tools. And that is what he was found guilty of. No contest, paid the fines, did a night in jail, time served. And according to Sal Castaneda, who's been all over this, KTVU anchor, reporter, case is basically closed, done with, and that's it with the legality of it. So until anything else, and if anything else comes out, we'll relay it. But now it's just the aftermath, quite frankly, of how this all plays out with the league, personal conduct policy. Is he going to get fined? What happens there? I mean, it's unprecedented here in the Bay, right? Like when it comes to this charge, like I don't know, like misdemeanor charges for an owner. What one's you brought up Eddie DeBartolo? That was
a felony.
Yeah,
multiple. Yeah, well, he was accused.
That was
at
night
the time.
Night, see you later from the league.
Yes.
This is not going to be night, see you later from Roger Goodell and company. I think.
I'm going to be real with you. I do not think that they're going to have to, sell the team. I do believe he's going to have to take a big step back. I don't know for how long, but for quite a while.
He should, I think. I think that's the best thing for him right now, is just to be out of the public eye altogether. And quite frankly, that was even when things were going well and he didn't have anything attached. Hey, Jed, we don't need to hear from you. Well, that was even, right? That was...
If I was him, man, I would just hope that more stuff doesn't come out.
and I hope we don't have to talk about it at our Red and Gold Summit, which is back again for another year. Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Diz from 2 to 6, and all the hosts from 4 to 6 getting you ready for another football season. And we are excited to tell you that NFL Network analyst and our very own Brian Baldinger will be there as well. And honestly, from a player's perspective, we could ask Baldy this tomorrow because we will be talking to him in the 7 o'clock hour. Like, this isn't going to have any effect on the players at all in the team.
No. Yeah. What I do want to get for the morning roast, I want to get one of like my uncle or some of his friends, someone who's retired, who's not in the business, to be our legal expert on the 95.7 The Game morning show. Yeah, the morning roast.
Let's get that.
Yeah, because I was like, when we have these specific like questions about stuff, like what does it look like here? How does it there? Yeah. What is from the law enforcement angle? What's going on? Because like when I heard like criminal tool.
It's like, what? Yeah, what does that mean?
I mean, right? My mind went in a million different spots. But the first thing I did think of, and I said it, was the phone.
Sal Castaneda, who joined us earlier, who's all over this story, KTVU, Channel 2 here locally, anchor reporter, Bay Area guy on Jed York's charges and the information on the case.
Yeah, fellas, he was arrested over the weekend in Ohio, in East Palestine, Ohio. He lives, of course, in Ohio. And he this morning went to court and pled no contest, which essentially is the same legally as, guilty, not contesting the charges of the initial charge was prostitution and possession of criminal tools. Well, that just means that the criminal tool in this case is probably his phone, which was given back to him. And when we found out about it here in the newsroom, there was the human trafficking division in that county had his phone. So that's the first sign before we even saw the police report. Of course, now the police report is out, so we know what happened. But before the police report, before we could get our hands on it, it had something to do with human trafficking and possession of criminal tools. And, looking at this kind of stuff all the time, that usually means the person used their cell phone to arrange whatever was arranged. So he got his cell phone back. He paid about $1,300 in fines. He was in court this morning. It's Eastern time over there, so he was in court probably around 5 o'clock our time, and just disposed of the matter. He had to serve 1 day in jail. He pled no contest, so he wanted to dispose of it, this issue, right? So he's not, his lawyer didn't contest it or whatever. So, it's a pretty simple prostitution charge.
Sal Castaneda, all over it. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, you hear that? You think what? Next.
And I'm not trying to fault Sal, but simple prostitution case.
Well, in regards to like the legal term, it's just a simple. That's exactly what he meant by that. Not simple in that it's not nothing, but that's just the legal jargon.
Now they're saying, okay,
what do you see? What's next?
49er owner Jed York reportedly arrested at the Wheat Hill mobile home community.
Does that change things for you, or
it's
not a good look?
It's not elevating the situation.
Steeler Phil.
What's he doing in a mobile home community?
He's hanging out. Steeler Phil from Vacaville. What's up, Steeler?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I heard you guys chime in earlier talking about you don't think that because the league owns 10% of ESPN that they're really going to run with this thing. I think you're way off on that. I think they're going to go on ahead and try and hang this guy. Not just
really. Because hold on, hey, Steeler Phil. So far there's been an hour of Pat McAfee show. They haven't referenced it once. I didn't see one tweet from Ian Rappaport about it. NFL Network. This is a massive story, and the only thing that Schefter has tweeted was a little excerpt from Nick Wagner, who had it. He didn't have a breaking news thing. They don't treat this the same as they do with the players, is what I'm getting at, Steeler Phil. They want to be more protective of their owners.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be a short-lived scenario. I'm figuring they're going to go all in on this guy in the not-too-distant future.
Okay. I disagree. I think that the owners would love to sweep this under the rug as quickly as possible. And if there is a fine to be had, they'll make it known. It'll happen. If he addresses them, I'm sure they don't want him to address it at all. I'm sure they don't. I just wonder if 49er fans want Jed York to address this at some point. Obviously not now, but at some point in the future. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I told you, like, as more details emerge, it's just, that photo is just going to.
Oh, it's a meme already, Joe. No, it's that's what we're at in society. Everything is memeable, and that is it. When the president of the United States has a mugshot and that turns into a meme, yeah, everyone's going to be a meme. There you go. Brett.
The mobile home park.
Brett from, is this Walnut Creek? They're calling it the Nut these days. What's up, Brett?
Brett the Creek. That's right, babe.
What's up, Brett? What's up, buddy?
Would it make a difference if it was at the Four Seasons? I mean, I don't know. But, to me, with all that's going on in the world and the climate, it's like, am I really going to sit here and stress out about Jed York in Ohio? And, I mean, let me ask you this. Would it have been worse if he got caught with an 8-ball of cocaine? I mean, I don't know. I mean, would they really run with that? To me, I mean, we can go to Nevada and, prostitution's legal. I'm not saying it's right. But, I mean, to me, this is like the lower end of the totem pole. Not condoning it, but that's just the way I see it. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, that's Brett from Walnut Creek. It is different, though, when you hear certain terminology. To his point, and I don't agree with him if he was found with like cocaine or felon charges of a substance. That would be a huge deal.
I mean,
a massive deal. Are you kidding me?
The way we thought about Jim Irsay.
Yes, we thought he was Joe. We thought he was a joke. We thought it was an addict, all the memes, all of it. And that's what you don't want with anyone, is to have them be thought of as a joke. And when they're dealing with serious issues, clearly,
it's just, I just can't get over this. It's not that I know,
but it is a more catchy word. That's what Brett was saying. If the word is prostitution, automatically your eyes will whoa.
It's a very taboo word in general. But I guess, I mean, I don't know him. I don't know him at all. Walked by him a few times, but it's not in what I believed his character to be. And I think that's one of the more surprising, not that you know anyone, but that is surprising. It's jarring.
Well, I keep hearing a lot and people making fun of it. I think you brought it up. This is the same guy that said winning with class.
Well,
and it's taken a long time for him to live that. He might never live that down.
Well, that
ever.
one,
but that's what people winning with class.
I know.
And that's what people, and everyone's already saying, this is winning with class, huh, Jed? This is winning with class. So, yeah.
But what happens when these situations is people see where it happened, they see what was accused, what was pled to, not pled to, and then they start filling in the blanks themselves. And then they start coming up with wild scenarios.
Sure. And then when I bring up winning with class, that's obviously in reference to, when Jim Harbaugh left, there was a mutual parting of ways, gone from San Francisco, he ends up going to Michigan. But there's that famous presser of, winning with class is the reference that he used in regards to going to the future, ends up hiring Jim Tom Sula as his replacement. That lasted a year. Then he follows that up with Chip Kelly. That lasted a year. And then finally landing on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
I've had a lot of things happen in my life and with my family's life. And anytime, because when you're in the middle of it, right, you feel like the rock that got through into the lake and is going to the bottom of the lake. But what most people don't realize is that as that rock goes into the water, the waves hit everything else in that lake. And so I always think about all the family and it's just.
Yeah. Sometimes that's how you feel. Just, it is what it is. It's not good.
Well, and look, again, and this is just my personal belief. Whenever I get a phone call or a text message and it's like, hey, so-and-so got caught doing this. And then I start going, all right, what's going on in their life? Yeah. What's the backstory? What do I not know about? What do I know about? And, we all do this. Don't we do this with people we know?
Totally. No, well, and first and foremost, if you know this person, you want them to be okay. And you reach out to them and say, hey, or I usually am the guy that waits a couple days after everything, the dust settles, hey, you need to want to catch up, want to do that. That's, and I'm sure he has those people in his life, and I'm sure he
has the resources to be able to look. There's a lot of people that don't know, but Joe, there's a lot of people. I mean, my brother-in-law was homeless.
No, for sure.
Had not a dollar to his name. He was sticking people up at the BART station, And he had a family. The majority of people he lived with in these halfway homes literally had no family. So he was rich, even though he had nothing to his name.
Family.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
And so there's a lot of people that have nothing. He's got infrastructure in place to be able, you would hope to put himself in a better position.
You would hope. Burnsy from Fremont. What's up, Burnsy? You're on the roast.
Oh, dude. Hey, man, you know, the whole thing with this is, man, rich people think they can do whatever the hell they want. And you know what? I love it when they get caught, man. Yeah, you know, I get busted. I do things. But, man, you're in a different position. And, you know, there's the funniest thing. I talked to my boy from Ohio, dude. He says East Palestine makes International Boulevard look like Paris. Wow. Okay? So what the hell is he doing there, man? I mean, give me a break. But it's just goes to show you, hey, rich people, you can't do whatever you want.
Burnsy from Fremont. That sounded like a sound off to me if you wanted to do that. By the way, I will defend International Boulevard in Oakland. They've actually cleaned it up a little bit in recent weeks. Just saying. They passed an ordinance too over in Oakland. They're trying their best to clean that act up over there. K Bueno, Hayward. What's up, K Bueno?
Hey, Bueno from the Stack. Happy Monday, guys. Sort of happy Monday, I guess. But yeah, it's just, you know, what can I say that hasn't been said already about Jed and the situation? But it's just like, as you just mentioned there about him getting caught in a trailer park home, it's like, yeah, you don't want to say too much, but it's like, bro, you're a billionaire, you're an NFL owner, get an escort. You got the money for it. If you really need to, you know, get your itch, scratch your itch, get an escort, my man. But that's a side point. The thing is that, like you mentioned, I've never been the biggest fan of the Yorks since they've taken over. I'm an Eddie D fan. Wish he could have stuck around, but you know, Jed has been doing much better than his father did, so I'm gonna give him props for that. But this is just not a good look. He's not gonna have to leave. He's not gonna have to sell the team. But I certainly agree that he will certainly have to face the music. The fans do need to hear something from him. Take accountability. He does need to stand up and face the music, face the fans, because again, you're representing the organization. And I think he's gonna get a slap on the wrist from the owners around the league at most. You know, the owners, that's the good old boys club of the league. All right. They're not going to push him out the door. He's not going to be forced to sell or forced to, you know, step out of the picture. He'll get a little slap on the wrist. You know, they all shake hands and make deals behind closed doors with each other. Jed's going to be sticking around, but he's going to have to sort of grab the bull by the horns right now, face the music, take accountability, and man up and just say, listen, you owe it to the fans and to the league, because yeah, it's a horrible look to get caught for prostitution and getting arrested now in a mobile home park. It's just, I'm waiting to see what spirals out next year. Like the details, I feel like are just going to get more and more embarrassing than they have been, which is again, the consumer side of my brain is like, ooh, let's hear more drama. But it also sucks because we don't need this right now. Nobody, you know, it's just horrible news to hear, but it's like, Jed, you're on the upward swing with the fans a little bit, in my opinion. Now you're in a perfect opportunity to get Goodfellas down.
For sure. No, then thanks, K Bueno. Like that was the last part for me. I was like, it did feel like his Q rating at least was tolerable for most of the fan base in recent years. Now it's pretty low. Final thoughts? I think it's time for final thoughts today. Let's go. By the way, K Bueno, escort is still a prostitute. Like that doesn't change anything.
Yet he who has not sinned cast the first stone. Yeah. It was what I was taught growing up. And so I will just say this, Joe, you know, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I'm not going to judge people with their lowest moment. I'm not going to kick them while they're down. It's not right. He didn't do what you know, expect of someone in a position that he's in. I'm not condoning the behavior. I'm also not saying that he's the worst person who ever lived. And I don't even know where to go with this. I just feel bad for his kids, dude, and his immediate family, because those are the ones that are like really going through it right now. Because there's just everywhere they're going, people are talking about it, whether blatantly in their face or behind their back, and it just sucks. It like legitimately sucks. Yeah, dude.
Don't go on social media. If you are the friends and family.
How do you avoid that in the modern day?
Well, if you're a kid, for sure. That's
school just started.
Yeah, I know. Again, We're talking about it now. We'll talk about it down the road, and then we're not going to be talking about it as much.
Yeah, you hope for them that it blows over.
Yeah. Hey, Niners, just keep winning. Just do that. And then I'm being serious there. Like, it is a horrible thing to say, like, hey, sweep it under the rug. You know what does? The best thing for that is just winning. Win week 1 against the Rams in Australia, and look how we'll be talking about that team.
Well, I mean, not to get cynical, but, like, you make a monster trade, and, like, it just, whoo.
Vita Vea was right there. God, you should have traded for him. Come on. Sam, Chase, what you got?
Yeah, Brett in Walnut Creek kind of mentioned already, what the hell is going on in Walnut Creek? Calling it the nut? Absolutely not. There's this new thing started by, I guess, Gen Z they're pinning on. First off, it's called the Dub C.
Turn on the music a little bit. You're getting drowned out by the do-do-do-do.
How about there? That better?
That's better.
Sorry,
Thank
I don't
you.
do the board very often. Yeah,
Are you the arbiter of what could be called the nut and what can't?
Well, as someone who is born and bred from Walnut Creek, who grew up in the creek, the Dub C.
Oh, so you're giving me your bona fides.
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm qualified to speak.
What'd you call it?
What?
The Dub C?
The Dub C. That's what we called it.
They don't call it that.
Yes, we do. Oh, really?
What high school did you go to?
What?
What high school did you go to?
Los Lomas. But here's the
Is
thing.
that in Walnut Creek?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I looked into this, and apparently the guy who started this thing, Joey Trotner, went to Northgate.
Oh.
That explains all of it.
What does
They're
that
the
mean?
other high school in Walnut Creek. They're our rivals, so you know.
So where's Ignacio Valley? That's YV is in Concord?
That's technically in Concord, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Completely different
All right.
city. Yeah.
You don't
I'm sorry, my bad.
You don't like the nut?
No, it's stupid. It's called the Dub C or the Creek.
I like the nut more. I'll probably just keep
Well,
calling
that's
it
because
that.
you have the humor
Real
of a 13-year-old.
estate wise, what's more expensive, Concord or Walnut Creek? Or does it
probably
depend?
Walnut Creek, probably.
Walnut Creek?
Yeah, Walnut Creek's, it's called more expensive.
Because Concord has a very large unincorporated, like, part of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of unincorporated, like, areas of the county and stuff where it's not part of the city, it's part of, like, Contra. Like, Pacheco is technically, I think, a part of Concord or Martinez, but it's also its own thing. Like, yeah, Concord's weird that way.
That's
but
cool.
It's not called the Nut, but none of them is called the Nut. It's called the Creek. That's my final thought.
And we don't say San Fran. What else? What is else not acceptable to you, San Franciscans?
The S to the F. Like,
I just don't like Frisco.
Look at the look on Shasky's face. That was me when I found out that it was called the Nut. You see, there it is.
Frisco, you're fine with though, right, Joe?
Yeah, Frisco.
I always thought Frisco was not okay.
Herb Cain wasn't even from San Francisco. He's from Sacramento. Herb Cain. And by the way, Frisco, the original train, I did a long, actually, YouTube on this. The original train was from St. Louis to Frisco, as in California, and they had to summarize it because it wouldn't fit on the thing. And then, like, it's been popularized all over the place. First off, rap music. Frisco, like the whole racing culture, the street culture, the Excelsior, it's always been huge. Frisco street racing and all that. Like, I think it's age specific, cultural specific, and, you know, what neighborhood you grew up in during what era. My dad hated it. I love Frisco. I got no problem with it. It's the city, SF, Frisco.
I do too. When you say the word Frisco, I just think of RBL Posse too, because they just use that word every single one of their raps. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Chase. Oakland's always been the town.
Always town business.
Always been the town, and San Francisco's always been the city.
After they called Oakland the Oak. What are we doing here?
The biggity O?
Yeah, there you go. Big O.
Yeah, so I'll try and make this really quick, but you guys were bringing up how this is probably not going to cause Jed York to sell or anything, but something just came to my mind, and it was the whole Tony Romo situation. So I know that obviously Tony Romo got a DUI. I'm thinking that he probably wouldn't have been, let go by Fox if that's the case, but
CBS.
We got to be thinking about what happens if more information comes to light, like a body cam footage of some sort.
Ooh.
Who knows? That's just what I was thinking in my head.
I didn't even think of the body
If that
cam.
comes out,
Yikes.
Trailer Park, Lady of the Night, who knows? So I think we.
Are you my dad?
I think we may be getting a little more information coming here, and it could switch up everything that we feel about the situation right now.
Thank you, Chase. God, if there's a cam footage of any of that, yikes.
I hope there's not.
Well, just the mugshot is just.
It's bad.
TMZ's hounding for that
It's worse
video
when
now.
it's in the orange jumpsuit, too. That's part of it. It's in the orange jumpsuit. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Steiny and Goo next.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today.
Go send it to him from the first whistle to the last. It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in. That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Happy Monday to all. Hope everyone enjoyed the weekend. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got a lot of stuff to get into, Goo, but first and foremost, it's good to see you. And we're pretty much rocking the same stuff.
And we didn't call each other.
No, this was unintentional.
I love it, Evan. That's a dope sweater. I got my little jersey they gave to me. But, yeah, man, had a good weekend, got through it. And then we got some breaking news as I was driving in.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sunday morning. Jed York, that's the big news out of Santa Clara is that the San Francisco 49ers owner was arrested in East Palestine, Ohio, pled no contest to 2 misdemeanors, according to court documents, disorderly conduct, possession of a criminal tool, and also was initially going to be charged with engaging in prostitution, but that was dropped per Cron. So, look, it's interesting, Goo, because we were planning on coming in and talking about some of the great things that happened this weekend, some of the positive updates, 9 days until the Niners get set to head down under to Melbourne to take on the Rams. And instead, this is a bombshell that drops on our doorsteps on Monday morning.
Yeah, and, you, Kitty, and I were on the Vine, the thread last night, and Kittle coming off the PUP list, was a big positive. But I'll say this, because the great Tupac, rest in peace, I know they got the trial going on in Vegas, Evan. He said only God can judge. So I'm not here, nor can I judge one Jed York. But I will say this, Evan, and you tell me if I'm wrong or not even in the ballpark or this is invalid. Whatever went down, to see your owner a couple weeks before the opener in a mugshot, they put the whole fit on him. No, the orange jumpsuit suit on him, that's a bad look. That, regardless of where this goes, that's just a bad look for business. Especially, Evan, July 14th, and it wasn't a crime. Kyle Shanahan got into a, horrific car accident, and there were some questions, and they got through that, and that kind of was waning. It went away, and then here we are, and I'll ask you, Evan, on the Evan computer, how big of a distraction, or do you think this ranks as a distraction for the team? Because I know for me, before you answer, it's embarrassing.
Well, we're going to find out how much of a distraction it actually is when it comes to football. I think the Kyle Shanahan one had more of a direct impact because you weren't sure if he was critically injured or if there was going to be some lingering effects from the concussion. But this is an incredibly anti-Jed York thing to happen. I don't know what you think about the 49ers owner, but I don't view him as a a Joe Lacob or a George Steinbrenner, a Jerry Jones.
Is that a diss or no? He just stylistically, he's not that.
This is not who he is. He's not in front of the mic. He's not in front of the cameras. He doesn't want it to be about him. And I think that in recent years, that's actually helped his stock go up within the fan base because it didn't really get off to a great start. It was probably at its low point after the firing of Harbaugh.
No doubt about it.
With the Jim Tom Sulas and the Chip Kellys and some of the choices that he made to help run this football team.
So he learned.
And until he got to Kyle Shanahan, people were not big fans of the Yorks. And then this happens, and it's interesting, Goo, because I think that his approval rating has done somewhat of a 180. And so for
me, it has too.
From a distraction standpoint, that's what I'm most interested to see, how it's received by the fan base. Do people look at Jed York differently? He represents the 49ers, and he, along with Shanahan, you could even go back to the Ayuk debacle that's dated back for over a year now, and what's been happening off the field with the Niners. You're right. It's not a good look.
Yeah, and I'll give you, Evan, you knocked it out the park with the, I think he learned, from trying to, I won't call him, I'll use the word meddling, when Harbaugh was around, and he learned from that. So he had been in the background. And again, you and I talked, I asked you, how many NFL owners have gotten trouble off the field? And you said it, Goo, he's not the first. There are some examples.
Probably won't be the last.
Yeah, Mr. Kraft, shout out Mac and Cheese. But the bottom line is, I hear players all the time say, we have each other's back. And obviously this was a bad decision. But, yeah, and I'm looking at it now, just the mug shot. And, an NFL owner, you're going to jail or whatnot. I just want to know if this will be a distraction to the players on the field in their prep for their first game against the Rams. Evan, I want to look you dead in the face and tell the listeners I don't think it's going to be, but just like I told you, the boss and Kenny, this is not a good thing to have happened.
Well, especially when you're effectively 2 weeks away from starting the season. We were talking with the boss before the show, and the Bob Kraft situation was a little different because he was never, I believe, charged guilty.
Charges dropped.
Charges were eventually dropped and, was caught in a parlor in 2019 in Florida. And I think that was more of a stain, but that happened in February of that offseason between 2019 and 2020. This is happening just before the year. And so, I have to imagine that reporters, and whether they're national or local, they're going to be asking Kyle Shanahan how much impact this has on their team. They're going to be asking maybe some team leaders, whether it's on or off the record, what's exactly going on behind closed doors. And again, for those who didn't see the news, yesterday, Jed York, owner of the San Francisco 49ers, CEO, controlling owner, was arrested in East Palestine, Ohio, is a little bit south of Youngstown, where he's from.
Yeah.
2 misdemeanors. To me, it's more of a stain, I think, than a major distraction. But I got to tell you, Goo, because this is what we're going to be talking about today. When an owner of a team gets shown in a bad light, that does reflect on their organization, because as much as Jed York hasn't wanted to be the face, his mugshot is the face of the Niners this morning.
No doubt about it. And, when you're the owner, you are it's your team. Nobody can tell you, you know what, Evan, you messed up. You need to do this. You need to do that. You're out. So I'm not even saying that's on the table, but him, being a big factor in regard to overseeing Kyle, overseeing John, and any player and their transgressions, I think it just hits different when you're the owner. Now, you talked about Kraft, and, people had jokes, and we watched that thing play out, but eventually the charges were dropped. So I say all that to say is I don't expect anything to change in regard to, once this subsides, to where Jed York's job is in jeopardy or him being around the team might wane. I don't expect any of that. We'll deal with it. They'll deal with it. And then you I know this sounds crazy, get back to normal.
Well, we're going to find out. I think it's fair to assume that he's going to face discipline from the NFL under the personal conduct policy. But the question is, how much discipline will he face? I don't imagine it'll be more than if a player went through what just happened. He's the owner of the team. And like you mentioned, the NFL did not punish Robert Kraft when he was charged with 2 counts of soliciting prostitution. but he also didn't plead no contest. And that's the difference in this situation.
Right. That's a good call, man.
I don't think it's going to be something along the lines of him, being forced to sell the team. And unfortunately, his uncle has had some experience with that. And we can get in some of the past discretions, some past issues from NFL owners. I don't think that this is near the top, but it certainly doesn't shine the 49ers in the light that the York family wants them to be. And, I don't think it's a coincidence that people on national shows might be staying away from this subject, that we're going to talk about this today. We're speaking about it because the Niners are in our backyard, but there's a lot of people that don't want to touch the story yet.
I was going to ask you, what's your number one thing why you think that is?
Well, because we don't have all the facts. But I do think that it's interesting that, look, that was the reason why apparently something like the Kyle Shanahan story wasn't discussed for 11 days. People talked about there weren't enough facts available, that they weren't exactly sure what was happening. There were legality issues. And the difference here is that he was arrested and obviously got booked because his picture's all over the internet right now. But it does make you think a little bit also, okay, well, like, what has been happening with the San Francisco 49ers?
Right.
Are there fans thinking about it?
No, and I think that matters. We were getting into that conversation, you, Steiny, and I, with Sabian and the Warriors, and how much does fan input matter. But I got to be careful here. He's a man. He made a mistake. It's embarrassing for the organization. No way around that. But I do wonder if I'm a player, because they had Kyle's back at every turn, because people were trying to me, shake a tree and get more information, and people start speculating, and that never, came to fruition. But the owner made a mistake, and if I'm a player, all you can do is kind of have his back in a sense. And you can say, well, what's that mean, Goo? I think we're going to get the standard answers when reporters ask certain players about this. But to go out and execute and ball and kind of have his back is how I see it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Gerald the Guru Johnson. Jed York, CEO and controlling owner of the San Francisco 49ers, arrested yesterday at Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community in East Palestine, Ohio. And he pled no contest to charges of 2 misdemeanors. So that's what we're getting into today. Is the distraction a big deal? Is it no deal? When you wake up and see the owner of your favorite football team in an orange jumpsuit, how does it make you feel? At 888-957-9570. All right, the Valkyries tonight are taking on the Minnesota Lynx at 5 o'clock on the road. You can listen to it right here on the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. We'll be back after this on Steiny and Guru. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Recruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. What if the thing you're listening to right now never got interrupted? What if it could play uninterrupted from room to room on Sonos? What if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? What if you really like how it feels and you become a Sonos person who can't stop saying to their friends, what if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? Because it's not magic, but it's not magic.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Did you rely on AI again? I did. Yeah. Why is AI doing this to me, though? Come on, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, please tell me AI wasn't responsible for the Genty news. Please.
No, but I'm proud of myself.
Or non-news.
Yeah. Or the fake news that he tore his ACL.
He didn't.
Yeah,
it was
Kenny,
a sprained ankle.
Yeah, and I barked at Kenny on our thread saying, hey.
Yeah, you got kind of mad.
And he said, wait till a reporter reports it, and it was a sprained ankle.
Something going on between you two guys.
No, I love
We're going to be able to last the week, I think.
He lost a bet to me. I lost one to you. Red Sox Giants.
You were the one that had the bet with Ken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Devers wouldn't get booed. He got booed. Ken goes, there was one guy. I know, Kenny, there were boos, baby.
He tipped the cap.
Look at you.
There was a smattering of applause. Of course, that was at Fenway over the weekend. The Giants got swept.
And I lost your bet because we bet Ralph. I said Devers wouldn't homer. I left you at the cafeteria. By the time I get to the toll booth, he hit a bomb.
That might have been the quickest victory lap in show history. I get in the car and just hear crack.
Hey, before we get back to Jed, I got to ask us, my Dukes is my folks too, your mom. Yeah. How was the party?
It was really, really fun. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit on Friday. Yeah, my mom turned, she hit a milestone birthday. I don't know if I want to put her business out there like that, but threw her a party. It was about 20 to 25 friends and family that came out. My dad made this really cool kind of poster with pictures of everybody that was at the party sprinkled chronologically in a timeline with years.
Now that's sick.
And descriptions of what they meant to her. And so she got up and then gave this speech about everybody that was in the room, why they meant something to her. After about 4 libations, I got up there and said my speech.
You gave her flowers.
Yeah, I kind of went Westbrook, though. I kind of hogged the mic.
Well, that's your mom.
Yeah, but I got motor mouth.
You don't know.
You guys been rubbing off on me.
Nah, that does not go towards moms. You should have stayed as long as you want. Yeah, you got one. That's yours.
And just real quick before we get to Richie, we get back into this Jed York news. It's not completely my fault because I went up to my little brother before and I said, hey, I think we got to say something about Mom. You know, she just spent 8 to 10 minutes giving flowers to everybody at the party. We got to show her some love.
I love this.
Do you want to say something? And he goes, not really.
Oh, okay. So no harm,
So I said, okay, that's fine. No doubt. Give me the rock.
I'll shoot it, yeah.
I'll take 25 shots tonight. And then afterwards, then he grabs the mic after I finish and says, well, how am I supposed to follow that? I'm like, you weren't.
No, dude.
You were not supposed to follow that.
That's pretty good.
Oh, man.
Good son, though, baby.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mom. All right, back to some more serious news. All right, Jed York, CEO, controlling owner of the San Francisco 49ers, arrested 9:35 a.m. on Sunday, yesterday at the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community in East Palestine, Ohio, and pled no contest to 2 misdemeanors. According to court documents, his misdemeanors were disorderly conduct and possession of a criminal tool. The court records also show that York was initially going to be charged with engaging in prostitution, but that was dropped. And so, we're asking at 888-957-9570, when the owner of the team is booked and his picture is plastered in the orange jumpsuit, is it a distraction? Is it a big deal to you? Again, Evan Giddings in for Matt Simets alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's start with Richie, who's in Livermore, wants to get into it. Richie, what's going on, man? Good morning. How are you?
What's up? What's up, fellas? What's up, Guru Baby, Richie Rich? Hey, so this is how I'm looking at this, right? Some people are like, oh, it's going to get swept under the rug, but let me tell you something. Me and Shafsky were texting when this dropped, right? This dropped at 7-something? By 9:30, we find out now that he got arrested at a trailer park, right? put the perspective in this angle. What were you doing at a trailer park, bro, with all this kind of money at this time, right? I don't want to accuse or blame, but here in California at a trailer park, the girls there probably have 4 or 5 teeth combined. So what were you doing, bro, at a trailer park at this time, right? Were you coming off of something? You know, were you on something? I think this is going to be bigger. And when you get to digging, you're going to find something out that you probably really don't want to find out, man. Like, you know, what was drugs involved in this? What? But I don't think it's a good look, and I don't think it's going to get swept under the rug. I think, oh, boy, needs to take a nice break and keep his face away from the team right now, because let's just say we don't start good and we're losing. This is all going to be brought up times 10, right? Maybe if you start winning, it can kind of get away, but I think it's going to be bigger, man. I really do. I mean, you got no business being at a trailer park, bud. So, especially when you got all this kind of money. Not that I'm condoning it, but yeah. I mean, you can go hire an escort with that kind of money.
Yeah, not a good look. That's where I'm parking the car at. And
appreciate the call, Richie.
Yeah, do you think Richie's onto something? I'll ask you that as details emerge, if they do you care? Does that make it worse, or is it already just a stain? Because I'll tell you this, Ayuk is not technically he's a 49er, but he's gone. But he has been doing his video tour, and I never linked that to the Niners because he was gone, mad, despondent or whatnot, acting a fool on Twitter. But he was like, we knew he was removed from the Niners circle. Now we have Kyle's situation. It looks like it's come and gone. No criminal activity in that, but there was a dust up in regard to what was going on, what didn't happen, why this didn't happen. But that wasn't a player. That was your head coach. And now we got the owner getting into this, which is embarrassing for the organization and the team. So I guess, do more facts matter to you, or is this just, it is what it is, a mistake, it's bad, and we'll just let the chips fall where they may?
Well, when they eventually finish the investigation, I think the details matter. As far as Richie's call, the location of the crime didn't really hit me.
It was weird, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whether a trailer park, community home, whatever you want to call it. I mean, if he was doing this at, downtown, in Fidei, if he was doing this down in Santa Clara, wherever, to me, where the crime was committed doesn't necessarily matter. But Richie's absolutely right that the only way the Niners can sweep this, so to speak, under the rug is by winning football games. Because the beginning of the year for the Niners is pretty damn difficult. You got the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Broncos, 3 of the first 5 games. If you start 2-3, there are absolutely going to be people that will ask questions. How much do the offseason and the distractions in the offseason weigh on the team? And it's not just about solely Jed York. I think Kyle Shanahan and what happened with his car accident also is probably going to come into focus. And people are just going to be wondering how much baggage the Niners are carrying into 2026. It's funny because you and I were talking last night before we saw this news, and we're like, hey, Kittle's off the PUP list.
It happened.
McCaffrey's back practicing. Niners look like they're getting healthy. Maybe we're underrating this team. But instead, we walk in this morning, and understandably so, and we shift our focus. And so I think the same thing can absolutely happen if the Niners don't self-correct this by winning some football games.
No doubt. Now, I got to be fair here, and I kind of asked you in the green room, does this change your view on Jed York, a guy that, we kind of don't know on a personal basis, but from afar? Or would you say to me, Goo, I don't live my life like that. We all made mistakes. I know I've made mine. This is one of them for Jed, and you kind of move on, or are you looking at him sideways, and will you continue? Like, how long, if you are, will you continue to look at him sideways? Like, that's what we got to be careful about. Everybody's typing, and I get it, and I don't work for the franchise or the organization at all, but Evan, I'm a man, and I've made mistakes, and he's not the only owner that has done that, but I'm just thinking to myself, okay, they got a game in 2 weeks. Kyle, who I was worried about not being able to make that trip, prep, all that looks like that's good. Okay, the owner gets in trouble. Can that truly mess up what they got going as they take on the Rams? Because he has no pads, helmet, or jersey. If he can, no bad juju on our boss. If he got in, some trouble or made a mistake off the field, would that affect you, I, or Steiny coming in here trying to do our best show? I don't know.
Well, if anything, I mean, because I like the boss, I would want to do a good job to make sure that if there was something he was going through that we wouldn't be, reason for him to get asked about it more. To me, this is, I don't know if distraction is the word I want to use, but it absolutely is a stain. People are going to remember Jed York for this. That's just a fact. Yeah. When Jed York gets brought up, and it's partially because he doesn't draw a lot of attention to himself. There's not many things that you can look back on and say, well, that's Jed York. This is who Jed York is. I don't know Jed York as a person, and so I don't feel like I'm necessarily the one to hold this against him or not.
Yeah.
But I do think when it comes to football, there are a lot of people wondering how much impact this will have on the football team because, look, he's not, in the grand scheme of things, there have been a ton of owners that have done a bunch of crap.
Yeah, we got him.
He is not Dan Snyder.
Okay. Jim Irsay, rest in peace.
Jim Irsay. He is not Jimmy Haslam.
Snyder.
Jerry Jones. Like there has been a long list of poor judgment from NFL owners throughout history. And from all owners, in fact. People commit everyday crimes. People commit white-collar crimes. Hell, that might have been maybe one of the reasons why back in the day that Eddie DeBartolo had to transfer possession of the 49ers to his sister. Because in 1998,
New Orleans,
he got hit with a federal felony charge for failing to report an extortion attempt for a former Louisiana governor. Like, these are things that have happened in the past. So, I don't want to necessarily say this isn't a big deal, but it's not as big as some of the other things that have happened in the past. Like, this is not out of the norm. And it's unfortunate that Jed York is in that group now, and that's going to be a part of his legacy. But as far as football is concerned, I have pretty good confidence in the team, and especially a veteran group who's seen a lot of things on and off the field to be able to weather this storm.
No, I'm with you, and that's why I mentioned the game prep. He's not a part of that. So there's that. And then also, too, when you talk about having, your teammates or your owner or your coaches back, we kind of just lived through it, right? What did I say? How long ago? July 14th. We saw the Niners basically have Kyle's back. But we got a text from NorCal Mike. Let me just read this to you, and you give me your honest assessment. Goo, the idea that this was just one mistake is delusional. So many steps have to be taken to engage in this mistake. You think that's fair or foul? Because this is all we know of Jed York is this is the only time he's been in trouble. And I'm not into saying what he did was right. No, come on now. But it is embarrassing. It's a stain for the team, but
what I'll say is until more information comes out, I don't think it's really right that we speculate on it. You can make your assumptions. You can jump to conclusions if you want, but that's not what I would prefer to do today. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, talking about Jed York, who was arrested yesterday in East Palestine, Ohio. 2 misdemeanor charges he pled no contest to, and that's what we're getting into right now. Let's go out to Stockton and talk to Dwayne. Dwayne, what's going on, man? Good morning. Happy Monday. How are you?
Hey, what's up, the homies?
Hey.
Yo.
Hey, are you guys telling me that Jed York went to an Ohio trailer park for some trim? Is that what happened?
Community home.
Bro, you can't tell me that's the first time, bro. That ain't the first time, bro. He been doing this. This is the first time he got caught. I'm going to tell you something, bro. CEOs, suit and tie guys, athletes, entertainers, they break the laws. They do crime every day, just like people about that street life, bro. It's a lifestyle. It's just different. It's suit and tie versus, fight for survival. And sometimes these suit and ties, they wander to the other side of the tracks.
Yeah. So, Dwayne, how much impact do you think this has on football?
Well, it's going to have a large impact, bro, because the organization been having this happen. This is a trend that's been going on for the last couple of years for the 49ers, more off-field than on-field, bro. There's been a whole lot of drama. It seems like every off-season and every season they just can't get away from it. So I don't know what's going on. It's an aura. There's something in the air, bro. It's an algorithm. There's something going on out there that's affecting people. It's just too much drama, bro. I'm talking about the Giants, too. The Giants and the Niners combined, how much off-field drama do we got to have, bro? I mean, it's definitely going to affect on-field because their coach just, when Shanahan's an unsafe driver. when Shanahan's on the road, keep your babies at home. because he's unsafe. He almost killed a young lady, bro. Henry Ruggs in Vegas did kill somebody, bro. This is stuff that's just, now it's leaving the magnifying glass. It's going to be blatant. It's going to be on Front Street, bro. It's happening more and more if you're paying attention. To us in sports, we do pay attention to this stuff. So it's a trend. It's going to affect the players because that's how you run your organization. It trickles down.
I got you, Dwayne. No, appreciate the call.
But and I love Dwayne, but I just thought that was too strong.
Yeah, I think it's a step too far to compare Ruggs to Shanahan.
And no doubt, man. And again, like you said, I'm not here to defend anybody. I'm just telling you, if this happened to any ball coach, this is a bad look. It's your owner. So again, it's not your coach. It's not anybody, one of your coordinators. So I do believe, Evan, it won't mess with them getting ready for the Rams. But he was going somewhere like this is happening every day, and I don't see it like that. The Ayuk thing was personal, again, and that wasn't good for anybody. But the bottom line is D was just talking like, guys are getting busted by the cops, left and right, and I don't see it like that.
No, I don't either. It's interesting because I think the Niners have been a pretty stand-up organization for at least the majority of my time. The distractions, though, are fair, I think, from an off-the-field standpoint. And I'm not talking about, Jed York getting busted in East Ohio. Yeah. I'm not talking about Shanahan's car accident. I'm talking about the fact that we've talked about this. How much do the off-field issues impact what happens when they take the gridiron? In 2024, that was an off season where we were wondering, okay, like the Ayuk stuff, Purdy's coming off a bad year. And they put that behind them, and they went 12-5. So last season they proved that even with some contract negotiations that have gone long, that they can still win a lot of football games. And that was with being arguably the most injured team in football.
Yeah, and my expectations, and you didn't ask me, is I don't think this will impact or derail the Niners getting ready for that showdown against the Rams Thursday night in a couple weeks. That I firmly believe. Now, had he again, been a coach or a coordinator or even a player, Evan, then we're talking about impact. I'm going Clint Eastwood, sudden impact on who's available, who's not available. And I hope I don't sound like I'm saying this is not a big deal, but if we're going to have a conversation about how this impacts the preparation for the Rams game week 1, Ev, I'm going to give you a nothing burger because I got to believe they just got through the Kyle Shanahan, whatever you want to deem that to be, traffic accident and him being at fault. But as far as me thinking Kyle's not going to be able to come up with something, now we got to see if it works. They got to come up with something to attack the Rams. I'm not there.
No, I don't think it's gonna impact Kyle Shanahan's play calling when he's in Australia. Right. No, but the fact of the matter is this is the news today. Jed York getting arrested as the owner of the 49ers is what is headline all across Bay Area and many national outlets.
It's
not about McCaffrey. It's not about Kittle. It's about the owner. And so you can say we're making more than we need to out of this, but everywhere I look, it is Jed York, Jed York, Jed York. It's not Kyle Shanahan and George Kittle. And what's difficult is that I do think we were finally getting past the Kyle Shanahan stuff.
No, you're right.
That people weren't asking as many questions about his car accident and the 11-day absence.
It was lightweight over
reporting and when it actually happened. I think we were getting to the point where it was past it, and we were focusing on football. And then this happens. Boom. 9 days before they go to Australia. That is the definition of a distraction. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who's been hanging on the longest? Let's go to
People
Bill.
Want to talk.
And they do want to talk about it. We got full lines right now. Bill's in Berkeley. Hey, Bill, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I think, for the owner of the Niners, sometimes we should cut them some slack because the football players, they have it easier. They go on these dating apps. My Lyft driver was taking 2 girls over to meet an ex-49er player. They do what they do and it's over. They have fun. But a guy like Jed, he can't do that. He don't have there's nothing for him to do like that. So he has to do what he has to do, but it's bad. And there's diseases, and you just have to weigh the consequences. And I know, he's probably lonely. He doesn't get to do, he's not going to be, he's just a regular guy. He does, and he has to, sometimes you have to come to terms with that. And life's going to end, and you ain't going to have no female friends unless you pay for it. And there's consequences with that. That's an unfortunate reality. It's almost like the oldest story in the book, Adam and Eve. Don't touch the apple, but you got, you're worth $1,000 million. He's worth $1 billion. He's a billionaire. He's not a regular guy. You know what I mean? I mean, for regular guys, you're probably used to it. You get that much cash, you go kind of crazy. You know what I mean? How you gonna support yourself? How you gonna date? What you gonna do? So this is what he has to do for the most part.
All right, Bill. Well, appreciate the call.
Yeah, and bringing up your mother who just celebrated her birthday and had a great party.
I don't know if I like this transition.
No, I want to be careful because I'm an older father. But what about the young moms and dads that have young 49ers? Because I said this is, it's embarrassing. But kind of for me, it's easy to move on and try to focus on the football component and say it's not a big deal. But now I'm listening and I'm thinking, do you think this impacts, families that have a 14 or 13-year-old little Johnny or Susie and want to go to a game and now they find out that their owner, had this transgression? Does that change anything in regard to, taking them to the game or supporting the team? Do you think that's? I'm asking because I'm kind of conflicted, but I'm like, man, that's okay. I could see that. Well, I don't know.
No, I think 49ers fans are still going to be 49ers fans, but I think that this is going to be a part of the story of this season. Kyle Shanahan's car accident will be a part of the 2026 story. Jed York getting busted in Ohio for 2 misdemeanors is going to be a part of the story of this season. And that's why it's unfortunate because it will be either written, Goo, as something the Niners overcame on their way to a NFC West crown or a playoff berth and a playoff win, or it's going to be directly linked to them not meeting expectations and them, kind of being towards the end. Like the wins and losses, I think, will dictate how we remember this story. But it's going to be a stain no matter what. It's a stain on the Yorks. It's embarrassing, I think, for the family.
I mean, he's married.
It's embarrassing, for his wife and for his children. They're the ones that are probably going to have to deal with more of the blowback of this than he is. And he's probably going to be, given some sort of consequence by the NFL, and we'll find out what that is.
You mentioned that. I tried to bring up Kraft. He fought it to the end, and the charges were dropped. You're right. There was a no contest plea, so I was guilty.
Yeah, and we don't know if he's going to face discipline. I just think it's fair to assume, considering he pled no contest, which is not something that the Patriots owner Robert Kraft did in 2019, which, to your point, ended up allowing the charges to be dropped. But 888-957-9570. How big of a distraction is this? Is it a big deal? Is it no deal? I think we've heard people on both sides of the aisle. And Jed York is the story today for the San Francisco 49ers because he was arrested yesterday. No contest, 2 misdemeanors, disorderly conduct, and possession of a criminal tool. And, of course, the part that everybody, I think, maybe sticks in their minds the most was that he was initially going to be charged with engaging in prostitution, but that was dropped. So I think that's what people are more interested in today. But the fact remains that it's a big distraction, and the Niners are playing a football game against the Los Angeles Rams in less than 3 weeks. Football's upon us, and we're talking about the owner. 888-957-9570. We got full lines. We are going to get to your calls today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. And, again, we got full lines, so we'll get into your calls on the other side. All of that and more was brought to you by Serramonte Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Serramonte Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Serramonte Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit SerramonteFord.com.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Toyota's national sales event is on. Save big on Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-electric 2026 CHR. Or get 0% APR plus $500 finance cash on that fully electric 2026 BZ and the BZ Woodland. Toyota's national sales event is on now. Stop by your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Not be combined with other offers. Ends 8/31/26.
Okay, hold up. What is that?
It's new Tide Evo.
That little white tile is laundry detergent?
Yep, Tide Evo is a super concentrated laundry detergent that's built different because it's packed with 6 layers of cleaning power that fight odors, stains, dinge, and extra work. And it smells so good.
New Tide Evo. Love it or your money back. Money back guarantee issued via prepaid card by mail. See Tide.com for details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man.
People want to talk, E.
Too real for the radio.
But you said something that was profound.
You're going to have to
I'm going to
remind
remind you. You said, because the phone lines are packed.
Yeah.
Twitter, social media.
Sure.
They kind of live for this fodder so they can come up with or speculate. And you kind of called and dubbed that the distraction.
Yeah.
And Jed gave them the opportunity to do that by putting himself in a situation to where he got arrested and a mug shot. And now Niner fans are doing kind of like the way you described this is part of the distraction. Like that hit me.
Well, and again, for those that are curious as to what specifically we're talking about, San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York pleaded no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges on Monday after being arrested yesterday on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. According to court records, he was arrested yesterday with a charge of description engaging in prostitution. The charge was then amended to a misdemeanor disorderly conduct after York pleaded no contest to that, and an additional misdemeanor charge for possessing criminal tools. He paid over $1,000 in fines and spent 1 day in jail for each charge, and has since been served. So the owner of the Niners, again, the story of the day. And to me, is it going to impact DeJon Sterling's ability to run an out route?
I want to say hell no.
No.
Okay.
No. The answer is no. George Kittle coming off the PUP list. That's what's going to impact the Niners in 17 or 18 days when they play in Australia against the Rams. However, the distraction, and just what we were talking about during the break, is all the stuff that we're hearing around it. And I understand where some people would listen and tune into the show and say, this is a nothing burger. What are you guys doing? But the fact remains that the court of public opinion is, as you and Steiny get into a lot, it's a thing. This is a bad look for the San Francisco 49ers. It's a stain on Jed York and, by extension, his family. And it's because he made a mistake that people will probably be able to forgive him for, that he'll likely be reprimanded for. I think it's fair to assume that the NFL will do something, even if it's relatively small.
Yeah.
But this is the distraction of people calling in saying the text line 510, God, some of these calls are crazy today. This is what people are talking about. This is what people are discussing today. They're not talking about, Mike Evans leaving practice early or Christian McCaffrey getting on the practice field on Sunday. They're talking about Jed York. And that's what I mean by that's what the distraction is.
Yeah, no doubt, E. And, I know you're not a lawyer, but I would ask you, does it matter? Do you want to hear it? If we hear from York, do you expect him to speak in the oncoming days, weeks?
I don't know if he'll speak.
Would that even have an impact?
There'll be a statement. There'll be a statement. He might talk. I don't know. I mean, I think also it depends on what other details come out from, in the following days.
And that's what I'm worried about, to where this thing could get worse if we find out just about his state of mind. And hopefully it's not that. But if it is, then I think, okay, man, this thing, you're moving forward. But then now people, that'll just, be fuel to the fire.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a part of the story of the season. I think that it will be something that either the Niners overcome or couldn't overcome as a team. Because at the end of the day, when your owner's in an orange jumpsuit and he's got his mugshot plastered across national and local outlets, the internet, everywhere, it's something people are going to discuss. Yeah. And we want to hear from you about it. 888-957-9570. Big deal, no deal. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go down to San Jose and talk to Chris. Chris, appreciate you. What's going on, man? Good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Hey.
This one stinks, gentlemen. Let's go back to Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice had a couple of incidences here in Campbell, and, hey, I seen the back of his head. He wasn't bobbing for apples, okay? He wasn't bobbing for apples, so I can guarantee that. And Mrs. Forrester had some issues. And come on now, fellas. It's starting to leave a very nasty stench. And sure, we're fans, and, not my guy. Come on, we're not that gullible. The Giants sold us up a creek, and we followed them down the trail. The 49ers ain't far behind. Let's just be honest. Something's not right. Guru, what's happening, baby? Give me some.
Yeah, I can give you nothing on the first part of your call, but I will tell you this. In any organization,
nice with the call, Chris.
The CEO, the owner, getting in trouble, and who is not even by design the face of the organization in an orange jumpsuit a couple weeks before the first game, who has been given flowers for being quiet and laying low and letting the people that know football run it. I mean, that has just come to a screeching halt. But if you ask me, and you have, does this have? And I'm not trying to be a simpleton here and just say it's about football. I understand the frustration, the embarrassment from the fans, maybe even the players. But when people or guys and gals mess up in a group setting, you come together and try to have that player's back. But now we're talking about Jed putting himself in a situation to where that picture's everywhere. People have, I almost want to say, not the right, but now people are making jokes, comedians or what have you. You gave them this fodder to go with. So now I can't get mad at anybody calling. I didn't agree with the last caller, but that's how he saw it.
No, and it's interesting he brought up Forrester, not because of what he did, and it's obviously been well documented in his time in Miami. He did not do that as a coach of the 49ers, but Forrester has been pretty honest. When he was interim head coach earlier this summer after Kyle Shanahan got in his accident.
Oh, yeah.
And, running practices, he was at the podium and he talked about how much Kyle impacted him in a willingness to forgive him for his mistakes, for his lack of judgment.
That was sad.
For his character flaws, if you will. So I do think that if there's any team that is led by Kyle Shanahan, who's got a history with, forgiveness and understanding for one of his own, I would imagine he'd be able to do that for the owner.
No doubt about it. And like I said, this is when you own the team. And
independent, by the way, of his own car crash. Like, this is who Kyle Shanahan was and is before all that stuff.
Yeah, so the word I'm looking for, Evan, I'm hearing from you is grace. And I'm sure he'll get that from his players and the rest of the Niners staff. But in no way, shape, form, or fashion can I sit here and look across from you this Monday and say, this is a good thing for the Niners. It's just not where it's headed, Evan. I have no idea. But even if there was some punishment that comes down the road from the NFL, I guess as far as the football component to this, because that's why we're talking about it, the parallel, he's not in the game planning, So I think week one is week one, and that'll be about football. This doesn't impact that to me. Can I be wrong?
No, I largely agree with you. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings and Guru here today on Steiny and Guru. Jed York pleaded no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested in Ohio over the weekend, and that's what we're getting into. Filmo Mike is here in the city. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing?
I'm good. Interesting topic. I just want to preface it by saying, what is engaging in prostitution? Because, if you were John Doe, do you engage in prostitution? You're looking for a prostitute. So, that comment is kind of weird. Was he the one? I don't know, right? It's definitely not a nothing burger, right? But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep it real with you fellas. Players don't give a darn about nothing but they paycheck being signed and that thing clearing. That's the only thing that would have them tripping about Jed York like that. Matter of fact, not even on no funniness, they probably giving them showing them even more love for getting some street cred. Okay, Jed, you had to bail out. How much was your bill? How long was you need the food? No, I'm joking.
I couldn't even try not to laugh.
Damn, Mike.
I tried not to laugh. You made me laugh, man. Wow.
Got a little war story, man. You can tell the players, man. So at the end of the day, I completely agree. It's unfortunate that this had to happen, but it's really a nothing burger, but it's a something burger if you're being publicized and drawn out there within the media. But this has nothing to do with Mike Evans not finishing practices or CMC coming back,
right,
or Debo being implemented into the game plan. They don't care about nothing but that. Jed York signed my check. Okay, it cleared. Okay, happy Sunday. See you next week, Jed. See you Tuesday, Kyle, and stuff. They're not tripping on that stuff, man. People need to get out their head thinking that when something happened to your friend and you got to go to work, guess what you're going to do? You're going to go to work, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Mike. Appreciate the call, man. I think he's spot on from the football standpoint, but the fact of the matter is, what are the Niners trying to do this season?
Win
a championship. Jed York's been vocal that is the goal for this football team. And generally, when you win a championship, we talk about how teams are aligned and organized and together. His actions this weekend fly in the face of that. That's a fact.
And that's why it was a mistake. And he'd probably be the first one to tell you.
Back when they fired Jim Harbaugh, 2014-15, I forget which year. This is what Jed York said about it. Quote, "It's up to us to make sure we compete for and win Super Bowls. That's our only goal. We don't raise division championship banners. We don't raise NFC championship banners. We raise Super Bowl banners. And whenever we don't deliver that, I hope that you will hold me directly responsible and accountable for it. And we look forward to getting this thing back on track." Those are the words of Jed York, who was arrested yesterday on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. His actions and his mistakes fly completely in the face of that statement. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, making yourself a story is not conducive to that goal.
Yeah, I have nothing to disagree with you on that. And we'll see how it plays out. Kenny just sent us, this was from Matt Mayoko on Twitter, NFL statement on the Niners principal owner Jed York's arrest in Ohio. We are aware of the matter, which will be reviewed under the personal conduct policy. And Evan, we kind of were going there. And can I call, again, I'll call this a bright spot in a bad situation, because it is a bad situation. No matter what happens, if there's a suspension, and I'm speculating, or a fine, Evan, he's not a part of the everyday game planning for the ball club. And to me, that's why, a lot of people are fair, and I want to hear them, all their different opinions on this and where they're at and what they call this. But the fact of the matter is, this is not Kyle or a player. And I'm not saying that to say it's not a big deal, because it is. It's the owner. But as far as game prep and ready for week one to accomplish the goal that Jed said they wanted to do a couple years ago that you just read, him not being around, I don't think impacts that.
From the 510, the Patriots won the year Kraft got caught. They did not. They were actually bounced in the first round. It was the last year before
Tennessee.
Tom Brady left.
Yeah.
So
last pass was a pick six.
It's kind of the beginning and the end up until this most recent run to a Super Bowl loss. All right, let's go to Gary. Gary's in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing? Morning.
Good. Hey, you guys. What's up? So far for time. Hey, man, it's his life. And, hey, my dad said nobody's better than anybody. But you got $1 or $1 billion. You just, hey, we're all human, and that's just a part of life. Look at Vrabel. Look what happened last year to Mike Vrabel. He was doing it out in the open with the reporter. I mean, everybody knew. And they made the Super Bowl. It didn't affect his team at all. I mean, they were going – it was pictures everywhere. How'd that work out? Look at Deshaun Watson. What's worse? Deshaun Watson. He's a starting quarterback now. I got more problem because I've lost 2 women in my life to drunk drivers, 33 years ago and 2 years ago. Oh. You see who's got out? Athletes and drunk driving. They get a chauffeur, go drive around. They drive themselves, then they get a suspended sentence. They get slapped on the wrist, and it's happened in every sport, drunk driving, football especially, and they get off. Tell me about that. Now, what's more important? And like the guy said before, people have patterns in life. This isn't the first time. He got popped. That's a family thing between him and his wife. Okay? I mean, I know he's an owner of a team. Kraft got off because he's one of the faces of the league. I'm sure he paid a lot of people off to get off, plus the woman and a massage parlor, 8 a.m. in the morning. But to me, DUIs are more important than this. And how many athletes that you guys we've all heard of in life have DUIs? When it's personal with me 2 times in my life, that's a lot more important than this. That's all I got.
No, that's fair, Gary. First
sorry
and foremost,
for your losses,
I'm sorry for your loss, man. That's
heavy.
That's awful. And he's right from that standpoint. The thing about it is, in regards to the Niners right now, though, the severity of the crime isn't really the point. I mean, I don't think that Jed York's going to have to sell the team.
Right. I'm with you.
This isn't what happened to Eddie DeBartolo, his uncle, back in 1998, who, again, by the way...
They suspended him for a year, and then he ended up just back.
He ended up ceding the team over to his sister.
Gotcha.
Which is how it now finds itself in the hands of Jed York, because his mother, Denise, ended up getting controlling ownership of the team. And that was a felony charge. He was involved in trying to bribe a governor.
Yeah.
Anyways, the point is, I don't think that the Niners, and Phil and Mike brought it up too, like, I don't think the players are worried about where their paycheck's going to come from because Jed York's not going to be owner of the Niners. But to your first point of the day, Goo, which I think is 100% spot on, is this is a bad look. This is a bad look going into, by the way, a pretty important season, because a lot of people believe that last year's 49ers might have been fool's gold, that the 12-5 and playoff win in Philly wasn't real. They have a lot to prove this season. And now, it might be unfair, but you're also going to have to prove that your owner is not a distraction. Otherwise, you're going to be asked about it.
No doubt about it. And, again, I'm just fascinated when situations like this happen, and then we have the ability and blessing to be behind a microphone. But I am the last person, Evan, because I share with you all my imperfections and mistakes and bad decisions, to come in here and try to say what's right and what's wrong. But what we do know is wrong is the owner of a team being in an orange jumpsuit on the internet because he got arrested. And then I'm like this, and tell me if I'm wrong here. This is not the same thing, but the Seattle Seahawks just brought in Terrion Arnold, who is facing the former cornerback for the Detroit Lions, as you know, facing 8 felonies, and he might get off of them all, but right now he's facing that. And the Seahawks worked him out and said, you know what, Evan? I think there's a place on this team for him, and we'll see how the judicial system plays out. And to me, that's way worse, the 8 felonies for what they are, than this. But I just believe this won't go into the locker room to cause the Niners to get off of their game. And you could be like, well, damn, Goo, all you care about is football. No, but that's why we're talking about this. I just think, this foul or this error will not have any significance on the Niners winning or losing.
Well, and I think that's what Gary was also getting at, is someone like Deshaun Watson still named quarterback of the Browns, which, by the way, is a joke. And
go ahead.
Well, it's a joke, and this is, again, what he's getting at. It's not a joke because, it's not just a joke because of who Deshaun Watson has shown his ass to be, but because he's got the worst QBR of a starting quarterback in the last 4 seasons.
But that contract and money they gave him, they riding that into the ground.
His dead cap hit, if they were to cut him right now?
68.
$127 million.
And that's why he's named starter.
He might get cut next year when he's going to have a cap hit of $86 million.
I watched the games to Get a Life, and I'm like, he's terrible, and they name him starter.
Deshaun Watson. Talk about a fall from grace.
Man.
Guy absolutely is awful. All right, let's go back to Oakland and talk to Gene. Hey, Gene, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'll tell you, I'm really pissed off this morning about all this. Maybe I'm too old school on this, but I want to build on what the last caller said. We really shouldn't be wasting our time with this. We shouldn't be continuing to, publicize it. I understand it's a story and you have to follow up on the story, but, and I'm no big Jed York fan by any means. In fact, if you can infer from all the calls I've made in the last 12 years what my politics are, I'm no fan of billionaires in general. But he's entitled to the same rights, the same considerations as any normal person, all right? So what the hell did he do here? He engaged with a prostitute? He did something that's legal in Nevada and legal in something like 50 or 60 other countries, all right? If that's the worst thing he did, it's personal, it's private, it has nothing to do with football, and you should leave it alone. The only people that are really suffering for this are the family. And how are they suffering? Because the media won't leave it the hell alone, all right? So I'm hoping you guys do the right thing, let it go. Let's talk about the positive stuff that's happened with the Niners. Let's focus on that. Let's turn this thing around because I'm sick and tired of it.
I got you, Gene. I respectfully disagree.
Yeah, and I would tell Gene.
I would respectfully disagree.
Gene is our guy. But, Gene, you get mad at the owner for putting himself in that situation and making this a story or an option. We can't run from what's real, and what's real right now is this story. So I get the venom or the vitriol, but Uncle Gene, you got to put that at the doorstep of York because he put himself and his team in this situation.
Yeah, a choice, a mistake, a character, whatever you want to call it. He did this, not us.
Right.
We're not talking about this if Jed York doesn't show up in an orange jumpsuit.
And do you think we even want to talk about that? You know what I mean? We were coming off with the good stuff.
I told you, this is what we were not planning on talking about this today, but this is the story.
And the phone lines are breaking. You know, it's just incredible, and I get it.
I understand the private matter point he's trying to make, that it is more of an embarrassment for the family, perhaps his wife or children, than certainly to us or to his players, right?
But he never once mentioned he was disappointed in Jed.
Well,
and
you're absolving fault from the person who commited the crime. This was a crime.
Yeah, exactly. Gene, I love you. And it doesn't.
Okay, fine. Then he should have gone to Nevada to do it. If that's what your point really is.
That's great.
The guy was arrested, and yes, they're misdemeanor charges. It's not a felony, but the fact of the matter is, he did this. Jed York, 8 days before his football team is getting set to go to Australia, decided to get some or try to, allegedly, and he brought this upon himself and his franchise.
Yeah, in a crazy way, no doubt about it. So, Gene, that was the only thing I felt like you missed in that whole synopsis that you shared with us, is it comes with it. And he took a chance or did what he did. It was obviously the wrong decision, and this is the fallout.
And for the people that are saying innocent until proven guilty, he pled no contest.
So that's over.
I mean, he's not trying to fight this.
Right.
He's not trying to fight this. The one thing that was, of course, amended was the charge of engaging in prostitution. That was moved to possessing criminal tools and disorderly conduct. So,
and that's the part of this, I don't want to get too nosy on you, but the criminal tool, just as a human being, I am wondering, what's, to film on Mike's call, what's going on there?
Well, I looked at the Ohio definition of a criminal tool, and it's essentially just anything used to commit a crime. So it could have been a cell phone, or it could have been a pen. It could be whatever. It's kind of a ambiguous term. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Talking about Jed York today, who pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested in Ohio, and kind of a little bit further south of his hometown in Youngstown. I just felt like that this is it's clearly a part of who he is because he was caught for it, but the Jed York that has been the owner of the Niners, the guy that I think he has always been compared to someone like Joe Lacob from a publicity standpoint. That Joe Lacob is very much in front of the camera, Jed York is behind the camera. And that's why I feel that this will be more of a stain than a distraction, because if you're thinking about things that Jed York has done, there's not a ton of public instances that you can point to and associate with him. And this is going to be one of those things.
No doubt. And that's why it's so, if you allow me, it's so shocking. And I didn't have this on our Monday morning rundown on the bingo card, and I'm sure the organization didn't either. So, Evan, when you say stain, again, it's kind of unfair me asking you this question without knowing, okay, it's over here, he goes to court, it's over. But how long do you think something like this follows you, or you just, go to court, get it done with, and move on, and hopefully the team will, play good football?
I mean, I think it depends on the punishment, if there is any, from the NFL under the personal conduct policy, if there's any discipline that follows. And if there's any more details that come out that might be a little more damning than the ones that we've received so far. But phone lines continue to be packed. We'll get to your calls on the other side at 888-957-9570. Giddings and Guru here on Steiny and Guru will be back after this. The Valkyries take on the Minnesota Lynx today at 5 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on the Odyssey app. Just search for Valkyries to hear every game of the 2026 Valkyrie season.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Yeah. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O-Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here, and that means Baldy, Brian Baldinger, every Tuesday, 7:30 all season long. Baldy! Now back to Steiny and Goo, who always bring that heat. Well, at least most of the time.
Where's the spot? Where's the one where he says
that real?
Spit that real.
Spit that real.
But
wait, are we allowed to spit some real about our guest who's joining us every single Tuesday this upcoming season?
The man.
Okay. Well, Ross Tucker's going to be back.
Man.
Who, by the way, has got a pretty big job that he'll be taking on this season.
He already was calling games for college and pro.
So he was doing a lot of Westwood One stuff, some CBS in the NFL, was on the 4th, 5th team. Ross, who, of course, has joined us in previous NFL seasons. For those who listen to Steiny and Goo, they're very familiar with his work. But this year, he's going to be joining Ian Eagle.
That's big.
On the number 2 CBS NFL broadcast. So Ross he's going to get some big touches.
And you know why that opening came? Tony Romo.
That's true.
Tony, where are you laughing at?
No, he got was it an OWI?
Yeah, never, man. I told you he was done. Life, man.
I know. All right, well, kind of back to reality. And the reality is today, we got full phone lines, 888-957-9570. Jed York arrested over the weekend in East Palestine, Ohio, pleading no contest to 2 misdemeanors according to court documents. And pled no contest. There was an additional misdemeanor, possessing criminal tools, misdemeanor of disorderly conduct that was amended from engaging in prostitution. Big deal, no deal. That's what we're getting into today. We want to hear from you again at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Fred, who's on 880. Thanks for hanging in there, Fred. Appreciate the call. Good morning. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
Hey,
man. In the grand scheme of things, especially football wise, this is not really much at all. I mean, you got to remember, Jed York is a pretty young owner as well. In the NFL, So you talked about it being a stain. You got to think, over the time of his tenure, if he's able to lead them to a championship as an owner or maybe another championship, this will definitely be an afterthought. And second of all, I'm going back to winning cures everything. If this season they go out and they have a good season, they get in, but damn, if they win the Super Bowl, it'll definitely be an afterthought. But let's just say they have another season similar to what they have last year. Again, this really is not much. We don't have too many salacious details, which is good. That's another reason why it's going to get out the way. We don't have no guns. We don't have no drugs. We got stuff that most people don't even understand. So at the end of the day, this kind of news just makes me really want for the season to come so we can hear some football, so we can hear some defensive schemes and some offensive play calling, because even though this dude is a billionaire, he's also a private citizen. So, you know, this kind of stuff, I'm sure, because I'm in Alameda County right now, I'm sure they probably made 1,000 similar arrests like that within the last week. So, you know, we'll see how the season goes for the Niners. I'm actually going to wish him good luck because of this, and we'll see how he bounces back. That's it.
I got you, Fred. Appreciate the call. Well, this is what the Niners said about the principal owner, Jed York's arrest in Ohio. Quote, "We are aware of the matter, which will be reviewed under the personal conduct policy." That's it for the Niners.
And I'll say this, not being negative, but okay, if that's a suspension, again, does that suspension of one owner in the NFL affect game day situations and game prep? My answer is no. And Evan, you kind of threw it out to the listeners, and I'll tell you, I don't think this is a distraction. Now, if more stuff comes out that's worse, then we're in distraction city. But right now, I think it's more embarrassing for the organization because of the situation Jed put himself in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all kind of under the same umbrella. You know, what I would say to Fred is this. I think he's right that if the Niners go out and have another 12-5 season and are contending for the 1 seed and win a playoff game, he's right that this is probably just a blip on the radar of the year. But you also have to think about it from the other side, which is if the Niners get off to a slow start, if they don't look like a season from a year ago, they don't look like they can pull rabbits out of the hat with the Mac Joneses and the backups, and hell, maybe even they stay healthy and we find out that some of their older players just aren't as good anymore, that maybe Mike Evans is actually on his way out, that Christian McCaffrey will never have a season like he did a year ago, that Trent Williams doesn't have much time left, that George Kittle's a different football player after an Achilles tear. If all of that does happen and the season doesn't go the way they want,
but we wouldn't put that all on Jed, would we?
You don't put it all on him, but it's a part of the story. Kyle Shanahan's car accident is a part of the story. What happened during the summer that set the stage for a season
I'll give you that
did not live up to expectations?
Yeah, and your premise is if they didn't ball out, like if they didn't have a great season. Because I'm in here as excited in 2 weeks, Evan, and let's just say I had the Niners. We have that show coming up, the season preview. But let's say I had my number win total for the Niners at 11. This news doesn't make me drop that down to a 9.
No, but what if there's a consequence from it? What if the NFL comes in and takes something away from the 49ers? And I don't know if it's draft compensation, but you know, if there's something that does impact the team like that, then yes, this is a negative thing. And even if from a team standpoint, it's obviously not a good look as a whole. But my point is, if Fred is looking at it and saying, well, things go well, then it's all good. You also have to give some credence to the opposite side, which is if things do not go well, people are going to put this in the file of why. That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Concord and talk to David. David, happy Monday, man. What's happening?
Thanks, guys. I appreciate taking my call. Hey, just real quickly, I don't think this is going to affect anything with the game. And in particular, the Niners. I think the same amount of ticket sales are going to be made.
Okay.
The same amount of people will be watching on TV. If you remember in New England, they went through a spell with a Spygate, with the tight end that murdered somebody, with the owner that did something similar. And look at them now. They're fine. It didn't affect their attendance. So I think this is going to blow over like a lot of things do. And he'll pay the price. He'll pay it at home. he'll pay it through the media, and then, in a year or two, look, how many guys think about the tight end in New England killing somebody in prison and killing himself? I don't think anybody thinks about that anymore. So, yeah, in the scheme of things, it's sad to say, but it's probably not a big deal. He'll pay for it personally at home, and I think for a lot of people, that's probably good enough.
I got you, David. Well,
and everybody's each to their own prerogative.
Aaron Hernandez is who he's talking about, and they turned that into a docuseries.
No doubt about it. There's that. Ev, Norm texted me during the break. I forgot to tell you.
Oh, what's up, Norm?
Yeah, can you tell him just the official what he's facing or what he was arrested for? Because my pop's asking me what's going on, and
Sure.
I'm focused on you.
All right, this is for Norm and no one else. The San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York pleaded no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested in Ohio on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. And according to Ohio court records and East Palestine police, they arrested York on Sunday with a charge of description of engaging in prostitution. The charge was amended to misdemeanor disorderly conduct after York pled no contest to that and an additional misdemeanor charge for possessing criminal tools. He was sentenced to 1 day in jail for each, which have already been considered served. So that's why he was seen in the nightgown.
The orange, yeah.
Again, that was only for Norm.
I would thank you, Evan. I'll say this, and I want to task our callers. Say what's on your mind and in your heart, but I'd like to just add this caveat to, if you can help your boy out. If you think this is a big deal, Evan, why? Because I don't think, again, I can differentiate. This is embarrassing. From that, for the organ, you took a hit. This is worse than Kyle got in an accident when it was all said and done. Forget the speculation. On paper, it was just an accident. This is, you can't do that. Then the moral police out there, I get that. But as far as it impacting the game, I just can't get there, E. Okay. And maybe somebody can help me out, but that's how I feel.
Well, I guess I would return serve with this. And it might be an unfair theoretical situation.
You all right?
What if this was Joe Lacob? How would you feel?
And you love me, I'm your brother. The exact same way.
See, I think it would be different because Joe he's out on Market Street a lot more than Jed is. I think one of the reasons why Jed is not is maybe being given the benefit of the doubt, but is not being talked about as much in this night because we don't really know a lot about him.
But I'll tell you this: either one of them has a jersey. You know what I mean? They don't play.
No, but
Joe being out front, you think would be worse?
I think that people would have more of a visceral reaction if it was Joe Lacob. I do. If it was the owner of the Giants, if it was,
whoever
Joe
that
Johnson.
Is, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. You don't even,
gotcha.
Off the top of your head, you're going to have to go Google who it is. And so that's why it gets pushed to the background. Jed York, the most, the most impactful public statement that I can recall in recent memory that he's made was, I believe it was during Super Bowl week 2023, when he said that Brock Purdy is going to.
All right.
He referred to Brock Purdy as resetting the market.
Right.
And essentially cementing him as their franchise quarterback. And remember, we ran with that for weeks.
Now that's like
how can you reset the market with Mr. Irrelevant? No, Jed York's already setting the stage a year before negotiations even start. What are you doing, Jed? So that to me is, and that was, again, years ago. Now, to today, pardon me.
Yeah, this ain't it.
It's a completely different situation. Okay, let's get back to the phone lines again. 888-957-9570. Yeah, we got full phone lines and want to get to you. If you have a reaction to the news that Jed York was arrested, pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges on suspicion of engaging in prostitution in Ohio yesterday, we want to hear from you as to why. Distraction, big deal, no deal. We are here for it. Let's go to Spencer, who's in Oakland. What's happening, Big Spence? Hey, buddy.
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. I think that this is what I'm hearing from people that are calling in here is a symptom of an overall problem that we have right now as a country. I think that the excuses, the minimization of this is absolutely disgusting. I think that what you need to think about, just with this case in particular, was she a child? No. But how many of these folks that are out there have suffered sexual exploitation, have suffered human trafficking, have suffered all kinds of horrific things in their lifetime that has led them to being where they are, being exploited on the streets. So that's number one. Number two, I think it's a symptom of what's happening from the top in our country. We have a person currently elected as our president who was elected in part on releasing a whole bunch of files that have since not been released, who was just forced to pay $5 million to E. Jean Carroll for sexual assault. And this has all been minimized by a group of people whose whole outrage for years was the release, which is now just, of these files, which is now being excused. Now bring it back to the NFL level. I mean, props to Cleveland fans. They should boo him horrifically every single time he takes a seat. He should not be a quarterback in the NFL. What he did, and to innumerable number of women, was absolutely horrific. He should not be a quarterback in this league. They should boo him out of the building. They should not show up. They should not contribute financially to the franchise. And that's unfortunate because I love Shedeur, and God-fearing young man out there, trying to compete, has overcome a lot of obstacles, with, the media coverage around him and the storylines that people want to put around him. But it's unfortunate, but I don't think people should show up as long as he is the quarterback. And you mentioned the owner of the Patriots.
Yeah, correct.
And, and other folks in the past that have gone through similar items that are still, widely accepted in our society, let alone the league. And so, yeah, is it a personal problem between him and his wife? Yes, but he's also a public figure and subject to public scrutiny. And I think that he should receive the utmost, highest public scrutiny in this regard. I mean, if you have a daughter who likes the 49ers and who watches the NFL, what's the conversation you're having today? Oh, it's okay. It's just a problem between him and his wife. This is normal, man behavior, in some situations. It's just a horrendous conversation and a horrendous way to look at it. And the excuses that I'm hearing from people that call in, what if it was your daughter, who is on the other end of this right now? It's really, it's really disgusting. And we really need to put stop this as a society, actually grow a spine, and, take hold of our morals and ethics again as a country, because we're just slipping down a slope, and it feels like we're at the point of no return as a society as a whole, let alone this incident. So I know it's like a misdemeanor, but just think of the circumstances behind it. If it was your daughter, and for the woman involved, and what led her to that point in her life, and what kind of child trafficking, sexual exploitation, everything that we're dealing with. Also, shout out to Tim Tebow, who's actually taking this subject on big time. And we are the number one producer of traffic material in the world. And a lot of these girls end up victims. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for taking my call today, folks. And I'll listen to you on the Odyssey app. Appreciate it.
Gotcha. Thank you, Spencer. Yeah, no, powerful stuff there. In regards to Jed York, again, none of that beyond just suspicion of engaging in prostitution has actually been put into the court record. So I don't want to speculate too much on that. But KTVU's Sal Castaneda was on earlier today with the morning show.
Oh, I missed him.
So he talked about the distinction, again, from what Spencer was talking about to what actually was, again, official in terms of Jed York's arrest.
Yeah, that's just the way they categorize it. They have, anything that has to do with people, right? The prostitution falls into that. So, a lot of people, they hear human trafficking, and it's like, whoa, is he selling slaves? That's not necessarily the case. It's just that division, it's kind of like if you've ever watched Law and Order, they have the sex division, right? And different places call it different things. In that particular county in Ohio, the human trafficking team handles all that kind of stuff. It could be, I'm sure they handle human trafficking, the kind of stuff that you think about, but they also handle anything that has to do with it handles anything that has to do with prostitution or those kind of crimes. Like it's almost like a different name for a sex crimes unit.
Gotcha. So that's from Sal Castaneda, pardon me, on the distinction on human trafficking versus.
And you know what?
prostitution.
That was just that last caller. That was a case study because Jed York's error or bad decision making made him pick the phone up and share with us what he thought is obviously going on in the world.
Bigger issue, yeah.
And that wasn't Jed York's fault. You know, he made a bad decision. But again, I bring up Jed because you gave that caller the fuel to pick up the phone. We accepted the call and get off what was on your chest. So Jed getting in trouble, and I'll say this, you might laugh at me, and I'm not trying to be funny at all. Ohio has their rules and how they handle it. They felt like he needed 1 day in jail. He did that and paid his debt to society, and the NFL will handle the rest. But again, I get it for all the wives, husbands, the people that are married and the children component to this, and the word is moral. You know, who am I to judge? This is not a good look, and I kind of get it if, you know, who am I to tell somebody, oh, you're taking it too far? It's how you feel because Jed messed up.
Well, and it sounds like, I believe it was Spencer from Oakland was responding to some of the comments from callers. And we encourage everybody who wants to get on the conversation again at 888-957-9570. Also the text line weigh in as well. But it sounds like he is feeling like this is normalized. It's just a part of who we are as a society. Not necessarily speaking just about Jed York. It was kind of a bigger point that
like
he wanted
Kraft
to get
had
at.
money and that helped him get off. Hello.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I got you.
money helps.
Yeah.
That guy is in the town. That guy, what's going on? Good morning, man. How you doing?
Good morning, fellas. Happy Monday to you. What's up, my man Goo?
What's up, baby?
In Giddings, thanks for holding it down, brother. Hey,
Appreciate
I got some feelings to unpack on this one on both ways. I'll play both sides of the fence here. It's a bad look for Niners in general when your guy's in a jumpsuit. I don't care if it's your neighbor or the manager of the local Little League team. It's just a bad look in general. And for the Niners, it's a bad look because here's another thing in the offseason that's who I feel the most bad about. You know, I'm not going to hang him up like Spencer wanted to do, and I'm not advocating what he did, but it's a bad look for the Niners to have to answer these questions about what's going on off the field with Kyle and his accident, and now with Jed and what happened, instead of what's happening on the field. They got to weather this probably for the next few weeks, at least until Australia, if not farther, about, hey, do you talk to your owner? What do you feel about your owner? And that's not fair to them because they're trying to compete on the field. And I feel bad for York's family as well. You know, his mom gave him the team. But to crucify this guy, and I'll give you a take here in a minute of what my nephew said, to crucify this guy for something we can't, like you going hashtag Tupac, we can't judge him. There's only two guys that can judge him, and one's not living anymore, and he walks on water. The other one is the legal judge that is able to judge him. But so that's not our place. It's just a bad look for a team that's struggling to try to get on solid ground here. And on the other side of the fence, Goo, we were saying earlier,
okay,
I hit my nephew up on the way to school, and he's like, I said, hey, he's a big diehard Niner fan. I said, what do you feel about Jed? He's like, oh, man, that just makes him a real one. He's just like us. He's human. And he's like, I'm going to be there on opening day. So, and then my man, Big Rob, he's like, why did Jed just wait? He's going to Vegas this week. It's legal there. So, you know, the fan base is on both sides with this. It's a bad look in general. But here's another question that I heard this morning. He's like, if this York, if it's Rooney, this is just a terrible look. But if it's like R.I.P. Irsay, Jerry Jones, Robert Kraft, people just, it's page 6 and you just move on to the next newspaper.
I got you, that guy. Appreciate the call, man. We got to get to a break, but point taken.
Man, it's flying.
Yeah, no doubt. 2 hours in, 2 to go. Again, we're talking about the 49ers owner, Jed York, who was arrested yesterday in Ohio, pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges. We want your reaction to it. Big deal, no deal, somewhere in the middle. We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Our football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Also, lock in for next Thursday, September 3rd. It's our Red and Gold Summit. All of the hosts from 6 to 6, including special guest Brian Baldinger, will be there at Jackson Pleasant Hill, 4 to 6 p.m. live. There's great food, great drinks, and your chance to meet Baldy, along with, of course, the rest of the hosts. So Wilder and Dibs gets you started at 2 o'clock, 2 hours from them, and then 2 hours with everyone, including Brian Baldinger from 4 to 6, again at Jack's in Pleasant Hill. All brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products.
Brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. If your night out includes a drink, make sure your plan includes a sober ride home. Choose a designated sober driver, rideshare, or public transit before you go. End your night right. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception!
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in. Let's go Niners!
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi. We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow!
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying. Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Early morning clouds in Oakland with a high of 71.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, but now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
Well,
you don't have to worry
Steiny's
about
not here this week.
today.
So
No
you don't have to
doubt.
worry
You're
about
good,
that.
Will.
Yeah, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz all week. He's enjoying Canada.
Yeah. Oh, Canada. That's far. That's as much as I. Do you know the whole anthem?
No, I'm not Canadian.
But you're the type that was like, Kitty, do you know the whole anthem?
I don't know the Yugoslavian.
I know a little
anthem.
bit, not a lot.
Look at Kitty.
What?
Oh, Canada.
Our home and native land.
And native
Well, you said you didn't know it, but let Kenny finish.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
I don't know that much.
Yeah, I mean,
I got you. I was having some fun with you.
I always take my hat off, stand for the anthem, but from there, I'm not big on singing, you know?
Look at you. I do have to say this. We'll get back to the calls. Evan, I see new lines. Like, whoa. Valkyrie's big game. Message being sent tonight. You got to beat Minnie.
The stat is 0-9.
That is cryptic.
Against the Minnesota Lynx.
I
By the
can't
way,
wait.
well, you were at the game.
Yeah.
Was it last week?
Mm-hmm.
When they played Minnesota?
Mm-hmm.
There's a gap. There's just a gap. There is. And, you know, maybe the Valkyries could get them in the playoffs. Maybe they get them tonight.
Yeah.
They're on the road.
Holla.
We can listen on the audio on the Odyssey app. Oh yeah, I was sick that day, but I was listening to you guys. I understand his point about Valhalla. So he says Valhalla.
I'm over here bald.
It's spelled with 2 L's. It's bald, not
Talk to me,
Val.
Evan. And I called it constructive criticism.
I know
Also,
that was
basketball.
So that was really good.
Hello, that's the part. Basketball.
I just thought it was an East Coast thing. You know, it's like aunt versus aunt.
We love you, Steiny.
No, he's not listening.
No, he's not.
Although they finally just got electricity, apparently.
Dude.
They got some sort of solar panel at that little island he's got. Steinmetz Isle. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, continuing to further the conversation. Jed York arrested over the weekend and pleaded no contest to misdemeanor charges.
I got a quick take.
Yeah.
I don't think we hear. What if you, after this dies down or goes away, what if I told you, I don't think we hear from him all year after this. Like he would want that. Like, you know what? I'm just a mulligan.
Well, he's usually out of sight and out of mind anyway.
That went into the calculation. But
yeah.
This is just like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing.
I have to imagine that he will release a statement at some point. And I don't know when or where that's going to be. But what we do know is the Niners have released a statement, and it's a short one. Quote, as this is a legal matter which has been resolved. We will not be providing any further comment at this time. And they also put this out. We are aware of the matter, which will be reviewed under the personal conduct policy. So it feels like the Niners are putting this in the hands of the NFL. Like they're obviously not going to, I don't even know if they can reprimand their owner, the controlling owner, but they're going to wait for the NFL to come down with some sort of discipline, which I think is fair to assume will happen because he pled no contest as opposed to some
that is a big deal
prior issues with owners who have, kind of skedaddled their way out of this. But Jed York is, he's going to get hit. And look, the fact of the matter is this. You could care or not, completely up to you. Does it impact football? Likely not. It's unacceptable. It's interesting. Like I remember Willard he used that word to describe the Giants and their last, I think it was 10 seasons. The fact they haven't won a playoff series and they're headed potentially for 100 losses and they just haven't looked like the stand-up organization that was responsible for 3 championships in 5 years. This is unacceptable behavior. And whether it's happened before or not, we're going to maybe find out, and there'll be more details that are revealed. But if you're the owner of a team, you can't do this. That's just a fact.
No, you're right, Evan, but you can.
Well, you can.
Yeah, unless you remove yourself. And I'm not saying or lobbying for that, but the bottom line is you are the most important person in the organization. And I know he's sick to his stomach that this happened, but what you just echoed on any front, any organization, any job sector, this is bad. And now he made the decision he'll have to live with it. And, depending on who you are, a lot of people trying to have fun and make jokes, a lot of people trying to be the judge and the jury. But I'll say this, Evan, and I got to be careful, because we had a caller call in and talk about, I think it was our guy, Uncle Gene, in Vegas is not what it is in, Cleveland. But the fact of the matter is he wasn't in Vegas. He was in Cleveland. And you are correct. You just can't have the owner in that orange jumpsuit. You just can't.
Let's get back to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Let's go to KC from Petaluma. KC, thanks for holding on, man. What's going on? Good morning.
Hey, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys taking my call. Man, sports are so interesting that people's wishes for a team's success overrides the exploitation and trafficking of young women and women. That previous caller stole my thunder and said it so eloquently. People do not get into prostitution because they want to. They are trafficked. They are drugged. They are forced to do these acts. And the fact that we are talking about Super Bowls or success, Jed York needs to be ostracized. He needs to be kicked out of the NFL. There are 32 owners in the NFL. For one of the owners to do this and then it be accepted by the general public, that shows the problem we have with how we treat women, with how we treat young women, with how we treat prostitution, and how we treat the marginalized section of our population. We can be better. We can be a lot better. Have a great day. Love your show.
Appreciate it, KC.
Like, Evan, what if I told you and I'm being real? My heart is open. Everything he said, I'm totally with, spot on. But I just have to interject what he was preaching. I get, and that's happening, and it's terrible. But until we get information that York was involved, and it's obvious that it doesn't look like it was to that extent, I can't put him in that or anybody that would have got caught up doing what York was trying to do. I can't add what it seems like a lot of people are onto his ledger or his misdemeanors or what criminal charges he's facing, if that makes any sense.
No, I mean, I appreciate the energy from KC, but the reality is unless there's something else that's uncovered further, Jed York is probably still going to be the owner of the 49ers.
Yeah.
And I understand why KC feels the way that he does. And I think people are using this as an opportunity to speak about larger issues with not just our country, but the world.
Yes.
But I got to be honest, unless there's something else that damages the reputation of the Shield, not much more is going to happen. He might get hit with a fine, just speculating. There might be, maybe he has to stay out of mind and out of sight for a bit. But, unfortunately for KC, and maybe it was one of the prior callers he referenced, is likely not going to be a lot done unless there's something else that we don't know about.
But right now,
that has been uncovered.
And you said it all. You said it all with Goo. You said it to us, Evan. You just can't have this happen, and that's a hell of a standard. You know what? You are right. You just cannot be the owner of the San Francisco 49ers or any major sport franchise like we have here in the Bay and have this happen. That's a hell of a standard you're holding them to. And he didn't live up to it, doing what he did. But I will say this, and it doesn't – tell me if it sounds like I'm digging at the bottom of the barrel. I'm not. I'm not trying to exonerate, lessen. But the bottom line is he's not the first NFL owner to get in trouble or get a mugshot. And I'm not saying celebrate that, but we have listed names and owners in the past that have gotten some transgressions and have moved on with life.
No, look, I mean, there are also some that have had to sell their teams. Dan Snyder famously in 2023 had to sell the Washington Commanders after presiding over a, quote, widespread toxic workplace involving sexual harassment. There's unauthorized cheerleader swimsuit video production, financial improprieties. So there was a lot that was wrong with Washington. He had to sell his team. Robert Kraft obviously did not have to sell the Patriots after charges were dropped in 2020 following 2 misdemeanor counts of soliciting prostitution. Jerry Richardson is someone that has not had to, that did have to sell his team. And that was in 2018 after he was accused of multiple instances of workplace sexual harassment, using a racial slur towards team employees. So there's varying degrees of this, and it's not up to us to measure York against prior faults. I'm just saying that, look, at this point, we don't have all the information, and when it comes out, that's when the NFL will make its ruling.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to play a piece of sound, but did you want to follow up on that?
Play sound.
Okay. It's from Sal Castaneda, KTVU, who was asked if this is a big deal for Jed York.
If Jed York wasn't Jed York, it wouldn't be a big deal because this happens all the time. But because he is Jed York and he's the billionaire owner of the football team that is in this area, or, the NFL, it is a big deal. You remember that Robert Kraft had some issues in the past, right? And that was kind of a big deal. Whenever owners get involved with something, anything like that, it is a big deal. So I think it is a big deal just because he is Jed York. If it would have been, just another person, obviously it wouldn't be in the news. A lot of people are arrested for this all the time, even here in the Bay Area, and it never makes the news. So the only thing that makes it big is that it's Jed York, and he's such a public figure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's why we're talking about it today. And I do think, look, when you're someone that is of Jed York's stature, you have an obligation to be a better person than this.
No doubt. And there is a thing called press, and there's also, Evan, a thing called negative press. We came in here with a show already lined up, and it was going to be the euphoria of the Niners getting stewards back like Warner, Bosa, and Kittle. Kittle just off of the PUP list. And that was going to be positive 49er talk, positive football talk. But unfortunately, this happened. The owner put himself in this position. And I do understand why the phone lines are jammed and the internet's going crazy with it. And we'll see where the chips fall. But like you said, you're the owner of a sports franchise. You cannot do this. He did it, but he'll have another life to come back and right his wrongs. But right now, it's an embarrassing look for the Niners. I don't think anybody could say, Goo, you're wrong with that.
I'm with you there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Goo. Let's go down to San Jose and talk to Joe. Hey, what's up, Joe? How you doing?
Come on, Evan. What's going on, Goo?
Hey.
How we doing?
All right.
Awesome, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. So my take on this, I got a little side note for Goo after this, but my take on it is, if it makes sense, this is an organizational distraction, not a team distraction. So I'm with Goo on this. I see the players going right through this. They'll answer a couple questions for a day or two, but besides this, I don't see it affecting the team. Like the Kyle situation, because the day-to-day, I felt like that would have been affecting the team more than this. I mean, you know, Jed got caught $140 for in the trailer park. You know what I mean? Like, it's a horrible look. It's not what you want the organization to look like, but I mean, I guess it happened. You've seen Robert Kraft go through it. You've seen owners go through this, so it's not uncommon, which is bad to say because you expect these owners to, you know, live a clean lifestyle, but they just don't. And then my side note is Goop. You got a haircut in Sacramento. You went all the way up there last week, and then you got your caddy hit. Come on, man. That's insult to injury right there. You got no one in the union that can cut you up, bro?
Yeah, I do. Shout out Marky D. Was unavailable, but my home is in Sac, so that's what I was doing in Sac, so the spot wasn't too far. But, yeah, the adjusters called me back, so Evan the caddy I'll be in a rental here shortly.
In a rental?
Yeah.
Now, when you are in a rental, do you also drive Cadillac?
Oh, no. Just give me whatever.
Okay, so... But you're D-Lac. Like, yeah. Cadillac is what you've always had.
Well, we put that on hold. Yeah, okay. Right, the
So
I ain't balling like that. I ain't balling at all, but yeah.
But this is what I want to know, because when I think of you in cars, I only think of Cadillac. So the fact that you're going to be in a Sorrento.
Chevy Impala, maybe, right?
Well, that would be pretty nice. No, but I can't imagine you driving around in a truck.
If they got one, that's all they have. That's what I'll be in.
No, maybe Ceremony Ford can hook you
Now,
up.
before you get to the next call, he said something that got me thinking. Okay, he said the players will have their back, be pros. Kyle, John, I get that. But how much of what we do and who we talk to on a daily basis and we care about, how much does the fan base disdain matter? Because that's what we're hearing from me. I think they're the ones that might be more embarrassed than the players. And I think they have the right to be. If you want to come at me with the marriage component to all this, and we feel sorry, and I do for the kids going to school if they got to endure that stuff, and that's always across the board when somebody messes up. But, what about the fan base is embarrassment?
I don't know how much of the fan base is embarrassed. I think that, maybe they're not huge fans of what went down, but I can tell you this. How many fans do you think, because Jed York got arrested yesterday in Ohio, will not have their televisions tuned to Netflix at 5:35 p.m. Thursday evening, September 10th?
Zero.
People are still... Hell, they got a game at 5 o'clock on Thursday. Now, you might not watch because it's preseason.
No, I got you, though. Zero.
But you're going to be watching when they play the Rams in Melbourne. You are.
Yeah.
At least I will be.
And I'm sure he won't
be doing pregame.
He won't be on that trip.
Who, York?
Yeah. Or why not? Who knows?
It's a good question. I don't know. I can tell you that if he is, actually, I would bet that he won't be, because if he is,
then that kind of
would be a distraction.
Yeah, this is where you want to go off, not hide, but kind of stay on the low.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be hearing a lot from Jed York, especially until this investigation is concluded. That's why I would say that my guess is there will be a statement at some point from him, but I can't imagine he'll talk until all of this has been wrapped up.
Right.
Until the NFL comes out with a conclusion from their investigation and hands out whatever sort of punishment they decide. All right, let's go to Oakland and talk to Chucky. What's happening, Chucky?
Chucky,
how you doing?
Hey, good morning, man. Always enjoy the show, man.
Where you come out on this, Chucky? Where you come out on this, man?
Hey, I'm gonna let you know, man. But first, let me say, good as far as the insurance thing, man. The rental car you get, it depends on how much what your insurance covers carry. So if they carry $30, $40, or $50 for the car a day, then that's what it depends on.
Okay.
As far as what kind of rental car you'll be getting.
There you go.
But my take is this, man. First of all, when Sonny be telling you, man, you can't be enamored, man. You can't be overwhelmed when you see a celebrity or you see a superstar. He used to get at you like talk about Steph Curry.
Yeah.
What do Sonny say? What do Sonny say to that?
They're just regular people.
He just a regular man. Hey, man, that's what Jed York is, man. He just a man. Hey, he made a bad decision. He let the little head overwhelm the big head. But, hey, the bottom line is This been trying to get laid been going on since the beginning of time. Now, to me, it's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger right now. As it stands right now, I think it's nothing. And as far as the impact on the field, Evan, I'm referring to the impact on the field. It has nothing to do with it. Hey, you know, players don't not thinking nothing about that. But what I would like to say is, you gotta look at the fine print. You guys missing the fine print. And I wanna acknowledge you guys on the fine print. The fine print is, first of all, it does matter where this happened at. Evan, you said that you don't think the whereabouts have anything to do with it. It does. Because, see, you know, you and Steiny, you guys like to work on, like to play on words, man. It's wordplay right now. Because, see, if it was a regular Joe, like Sal Castaneda said, this would be a trailer park. If it was a regular Joe. But it's not. It's a multi-millionaire, billionaire, whatever. He owner of the 49ers. So now they got to call it a mobile community. You know what I mean? It's a mobile community. And for the sake of conversation, at this mobile community, hey, I can take it being a mobile community because all mobile communities don't have prostitution. But if you're able to indulge in some type of prostitution at this mobile community, then believe me, prostitution and drugs go hand in hand. And I'm just going to say they go hand in hand, prostitution and drugs in a mobile community, you know, for the sake of conversation. And so as far as like, I'm a Tesla owner, and there's a USB drive in the glove box. And so if they wanted to be transparent with having to count Shanahan, they could have just exposed what was on the USB drive. Did they do that? No, they did not. And so if they covered up for Kyle Shanahan, I don't see them being transparent, you know, with Jed York. I really don't, because the fine print, it should be the camera, the police, the camera that they carry on their vest, you know, that would be telltale. And also, I heard through you guys reporting that he was in the orange jumpsuit. Now, when you get arrested, you're not arrested in the orange jumpsuit, you're arrested in your street clothes. So for him to be in an orange jumpsuit, what happened to his clothes? What's going on?
I got you, Chucky. No, appreciate the call.
Well, he spent the night,
The orange jumpsuit is what he was wearing when he got his photo taken. He wasn't actually wearing an orange jumpsuit when he got arrested. Sorry, there might have been a distinction. We had to make a clarification here.
Okay.
I wasn't being clear, apparently.
Yeah.
Chucky thought he actually had an orange jumpsuit on. By the way, shout out to Chucky. He's the St. Mary's Panther.
But just real quick.
Yeah.
The orange jumpsuit they provided him those clothes. Okay,
Yeah.
right,
he didn't show up looking like that, I don't think.
I was like, man.
At least to my knowledge.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's a dress code at the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community, but I imagine Creamsicle's not on the
my word
list.
for the day, and you didn't ask, is embarrassing. That's it, man. Disappointment. But as far as this derailing the Niners, even week one, I just don't see that happening. But as far as taking the calls, fielding the calls, and people being mad or embarrassed, whatever your word is, I totally understand that.
And I think Chucky's echoing something we've heard from a lot of people, whether it's on the text line, YouTube, people calling in. It's like if this was a normal guy, it's probably a normal crime, and we're not talking about it. But for people in different positions, I think you have to demand more accountability. He's the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, and he was arrested this weekend. That's why we're not talking about Kittle coming off the pup. And we're gonna get to that this week. There's still a lot of stuff that's positive for the 49ers that's been happening around this. But when Jed York gets arrested, that casts a shadow over his organization. It could be temporary. It also might linger if the team, again, doesn't play well. If they go down to Australia, there's going to be questions. There's going to be topics that are brought up to his players and his coaches, and that's on him. That's not on us. People are trying to normalize it, and some are saying that's wrong. Some are saying, hey, this happens every single day. But it doesn't happen every single day to the owner of the 49ers.
There you go.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. I see you, Big Smooth. I see you, Ed. We're going to get to your calls on the other side as we move forward here. Hey, if you're still making plans for September, we've got one for you. Great golf, great people, and an even greater cause. Learn more about the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park on Friday, September 11th, day after the Niners take on the Rams. Benefiting the Autism Society, SF Bay Area at PettinelliFP.com. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson on Steiny and Guru. We'll be back after this. And the Valkyries also take on the Minnesota Lynx at 5 o'clock today. Listen to it right here on the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
45% of new members are referred to Stanford Federal Credit Union by friends and family. Experience that trust with a limited-time 8-month certificate at 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with as little as $100. Hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online today. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
Laughing Monk Brewing is taking over the Bay one beer at a time. Whether you're meeting friends for happy hour, getting a bite to eat, or catching a game, there's a seat waiting for you at Laughing Monk. Great food, great beer, and even better company. Join us in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, Bayview, and Nopa in San Francisco, and at State Street Market in Los Altos. Laughing Monk. Grab a plate, grab a brew, and share a few laughs with us.
Need a plumbing, heating, or HVAC contractor? Choose UA Local 38 Signatory Contractors. Craft certified professionals with over 10,000 hours of training deliver quality work with no surprise costs. Visit ualocal38.org.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas, so you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Christina from San Mateo. Twice in the last week, Dale and his 2 different partners were here to do 2 different jobs. What a great guy to have taken the lead on these jobs. He knew exactly what he was doing and what was needed from our company. Thank you, Dale.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't play that.
No, this for my boy Chucky, because that's my guy.
Damn, Ken. Was that because of the Genty thing earlier?
No, it was, that was, I have fun with Ken. He was right, though.
What, sniffing?
No, Genty. It was a sprained ankle.
Bad
but
sprain.
I wasn't the only one.
Still eligible for fantasy football. Don't worry. Gent will be out there.
And Chucky, don't fall for Steiny's bid. I can do it when he's not here. I grew up with famous people, you know what I'm saying? I've been around people, so I ain't no groupie to
okay.
Spice One.
Define famous.
Eddie House, Roy Williams.
These are more local celebrities.
All my fault, but I've been around people. Ice Cube.
Well, you were around
Queen Latifah.
Wait, what? Ice Cube?
Yeah.
When were you around Ice Cube?
My brother,
besides at the Mount Westmore on Friday night.
One of my best friends from the Union, Byron Carter, great concert. Was his bodyguard, one of Ice Cube's bodyguards. So back in the day, Ice Cube and Too Short did a song together. Oh, Evan, I'll play for you in the Caddy's got to be soon. And I met Cube. So,
Yeah, but how close did security actually let you get to Cube?
No, the securities guy was Byron's, his sister's boyfriend. So when they'd come out here and do stuff like Berkeley, be in the studio, we'd go out there. I was right out of high school, but I know how to carry myself.
If this is
makes
how
it seem like, well,
I mean, I've also seen you around a couple of big boys, and you can get chatty. I don't want to say.
Now, what does that mean? That's conversation.
No, but it means you want to talk to them. You want to tell them about yourself.
Like I do regular folk.
It's a little different.
Oh, the chair's doing something to you.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, 95.7 The Game. I just want to let you know how big of a deal I am in this town.
Look at you.
I'm just kidding. Although that'd be pretty dope. But
the phone lines are breaking.
I think they've been broken.
Yeah.
I think they have been broken. No, we're talking about Jed York, who's kind of center of news today, was arrested, pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges after getting booked in Ohio on suspicion of engaging in prostitution, paid over $1,000 in fines, spent a night in jail. And according to some more details that are coming out, this was from Pro Football Talk, that possession of a criminal tool was one of the misdemeanors that he pled no contest to. And according to the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force, they determined that York had, quote, in his possession his cellular device, which was used to arrange the criminal act. So remember earlier how I told you, by definition in Ohio, criminal tool could be anything used to commit a crime. Cell phone is reportedly what was falling under that. So, again, we'll relay details as they come out throughout the day. But as for right now, that's kind of the update. And we want to hear from you if it's a big deal to you, no deal. I think Goo and I are on the same page as far as the football is concerned. I don't think it necessarily impacts the 49ers, but kind of under the umbrella of this offseason, I think Ayuk's been a part of it, technically still on the team. Ayuk's been a part of it. The Kyle Shanahan thing was interesting, to say the least. Just the lack of coverage for about 11 days from the time of the accident to when the news finally broke. And then now 8 days before they head down to Australia before the preparation to take on the Rams. This is just another chapter in a Niners summer full of potential distractions. Let's go up to Ed Aluma and talk to Ed. He's a cop with experience. I appreciate that. So, Ed, what's going on? Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Awesome. I did 29 years. I did 29 years in law enforcement in San Francisco with some vice experience. And if you rate this on a scale of 1 to 10, this is like a 1.5. It's basically one step above a traffic ticket. Because if you look at it in its seriousness, from the time he got arrested to the time the case was over was 36 hours. That's almost unheard of. So that's how small the event was. And when you plead no contest to something like this, you're not accepting a guilt. You're not admitting to anything. You're just accepting the punishment, but you're not pleading guilty to anything. And that's the difference between guilty and no contest. So this goes away by the time the first football game starts. What's missing in this report is who was the other party. You don't see the name of whoever he was hiring to be with him. That tells me that was Sting, and that's why they took his phone, because the police were waiting for him in whatever room he was going to. That's what and here, I just want to go back a little bit, because this is to show if you like York or not like him, because in 1982, I'm going back, Eddie DiBartolo was accused of assaulting a waitress in his condo, and he paid money to make that go away, and he's the most beloved owner the 49ers have ever had. So I think you judge him more on do you like York or not like him, because the fans love Eddie D.
Yeah, no, appreciate the call.
And let me ask you this. See, this was my question to you, and I'm not setting you up. I don't even know why I use that. Good Lord. Quit watching TV, Goo. But has your opinion of Jed York changed with this news and this wrong decision?
No, not really. But I also admit that it's a bad look for the Niners. And I think that this is not something you want about a week or two before your football season.
And horrific for him. Like, to your point, it may never go away to some when you hear Jed York.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it reflects, maybe more on the members of his family than it does on the members of his franchise, if that's kind of what you're asking. Yeah, it doesn't change my opinion about York, but I do think that it's something that's going to follow him.
Okay.
What I do believe is that when people talk about Jed York, the way that Ed just brought up his uncle, Eddie DiBartolo, that's a part of his legacy. Now, it clearly, in Ed's mind, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it sounds like in Ed's mind, it doesn't overshadow the Super Bowls that DiBartolo helped bring to the Niners and that he oversaw. He's associated with dynastic football. He's associated with the greatest era of 49ers football. But alongside that is the 1982 incident he mentioned, along with 1998, in which he was found, a felony associated with him that eventually led to him having to cede ownership of the team. So that's all a part of his story. And that's been my argument from the beginning of this show. It's not about killing the guy. Maybe for some it is. I don't want to speak for everybody. It's not about killing the guy, but I think you have to at least admit that this is going to be a part of the 2026 story for the San Francisco 49ers. You can't tell me that an owner gets to be put off to the side when he oversees the football team.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
If they go, but to your point, and you said this earlier, and I agree with, but if they go 12-5 or 13-4, this will be there, but it'll be an afterthought because everything's good in the hood, and it's going to be about the team and the possibility of them going further. But like you said, if they're 6-12, 5-11, and they get off to a bad start, 3-5 or something, then some people may look at this.
Yeah, you and I have talked about this. Winners get to write history and losers don't. So if the Niners start winning football games, yeah, this is probably a blip on the radar. But I think if they lose, if this season, let's say 2024 happens again, they went 6-11 that year, like you're talking about. Yeah, I think people are going to bring this up, and they're going to wonder if Jed York was a distraction that impacted the team, even if it might be unfair to some. But it's going to be brought up.
And, that's phenomenal because Chucky called in about the, the Steiny bit with the famous people. And I don't know Jed York, and a lot of the fans don't know him on a personal basis. We know who he is, what he's supposed to be about. But that question I had, like if you talk to your mom tonight, Evan, and I'm assuming she doesn't know Eddie D on a personal basis, but if she were to told you, son, you know what? I just can't believe he put himself in that situation. I don't like him, or I think differently of him. Do you understand that change from anybody after this story? Do you mind it? Or do you think, you know what, as human nature is fair? Somebody messed up. They shouldn't have put themselves in that situation. I can't let it go.
I mean, does it shock me that a man in power was in a position where, again, according to Ohio court records, arranged to have sexual activity with a female in exchange for $140. Does that shock me? No.
Me neither.
No, it doesn't. But he's going to have to face the music, and maybe that's just a couple of questions and you sweep it under the rug.
And a night in jail.
And a night in jail. Or maybe the NFL comes down and hits him with a hammer. I don't know. We're going to find out. But in the meantime, we're curious as to the fans' reaction to it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings and Guru on Steiny and Guru. Big Smooth is in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing?
Boy, this is a TMZ licking their chops at this.
A GMZ. Hey, GMZ, Big Smooth.
Hey, Jed York, maybe next time spend $500 and go to a nice hotel. I mean, you're trying to be incognito in the hood and got caught. But listen, we all know that this is not his first rodeo. I hope we're assuming that this is something he just got caught at. But the thing that gets me, it's kind of to me fake outrage. This is a football game. Oh man, I can't watch. Please, can he? Listen, the players are thinking of it this way. He's going to be able to sign checks, right? Okay, no issue. Embarrassing for him, not for them. It's going to be icy in the house tonight. You got to explain this to your wife. But other than that, man, what's going on in our nation's capital? I love that the police officer. This is a blip, man, on a radar screen. If you're thinking about this while you're watching football, you're naive. That's all I'm saying. You're naive. And again, explain this to the wife. That's going to be very awkward. But other than that, man, Robert Kraft, Robert Kraft. Anybody think different of him? No. They probably look at it like, you old dog, you old playboy. That's how the players are looking at this. But now, again, the motel thing doesn't look good. It would have been probably a better look if you're in a swanky hotel and you got caught. But this motel, $1 for what is it? $140? Come on, Jed.
It's a mobile home community, Smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll say this.
That's more. Go ahead.
Real quick, Smoothie, I got to say this again. I'm with you. Once the ball's kicked off, if we're talking football, that to me, and I mean this, will have no bearing on the outcome of the season to me. But as far as this being a nothing burger, the Kraft story, I know it was a bit different, kind of same subject matter, but that stayed around for a while till it didn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I don't think people looked at him with disdain. I think people said, man, look at that old dude. Man, he's still, that's how men tend to look at this. Women maybe differently. Men, you old sly dog, you. That's how we do it, man, in the locker rooms. Nobody's tripping off of this. And again, some people might have high-fived Robert Kraft. I'm just saying, that whatever floats your boat. But I'm just saying I don't think people are looking at him any different. Other than some people, he might have got a thumbs up. I don't know. But anyway, y'all have a great day.
You too.
No, appreciate the call, Smooth. Yeah, like I think
nobody wants to hear it, but I think there was some merit to what he was saying at the end. And then we also had the one caller real quick, said his son called him from school. Jed's a real one. Not to, just like, Evan, if we were to sit here to talk all the bad things you can do, this is, you know what I mean? To the cops' point, they called in. What'd you say? This is a 1A?
Yeah, but not everybody that Ed has met in his 29 years of service owns the San Francisco 49ers.
No, and that's why it's a 10 to me in regard to embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's a topic of conversation today. It's because this guy is the owner of an NFL franchise.
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, come on. Like, what do you expect us to do? This overshadows Kittle's return from the PUP list. It overshadows Christian McCaffrey practicing. In my opinion,
it wasn't a hold in. You know what I mean?
No, it ended up being not a hold in.
But get paid.
It's bigger than. I think they'll do something.
Yeah,
it's bigger than Mike Evans.
Hammy.
I think it was a quad actually, but in precautionary fashion, leaving practice. I think.
So if you're Jed, what's your plan in regard to public speak? I know I asked you, but I've been thinking about it more.
Well, he ain't saying nothing until the NFL comes out with it.
All right.
I mean, I just think like legally he might not be allowed to speak. But again, there's some details that have continued to be released. East Palestine from Ohio, they arrested York on Sunday with a charge of description of engaging in prostitution, possession of criminal tools, and disorderly conduct, the latter of which was a charge that was amended from engaging in prostitution. And according to the California Post, court documents revealed that York, quote, responded to an ad on a known prostitution website in Columbiana County, Ohio, and arranged to have sexual activity with a female in exchange for $140. That's what he got hit on. Spent a day in jail, and I'm imagining the NFL will, again, discipline him under the personal conduct policy. The Niners have stated that that's what they're willing, that's all they're waiting for right now at this point, and we'll wait to see what the punishment is. All right, let's go down to Irvine and talk to Ryan. Ryan, what's up? How's it going?
Hey guys. I'm gonna say this. It's an unnecessary distraction for a team that already has so many distractions this offseason. And I don't know where you fit it in between the substation, players getting injured, Kyle's car crash. I mean, it's like distraction after distraction after distraction. And I'll give you two examples. I took my 4-year-old daughter to SoFi on Thursday to see the Chargers-Niners and had a great time. I was looking forward to calling you guys and telling you about what I saw on the field. Some of these undrafted players that are going to make this roster, some of the bright spots, these guys are fighting for their NFL careers. Guess what we're talking about? We're talking about this distraction. And you're kidding yourself if you don't think that right now, or if not right now, in the very near future, the Niners media team and public relations team is going to be coaching up these players and coaches on how to respond to questions like, what are your thoughts on this? When they lose a game, you don't think McCaffrey's going to get a question like, hey, do you think Jed York's actions cost you guys this game or had any effect on your team this week? You don't think guys like, I'm not going to say his name, but it rhymes with Matt Shimon. You don't think he's going to ask questions to Purdy like, hey, as a father, what do you think about Jed York's actions? These are just distractions. And when you think about the division they're in, what they're trying to accomplish, what they're trying to overcome, going against the Seahawks and against the Rams, does this help their team? No, it doesn't. And the last point I want to make is, can we stop comparing crimes? I mean, you had a caller earlier that said, like, look, compared to DUIs, this is nothing. Like, why do we have to do that right now? Like, we live in a society where it's like, well, yeah, compared to this, it's nothing. Guess what, dude? Who knows who the father of that girl is? There's going to be details that come out of this. We don't even know the girl's age. So you don't think that this can grow legs and get way worse? It can get way worse than what we know right now. So that's all I'm saying. It's just a distraction, just another distraction.
I got you, Ryan. Point taken.
Yeah, I'll count the bucket on that. Distraction, but to what degree? All different variances, right? So And as far as him saying this might have other leads, Evan, we'll react to it if it does. But right now, we can't put him in that. We can't say that's the case.
No, and look, if there's something we can look at, it would be the history of the NFL and their treatment of people who have committed crimes. They typically, look, if you're worth it to your team or to the league, they're usually pretty lenient.
No doubt.
And again, I don't think that anything large is going to come down on Jed York unless they find out, to Ryan's point, more stuff that happened that would be a smudge on the shield. I mean, I think that's when the NFL usually steps in to try and do things. Otherwise, they'll just hit you where it don't hurt, which is your pockets.
Yeah. And, a couple people calling me naive, not the first time, for me to think this could actually be a rallying cry for the players, just to go out and perform, which I expected them to do regardless if York had got in trouble or not. But just the one thing I noticed with the Kyle thing, when people were trying to make it, have some dirt or some, stuff in it that wasn't reported from the beginning, it just felt like the Niners players took the lead of Kyle was just like a brother or family member, and they had his back. Now, they didn't have to play games, but we got one in 2 weeks. But, I'll leave this studio today after doing, almost 3 hours on this topic, and it'll continue when I get home once I turn on the TV and consume, what people are talking about York. But, Evan, I just can't make that, and it doesn't make it less. I just can't make that parallel that this distraction will mess up or derail their season.
888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about Jed York getting arrested over the weekend, owner of the San Francisco 49ers. Let's go up to Fairfield and talk to Brandon. Hey, what's up, Brandon? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm going to say this. I wish Eddie D would have got this same energy that we giving Jed York right now. I mean, I don't remember Eddie D getting arrested or anything like that. The dude got caught going to a trailer park, guys. I mean, come on. Going to a trailer park. We didn't give Eddie D the same thing. Eddie D was forced to get rid of the dang team. Okay? The only owner we ever had to win championships. Should we treat Jed the same way? Should he have to get rid of the team too? I mean, I'd love to have Eddie D back. I mean, he was at a trailer park looking for sex. I mean, Eddie D didn't even get arrested for his offense. So I'm just saying, I wish Eddie D would have got the same energy we're giving Jed right now.
I got you, Brandon. Well, and I think that's where football fans, at the end of the day, they want a guy who's going to help you win.
How would you describe?
By the way, he did plead guilty to a charge of failing to report a felony. Eddie DeBartolo did. That was in 1998. Was involved in a corruption case of former Louisiana Governor Edwin Edwards. So he had to give up the team for a couple of years.
Yeah,
he was fined, barred from active control for a year, and then eventually ceded control of the franchise to his sister, who is Jed's mother, Denise.
We got you. How would you, to the caller's point, describe the energy this morning? I feel like it's 50-50 in regard to, I'm asking you, but how would you describe the energy that caller said?
I'd say it's both sides of the aisle.
Yep.
And I think there's passion on both sides. I think some people, this just doesn't hit them. They don't care.
Right.
And for some people, it is a big deal because I think those, the people on that side, from what I've been able to gather, it's more about the larger issue at play, that what Jed York did has become, and has been for a long time, just normalized. That it's not a big deal to most people.
Right.
And that itself is the root of the problem, not actually with, Jed York himself.
Yeah, and it's legal in, Nevada.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, some people have said it's like, stay out of his life. Well, say
stay out of
the
TV.
East Palestine, Ohio.
Yeah.
Stay out of the mobile community homes then. If that's what this really is about. Okay, 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, I think it's, at the end of the day, Goo, it's a story because he owns the football team. And to me, this isn't something I think about and haven't with Jed York, making it about him. And he did it. Like, he got caught, made a choice, made a mistake. But as opposed to some of the other owners, like, I guess it feels anti-Jed York because he never makes it about himself. And I think that's been a wise move. In the past, when he has made it about himself, famously, I saw this today before we hit a break here. Jed York once compared the hiring of Jim Tom Sula to the Warriors hiring Steve Kerr.
Yeah, not his best take.
And that is,
yeah,
it could not be more wrong.
Yeah, not first take, but not the best take.
And I think
he cannot be that guy.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, and someone brought it up earlier about Jed York's age as an owner. I think he's come a long way since then. And I'm not saying that this completely resets that for everybody, but how you feel is how you feel. And some people are passionate. They feel like he should be reprimanded. Other people feel like it's, more of a stain on their family. And some people just don't give a damn. I think it's all fair.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I don't know and never have what goes on the prostitution menu, but the part that's coming out that I don't like about this story, Evan, is $140. And you oversee the. So not that the pricing makes it better. It's just like yuck. That's like, you know what I mean, Evan? Like that just don't go with. You run the Niners, prestige,
and I think he will continue to run the Niners. All right. I see you, Dustin, in Utah. We'll get to your call on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Goober Johnson on Steiny and Goober. We'll back after this. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature Select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Okay, hold up. What is that?
It's new Tide Evo.
That little white tile is laundry detergent?
Yep, Tide Evo is a super concentrated laundry detergent that's built different because it's packed with 6 layers of cleaning power that fight odors, stains, dinge, and extra work. And it smells so good.
New Tide Evo. Love it or your money back. Money back guarantee issued via prepaid card by mail. See Tide.com for details.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. side. Xfinity, imagine that.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Steinmetz enjoying some well-deserved time off. Evan Giddings in this week for him. Daryl the Guru Johnson holding it down.
We did say before, go Warriors. We did say before he left, every time he leaves, something happens, but this is not what we had planned.
Oh, that's true.
But this is a story in the yay.
Well, that's a good point. The last time he left, LeBron signed with Philly.
Draymond
got the 1-year deal.
Who's counting?
Debo came back.
That happened. That's
Ricky
the
Pearsall tore his ACL, or PCL, pardon me.
We're on number 4.
Oh, boy.
You can't come up with a 5th one.
No. Well, there was probably something that happened off the court.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like Jed York. So, yeah, he walks away, and Jed York gets arrested. 2 counts of misdemeanor charges, possessing criminal tools, disorderly conduct, which was amended from engaging in prostitution. The criminal tool allegedly was his cell phone. He responded to an ad.
Yeah.
This is all according to the California Post, and was trying to engage with a sex worker for $140. So those are the details we have. And he is the owner of the 49ers, and the NFL is going to conduct its investigation and determine if there is a punishment for what he did. I expect there to be.
Let me ask
Not
you
sure
this.
how severe.
If you were a public figure and you own the Niners, kind of hard to put yourself in those shoes, but I can see you, Evan. Would you, when this all is said and done and the league has handled it, would you call a presser or would you, I don't want to say give your side of the story, would you apologize? Because that's all at this point. You know, anything else, you would lose all credibility. Oh, they set me up. Not saying he's doing that. He admitted guilt. But I think, Evan, I would. Like, you know, I'm sorry. You know,
Well, I think he's going to have to apologize. But sitting at a podium and answering questions that you are not necessarily prepared for, I don't know if that's a wise idea.
How about a video, self-video?
I would listen to my lawyer.
Okay, well, there
I'm being honest.
I hear you.
I would listen to people smarter than me. I would talk to our public relations director. I would talk to my lawyer. I would figure out what I can and can't say, and I would go from there. But again, I ain't Jed York. Let's go to Utah and talk to Dustin. Dustin, what's going on? Good afternoon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good. Hey, sorry if I missed this, but did you guys see that report from Noah Furtado? The SF Chronicle, Jed York filed for divorce from his wife of more than 15 years back in May, according to Santa Clara Superior Court documents.
Yep.
Obtained by the SF Chronicle.
Yeah, we did see that. Yeah, just saw it during the break.
Gotcha. It's a bad look. It's a bad look no matter what. But I think one of you guys was saying are we shocked that this happened? No. As I saw that report, it makes it even less shocking that happened. I don't know if that changes things for you guys, but bad luck no matter what. But he's going through it for sure.
Yeah, no, I got you, Dustin. Yeah, and again, it was documents obtained by the Chronicle that I believe it was a few months ago in May. He filed for divorce. To me, it doesn't change much for me, Goo.
Well, there's no disappointed wife. Obviously, his kids and his family. But as far as that component, we mentioned it, and it was heavy to me. I'll just say this, Evan, if those reports from the Chronicle are fact and he's, in the midst of a divorce, you kind of, other people aren't, there's not a, young lady at home like, oh my gosh, because that would put him single.
No, but he has 2 children.
And that's why I said the kid component stays
that are going to read this headline. And it's, again, whether it's infidelity or not, he still is the owner of the 49ers and was arrested 8 days before his team heads to Melbourne.
That's selfish.
That's a bad look.
No doubt.
And sure, you could maybe take some of the pressure away from the home, but I can't imagine his children are going to just forget this. It's going to follow him, and it's going to follow them. And that's where I do think that my opinion of this is not swayed one way or another by those documents. Mm-hmm. Keon is in East Oakland. What's up, Key? How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Hanging in,
awesome,
man.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just hearing about the Jed York thing, and I can tell you he feel like crap right now for pulling that move. I mean, he could have got hired one of those call girls, whatever. So I agree with Big Smooth. This is something he's been doing, got caught up, and now he's bringing embarrassment on his family. And who else knows? He might not be the owner no more. So it's a bad look on that part. But prostitution been here before Jesus hit the scene. So, it's just a bad look. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you, Keon, 100%.
Yeah. No way around it.
All right, for those who did not hear the full kind of story earlier, this was summed up by Sal Castaneda of KTVU, was on with Shasky and Spadoni, and here's what he had to say about the charges and information on the case.
Yeah, fellas, he was arrested over the weekend in Ohio, in East Palestine, Ohio. He lives, of course, in Ohio, and he this morning went to court and pled no contest, which essentially is the same legally as guilty, not contesting the charges of the initial charge was prostitution and possession of criminal tools. Well, that just means that the criminal tool in this case is probably his phone, which was given back to him. And when we found out about it here in the newsroom, there was the human trafficking division in that county had his phone. So that's the first sign before we even saw the police report. Of course, now the police report is out, so we know what happened. But before the police report, before we could get our hands on it, it had something to do with human trafficking and possession of criminal tools and, looking at this kind of stuff all the time. That usually means the person used their cell phone to arrange whatever was arranged. So he got his cell phone back. He paid about $1,300 in fines. He was in court this morning. It's Eastern time over there. So he was in court probably around 5 o'clock our time and just disposed of the matter. He had to serve 1 day in jail. He pled no contest, so he wanted to dispose of it, this issue, right? So his lawyer didn't contest it or whatever. So, it's a pretty simple prostitution charge.
All right. Again, that's Doc Castaneda of KTVU with the latest. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting for the Laughing Monk Studios. We'll get off in a second here, Goo, but I kind of want to rapid fire these calls just to make sure everybody gets their voice heard today. Let's start with John, who's in San Francisco. John, what's going on?
I mean, I don't see it as that big of a deal. Of course, he undeniably committed a crime, and it's shame on him, right? It's not a good look, and the team has already, with the Kyle situation, now these things are sort of adding up. It's like, man, we haven't even commenced the first game yet, and it's just story after story. I think that's more of an issue, and of course it's related to this. But I mean, listen, he's a billionaire. This is the reality of the world we live in. These things happen. I mean, even infidelity, and I'm not saying it makes it okay. I'm not saying it makes it excusable. But I don't think this is some horrible thing that's going to affect the team as the season emerges. Not at all. I think it's going to be bad press for, a very temporary period of time. And, I think that, of course, as to whether it's going to impact the York family, that's another conversation. But as to whether it's going to impact the team, I see it as a pretty trivial crime. That's just me being honest.
I got you, John. Appreciate the call. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the players are probably going to be able to put this behind them if they haven't already, because they got to get ready for some real football.
Yeah, and man, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. It's hard, but like I said, Evan, there's a million things more violent than what he got, in trouble for. And I know some people don't want to hear it. They're embarrassed, and I'm not saying it takes that away or minimizes it. But, man, oh, man, this is really something I never would have thought we'd have been talking about, because when I get to the caddy today and drive home and think about our show, it will be that is just something you can't do when you're the owner of the San Francisco 49ers or any pro sports team. I'm sorry.
Well said, Goo. Leo is in San Francisco. Hey, Leo. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
All right.
Awesome, man.
So, I think this back and forth about, the morality of it, I think that aspect of it is a personal matter for Jed to deal with from one perspective. It's a public matter in the fact that the NFL and their constitution will treat these kinds of things more seriously when it happens to an owner or an executive at the NFL level. That's the difference. They're held to a higher standard. Now, you could question that. The fact that Irsay got fined $500,000 and 6-game suspension, and Ross got fined $1.5 million and 6-game suspension for tampering, those kinds of things. It's all about, the integrity of the NFL. So if you're out there doing something that's going to put, a question mark on the integrity of the NFL, you're going to get hit. And it seems to be, the 6 games and $500,000 fine. There was an exception, obviously, with Kraft. He wasn't, the case was dropped. They had video, but the judge threw the video out. So he was never convicted. And in fact, ironically, he was never, fined or suspended, which was kind of weird at the time, because according to the Constitution, you don't have to be criminally, charged if the league feels that what you did, again, disparages the league, the integrity of the league. So I'm not sure at this point what's going to happen. I'm leaning towards he's probably going to get fined and probably going to be suspended for maybe at least 6 games. But, the other stuff about, his family and how that affects his kids and his wife or soon-to-be ex-wife, whatever, that's not out of the realm. Now, if you want to talk about, it's you're talking about whether or not it affects the team, fine. I doubt that's going to have any effect on the team. There's other things that happen that doesn't have much of an effect on teams when these things occur and with other teams in the NFL. I doubt it's going to happen now. But as far as, judge the morality of it, he'll probably end up apologizing. He's going to say he's going to counseling for, sex addiction and maybe alcohol abuse or something. And pretty much once he gets fined, this whole aspect of, we know more things coming out. There'll be a lot of speculation, rumors. At the end of the day, it's already been adjudicated. If there was anything else to this from the report from the police or anything out about, the person who was involved, or if this was just strictly a setup, in terms of a sting, that's a whole different story. But if there was anything else to this, unless the judge is on the take, and I doubt that, the situation certainly wouldn't have allowed him to plead this down to disorderly conduct. There would have been a bigger charge associated with whatever it could have been. But I think as far as adjudicating, it's done. It's over. And it's just left up to the NFL to decide what that punishment will be.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Leo. And you're right. I mean, this isn't something that's out of the ordinary for owners, not just Jim Irsay, who has pled guilty to a misdemeanor count of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. By the way, 6-game suspension.
That's
well, it's a lot of money for some people.
Gotcha.
What are you suspended for? You just can't go to the games?
Well, there you
the
go.
owner's not on the sideline.
Yeah.
So it's kind of small potatoes. Jimmy Haslam was involved in a FBI raid back in 2013. He's the owner of the Browns. He avoided personal charges, but the business had to pay $92 million in criminal fines. Stan Kroenke had to give up almost $800 million to St. Louis for a breach of contract fraud and misrepresentation during the team's relocation back in 2016. Robert Kraft got off. This is not new.
Right.
This is not new for owners.
But for the 49ers owner, well, Eddie D, but it wasn't for this. He got in some hot water, and that led to, him not being around. But
yeah, that's true. All right, last call on this. Let's go to Anthony in Vacaville. Hey, what's up, Anthony?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Awesome, thank you.
Hey, I've been listening to you guys for years. This is the first time I've ever called in. It's something completely unsports related. So
thank you.
I just wanted to call you guys today. Holy Spirit told me to call you guys up, and because I got to share some personal testimony. So the same thing happened to me many years ago when I was a young man. When I was, young, dumb, and full of what. I got caught up in a very similar situation to what happened to Jed York. And the thing that rang my bell today was like, damn, it was for the same amount of money, $120. And I was like, I gotta call and, share with you guys what the Holy Spirit told me to tell you guys is that, lust will destroy. The devil prowls around like a roaring lion looking for whom he may devour. And, he got me when I was younger, and, he got Jed York, and we gotta fall away from, stay away from lust, run from that, flee from temptation, just stay strong in Christ. That's all I got, guys. Stay strong in Christ.
I got you, Anthony.
Thanks for the testimony.
Thanks for the support throughout the years. Appreciate the call, man. All right. How you feeling?
I'm all right. Like I said,
How you feeling?
The win, and again, I'm not trying to make levity of this, but the win total for the Niners has not gone down because of this. And when you're trying to find a positive, is it embarrassing for the team and the league and Eddie D, most importantly? But as far as the everyday, prepping for the Rams, Evan, I just think this won't have any impact on it at all.
No, it shouldn't. The bigger question the Niners are going to have to answer is, who are they leaving on the tarmac before they go to Australia?
Man.
They got a few guys that are some bumps and bruises. Nick Bosa we got to wonder about. I guess Kittle has been activated from the players.
Would you hold Kittle out just
list.
To be cautious?
I wouldn't, but
it's football, right?
I think you were out. It wasn't a Thursday, but you were out one day, and I was talking to Steiny. I was talking to Steiny. He said just sit him for the first couple of weeks. Load management has come to the NFL. That's a load of crap. Yeah. If George Kittle's ready to play, which is borderline miraculous considering it's been 8 months since he tore his Achilles, yeah, he should be out there. Of course he should be.
Yeah, and he's like a wrestler, man. He's been grinding and putting in all that work, blood, sweat, and tears to get back. And I'll tell you this, they'll need his ass for this week 1 game against the Rams. They're loaded, man.
Well, he practiced on Sunday. He was in pads for the first time, which is a huge step. So I just did a little bit of digging. You know, I occasionally do homework, especially on the weekends.
My man.
Would you like to guess the ballpark of the 49ers win percentage with George Kittle and without George Kittle since he's been a 49er?
Do you have the total games for me?
Well, I just have the percentages. Okay. I'm not sure how many total games he's played in his career, but
80 when he plays, 84% they win, and when he doesn't, 16.
Damn it. Well, that's a wide gap. You know, they did have some down years at the beginning of his time with the Niners.
Let me know how I did.
All right, sorry, that was a poor exercise. 57% of their games they've won with Kittle in uniform. 36% without.
Definitely a decrease.
So that's a huge drop-off. And the biggest thing is what they do on offense with him versus without.
I bet.
With him, they scores 26.4 points per game with George Kittle. They drop down to 22.5 points per game without him. So George Kittle has a massive impact and has in the past on what they've done as an offense.
And when he got hurt, I felt like a lot of what's going on with the run game or what's not going on with the run game didn't get applied. We just kind of forgot about Kittle. You know what I mean? Like, that could have been a big part of it, too. And I know he wasn't out week 1. But, Evan, if he's back and can play 15, 16 games, and Debo's back, and I just call that the window dressing, him in motion when he's out there, like, can that be enough to fix what ailed them in the run game last year?
I mean, I don't know if it'll fix what ailed them. I think Kittle's presence obviously helps a lot. I think the biggest difference for this team, and my biggest question to the run game is, how much do those added weapons actually factor in? How much does the presence of Mike Evans, the potential emergence of a Dejon Stribling,
I got to believe it's heavy.
The addition of Debo Samuel, how much do those guys, combined with the DeMarcus Robinsons of the world, how much does that actually solve the problem that was the Niners just looking like they forgot how to run the football last year?
And just think about how you set it up and what you said just now. Just think about yourself being a defensive coordinator, if you have to show proper respect to a passing game, and you've had to do that against the Niners for umpteen years, and then that took a hit with Ayuk and then Debo leaving and Pearsall in and out, just how successful a defense can be if they load the box to take away. I don't care if it was the great, rest in peace, Earl Campbell. But now if this passing game is sufficient and it is faster and more dynamic than it's been, and Kyle can make that happen, I mean, man, that to me means there's lanes or more lanes going to be open to run the rock. You would think.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, what they did last year, and I would say on both sides of the football, was kind of unbelievable. The fact that they were one of the worst rushing teams in the NFL, and they still won 12 games.
How?
Combined with the fact that they didn't turn the ball over at all defensively. Now, I think one thing that was a little underrepresented in terms of the success for last season was, how good they were on special teams. They play the field position game very well. It seems like that's something that has a chance to maybe improve if Jacob Cowan can stay healthy. But overall, the Niners played with fire for what felt like the entirety of the season last year. I don't want to call it
burned.
I don't want to call it a fluke, but people were expecting them to get their doors blown off by Philadelphia so they could say, "I told you so."
I was one of them, and that's why I go on the other side. The flip side of that is it was almost damn near football miraculous how they kept it afloat, how you went down there early in the season and beat the Rams on a Thursday with your backup quarterback. But, man, I just can't use fluke when you go do what you did. And I know Stoney and others had alluded to what Philly might possibly be going through, off the field. But it doesn't matter. That was a home game against the Eagles, and they won that thing. And they won it, as you listed off, what they had to – almost like, can you believe they're here? They were last in sacks. Like, I can't get that out of my mind. That can't continue this year.
No, they were last in sacks. They were 29th in interceptions. So third to last in terms of takeaways via the air. They ran the ball 3.8 yards per pop. That was 30th of 32 NFL teams. In terms of total yards, they were the 20th ranked defense, and they still managed to win 12 football games last year.
Wow.
And I think it was mostly on the back of their offense, whether it was quarterbacked by Brock Purdy or Mac Jones. That is where Kyle Shanahan, and I know that we spent a lot of the day talking about Jed York, but one of the reasons that it's weird that news dropped is because I do feel like the distraction, if you want to call it that, of what happened to Kyle Shanahan in July was cleaned our hands, kind of done with it for now. Then this happens. But we're not talking about the fact that Kyle Shanahan brought that offense last year, which had a leading receiver of Kendrick Bourne on it, to the precipice of the NFC number 1 seed.
I'll never forget that game. Like, I can't believe they're here. And maybe they don't go on to win the Super Bowl, but you're telling me you got home field advantage and you lost your quarterback for umpteen weeks, and that all happened. Yeah, they lost that game, but they still won a road playoff game to lose to Seattle. What's next? I just can't wait, man. I want to see who the 2026 Niners are. Last year's rookies, what they do in year 2, this year's crop, and did they get it right with Mike Evans, Debo, and what is Stribling at?
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, the Valkyries take on the Minnesota Lynx today at 5 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. Brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. So feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at CeremonyFord.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
That's Alina's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own real unlimited.
Laughing Monk Brewing is taking over the Bay one beer at a time. Whether you're meeting friends for happy hour, getting a bite to eat, or catching a game, there's a seat waiting for you at Laughing Monk. Great food, great beer, and even better company. Join us in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, Bayview, and Nopa in San Francisco, and at State Street Market in Los Altos. Laughing Monk. Grab a plate, grab a brew, and share a few laughs with us. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You don't talk about a guy's chicken or his mental.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that Pete in San Ramon? It kind of sounded like him.
That's our guy.
Well, I hate to let Pete
Don't
down.
talk about a guy's chicken or his mental.
Yeah, we've been kind of doing both today.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pete.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's on us.
This too shall subside, right?
I thought it was this too shall pass.
Yeah,
the subside sounds better.
Yeah, hey,
it's a better word, but it's not this too shall fail. I know that. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Goo. So obviously spent a lot of the show talking about Jed York and what happened with the Niners, but right before the break, we got into more of, kind of, I would say, what people would have been focused on if not for the owner of the team getting arrested. And that is the return of George Kittle from the PUP list. I actually got to say, when I first saw that news, and I apologize, I'm not sure who reported it first, but he was in pads at practice yesterday on Sunday. That was pretty shocking to me. Not because I thought that George Kittle had a chance to play in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And Steiny and I kind of did a couple rounds on this, but it feels like he is going to be on the field week 1. George Kittle.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's pretty surprising considering his injury, along with how the Niners have downplayed it a little bit.
And the thing about it, I could go to Bosa, I could go to Warner, and I don't know. We're assuming good health, and they're going to be back and productive. But, man, when George Kittle's not on there, they are a different offense. And this is just fascinating that he could get back this fast. But I think the fact that they're even, toying around with the idea that he might be good to go, I'm like, Evan, just the George Kittle I think I know, the gladiator, why do I think he's going to be out there?
I think he is too. Like I can't remember if I made a bet, because of
one with me.
Well, no, but okay. We've been winning those lately.
All right. You won one. I won one with Kenny. I won one.
Yeah, but you didn't beat one. You didn't give one with me.
Yeah.
That's what really matters. No, our bet of Devers going deep during the Boston
series. And he only had one. So I was,
it doesn't matter. The bet was over under a half. We took the over.
1.5.
It was over within 2 hours of our show being done on Friday.
That was crazy.
This was from the 925, something I wanted to read about last year. So beating the Eagles might not have been a fluke, but it turns out the Eagles making the playoffs was a bit of a fluke. Also, I think we're forgetting to remember that the Niners had one of the easiest schedules in history last year. I mean, you can say that the Eagles showed themselves, showed their true colors last year in the postseason. It doesn't matter. The Niners were 6.5-point underdogs going into that football game. That was the biggest upset, at least by gambling terms, of the entire postseason. That was as impressive as any win as we saw. It just is going to be overshadowed by the fact they got their doors blown off the next week.
No doubt. And the venue they played at in Philly. We saw what happened a couple years ago when they visited and Brock didn't even make it out the game, getting his elbow wrecked. So that was a part of it. But, man, I'm just thinking about the Niners. If that window's closed, is there a gap? Whatever you think, and I'm on record as saying this year will go a long way for me to tell you, Evan, where they're at, where they got to go, and how far they are. And George Kittle's a big part of them being successful. And right now, it just looks like days after he met with not Low Neal, I think it was Dr. Neal, the specialist, it looks like, man, he might be on his way back. So shout out to science. Shout out to all the hard work he put in. Now, if he doesn't play week 1, do we just assume, okay, it'll be week 2?
I mean, whenever he's ready. I think as soon
you'll have more rest that Thursday if that matters. But it's football. It's going football.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also about making the trip because they're going down 8 days before. So it's not like you could just either you're going to fly George Kittle in 9 days to Melbourne, Australia, or you're going to leave him here. And he'll have an extra 21 days or whatever it is between when they leave and when week 2 is to recover and heal.
We always talk about just with the Warriors how, the injuries at the end of the season, they're so damn they're the worst because they follow you into the next season. A la Moses Moody, Jimmy Butler. But Evan, when he went down in that playoff game, there was no doubt in my mind George Kittle was going to miss, not the entire season, but a majority of it. And you're telling me, bam, we might be days away or weeks away from him being on the field? Damn.
Well, that's what I was feeling this weekend when I was thinking about the Niners and, reading about their practices and the positive stuff that's coming out of it, players returning. It's like, I guess after last year, because of how many guys got hurt, and especially Kittle in that game, I guess I just didn't expect for them to be at full strength at the start of the year. I figured that, whether it's Bosa, Kittle, whoever, they'll be back. The Niners will be 100%, let's say, by the end of October.
Gotcha.
I did not think that they would be whole as they are currently constructed by the start of September.
It's crazy.
And that does have me recalibrating what I think about this team, because one of the reasons why I think there's been a lack of optimism about the Niners is, the backups that had to fill in last year, as they found ways to win games. Some cases they earned it. Other cases maybe they got some help. But they went 12-5 with a lot of players that were unproven and inexperienced, and we're sitting here trying to explain. And a lot of guys smarter than us. Brian Balding, I remember last year, sometimes it just the Niners are making plays, but there's not really any way to explain how or why.
Wow.
So I expected a lot of those guys to still be big factors for this team because they're supposed to be hurt. But if they're not, and you're looking at a week 1 matchup with the Rams in which Kittle's going to be out there, Warner's back, maybe it's Bosa, but Trent will be there, McCaffrey will be there, who, by the way, also practiced on Sunday for the first time after taking 2 weeks off.
All right. Veteran.
Mike Evans will be out there. That does have me feeling different about this 49ers team.
Yeah, and I wonder, I don't know if you even looked at the spread, what they got the Rams favored by now, but I'm sure they'd be favored. But, man, could you imagine? I know Steiny and I were having fun talking about it, but I am. If you're trying to send a message. And
2.5.
Wow, so it's closer.
2.5 in favor of the Rams.
Okay. Now, just how big of a win would this be? And I know we'll get to that show. But, man, just to start your season off, if you do have Kittle and everything you just explained on who you got back, what you didn't do number-wise last year, but still you were able to get to 12 wins. If you can go down here and beat the Rams in front of everybody and just start the season off 1-0, Evan, I know you could lose the next 4, but I'm not foreseeing that. Man, what of a hell of a way to send off start off a campaign against a lot of people's Super Bowl pick, representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. Like, it could get no sweeter to me if you could pull that one off.
I mean, I know it all depends on how it goes down. The game will dictate the story, but if they beat the Rams week 1, there will be a lot of people on that Friday afternoon, the next day, morning, day and night, who are feeling like the Niners could be NFC West champions.
Let me revise my prediction. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I think it's fair to expect the Niners to be a double-digit win team. I think 10 is fair for me. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. But you go down and you beat the Rams, you win a game that you're not supposed to win, that's going to have this fan base on cloud 9.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this is what always happens with football. It's like a roller coaster ride of expectations in every offseason. Because it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it didn't feel like our show as a trio was expecting the Niners to just jump right back into contention.
This year.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, is the window closed? Is the door shut? Part of that's the Seahawks and the Rams.
And part of that is the health question.
Yeah, but I'll ask you, if this team is healthy, what can they be?
Get to the NFC Championship game. And I don't know why I stopped there. I should have said Super Bowl. You were 4 quarters away from that last year with everything that went down. But if you're telling me the Red Cross is on our side, on the Niners side, and they're healthy, I got to believe what you just got me excited on, young Stribling, who I know hasn't done one thing in the league yet, but he looks promising, along with a guy that has George Kittle, Mike Evans, McCaffrey, man, Brock Purdy another year wiser, and Kyle calling plays. I mean, I'm in.
And if you have a healthy McCaffrey, a healthy Kittle, a healthy Trent, a healthy Evans, it's funny. It's like, in a way, I think we're jaded a bit by the Warriors and what happened.
In what way?
Well, we're just so used to injuries derailing a season. That was the most recent thing that happened. But the Niners didn't let it happen. To an extent, they got hurt, but they still managed to win 12 games and get to a playoff game. People just didn't believe that they were real. But why don't we give the Niners the benefit of the doubt?
I'm speaking for me, and it's something that I still have not processed yet, Evan, and you probably don't know this. But it's those last 2 games against the Seattle Seahawks. I've never saw Kyle's offense suffocated, but yet I can give him, and I'm not making excuses for him, you could give me who wasn't there, but McCaffrey was there, Purdy was there. I know Mike Evans and Kittle weren't. Trent was there, but what if I told you, I'm weird, but I'm so weird, I kind of wish this game in a couple weeks wasn't against the Rams. It was against McDonald's defense. And then I could get now, don't get me wrong. The Rams maybe have turned into Seattle's defense with Myles Garrett. It might be worse. So let me slow down. But the McDonald component I'm going to use because he was successful when he was here with Baltimore that one game on Christmas. Okay, we know that. But, Evan, I want to see what's changed, and can you put up some points? Not win the game. Can your offense put up points against a McDonald-like defense? But I'm sitting there telling you, yeah, I wanted Seattle. But the Rams got the antidote to be a better defense than Seattle. So that's still going to be as great or a greater test with Myles Garrett on that line and possible Donald and McDuffie.
Yeah, I think I still hold the Seattle defense in a higher regard.
You got to put some respect on it.
That's just me. I mean, until I see any different.
But Myles Garrett, good Lord, and McDuffie.
But it's funny, too, because, you win week one, expectations change. People are on cloud nine. You remember who they beat in week one last year?
I need to get this, and I will.
Put the clock on them. Who did the San Francisco 49ers
we were at the game.
Beat week one?
We were at the game.
We were not at the game.
Yeah, you dropped the touchdown.
It was a road game.
Pittsburgh.
That was 2023.
Yeah.
McCaffrey went for 70 yards in the first quarter.
Tampa Bay.
No, they did play them.
I know.
Fred Warner got hurt. He broke his ankle that game.
I had a long weekend. What? Who?
The Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, you're right.
They beat the Seahawks. They beat the Super Bowl champions.
I was watching the game. Woolen couldn't catch the fish.
Lowe and I were at Golden Gate Tavern or something. I kind of forget. But I remember we were watching the game together, and Lowe and I could not believe they pulled off that win.
Now, what if I told all you out there and you, Kenny, I knew it was Seattle. Just have some fun.
Stop.
Seattle.
Both teams that made the Super Bowl once lost the first week.
Yeah, the Tonjes catch.
Did the Patriots lose to, was it the Raiders?
Oh, I'm out of this.
Oh, wait, there we go. Yeah, they lost.
Week one?
Yeah, they lost to Geno Smith.
And Pete Carroll.
Yeah, he diced them up that day.
Let's do some trivia. Where's Geno at now?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know.
Saskatchewan? I don't know.
I do.
Geno Smith, is he a Dolphin?
That's a hell of a guess. I know where he's at.
You know where he's at?
He's been there before.
The Jets.
Yeah, he got it. He got it.
Oh,
yeah.
Actually, we could have some fun with that game later this week.
Who you play for now?
Yeah,
who you play for?
I do love that game.
They didn't milk that enough. That is great.
No, they didn't.
Seattle.
Yeah, so they played this, but that's what I'm saying is at the beginning of the year, they beat the Seahawks. I don't think everybody
and
had
it looked
the Seahawks
like it was going to be
their number one squad.
Right, that game.
Yeah, Ton just doesn't catch a three flies up ball and they lose. But we didn't come away from that game saying, wow, Niners are taking the NFC West.
But we didn't do that because nobody knew Seattle was going to be as good as they were under McDonald and win the Super Bowl. So that's what we learned. Like now I got nothing. It's so easy, but I'm putting major respect on Darnold and that whole outfit in Seattle. I thought last week, Evan, to your point, nobody was throwing confetti, but it was kind of, it's just Seattle. You know what I mean? Until we found out it was more than just Seattle.
Well, I think it was because of that. No, you're right. We didn't know that Seattle was going to be the terror that they turned into, which, by the way, that was their largest loss of the season. 4 points. They lost by 4.
Wow.
But also, every single time the Niners won a game last year, didn't it feel like they'd lost on a second scoreboard? Because week one, Kittle goes down.
Oh.
Purdy got hurt in that game. I'm looking at, let me go down the list. Week 2, Mac Jones steps in. I think they kept everyone fresh against New Orleans. Arizona's and Bosa got hurt, even though they won that game.
And they should have lost that game.
That 4th and 2 bomb to Ricky Pearsall that kept that thing alive.
Jacksonville came in.
Jacksonville came alive.
And they beat us.
Los Angeles, by that point, they had tons of guys that were down.
But nobody gave the Niners a chance that Thursday. They went there and won it.
Yeah, in overtime. They did.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
With the Niners this year beating the Rams week 1, with the additions that the Rams have made, plus obviously the Niners, would that be a bigger win for you over the Rams than last year's Thursday night with Mac Jones? I still can't get over the Mac Jones win last year on Thursday night.
I think I would hold them in a similar regard. Yeah. I mean, no, that was an impressive win. That was a tough win. Short week on the road.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback. Bunch of, we call them garbage men. I think that was his epic rant about Shannon. I think that was that week.
Okay. Amazing.
Yeah, when the baby was sleeping, but he was still screaming in his basement.
Now, the boss didn't yell at me.
That was the one.
That's great. The boss didn't yell at me when we got with him today, but the way we get out, he kind of yelled at me, but he didn't.
I thought you were going to yell at him. Let's be honest.
No, but I missed the 8 o'clock call. Did you hear their debut of the sound off?
Oh, sound off. I think you meant our 8 o'clock call. We don't do calls.
No, I was going to. No, that's how I like cross-promoting shows. My bad, Kenny, put you on the spot.
No, moving forward, yeah, you sound off. You call into, I believe it's, you leave a voicemail.
And I was asking, did he have it so we could hear it and play it?
Oh.
Yeah. But
well, no, that's okay.
If I was better at my job.
There's two, and I don't know if I want to play. I don't know which one they played.
Well, the point is you can get in on the action every 8 a.m. Sound off on the morning roast.
Gotcha.
Doesn't also necessarily have to be about sports.
That's what I love about it. So I missed the first edition. I go back on Odyssey app.
So upset.
Well, that was a similar, I don't know, what was it? Theme. Like, so did you hear Stephen Langford, who works as a sports anchor for KCBS?
What I miss?
So he was asking people last week to rant about something. Like, what's bugging you, basically? Brought to you by ADCO Pest Control. So he was asking that, and then went on today and starting to play a few of the rants. So mine made it on the KCBS.
What, Evan, you're big time.
Well, not really.
Now, I do have to ask, did this York breaking news break before 8?
You're saying he wasn't doing his job?
No, I'm wondering if when I get in the car and listen to Odyssey app to the guys in the morning, was the call predicated on somebody being mad at York?
Well, the story on ESPN with all the details.
It was on TV now, too.
Yeah, finally. It came out at 9 a.m.
Okay, all right. So maybe not.
But the news that Jed York was arrested, I believe, was earlier in the day, yes.
Okay. Right.
So a lot of the sound-offs are not, I mean, I don't know for sure.
I hear you.
Well, I got to talk to Lubman. I'm not sure if they're from the night before and then he vets them, puts them together, or if it's something from that day.
Yeah, I'll text you when I hear it.
Yeah, I mean, the one that's played tomorrow could be about Jed York.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, but mine was about charcuterie boards.
What boards?
Charcuterie boards. They typically, it's like...
For the people in the back that are unfamiliar.
Well, or in the front. They're basically an amalgamation of snacks, but fine snacks, fine dining snacks, like thin sliced meat or cheeses,
cheese, crackers,
bread, maybe people like pickles, some
celery,
legumes.
carrots.
What?
Jams,
yeah. Different flavors that pair together, savory and sweet. My point was that people who indulge frequently in charcuterie boards are hiding something. Because oftentimes, like we go to the cafeteria.
Yeah.
We have our drinks that we go to.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will judge you if you go to the cafeteria a lot, right?
Right.
Because our snacks are not on a charcuterie board. Ken likes wings. Yeah. You like the wings as well. I like the burger. So we're having our food at the pub, at the cafeteria.
I normally do the chicken Caesar, but go ahead. You threw wings in there, but go ahead.
I've also seen you with the Cobb. But my point is, people will pass judgment if you go to the cafeteria a lot. Charcuterie is just an excuse for you to drink a lot of wine.
I love it.
And that's what it's typically paired with. So my point was that if you're a charcuterie person, you're hiding something.
No, look at you.
That was my point. So anyways, I guess it made it to the year. But
congratulations.
Yeah, the whole point is you can sound off at 8 a.m. on the morning roast.
That's dope. That's a dope concept.
We got the crossover coming up in a couple minutes. Wildern and Dibbs in. I have to imagine that they'll touch a little bit on what we've talked about today with Jed York.
And Valkyries in Minnesota. That is appointment TV. Come on now, beat them.
Well, they haven't beat them.
They went on a run in the fourth,
in 2 years.
Gotcha.
They haven't beat them in 2 years. They were down, 22 in that game last week?
I thought it was like finito. I used that word, but they came back.
Yeah.
Got it to 7 or 5.
Well, who's my girl with, is it Miles?
Oh, my. She's Steph and Kyrie to me, a combo.
The rookie out of TCU.
Olivia, yeah.
Yeah, she left Salon at the free throw line down in that fourth quarter.
I know which one you're talking. Ooh,
the ankle breaker, dude. She's really freaking good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until proven otherwise, they are number one and the Valkyries are number 2. So should be a good matchup tonight again at 5 o'clock on the Odyssey app. You can listen to that. Valkyries at Lynx.
We got we didn't win our last game of the season in my Sunday night league, but Evan, we only lost by 10. we took that like a dub.
Sorry, excuse me. Wait, what?
We lost by 10, but it felt like a win. Like we were high-fiving, giving daps. Stop. Dude, we didn't lost by 50, 45. Dude, there's hoopers. Dave, you see Davis hoopers on that. We lost by 10. Almost went to pizza. It was just too late. We lost. We were balling.
If I could take people behind the scenes real quick.
By 10.
So before Ken and Goose started arguing about whether Ashton Genty tore his ACL or not, Goose sent a text that said, "I'll be right back. Got to go to my basketball game." And I got to tell you, I totally lost it. I didn't know that you just, like, it was appointment booking.
Yeah, man.
8 o'clock on Sundays?
Yeah.
That's when you got to go hoop?
7:30. But we looked at the scoreboard like, man, bring it in.
Well, so now I got to ask the follow-up real quick before we go to break here. What were your numbers?
I had 6 points. Listen to this. And we had, Snotty made fun. We had family watching the game. It's sad. So we had the family.
Oh, it's televised?
No, they were at the game.
Oh, okay.
Pick up about 9 or 10 boards, couple blocks. Yeah, season over.
All right, well, I'll let you tell that to Weller and Dibs on the other side. We got the crossover coming up next, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Evan Giddings in for Matt Stein, Matt Sterling, Gruber Johnson, back after this on 95.7. The Game. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon there. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Credit Cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Ink Credit Cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/ink.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here.
Injured? Don't wait. Dial #4HELP. That's #4HELP.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Allstate, we know second chances are important to you, so they're important to us. That's why with Allstate's accident forgiveness, your rate won't go up just because of an accident, even if it was your fault. So while you might find yourself wondering, how long will this take or what will this cost? You won't have to question your rate after an accident. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Optional policy feature terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley.
The fellas.
What's up, boys? Happy Monday.
Yeah, Kittle's off the pup. Am I right?
Yeah, no doubt.
We were going to lead with that.
We were going to.
You still can.
Yeah, well.
What do you want to say about it?
We kind of talked about this last segment. It's awesome and it's incredible. I think he's playing.
You mean week one?
Yeah, week one. Hello.
I would still lean no.
Evan, you were a what?
But you could be right. I don't know.
I listened to you. I swear I did.
No, I know. To me, it's just more shocking that he's off the pup list already.
No, it's incredible.
Science.
I guess that whole, it's high on the Achilles meant something. Remember, he's like, the tear was high, not low. He said this in the beginning. He goes, so this is going to be quicker than some other Achilles injuries. And he was right.
Yep.
But
better blood flow.
Yeah. Ephraim hit me last night because I've never been. Have you all ever been to Australia?
I have not.
Nope. Never.
Anyway,
down under.
I've never done this. And not that it's one thing when someone goes, oh, it's a 19-hour flight. And you're like, wow, that's crazy. But then he he brought me inside the plane. He goes, imagine, because do you guys have a hard time sleeping on planes?
No.
I can't. I'm up.
It's one of my best skills.
Yeah, I cannot stay awake on planes. Me and you partner. Like before takeoff, your boy's out.
Dude, no. The poor people next to me, I'm so sorry. I'm like drooling on your shoulder as we take off. But anyway, a lot of people have a hard time sleeping on planes. But Ephraim goes, imagine getting the best night's sleep that you could ever imagine. What's the longest you could sleep through the night?
10 hours?
Okay, 10 hours. Imagine you could do that on a plane. And then when you wake up with that groggy
just fresh
and everything, like the gunk in your eye, they're like, yeah, you still have a full-time day's work ahead of you to land this plane.
On the plane.
So that's the Rams.
You could still watch 4 movies after.
Nah, that ain't.
And so he's like, I just don't know.
What are they doing?
I don't know about putting recovering bodies on that flight.
Oh, okay, gotcha. From George.
Yeah.
All right. I'm thinking the Rams getting there a day before.
I'm no doctor, and I don't know what he's feeling, but I would just play him week 2.
Yeah, Evan,
just play him week 2.
Well, it sounds funny because it's like if he's on the Niners, we'll consider that because we need 8 days to acclimate. But if he was on the Rams, we'll just send him. He'll be back in 48 hours anyways. Yeah, I mean, I think Kittle being back it's huge. I don't know. I mean, obviously we talked about Jed York a lot today, which we'll get to. I'm sure you guys will.
Yeah, I want to hear.
Yeah,
but I think he was.
I come up today.
Well, I just started thinking about, all right, Kittle's back. Whether he's there week 1 or not, it feels like he's going to be back pretty soon. McCaffrey's back on the practice field. Bosa shortly behind them, hopefully. Like, I think people have been kind of pessimistic on the Niners because there's just this assumption they won't be healthy. Well, what if they are? I mean, that's where my mind was coming into today until East Palestine showed up.
Yeah, I mean, what if they are? And the one that you just mentioned is Nick Bosa, and the fact that he still is not really ready to go and be out there, that's the one that kind of troubles me because it's now 3 ACLs, 1 on the one knee and now 2 on the other knee. And, we've talked to Doc Pandia and, we've heard all the research and all the experts, and it seems like that second time that you come back, it's a lot harder. And so for me, I think Kittle, week 2, whatever, week 1, week 2, fine. McCaffrey, it's always been a nothing burger. Apologies to John Lynch, which I don't know if this latest thing is a nothing burger, but I think the McCaffrey is. But the Nick Bosa one for me, that's the one that has my eyebrows up.
I'm with Dibs on the Bosa one being the one that's a little bit...
and I'm right there with you.
Mysterious at this moment for sure, at least the unknown. But I've said this on our show a few times the last week and a half. Dibs knows this. I believe that the entire narrative around the 49ers and injuries right now is just bleed over from the last few years. They are
PTSD.
They are no more hurt, in fact, less hurt than most other NFL teams out there right now. Sure, they lost Pearsall. So there's one. And outside of that, it's somewhere between nothing serious versus Kittle and Bosa, which we already knew they were coming back
Williams
from
will
injury.
be back sometime.
And the McCaffrey one, I really like the idea of hopefully everyone takes this as kind of, I don't want to call it a lesson learned, but we went from he's suffering from tightness / this is a contract hold-in to come to find out that actually this was the plan from the jump. And literally, absolutely nothing bad happened whatsoever. But the internet has been like...
It's powerful.
When it's the Niners and an aging player, we're just running with it right now. He's hurt.
But they'll never...
he's not hurt.
They'll never get me like they got me at the summit last year when that news broke. So people were doing that with the tightness.
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
never bit. But you two just walked me through when you woke up this morning and saw York in the orange jumpsuit. Just your initial thoughts.
Which, by the way, he didn't have the jumpsuit on before he went to jail. That was the picture.
Yeah, and I stand on it. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
It's beyond
and
embarrassing.
I thought it was fake news. And so I'll walk you through. My morning is, I've got an almost 4-year-old and I do breakfast and I do lunch. And so we do our thing. And then I try not to be too much in the phone because we're doing that. And now she has to be at school. And so I take her to school and drop her off and found her water bottle. And it was great news. And so I get back to the car and I look at my phone and there are 16 messages from the thread. And I was like, what? And I look and it's just like, this and that and this and that. And I was like, it can't be.
You got
it
duped.
can't be. I thought somebody got duped. And so I look and it's like, that looks real. And then you look at the story, it's like, that looks real. And then you go to TMZ, and I mean, TMZ's not undefeated, but they're kind of like the 27 Yankees.
And then you turn on 95.7 the game, and Sal Castaneda is on.
Well, there you go.
That's when you know we got action.
Right. And
we got action.
Then we start to learn about, and I can't remember the phrase, which is like something that he was like the second charge, like his phone became.
It was a tool. It was a criminal tool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I'm like, a criminal tool? That's kind of what he is right now.
Well, when I read criminal tool, I didn't know that. And I'm thinking, like, are we talking about the game Clue? Like, Colonel Mustard in the billiard room with the candlestick? Like, what are we actually talking about here?
Sal helped that out because I guess it's probably his phone.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first
Evan was there.
No, I texted Grandy and the guys right away when they first wrote that. It's criminal tool. I'm like, is this guy like drunk with nunchucks in the street or something? What the hell? I've never heard that before.
I heard nunchucks in forever. Right, yeah.
Like, what tools is he out there using that are criminal?
Well, the definition of an Ohio criminal tool is basically anything. So anything used to commit a crime. So I guess it was just some strange verbiage. But and now Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community is on the map. So
I know everybody.
Not a distraction.
It sounds to me. No, I don't think it's a distraction. It's super embarrassing. It's gross. That's just me. Those are my feelings about stuff like this. I find it to be really gross. But he's the owner. He doesn't play for the team, so he's always going to be 1, 2, 3 degrees away from
which
fans.
He's been.
Yeah,
he mastered
exactly.
it. Yeah,
I think the thing that sticks on this is to him personally, and I don't know if I can separate these two things. I don't think this is that big of a problem for 49er football. I think it's a huge thing for Jed York. Like these things, this doesn't go away.
That's what Evan's been preaching.
It's like a tattoo on you.
Yeah, it's not a distraction, but it's a stain.
For sure.
Yeah, it's when people bring up Jed York, this is going to be a part of his story now. It's, people were talking about his uncle, DeBartolo, and how I think the felony charge that he didn't report ended up coming back to bite him back in 98, and that may or may not have led to him eventually ceding control of the team to now Jed's mother, Denise. And it's like people were saying, well, we don't talk about that with Eddie. And it's like, well, you just did, actually, because it was something that happened that led to eventually him not being controlling owner of the team. It gets swept under the 5 Super Bowls, which Jed does not have, but it is absolutely a part of his legacy. And so it might not be the first or second or even third thing that you bring up by the end of Jed York's time as owner of the 49ers, but people will remember East Palestine, Ohio, and it's not going to be for a good reason.
Right, and I don't think that this leads to him ceding control unless there's more to it that, eventually comes out, whether or not this was a one-off or if, there's other things that actually happen. If there's more to it than just this, just this is embarrassing. It's beyond embarrassing, and it's a thing that I think that he can probably survive, but beyond that, if there's more to it, and I can't help but think about the Tiger Woods situation where, we get a report that Tiger Woods' wife has, hit his car with a 9-iron after he crashed, and then from there, what unraveled was a long series of, different events and different episodes of him stepping outside. I'm not saying that this is that, but that, I don't think that we knew in the moment when, Tiger Woods has crashed into a tree and his wife apparently tried to rescue him with a 9-iron. Well, in that moment, we didn't know exactly what the whole thing was.
Right, but in that moment, this is already an open and shut case. Charges filed.
No contest.
No contest.
Kraft didn't do that. He fought it to the end.
Fine. Jail. Get on a plane and come home. I don't think
the case is open and shut, but the details that surround it, I don't know if they are open and shut.
I guess, usually, if you're already going to do the court appearance and these are the charges we're going to file, I'd be mildly surprised if there's anything that comes out further than this. But I don't know that this alone doesn't bring new things into question going forward. It's really up. It's going to be up to him. It's going to be up to the operations of the organization. I do think that this makes the function of his job difficult, because when you're the owner, the only thing you really are is a figurehead and a face. And I don't know if you can be a figurehead and a face when your face has this tattoo on it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And to your point, Willard, for me, I don't really feel like I know who Jed York is. I mean, he's always been out of sight and out of mind. He's had some statements that have kind of come back to bite him, and the kind of separation with Harbaugh was a big part of that, and Tom Sewell and Chip Kelly, and really until Kyle Shanahan, it felt like his stock was down. But even through all of this, I don't really have an idea of what kind of person Jed York is. And so that's why I think this might stick a little more, is because there's just not many points that you can look at and say, I feel like I know that he means, like, he's a good guy, or he is has the interest of the 49ers front and center. He's always just been a dude that it feels like kind of sign checks and gets out of the way.
For the most part, and I think that he had to get to that point where, he was more front-facing, and it didn't seem like things were going his way in the public eye, and so he stepped back. And, yeah, he's been a guy who has represented the ownership, and I know he has more ownership now than he did before, but it was always, to me, in my impression, it was John and Denise's team. It was Denise's team, Eddie's sister, and then John by proxy, and then Jed. Go ahead, Jed. We're going to give you control, and we'll give you a piece of it, and you're going to be the front-facing guy. But to Mark's point now, can you still be that front-facing person? And I think about Larry Bear, where he was that for the Giants, and then the whole thing that went down in Hayes Valley with the tug-of-war over the cell phone, and he had to step back, and then the Johnsons took over, and here we are.
So you're saying that in the court of public opinion, he couldn't continue to do the job. Not that he wouldn't be able to. Frazzled. Because Jerry Jones got in trouble. We seen the Richardson, owners of Kraft, you know what I mean? And they kind of just steady Freddie.
But you bring up that list, and some of them have had to move on. I'm not saying that, this is a misdemeanor. I know it from a moral standpoint, it bothers a lot of us. And that's the word. I totally get that. But it's also a misdemeanor, $1,300, a night in jail.
No fraud. I got you.
There you go. And so I don't know that it means that he can't, it's not just a court of public opinion, because a lot of people will now forever think Jed is gross, and other people are not going to be bothered by it. And that's,
we've heard from them. Yeah.
Right. I don't know how you sort of conduct business when what your business is to kind of be that figurehead out in front. And when you're going to say things, for instance, this got brought up earlier. One of the mottos that he's liked to use in the past is win with class. Well, now how do you do that now? How do you, and I'm not even saying, that's a marketing slogan. I'm not under the impression that everyone with the 49ers is always the classiest human being. This is a football team, and there's crap going on at all times, for sure. But when you're the front facer, how do you push forward those kinds of ideals when this is now a public part of you? I think that's a challenge.
I mean, he's going to have to say something at some point. It might just be a statement. I'm not saying yes.
Nothing live.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah. No, I was telling them.
You cracked me up when you said, you might need to pull out the phone and do a video. I'm like, I don't think he's going on Instagram Live.
There's a selfie in his car. He's just driving back from.
Hey, guys, just wanted to hop on here and let you know that, I'm sorry. No, I think it'll be a statement. And then you probably won't hear from him for a while.
That's what I told Evan.
Yeah, a long while. And, the team statement today was, fair and probably appropriate because, what the legality of it, Mark's right. 2 misdemeanors, you pled no contest, which, it's not that you pled guilty, but you pled no contest. And as we were doing our research, the majority of these cases in that state where it's a first-time offense, you go ahead and downgrade it, and that's what happens. 80% of the time, you downgrade it, you plead no contest, which means I don't even want to fight this, and you pay your fine, and you move on about your business. So that part of it is done, and so the team basically has said, the legal part of it is done, and, the league itself will have to decide what the punishment is, and we were kind of joking out there about, okay, so he gets suspended for 6 games as the owner. Ooh, that means you can't sit in your box for 6 games?
There's nothing.
I think that's what Irsay got hit with. And it's like, what does that mean?
I don't know what it means. I don't know what that means.
I'll be on my yacht. Well, I'm fine.
I mean, I didn't know he had a game check.
Right. I mean, are we suspending the ball boy next? Yeah. How will we conduct the game without you?
Well, he actually probably gets a little bit of a stipend, the ball boy. But
I'll tell you. Go ahead.
No, if you're Jed and it's like you can't be around for 6 games and you pay $1 million, it's like, okay, yeah, I can do that.
And now probably is not the form nor the show, but the hypocrisy in our world today. In 5 days or 4 days, they're going to be in Vegas, a state that allows what he had to go to jail for a night for is legal.
Wow.
And I'll just leave that there. But I do think about stuff like
state to
that.
state.
Well,
That's why it's a haunted house, according to Fernando Mendoza.
Well, light up a joint. Know what your state lines are before you do it.
Well,
I mean,
THC in Texas is like crack.
Yeah.
You got to be careful.
No doubt.
I lived in North Dakota where you could go to jail for a gram.
Now, come on,
back in 2017, 2018. I was in Fargo, North Dakota for a time. And, I was thinking about, hey, you have a California kid. Let me just
be careful.
Brittany
Griner.
Live how I live, where it's completely legal and normal. I'd also lived in Oregon, not exactly a whole lot tougher. And I just Googled before I'm about to do this. All right, North Dakota State. Oh, my God. I may not want to do this.
Man, that is wow.
Yeah, maybe Jed should have done that.
Yeah, and I don't know. I wonder about, first of all, why he was in Ohio. I don't think that we yet know. Was it just like...
Well, I think he's from there, right?
I think he lives in Ohio.
He lives there?
I do believe he lives there.
Okay.
That's my understanding. I will confirm, but I do think he lives there.
I saw a report that he had filed for divorce back in May from his wife, and so maybe at that point, but if his kids are here and he lives there, I don't know. I'm not trying to pry into his business, but you are a multi-millionaire, if not a billionaire, and you are freshly divorced, or the ink's probably not totally dry, like the process is ongoing, and this is the way that you sought to have companionship. That to me is maybe the biggest eyebrow raiser.
Yeah, well, for me,
at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, I gotta tell you,
wow,
the biggest one for me, and I
might
told
have been
him,
a long night.
I don't want this factoid. And I got to be careful because I'm not condoning anything, but the $140 bothers. It makes it. What are we doing?
Why does this bother you?
You're what a 140.
What, you wanted to aim higher? No, is that what you're saying?
No, never.
You know, adjust for inflation.
We need the dollar amount on the whole. I'm like 140.
The other piece was he had $160 on him, and so. I mean, it was $140, and so he had an extra 20. Was that like a little bit for the effort?
There's a joke in there.
Okay. Yeah, but
I didn't like hearing that. Y'all could have left the dollar amount out for old Goo.
Hey, the tip.
Yeah.
I said that about 7 times out there.
Boy, I
promised I wouldn't bring that.
I am not doing that joke. That joke is way too easy.
Sit tight for 4 hours because I've got a lot of
coming out. Running material for the next 140 minutes.
So that's where, yes, the court case, the legality of it has been closed, but I do think that there's more to the story that might be out there. And again, I'm not trying to be like super sleuth and get into everyone's personal business, but 9:30 in the morning in a trailer park in East Ohio, that to me is it's interesting.
How old is Jed now?
47, I think.
I'm gonna say 49. Shout out Niners.
46. Yeah,
he's still pretty young. Wow.
Yeah,
I thought he's.
I mean, get tired at night.
Jeez. Right.
I'm just saying, that's not a joke. Not a joke.
I get it. I mean, this is 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, sure.
So you wake up and
what's wrong with that?
Maybe we'll get up early.
I mean, I'm not saying anything's right or wrong with it, but I just found it to be interesting where it's one thing if it's like 3:17 in the morning where you've been out all night and it's like, you know what? Before I go back to my hotel, I need to figure this out.
I'm not coming down your road. But
come on down.
No.
Bob
There's no reason to come down your road. But I do think this summer, this show has accessed that you tend to believe that there is even more nefarious stuff going on, then maybe becomes public. Not saying you're wrong.
This is curiosity.
But
Like the Kyle story.
You often believe more. There's more. There's more. There's more.
You use the word nefarious, and I don't think that it has to be nefarious.
Well, and this is a crime.
Fine.
It's
and
against the law.
Like
so.
Kyle Shanahan's car accident wasn't a crime.
Correct.
But
Yeah. No, nothing nefarious there.
99% of those incidents, you would probably have somebody be charged with, oh, you had your phone out and you got in an accident, so we're going to at least give you a ticket. But they didn't give him a ticket because it's Kyle Shanahan.
I don't buy that statement at all. But that's
I don't have the stats. And this is not nefarious. I find it to be curious that a billionaire who is on the road in Ohio, if he lives there or not, and it's 9:30 in the morning, and you're gonna dial up somebody in a trailer park, and you're gonna pay $140 for whatever.
A mobile community home.
One thing I've learned when it comes to subjects like this, I just feel like we've learned this lesson many, many times over. I get where you're coming from when we go, why would a billionaire do this? When it comes to this subject, and I will just refer to it as this subject, my God, as human beings, we are so flawed, mysterious, head-scratching. I have no idea. I mean, I don't like it. My brain goes, I don't care what you make or who you are. I find this gross. But boy, people are into stuff, man. People are into stuff. That's what I'll say. People are into stuff.
I learned that over the weekend. Yep.
No.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Why'd you point at Evan?
No, because I told you the story.
Yeah, we're just
You getting some stuff this weekend?
we're sharing experiences from the weekend. Nothing nefarious.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing nefarious at all.
It's a good word.
Yeah.
What guess you guys got?
Nobody.
I
Just going to talk about
It's
this.
Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
Coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Let's get into position. Okay. All right, so how'd this grab you? 888-957-9570. We can tell based on just everything we've all experienced all morning. This is the kind of thing that I think brings around a wide range of reactions and opinions. I think there's room for all of them. I don't know, as a 49er fan, how you are feeling right now as far as how this affects football, how it affects organizational operations, how it affects you as a fan. If you sit down and watch a football game in a couple of weeks, does this make you feel icky or something like that? Look, there's room for all of this. So, I know that some of you are like, who gives a rip? What are we having for dinner tonight? That's all out there. I don't know. How'd this grab you today?
It didn't grab me in terms of, oh boy, I mean, the Niners, I'm going to bet the under on 9.5 wins now because the owner has found his way into trouble in East Ohio. So in terms of football, does this affect George Kittle being able to play in week 1 or Christian McCaffrey and his tightness and Nick Bosa and his ACL? All the football stuff, no, it doesn't affect it. Does it give me the ick, as you said? Yeah, of course. And it makes me just wonder about not only what actually took place with Jed York and what normally does take place with Jed York, but the organization and the fact that, now you have a second headline, and we'll put the Kyle Shanahan accident aside because it was an accident. and you and I differ on what may or may not have happened, and that's not even important here. This is now a thing where you've got your owner, your principal owner, who is in Ohio and making a horrific choice in 9:30 in the morning and getting caught, and now he's in an orange jumpsuit. And so the organization itself is national headline news for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Yes.
It's embarrassing, and for me, the biggest takeaway is that this is a reputation changer. I don't know about you. As a sports fan, I think we are constantly, not just being asked to, but I think we constantly do compartmentalize. We do. We compartmentalize in all kinds of ways when we sit down on a Sunday and watch a football game. We can find it to be abhorrent that CTE just overruns the post-career for these football players. There are players all over the television set who have been involved in this, that, and the other in terms of morals. And we're able to find our way through that and enjoy it. And some people, in fact, work very hard to do that. A lot of people don't want to be confronted with anything. In fact, that is sports to them. Sports is where we can go to forget the other 6 days of the week and all the stuff that comes at us that we don't want to deal with or think about and all of that. So I do think there's constant compartmentalization, sensation, as we watch this. So I think this is another one of those scenarios. But the owner, I mean, look, it's embarrassing. And it's not good for any front-facing individual to be dealing with anything that's a reputation changer, which is why I do think that this sticks and has some sort of long-term impact, but not on the field. I don't think it has an impact on the football field. I just think it has an impact on the organization as a whole. Like, let's be real. Most people are never going to look at Jed York the same way again. This is the biggest headline he's ever dealt with.
Right. And so when you don't look at him the same way, maybe that is, colored by whatever choice he makes down the road, because he is the CEO. And so if you get to a spot where he decides that he wants to move on from John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan, or maybe they want to leave, and so it's Jed York who has to be the person to say, yeah, we've decided not to renew the contracts of blah, blah, blah. You could look at him and say, well, yeah, like, why do I even respect you for your decision because you did this? And you think about him in the orange jumpsuit and you think about his mugshot. So it definitely colors your impression of him going forward. And I can't help but make the Larry Baer comp. And Larry Baer was not charged with a misdemeanor, but he was caught on tape wrestling a phone from his wife, and she tumbled to the ground. And she later said that, she had a foot injury and she lost her balance, and, whatever the aftermath was, Larry Baer's reputation now 10 years later has never been the same.
Not really, although I don't think people think or talk about it as much. It kind of lowered him within the organization. So, okay, that has had an effect. To me, that story, one of the number one messages I think we get bombarded with on this, when it comes to stuff that happens that's negative out in the world, boy, there is a difference when there's video and when there's not. Like, I hate that. Steve Kerr, famously, Jordan Poole gets punched. What's he ticked about? The fact that there's video and the fact that it got out. You know what I mean? Do you feel the same way about Joe Mixon as you did about Ray Rice? Ray Rice had video.
Yep.
Ray Rice had video, and you saw it. Ray Rice is not the only person who put hands on his spouse in the National Football League. It's never okay, but he became the poster for it because we saw it, and it was absolutely horribly breathtaking. Horrific. It's just an awful, awful look. And so, the Larry Baer thing, yeah, that had video. This has a mugshot, which is a terrible embarrassment and look and all of those things, but I don't think it sticks in that way because you don't have to look at it. You didn't have to see the crime.
You didn't, but the fact that there's a mugshot, I think, is almost as powerful as the video. And, I was watching the video earlier of Larry Baer just to make sure that I had the timeline accurate as far as, what has happened since then. Because since Larry Baer basically ceded control of, the ownership. The team has not been very good, and the Johnsons took the controlling interest, and you've had 5 years of losing. You had 2 years of dead 500, and you had the 1 year 107 wins. And so I do think that you can look at that incident back in March of, I guess it was 2017 or 2018, and when Larry Baer had to take that step back. And I'm not saying that Jed York will do the same thing, but the mugshot is, to me, almost as powerful as that video.
I know for a fact that it was 2019 because I had returned to my native Bay Area to take over the show surrounding Giants games on their flagship station right as that happened.
Yeah, it happened in March, so yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally had been here for about 2 weeks.
There you go.
I'd been here for about 2 weeks, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I need to talk about what? Where? I've been here for 2 weeks.
Right, Hayes Valley, 2019. Yeah, you're right.
So I also suffer a little bit from ownerism, right? Like we talk about draftism, hate sexism, hate racism, but I do suffer a little bit from ownerism. And here's what I mean by that. I tend to think that if you are let's see, a white male billionaire in this country, I sort of just assume you're into some stuff. And maybe that's not fair, but I tend to think that in that class of society and what allows people to get to that level, I'm not saying they're all criminals, you know what I mean? I'm just saying that I don't know. I tend to think that there's just a lot of dealings. There's a lot of boardroom dealings. I'm not talking about crimes necessarily, but I don't know. Less of me is maybe shocked about this than it sounds like some other people are. I'm not saying I assumed that Jed was into weird stuff. I don't know. I assume that in that high-class world of access and the thought that I can afford anything and I can get away with anything, it tends to lead people to try to get away with anything. That's been my experience.
I get that.
He's not the only billionaire in the NFL to get caught up in stuff with the opposite sex.
Well, it's
like 20% of the owners.
You could name a bunch of owners who we know have done some stuff that they've been caught up in. I do think that the sensational nature of this is multifold. One of them is the fact that he was looking for something for $140. And so you're a multimillionaire, maybe you're a billionaire, and you're out there going online at 9:30 in the morning and you're looking to pay $140 for companionship. That to me becomes a big part of the story. And if we go back to the Tiger Woods scandal, and he crashes into a tree and his wife tries to rescue him with a 9-iron. And then we find out, no, it was an affair. No, it was 2 affairs. Oh my God, it was 18 affairs, many of whom were employees of the Waffle House. And so I do think as that thing continued to unfold, I'm not saying that this will, but part of the sensational nature of the Tiger Woods drama was the fact that this guy's worth 100, 400 million or whatever, and he's out there, trying to make it happen on the margins.
We want to talk to you about this, 888-957-9570, on how this lands with you as a 49er fan. And for those of you who might just be joining us, Niners principal owner Jed York has pled no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges Monday in Ohio, stemming from suspicion of engaging in prostitution. County court records, according to ESPN, allege that York responded to an undercover ad on a known prostitution website and, quote, arranged to have sexual activity with the female in exchange for $140. He has also been sentenced to 2 days in jail. It is considered that one of them has already been taken care of. I think he spent one night in jail, so maybe he's got one more day of jail. There's a fine of about $1,200 or $1,300. He pleads no contest, and case is considered closed. So that is the news with regard to what has gone on with Jed York over the weekend, and now we go from here. And the statements have been released. The 49ers is like, it's close case. And so no further comment at this time. And the league has predictably said, we're aware, and we'll send this through the personal conduct policy. And if you're a 49er fan, you know where that's heading. He's going to be suspended for a few games and fined, and you don't care because he doesn't play linebacker.
Right. And so I mean, as a 49er fan, you look at this and you say it is a big nothing burger, to use John Lynch's phrase. At the same time, if you are a 49er fan and you look at, the organization and you hold them to a certain standard of moral rectitude, you might be a little bit put off by this fact and this news.
Of course you might be. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. How does this land with you as a 49er fan? We will take your calls. Those of you on hold, we come straight to you immediately. Coming up next, 888-957-9570 is the number. Your calls next and now on Willard and Dibs.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature Select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Breaking MSC stem cells and exosomes for whole body rejuvenation, hair loss, ED, and chronic pain are available in the U.S. at Balanced Medical Solutions, the Bay Area's premier anti-aging, hormone, weight loss, and sexual health clinic. Stem cells are amazing because they replace damaged cells, helping regenerate the skin and organs at the cellular level. Patients report looking and feeling younger, and they have helped patients with stubborn cases of ED. Book an evaluation now for only $99. Call 510-679-3300 or visit balancemedicalsolutions.com.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Lock in a hot summer rate with Stanford Federal Credit Union's limited time 8-month certificate, earning a sizzling 4.10 annual percentage yield. Open yours with just a $100 minimum deposit. As an 11-time Reader's Choice Best Credit Union on the Peninsula, Stanford Federal Credit Union delivers the stability and growth you deserve. But hurry, this special offer ends September 14th. Visit sfcu.org to open online. New money required. Early withdrawal penalties and additional terms apply. Federally insured by NCUA. sfcu.org.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
At Allstate, we know the place you call home is important to you, so it's important to us. That's why we've spent nearly 70 years protecting homes and the memories you make. Like big birthday celebrations for littles and Tuesday dance parties. We know home is where you make memories. Protect yours for as low as $87 a month. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state based on average monthly premiums or offered. Actual premiums vary. Terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss your chance to see comedian Gabriel Iglesias performing live at Oakland Arena on October 11th. The show is almost sold out. Be sure to buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Icon Live, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hello, Monday.
Hey, whoa, Monday.
Like, chill, Monday.
I mean, Kittle's off the pup, and McCaffrey's tightness is gone. And you know what? 3 more days until the Raiders. And then real football. Hold up. Wait a minute. Jed York has stepped in it? In East Ohio.
Raiders.
Right.
I'd like to welcome to the party for the first time in 2026 your first social media fantasy football freakout session that took place throughout the day yesterday as Raider players took a knee and sent prayers to the heavens for somebody who apparently just sprained his ankle.
I mean,
I'm thankful. You know that I've already had one of these cockamamie drafts.
Yeah.
I took Genty in the second round. And by the way,
so it was Genty who went down.
Yes.
And
he's okay. I mean, he's not okay. He's hurt.
Right. But everyone took a knee and
they thought he tore his ACL.
Right.
And he sprained his ankle, which is strange.
It's different than a torn ACL. And I've done both.
I know you have.
I've sprained many an ankle. And
even I've sprained an ankle.
Of course,
That's happened.
Boy.
I had some bad ones, actually.
It was almost like one of those European soccer things where, he goes down and like, oh, my God, this one's going to be bad.
Genty popped up and went, World Cup, gotcha.
That's right. I'm fine.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. How's this hit you as a 49er fan? Owner Jed York. Dealing with misdemeanor charges in the state of Ohio surrounding prostitution, the embarrassing details. He responded to an online ad. It turns out it was a sting, $140 at a trailer park. He filed for divorce in May. I know, it's like...
Say that part again.
It's impossible not to laugh, but also like not because it's very sad and gross, I think. But like, I'm not the moral police. Like, I'll be real with everybody here. This is not going to be on my mind when the Niners and Rams kick off in a couple Thursdays. Like, okay, I will completely compartmentalize this.
Has the spread moved for the game in Australia?
I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so.
Just curious.
But yes, it will also never not be a part of Jed York's story. And that is an issue for the organization and its operations into the future. I don't find it to be like an urgent, pressing sort of a thing, but this is a game changer for Jed. I don't know if it is for the 49ers.
Well, it might be for the ownership structure because...
For sure.
And I don't know how that would necessarily affect what they're doing. And the only comp I can make is to the Giants, where Larry Baer didn't respond to an undercover ad, but he got caught in a bad moment with his wife. And because of that, he had to step away. And so the ownership power structure changed. And I do think that the way they've gone about doing things also changed.
It did, although I think that had a lot to do just with the sort of change in ownership and some structures that were already evolving a little bit. I mean, I get where you're coming from on it. There's two major differences in this. First of all, with Larry Baer, no crime was committed. There was here. Second of all, though, unfortunately for Larry Baer and his wife and the Giants, there was video. And when everybody can see it, it just brings a completely different dynamic into play. But we really do. We want to know how this hits you as a Niner fan. Let's start with Rob in San Jose. Rob, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Oh, man, this is not bothering me one bit. As a 49er fan, there's a part of me that thinks that this is very funny. And like you, Willard, I'm not the moral police. I'm saying he's divorced. He's a single dude who's a billionaire who looks for an ad online to go to a mobile home park for $140. Like, that's funny. I don't even know what else to say about it other than it's funny. And guys are dogs. Whether you're young, you're old, you're rich, or you're poor, guys are dogs, and they do stupid things.
That, like, Rob, I share everything you're saying, but there's a very big but, which is it's a crime. Like, you can be as you put it, a dog, and some people think we need more dogs, but you can be a dog and do it in a legal way. It might still challenge people's morals, but you can go be a player and flash your billions or whatever, and it doesn't get you arrested. So that's a piece of the story. And Rob, the other part of it, and thank you so much for calling, is, look, I'm a big believer. You and I have had this conversation before. I get bothered when people are like, the rules are the same for everybody. No, they're not. What world do you live in? The rules are not the same for everybody. This person is the front-facing principal owner of a multi-billion-dollar organization. You know what I mean? Let me give you another quick, silly example. If that Coldplay concert had just panned to two nobodies, the guy and the gal, and they're hanging out in the suite, and one of them suddenly hides behind.
Oh, gotcha.
If that's like a school teacher and a janitor, whatever. But it turns out that these people were very high profile within their own company, and poof, the whole thing takes on a life of its own with their families and the scandal and all of this. And that's like skinny, small potatoes compared to Jed York.
Well, and so think about it. If this was
a factor,
you or I, and if this was something that you or I did in Eastern Ohio, and this happened, I don't think that the mugshot makes it all the way to TMZ, and I don't even know if our own superiors here would find out about it. It's like, yeah, I got to call in sick Monday because, I'm a little bit busy, I'm detained. It probably isn't a thing, but the fact that it is the owner and it is Jed York, and you see the mugshot and you see him in the orange jumpsuit, it becomes a much more gigantic thing.
You're representing the organization. Look, this would be a bigger deal if Brock Purdy did it than a special teamer. You are a front-facing person, leader of an organization, and so you have let them down, and you've let your kids down, you've let yourself down, all of that. 209, it's not cheating, who cares? It's a crime. I don't care. People cheat on their spouses. I'm not here to get all up into that. That's whatever. I don't like it. That's other people's business. That doesn't really other than within their own families, that doesn't affect anybody else. This affects a lot of people in an odd way. He's front facer of a huge organization.
Well, it affects his ex-wife and their kids primarily.
Sure. And so, okay, he didn't cheat on anyone, but he committed a crime. And
it's a misdemeanor. So let's just say that he, I don't know, backed into somebody in a shopping center, and he hit a car, and then he just drove away.
He drove away without a note.
He drove away, and he didn't leave a note.
I'd be bothered.
Well, and that person saw him, or there was a witness who saw him, and then they call the police, and then the police pull him over. And it's like, hey, you just backed into somebody at Safeway. We didn't see you in the aisles, but we saw you in the parking lot. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I did that, and so now it's going to be a misdemeanor hit and run. That becomes embarrassing, but less embarrassing than this.
Sure.
And it's the mugshot, it's the details, it's the fact that it was a mobile home park and $140, and you're a billionaire in the orange jumpsuit. So you and I disagree about the video being more powerful. To me, the mugshot and the details of this is as powerful as the Draymond Green thing.
And I respect that you feel that way. I bet that we could spend the rest of the show, and I feel very strongly that I could prove that video is what absolutely just convicts people.
Well, video is video, and I think the mugshot, the power of the mugshot. So, you see Jed York, and I knew that he was, kind of my height, but then you see him in the orange jumpsuit, and you see...
Oh, now we're height-shaming the guy?
We're not height-shaming because I'm the same height, but you look and you go, he's about my height, 5'8", maybe 5'9".
Yeah, he's 5'8".
Orange jumpsuit, chest hair flying, and... Obviously, he's not happy. It's a mugshot. To me, the power of the mugshot is as powerful almost as the video.
Yeah,
the video of Draymond and Jordan Poole is so powerful because he just walks over matter-of-factly and does what he does.
Right, but that, as we have learned, has happened many times in the NBA, and nobody's even bothered by it. People laugh because Michael Jordan hit Steve Kerr. Remember when Steve Kerr, he had to deal with this too? Nobody cares. But if you saw it, you're going to have a completely different emotion about it. I would bet we have got a mountain of domestic violence situations that have come up in the NFL through all of the years, all of the decades. But there's one that really, really stands out to people. It's Ray Rice. It's because there was video and we saw it.
And that's an interesting way to put it because Greg Hardy is an incident that we've heard about where he reportedly threw his girlfriend or his wife onto a pile of guns. Yep. No video. And so that doesn't have the same, I think, permanence, so to speak, as the Ray Rice thing.
Agreed.
So you're right to that extent. But when you get to this level, the mugshot for me, it carries a little bit more weight than your garden variety. Whatever, Bob Kraft apparently went to a massage parlor and got extra services, so to speak, but no mugshot, no video. So it's just a story.
Yeah. What if there was video of Jed York cruising through the mobile home? Don't you think you'd click on that and remember it a little bit more than the mug?
And who's to say there won't be? Body cam footage or surveillance footage or, the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that not saying that the mugshot is a good look. You're right. No more V-necks, guys. Can we get an orange jumpsuit that doesn't have a plunging V? I don't know many criminals where that's a good look.
Yeah.
Not too many people show up looking like a model, ready for their photo shoot. We're doing a plunging V? Come on.
I mean, it's tough. And I've never had a mugshot, knock on wood, and so I don't know what I necessarily would go with as far as expression or, the outfit's kind of predetermined.
You ever been arrested?
Never.
Yeah.
Never. A couple close calls, but yeah,
okay.
Come on.
Silk in Oakland. Hi, Silk. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Willard, I have to agree with you. You know, in 2019, this happened to Robert Kraft, I believe, but he had a video out there, too, and we're not talking about that anymore. So, you know, I think we just need to let it go and focus on the game, man. It happens. Bang, bang, not a game.
So, thanks. I mean, again, I know this is how a lot of people feel. The Bob Kraft thing, I think there are some things, whenever that's going to come up today, that we got to mention. Those charges were dropped. These charges are not going to be dropped. There's already been a no contest plea that's been entered there. However, what I would say about Jed York is sort of, I think, proven by how many people are calling today and bringing up Bob Kraft. You're bringing up Bob Kraft because when a story like this comes up, you don't shake it. Ever. That's the realization for Jed today and the organization that I think is what needs to be dealt with and what is really hard to reason with, which is that this is never going away. When you're a billionaire owner and you get caught up in something like this, it is something that people will remember for all of the days.
Right, and I'm just looking at the details here, and Bob Kraft was charged, and then they were dropped. All the charges were dropped, so he didn't plead no contest.
Correct.
So Jed just goes ahead and pleads no contest because, I'm guilty, although no contest is not pleading guilty. It's pleading no contest, which is a little bit of a loophole in there. But Bob Kraft, he fought it and he won because the video surveillance used was a violation of his, personal freedom or whatever. And so Bob Kraft decided to go that route. So he was exonerated, but the whole thing ended up taking like a year and a half until he got to that point.
And people still remember.
Right, and people still think that he is guilty.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing, is a lot of people don't realize that the charges were dropped because we just get that initial headline and then on we go. On we go. Yeah. I don't think it affected Patriot football the same way. Like, I'm not thinking that Drake May is going to take that first snap in a couple of weeks, drop back, look for A.J. Brown, and suddenly think of Diana Rossini and go, oh, no, I'm going to overthrow my receiver now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the way I look at it. This is embarrassing. It's an issue, but it's an issue off the field. It's an issue of ownership, leadership, and organizational functionality. It is not going to affect Brock Purdy, in my opinion.
And the only person it might affect would be Kyle Shanahan, and it would do so positively because now he's no longer front and center and stuff for off-field things. So now...
Did you feel like he was?
Not continually, but it's been a few weeks, like 11 days, and then he's getting better, and now he's kind of all the way back. Yeah. And so even though if you were trying to, still look at Kyle for whatever reason, now you've got the owner who's got... his mess to deal with.
Let's go to Christian in Berkeley. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls all day. Christian, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Couple things here, man. Yeah, so the Bay Area, in my opinion, so this is like a different kind of beast out here, right? I mean, these type of moral and illegal issues, I don't think people or the media will let this go that easy. And think about it. The 49ers organization donates to a lot of anti-human trafficking organizations. So, I mean, how does that look for him, right? How does it look for him, the organization? It's embarrassing, and it's not a no big deal situation. And I think fans that say otherwise they're doing so in bad faith.
I'm not gonna disagree with you, Christian. Can I say one thing before you continue, though? Because I've heard a number of callers do this today, and boy, this is gonna be a tough point for me to try to make because I sure do not want to make it sound like I am not morally grossed out by all of this. But a lot of people keep using the word trafficking, which I know is horrific and a major part of many prostitution rings, but not all. And so I don't the only reason I'm uncomfortable with that is I don't know that this is automatically a human trafficking situation. This very easily could also just be an individual, and obviously this was set up by the authorities, this particular one, but there are prostitution situations where it is just an individual, not saying it's healthy or okay by any stretch, but I also think trafficking can be a little bit of a heavy word.
Yeah, agreed. But it's definitely a big part of it, right? So
sure.
Yes, we don't know. We don't know. And I guess I'll just leave with this. I do agree with you guys. I don't think it'll affect players or anything on the field, besides the fact that I think people are going to roll their eyes if he likes to do those speeches post-game locker room and talk about accountability. I mean, people are, especially within this year or the next few seasons, people are going to look at that and obviously, I think, give them a side eye or roll their eyes at that. So that's all I got.
Yeah, Christian, thanks for calling. Listen, there's a staircase that needs to be climbed, and he may not. That's the way I'll put it. I don't think the Niners are getting sold tomorrow. But the point that Christian is making is a fair one, which is, and this is a big part of what I think happens when something like this goes on and you're in a leadership position, it does rob you of some of your ability to be a leader. How the hell do you look people in the eye and try to give them an attaboy or a speech or this is how we do things around here? You know what I mean? This is what it means to be a Niner, when in the back of their mind, they're rolling their eyes going, dog, you were in a mobile home park 3 weeks ago. So could this lead down a road that robs Jed York of his ability to lead? And does that lead down a road to where he's not the leader someday? It is possible.
For sure, especially, and he made a good point about like the community outreach part of being an owner. So you're the owner and you're not the only owner, but if you're the front-facing owner, what do you actually do? Well, you do a lot with your corporate sponsors. You do a lot with your management team, and I'm sure you do a lot with the community. And so if one of your community outreaches has to do with, women and protecting women and women's rights, and yet you've got this now on your resume, it's hard for you, I'm sure, to be taken seriously in those spheres.
100%. And that to me, that's the issue. I mean, like, this is completely dissimilar, but in a way, the road is not to what happened with his uncle. Like, Eddie D didn't do something that was like, oh my God, we cannot have this person near our organization anymore. But he went down a road, and this is many, many years ago, where the accusation and the crime was covering up a felony. There was a gambling ring, and this ended up heading down a road where part of what Eddie DeBartolo needed to do was kind of give up the day-to-day operations, and that's how the team ended up with his sister, and his sister is Jed's mom. And Eddie DeBartolo wasn't the owner anymore. So I could see something like that happening here. I don't know who else in the York DeBartolo family could be the person, or does it need to be sold? Again, these are conversations for later, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility it heads in that direction.
Right. I mean, going down that road, it would have to be, I think, something where you had either sponsors or other people who are influential say, yeah, we need to go ahead and do this differently. And I'm looking at the Eddie D situation. He pled guilty to a felony in 1998, which was involving, an extortion attempt, and he failed to report it. It was a riverboat gambling thing. And so he got caught up in that. And I think that Denise DeBartolo was, somebody who probably wanted to get control anyway, and so Eddie D had to step back, and so Denise and John, her husband, stepped forward, and eventually they gave the reins to their son, John, a.k.a. Jed. And so can Jed survive this? Maybe, probably, I don't know, but if not, I'm sure there are some other people in the family who can step forward and do it.
Or
somebody else.
Or maybe it does get sold. You would, if you had asked me 10 years ago, what are the chances that we sit here in 2026 and no one with the last name Buss has anything to do with Lakers ownership anymore? I'd have been like, no chance. No chance. But, stuff happens in that world.
Yep.
Stuff happens. The person that bought the thing from the Buss family has already flipped it. And now the principal owner has the last name Kushner.
Right.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, and there's a Kushner here owning the Giants as well. So
same guy.
Exactly.
Same guy. All right. 888-957-9570. Those of you who are waiting, we're coming. We're coming. The Valkyries are back in action this afternoon. Here we go. Another try against those Lynx in Minnesota, 5 o'clock. You can hear it on the free Odyssey app. You search Valkyries for all the action. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Habas Law. When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. What you need is a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust them, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas' California licensed attorney offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
A dark night, a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's.
Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We got some talkers coming up.
Some talkers?
Some talkers.
Okay.
I mean, you're a talker.
Yeah.
I'm a talker.
I mean, all of us are essentially talkers.
And Killian, about 45 minutes.
Strong.
Raj Mathai next hour.
Also strong.
Maiden voyage for me. I've never had an opportunity to have Raj on the air before. Have you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big admirer of his work.
He's one of the all-time great crossover talents in this market.
Yeah.
From sports guy, handsome and good, to anchor. Still handsome and still quite good. He crossed it over.
It's a big word around these parts now.
It is.
Be careful who you just hand the crossover to.
Yeah, I mean, he did it before we did it, so.
Different.
Right.
He did it, we perfected it?
I suppose.
Different arenas.
And Sal Castaneda, a friend of the program, he also has kind of crossed over. He still does traffic, but now he also anchors. Impressive.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, the San Francisco 49ers principal owner, Jed York, dealing with a public relations mess and beyond, depending on how you want to put it all together, pleading no contest over the weekend in Ohio to 2 charges, misdemeanor charges stemming from prostitution. Apparently responded to an online ad that was built to find the guilty, if you will, but responded to an online ad that led him to an agreement for $140 in exchange for you-know-what at a mobile home park in Ohio. Again, pleads no contest, $1,300 fine, couple nights in jail, 1 night already served, and so here we are. And the question is sort of how does this make you feel as a 49er fan? I'm pretty confident about one piece of this because I know and I knew we were going to get this. Text line and social media, there's a whole lot of no big deal, who cares? This happens all the time. And it's like, well, first of all, just because it happens all the time does not suddenly mean it's okay. Like, we're not just out here in the world like, yeah, I'm cool with criminal activity, especially if it's not a felony. I'm fine with it. Of course it happens all the time. And you may feel a certain way about those who do that. But it does not always happen all the time that the front face of an incredibly public, multi-billion-dollar organization gets caught up in this. And for me, this isn't about football. For me, it's not. It might be for you, but the way I look at it is this is more of a long-term issue with regard to leadership. And how does he go about being a leader anymore when you have something like this now that has tarnished your reputation forever? I don't think there's any way, like that's not overstating it.
It's not, and I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong, and I do think of it in those terms, but the other piece of it, Mark, is I'm looking at this in terms of judgment. And so the more we look at what actually happened, so it's Sunday morning, and you see an online ad pop up, and I don't know if it's social media or wherever you are on your phone or on your computer, and you look at that and you say, you know what? Yeah. That's what I'm looking for right now. So you respond to that ad. You are the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar organization, and I don't know the current valuation, but I would put it up in the $9 or $10 billion valuation.
Yes,
it's a huge number, and so you're in Ohio, you're chilling, and you're thinking, yeah, you know what? I got a little bit of extra money. Let me check my pocket here. I got 160 in my wallet, and $140 gets it done. Yeah, I'll respond. Send me your location, and I'm on my way. To me, it becomes, and I'm only making light of it because the whole thing is so farcical. You are worth maybe $1 billion or whatever it is, and $140. But for me, it comes down to judgment. Yeah. Like that's the decision that you made.
That's correct.
That's your judgment.
Like I'm always sort of like, it doesn't bother me, but I'm always sort of it perks my ears up when I hear someone go, "Dude, you're a billionaire. Like, what are you doing slumming in that area of our society?" And I mean, how many times do we need to learn like that? Doesn't matter how much money you make or what your resources are when it comes to that subject. People are into stuff.
Right.
They just are. And sometimes, I mean, remember when Hugh Grant was like married to Elizabeth Hurley and he got caught? Something like this. And everybody's like, wait a minute, what? I mean, and you brought up Tiger Woods. Like, Elin is this beautiful woman, and he's got these kids, and you're just like, what? For the waitress at the what was the place called?
Waffle House.
Well, I mean, I don't think it was a Waffle House. Wasn't it? I got to look that up. Wasn't it? There's a different name, the restaurant. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's not what makes a lot of people tick when it comes down to it. But we can keep taking calls. Richie in Queens. Hi, Richie. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Yeah, I tried calling earlier. Look, is it going to affect the team? I can say emphatically, absolutely not. It's an issue. I think he'll probably have a press conference because he has some kind of a sexual addiction. I think he'll move on. I'm thinking of Israel, and I'm thinking of back 10 years ago, and I'm also thinking about Kraft and Steinbrenner had issues, and they moved on from it. You would think that he probably did this more than once. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while. But the real thing is with the family, the image, and guys, I was in a program for years, and people would say, well, why do people do what they do? Like Woods, get a chauffeur. Romo, get a chauffeur. Block Casse, throwing the ball in the dirt. He's a millionaire to win $30,000. So, people, they're human beings. They have faults and you move on, but yeah, and it's tough to say sometimes, well, I'm the CFO or the CEO, owner of a company. I've got to be 100% on the up and up, and you would think that they try to stick to higher values, but it's up to the individual. But I feel bad for his 14-year-old son and 12-year-old son.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his family, and his wife has got to, and that's going to be the bottom line. Will he lose the team? I don't see it, but, and one more thing, he brought up Vrabel last year. With Rossini, he played the last half of that year, and they got to the playoffs. You think they were even thinking about that? They go out and do their job, and they move on. So I just think that it's a distraction, but it will not in any way affect the team. Yeah. Always good talking to these guys.
Richie, you too. Thanks so much, Richie. I actually would stop short of that. I've seen that word all the time today. I do not believe this is a distraction. I don't believe this is a distraction for the players at all. I do not. This is going to be the furthest thing from Christian McCaffrey's mind when he tries to hit the A gap a couple of Thursdays from now.
Yeah, the only part of it will be when they have to speak with the people in the PR department and say, hey, when you're asked, I would recommend you go with this response, because they will be asked. And, like Kyle Shanahan will be asked, and McCaffrey and whoever else is in front of a microphone, they will be asked. And so you get your pre-made, you're ready to go statement, and you just answer it that way and you move on.
And those questions are coming well before they start the season.
Right.
Those questions will probably come at tomorrow's practice.
And then it should be over for the players. It's been asked and answered.
I also of all the people that I would ask about this, you're not wrong. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and up from there. I don't know that, I guess Purdy probably has, or Fred Warner, is there some sort of a reaction comment? But I already know what they're going to say. Not my arena, right. And I'm not going to get into a legal matter. Not my place to say. And so that's what they'll say, and then we'll move on with that. But, do you care what Dominic Pooney has to say about this? Do you know what I mean?
Right. I'm with you. He won't be asked, but
what am I saying to Kyle Juszczyk? So, I don't even know that that's relevant.
Right, and I guess I care what Jed York has to say, although I don't think that he'll speak on it. I do think it'll be a statement, and it'll talk about embarrassment and harm to the family and harm to the organization. And, maybe it goes so far as, I need to work on myself and I need to, figure things out going forward. It's been a difficult time for me since the split and blah, blah, blah. It'll be a statement, I think, at some point in the next 24, 48 hours, but that'll be about it.
Speaking of lessons learned, we should talk a little bit about Christian McCaffrey. We're not going to depart for too long from this at all. Those of you who are on hold, stay right there. We're coming. 888-957-9570. And Killian will join us in a half hour. Raj Mathai is going to join us in 1 hour and 10 minutes. At 4:20, Raj is going to be on with us as well. But Christian McCaffrey was back at practice yesterday. Apparently he's not holding in.
Okay, good. I mean, the tightness has gone away.
He's just regular in.
Right.
He's just in.
He's just in. He's been slow playing it. And so it turns out all of the hold your breath injury concerns, they don't apply to him.
Load management is here. We've been saying this, have we not?
And it's August. So yes, please do.
Yeah.
You can't be like, oh my God, the touches, and then also complaining about the fact that they're load managing him. What are we doing?
Valkyrie's back in action this afternoon. Minnesota Lynx, 5 o'clock. Listen on the free Odyssey app. You search Valkyries for all the action. We are sponsored by Ceremony Ford, 888-957-9570. Grandpa, Daddy, Corey, 888-957-9570. We're taking your phone calls next on Willard and Dibs.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which you know by now is a family-owned bank, and it's got a great family-owned feel. They've been doing it now since 1964, and they set out to build a local ecosystem created around people and relationships that would benefit all of us right here in the Bay Area. And they're one of the proudly independent organizations in the Bay Area. They support local nonprofits, and they're a top local corporate philanthropist organization. The money you deposit stays local, and it gets reinvested into businesses, organizations, and activities that make all of us here in the Bay Area better. In fact, some of the things they do is reinvest into those businesses and home ownership that happens, and they support nonprofits as well. They make meaningful grants for the betterment of our communities, and also their profits get designated 5% of them right here into charity in the Bay Area, and their clients keep their money local as well, which creates jobs and helps to build this wonderful business circle of life in the Bay Area. Property values and school quality, it all goes up thanks to this good institution. I've been with them for more than 5 years, and I will never leave. You should join Fremont Bank as well. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
That's Elena's family group chat. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. And from now until September 1st, get free activation by skipping the access charge. Go to your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas, so you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hello. Hello. 888-957-9570. Ann Killian in 25 minutes.
Hello.
Was that your Adele?
No, that's hello. That was my Lionel Richie.
Oh.
Is it me you're looking for? Because I wonder where you are. And I wonder what you do.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibbs.
Are you somewhere being lonely?
I guess I
Is someone loving you?
I cannot name that tune in one note because I named a different tune.
And the other one would be my Larry King, which is hello.
Oh, yeah.
Des Moines,
and
hello.
Now give us the Hubie Brown. Go.
Hello.
Thank you. Those are all your hellos. Lionel, Adele, Larry, Hubie.
Hello?
Not bad.
And Dave.
Yep.
Wow.
Totally.
Okay. Want to hear this?
Kinda.
I mean, this feels a little, I don't know if mean-spirited is the right thing, but remember this? This is a back and forth with Jed York and Lowell Cone. Back in the days of the departure of Harbaugh and...
No. Not Harbaugh. Go on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Harbaugh.
Okay.
But yeah, all of the departures that were happening with the 49ers at the time. And I think that basically the idea is the questioning at a certain point kind of got to, well, if we're cleaning house here, what the hell are you still doing here?
This was specifically after the departure of Chip Kelly and Trent Baalke together.
Okay, so it was Baalke, Kelly, and Harbaugh was in the recent rear view.
Kelly came after Tom Sula, who came after Harbaugh.
Right.
So there was just 3 straight bad years. Yeah.
Here it is.
Jed, you dismissed your general manager and coach because they didn't reach certain performance standards.
That's part of it.
Okay, let's stick to that part. Why shouldn't you be dismissed or reassigned for the same reasons?
Look, again, nothing I'm going to say is going to be satisfactory.
Say something.
But nothing I'm going to say is going to be satisfactory. And again, we're going to be judged on what we do and what we accomplish. We haven't accomplished enough. I own this football team. You don't dismiss owners. I'm sorry that that's the facts and that's the case, but that's the fact. And I'm going to do everything that I can to get this right. This isn't about a business and running an operation to make money. We're making sure that we're doing everything that we can to reestablish this culture. It's not an easy decision to dismiss a head coach and a general manager, especially people that have, a lot of time left on their deals. But I think that's the best thing for us. And that's what we need to do in order to get us back to where we want to be.
Let me say this first. The first thing I want to say is that's in 2017, and largely from that moment forward, he has done a really good job of recovering his name and repositioning the organization as a successful one. So I will give him that credit. But it is time for an addendum to his famous statement. You don't dismiss owners. He's right. But they can sure dismiss themselves. And that is also correct if you look at the history of this position, whether it would be Donald Sterling, Dan Snyder, Jerry Richardson, or anyone else. And I am not putting him in that kind of a boat as of yet. But he has put himself in a boat, and the boat is rolling through rough waters.
Right, and you could even look at his uncle, Eddie DeBartolo, who ostensibly dismissed himself because he caught a felony charge, and that was going to be the way that went. And I'm just looking at the timeline. After that quote that you just played that Grandy alerted us to, a month later, they hired Kyle Shanahan, and they hired John Lynch. And so a month after the you don't dismiss owners, he came out and did something that has actually had lasting success, where Kyle and John now are embarking on year 10 of being very successful.
Yep, absolutely. 888-957-9570. Grandpa Daddy is on the line. What's up, GPD?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Pretty good.
Oh, well, I'm just waiting to go into the ophthalmology department because my right eye is kind of messing with me. But you know what they say, man, getting old ain't for the faint of heart.
Yep, no doubt.
True statement.
But I just want to, listen, man.
We're going to need to, apparently, we don't have great cell service at the ophthalmologist.
Right. So we'll get you back, Grandpa Daddy.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a different spot. Let's go to Corey in Daly City. Hi, Corey. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Thanks for having me. Hey, hoping Grandpa Daddy gets better at that ophthalmologist. Hoping. But hey, with the whole York thing, so it's just my opinion. I don't see Coach Shanahan going into a game with that on his mind. Hey guys, it's going to be a tough one with what happened with our owner. I think the biggest thing that he's going to have to face, like someone had said earlier, his children, his wife. I mean, what if the situation was reversed? But I think the biggest thing that Mr. York is going to have to face is the jokes, the humiliation, and just being in the news. So I don't see him losing, the ownership, but the jokes and the embarrassment are coming.
There's no question, Corey, and I'm with you. Again, I think this is an organizational issue. It's not a football issue. And some might say, hold on a second, those things overlap in all kinds of ways. And obviously they do. But I feel very confident that Corey is right, that no player is really going to think much about this at all. Certainly not within the framework of their game day job. Sure, is it on their mind today? It's an off day. They're back to work tomorrow. Is there going to be an internal memo or 8 about how to handle the fans and the media and whatnot as they go to practice tomorrow and then head to Vegas for a Thursday preseason game? Sure. There absolutely is going to be that. But I don't think there's any functional football issue to this whatsoever.
Even in the future, unless you are somebody, and I'm just going to use the name Tim Tebow because we know that he is a deeply religious person. If you are cut from that cloth and you look at this situation, are you not going to want to be a free agent because the owner attempted to spend $140 on some extracurriculars? I mean, that might possibly be a thing, but I don't think that would be the norm. It's more of the exception than it would be, I think, the norm in free agency. And these football players, by and large, are cut from one cloth, which is the game is very violent. My career is short, and I want to make every dollar that I possibly can. So I don't know if you look at any player in a situation and they think, I don't want to sign there now that their owner has gone out and done this. So in terms of the football ramifications, I don't think that there are any, but in the court of public opinion and in public relations, this is definitely a stain that is going to be tough for him to shake.
That I agree with. Yeah, listen, I would think that it's pretty hard to play in the NFL and be a prude when it comes to issues that surround things like this. And I don't want that to come off as crass or anything like that. I'm just saying these are large organizations with a lot of people. It's by and large, when you're talking about the locker room, it's a lot of very young people with a lot of resource from all kinds of walks of life. And by the way, they have been trained to be half a cup of crazy with what they're doing. You're trained to be highly aggressive. So my point in saying that is not to excuse anything at all. My point in saying that is I don't think that these players, if you bring up Tim Tebow, for example, if in some way your morality clause as a human being makes it so that you just cannot even be around anything going on that involves some funny stuff, you're going to have a hard time being on a National Football League team.
Probably, yep.
That's what I think.
Well, when you get into like some of the other nefarious, to use your word, stuff that goes on, whether it's, concussion reporting that actually happens or doesn't happen. And, sometimes you get a player who's injured and they get an injection that is, medically probably not the best way to go ahead and rehab and recover. Yes, the National Football League and pro football in and of itself, there are a lot of things that are done just to, get back out there and get back on the field. Sure. So an owner stepping outside, and he didn't step outside his marriage. Let's be fair about that.
Filed for divorce in May.
Reportedly filed in May. So he wasn't really cheating on any spouse. What he was doing was a crime, a misdemeanor, 2 misdemeanors, in fact. And it's less about the crime and it's more about the embarrassment and the shade that it casts upon the organization.
Sure. And look, I think the issue with him as a father is a much bigger one today than him as a husband. That's kind of just the way I look at this. If I'm him today, and no, I cannot relate on any level, right. But if I try to put myself in that headspace, that would actually be my first thought. My first thought would be about my role as a father and the example that I've just set for 2 young boys.
Even beyond the example, for me, it's about like the kids going to school.
That too.
Kids are back in school. And so, all these kids, and I think his sons are 14 and 12 or
something like that.
Whatever, old enough to where their classmates have phones. And so
oh, hell yeah.
It's going to be a thing where, I read this about your dad on TMZ. And so that part of it is what kind of breaks my heart for those young men who have to deal with it. And already when you carry that name, you're already dealing with, hey, why didn't your dad go for it? Why didn't Shanahan go for it on 3rd down? Instead of, now it's like you're dealing with the York name and you have to go to school and it's like, this is a worldwide scandal and they have to, face questions and ribbing from classmates. That's the part that really gets me.
Gosh, I'm with you. That's a very uncomfortable visual that you create of it's Monday morning and this news all broke and they're heading to school. Like that, and they're in middle school, which is objectively the most awkward time of human existence.
It's a pretty toxic environment.
Totally. And maybe one of them's a freshman. Good Lord, can you imagine if someone's starting high school last week and now they're walking into those halls? You're already terrified. Like, I just...
and you're probably already...
That breaks my heart.
And you're already carrying the burden of being, the son of the Niner owner, unless you have a pseudonym, which I doubt that they do, and I don't even pretend to know where they go to school. And you back that up even a little further, Mark, and back in May, as you mentioned before, Jed York filed for divorce, which means things were probably not great among the Yorks before that. And so you get to that spot in May, and it's like, you have to have that conversation. And I had that conversation with my kids when I got divorced. And luckily, my youngest son was about 17. And so, and my older son was like, yeah, I knew this was coming. It's like, you did not. No, nobody knew, but they at least were late teens, if not adults. But so these kids are already going through that. And then now you have this that pops up. I really feel for those young men.
Yeah, I really do too. I'm going to leave their names out of this for right now, but their oldest is 13. 13 years old. Yeah.
And that's...
The younger one, I can't quite access how old he is.
Might have been 11. I thought they were 2 years apart, but either way, old enough to have friends who follow this stuff and will certainly, if they want, give them a hard time about it.
Neil in Virginia. Hi, Neil. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, man. I saw a fake story about Brandon Ayuk posting some...
Yeah, okay. Well, that escalated quickly.
I mean, when you start your call with, I saw a fake story, I think sometimes karma jumps in and zaps your phone.
It was about Brandon Ayuk posting something, and I actually said out in the green room, unfortunately, this is a classic time for Brandon Ayuk to weigh in on something, because as we saw when Kyle Shanahan got in his car accident, Ayuk didn't wait too long to chime in with his feelings.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't even want to try to pretend I have any idea what Brandon's next move is going to be. But I don't think that Kyle Shanahan post went very well for Brandon.
There are some photoshopped images of Ayuk posting on his Instagram story about this, which are not accurate. He has not posted anything. So if you see
He's not posted anything.
No.
Okay.
If you see anything from Ayuk, at least as of now, it is fake and photoshopped.
It feels to me, and this I'm completely projecting here. So this is not, but doesn't it feel like somewhere along the road, Brandon got the message that what he was doing on social media wasn't working? He has not been signed by the Commanders, and they've got a game in a couple weeks.
Right.
And I could be guessing. I don't even want to try to get myself into his mind, but it feels to me, because they've stopped. Basically, since the Shanahan poking fun at his car accident thing, I don't think there's been, certainly nothing else that made news. Maybe there was something about a video that he posted and he was still wearing a Commander's hat. But, cool, wear a Commander's hat.
Right.
But the efforts and the braggadocio, if you will, of you're going to get the belt because I'm going to the Commanders and we about to be championship. That stopped because I would hope he got the message that this isn't going to work. I think your career's over, actually.
It very well could be. And, if that was an approach to, goad somebody into signing you, and here you sit on August 24th and you remain unsigned and the season starts here in just a couple of weeks, yeah, maybe you want to go ahead and take a different tack going forward.
I do want to say this without, please, no high and mighty here. Everybody gets their own moral code. Obviously, everybody gets their own moral code, and I'm not here to judge by any stretch. There's a comment though that we're getting a lot that makes me just a wee bit uncomfortable. It's actually a series of comments. How about this happens all the time? How about this is only between his ex-wife and his sons and him? This is, in other words, this is none of our business. And I'm like, okay, hold on a sec. Is this the worst crime that I've ever seen in my life? Definitely not. But there is a reason that the authorities have set up this trap in order to try to punish people for it. This is put it this way. This is not an unserious crime. This is not a victimless situation. I have no idea what the background of this particular prostitution effort, but it has been said a number of times today, if you want to take that subject matter as a whole, from the idea of individual prostitution rings, human trafficking, on and on and on, I'm just a little uncomfortable with the dismissiveness that I hear from some people of this is no big deal and none of our business, sucks for his ex-wife and his sons, but other than that, this is a non-issue. No, it's a crime for a reason, is all I'm saying.
In Ohio, certainly.
Yes.
I also want to push back at the notion of, every single person who is in this trade as a sex worker is in there because they were trafficked or kidnapped or it's completely involuntary.
Not true. I agree with you.
And so I can't give you a percentage. I don't know the percentage if there is such a thing, but I do know somebody from a long time ago who I was friends with, and I know that they worked for a time in the industry, in not as a prostitute, but certainly as somebody who was doing sexual therapy and working with individuals for payment and voluntarily to help coax them through certain situations. And so it doesn't mean that this person was doing it legally. It was certainly not legal. It was in California. But you can't look at every single individual who is getting money for these services and say, oh, you were trafficked, you were kidnapped, it's against your will.
Of course not. We can get into a way deeper psychological and social conversation about anybody who ends up in that world and what kind of got them there. But no, I agree with you. We had the caller earlier that brought up human trafficking, and I'm breaks, because we don't know that. I have no idea.
That's the umbrella that they put this under.
Well, and in fact, if what we're talking about is a fake ad that was put up by the authorities, this might not have been a person at all. There might actually be no prostitute.
Right. Nobody in
he
the
responded to an ad that went straight to the police office. So, like, there might not be a human being here at all on the other end of this.
Right. And I think
might be AI for all I know.
Could be. And there's that show, I can't remember who the host was, but the whole, like, To Catch a Predator show where...
Scott... I was going to say...
I know what you were going to say.
Chris Hansen, right?
Chris Hansen.
Thank you.
Scott Hansen. Damn it.
Randy.
Oh, boy.
And that show was phenomenal because it'd be like, come on in and have a seat.
The drive to Vegas is 7 hours.
Sundays.
Anyway, go ahead.
That show was designed to catch these predators. And I mean, this may be that, this may not be that, but I think about like OnlyFans now, and I say OnlyFans, and we all know exactly what that is. And I'm not saying that all of them are voluntarily putting their stuff out there for pay, but that's become a thing. And I don't know if all those people do it voluntarily, but it kind of seems like
it. Look, they called it the oldest profession in the world, right? Don't they? So I'm completely with you. What I'm trying to do is kind of remove judgment in both directions. I'm not going to call this human trafficking. I'm also not going to call this like, it's Saturday.
Garden variety.
Like, go do your thing, brother. Like, hold. It's not unserious. He's not a murderer. Okay. I'm not trying to swing it in the other direction, but I do feel like some of us, and especially in the football realm, us sports fans are prone to do this, which is, hey, let's win the game. I don't care about anything else. I don't care what these people do with their free time. I don't care who they support. I don't care what, okay, if that's how you want to go about it. There are things in Bay Area sports. Jed York's behavior over the weekend is not the only one. There are off of the playing field things that as a fan bother me. Absolutely. Talk to me about what the Giants ownership does with their free time and resources. Don't love it. I don't love it at all. And so to each and every one of us, you get to either have that be a thing or not. But I don't want to dismiss this as like, this is not a real crime. It's a crime.
It's a crime and it's a misdemeanor. And if you find it to be disgusting and abhorrent, well, then you can either take your fanship elsewhere or you can just, be disappointed. But one thing for me is certain that his credibility as the owner of that organization has been damaged.
Absolutely.
Irreparably, I don't really know, but it's a big blow.
And Killian joins us next. Red and Gold Summit is Thursday, September 3rd. All the hosts, including special guests, Brian Baldinger, 4 to 6, live, Jack's in Pleasant Hill. We'll be there to start the whole thing at 2. The whole group comes up 4 to 6, all brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, and Killian next on Willard and Dibs.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it.
Niners.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Toyota's national sales event is on now. Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings
DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow!
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile. With fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. And we're going to go out to the River Islands guest line here in just a second. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Look, this is not what we thought we were going to be talking about today. But whether this bothers you a little, bothers you a lot, I think the what we're trying to access is where does this go from here? What does this mean for the 49er organization? And those of you who might just be joining us, I don't want to assume that you have the entire story, but CEO, the principal owner, Jed York, over the weekend in Ohio, arrested, charged with 2 misdemeanor counts involving prostitution. He pleads no contest. He is sentenced to 2 days in jail. One of them has already been served, and I think a fine of about $1,200 or $1,300. So it's a quote-unquote open and shut case, but for a front-facing leader, not so much. So let's go out to Ann Killian, San Francisco Chronicle. She's been writing about this, and I know is thrilled to talk about it. So let's do a little bit of that. Hi, Ann. How you doing today?
How are you guys?
We're fantastic.
I don't think any of us had this on our bingo card when we got up Monday morning.
No. We went from 0 to 60 rather fast to start this week, where we thought we would be talking about George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey back on the practice field. But here we are. Where do you think this is going? What is the effect on the organization?
Well, I think all these people are just trying to minimize it and say, well, it has no effect, and, it doesn't affect the line on the game or, what the guys are going to feel when they take the field. I mean, no, that's true, but it's going to have an enormous effect on the organization. It's a horrible look. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Jed York. It's embarrassing for his parents. It's embarrassing for the entire family. It's embarrassing for the organization, for the team. It's embarrassing for the league. I mean, it is about as tawdry a little situation as you could dream up. And, it's very embarrassing. This is one of the flagship teams of the NFL. They're about to leave. They hosted the Super Bowl 6 months ago. They're about to leave on a goodwill tour to Australia to promote the game, and they're one of the featured teams. They're worth over $8 billion. I mean, it has an impact on the organization. This is not something that's just going to be swept under the rug. When your leader, I mean, we see this in all parts of society, including at the very top. Like when your leader has terrible judgment and a lack of integrity, it changes the way everything operates underneath them. And I'm not saying that this is going to change the way the 49ers operate, but it fundamentally changes the way this team is viewed, this franchise is viewed. And, they've been a pretty stellar organization for the last 10 years since Shanahan and Lynch came on, and that it's super tarnished. So it's kind of amazing that someone, with every privilege in the world could just be so reckless and so stupid. A guy who got his job because his uncle got in legal trouble. The only reason Jed has his job is because of a run-in with the law by the previous owner. And it's kind of unbelievable to me that someone could be that stupid.
Do you think that this is survivable? And if so, is it in part because Jed's parents aren't as principally involved as they once were?
I think it's survivable, sure. I don't think the tarnish necessarily goes away if it is survivable. I mean, there's surviving and there's thriving, and those are two different things. The CEO got caught on the Coldplay kiss cam, resigned. Things have consequences. Your behavior has consequences. I'm not sure what John and Denise would do about this. I imagine they're getting some advice. I don't know if the twins would be in any position, Jed's two younger sisters, to take over any kind of leadership role if Jed stepped away. I mean, I don't think so. They've never seemed like that. This has been Jed's baby from the time he was, I guess from the time his parents took over the team, which was when he was 20 years old. But, he took over as CEO when he was 28, highly unqualified, I might add, and showed it on a regular basis for a long, long time, for about a decade. And then, luckily hired two really smart, good football guys and has kind of, stepped back. And I mean, survivable, sure, but I don't know what I don't know what the league's going to do. I don't know what mommy and daddy are going to do. I don't know. I don't think we're looking at a new ownership, but someone else has raised the possibility that, maybe the Yorks are like, we can make a lot of money if we sold this team.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, in this day and age, there's no questioning that. Ann Killian, San Francisco Chronicle, joining us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Ann, what does practice feel and sound like for the 49ers just tomorrow with regard to all of this?
Well, I have no idea because I haven't been to practice yet.
Okay.
But I would imagine it involves a lot of questions about this, and that's not going to be comfortable or really fair to, what are the players going to say? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. This is weird. Like, all of them probably are like, dude, really? You couldn't take care of your business better than this? But I don't know. It's you have to, Kyle and John are going to have to answer questions about this. And then let's not forget, like I said, they're going to be ambassadors for the NFL starting in a week. And you don't think the Australian journalists are going to want to ask some questions about this? I mean, it's the height of embarrassment to do this on the eve of, this very, I know nobody's thrilled about going to Australia on the team, but it's a very prominent thing. And it's part of their role that they've assumed as being this key franchise. You get to host a Super Bowl. You get to go to Australia and kind of sell the game. And for him to get arrested in a trailer park trying to solicit a $140 hooker at 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning when, he's a good Catholic boy, I don't know. It's not a good look.
Yeah, that's quite a encapsulation of the understatement there, Ann. Ann Killian here on 95.7 The Game. I'm wondering about the Levi Stadium Santa Clara piece of it. I'm reading your article, and you mentioned that he ostensibly paid a lot of money to get his people onto the Santa Clara City Council. If he happens to, have to take a step back, does that change the political dynamic of what Levi Stadium actually is?
I would imagine, because he's the driver of this strange, let's buy the city council and get, all the oversight that the city has tried to put in taken away. That's been a Jed York thing. So I don't know, but I mean, my point for bringing up the Santa Clara stuff is they're two very different things, but they both indicate someone who doesn't think that they really have to play by the same rules. The guy that he endorsed for mayor and one of his guys on the city council, had to plead guilty to perjury because he lied to the grand jury. So there's been a lot of really kind of icky stuff that's gone on with the Santa Clara stuff with Jed, which, like I said, it falls into a different bucket, but it also falls into an icky bucket.
And I know we're sort of talking, and we have been even before you kind of came on, the idea of the compartmentalization of all of this. Sure, maybe this doesn't affect Christian McCaffrey trying to hit the A gap. But I'm intrigued by the article that you just, that you just released, and the headline sort of says it signals a major leadership void. That speaks to me in terms of this does matter, at least in terms of organizational stability going forward. So I guess if you think this is survivable, the next question is, how do they fill that void?
Well, there's the figurehead is John Lynch, and Jed has been smart enough ever since he hired John and Kyle to step back and not be, up front. But still, when it comes down to negotiating with players, when it comes down to negotiating all these deals, when it comes down to sponsorships, all those things are reflective of the entire organization, and Jed York in particular as this, billionaire presence in Silicon Valley. So I think that, this is going to have an impact on all of that. I just think it's just a terrible look when your leader has this complete, not only a lack of integrity, but just a complete lapse in judgment. And you have to wonder, is this a one-off? Is this something that has happened before and we just don't know about it? I mean, I don't know the circumstances, but it's just such a bizarre thing for someone with all the means, with all the so much to risk in terms of his children. Let's not forget about that. His reputation, his organization, his family history. I mean, he grew up right there. They're probably the most prominent family in that 50-mile radius. It's just it's bizarre. So it certainly calls into judgment. And if he's the leader and he's making decisions, now they've sold shares to equity partners, and those people have got to be thinking like, okay, is this my partner that I trust to make the decisions? I'm not an MBA. I couldn't project to you what the arc of the scandal through the company is going to be, but I do think it has ramifications. It could even, you mentioned Christian McCaffrey. It could even have ramifications for, super religious players like Christian McCaffrey who have signed on with this team. I mean, people want to be associated with teams that they feel reflect their values, and this could have implications within the free agency base. Who knows?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
And you mentioned the other owners, but are there any corporate relationships that you would think run anathema to exactly this type of behavior that might cost the 49ers actual dollars?
I don't know. I couldn't say. I'm not that well versed in all of their many partnerships and everything else, but certainly, the league has a lot of partnerships that are forward facing, active, even though no one would think of the NFL as a particularly progressive league. It certainly has causes and things it wants to push that this would be, this is it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for the league in those regards as well. But as far as, specific sponsors pulling out, I couldn't speak to that.
And I wonder, and your article makes reference to the fact that we know the league's personal conduct policy, they're going to run that through this. And any idea based on precedent what you think the league will do here? And what does it mean to suspend an owner? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what that means either, yeah. You cannot sit in your luxury suite. You have to watch the game on TV.
Boy, that's going to be tough for all of us.
Yeah, I think that the key is the fines that they've handed out in the past. And obviously Robert Kraft is the closest comp in terms of what he did, was able to, kind of get off on a technicality because he had super good lawyers who fought. But that was never, he was never found guilty, right? Those charges were dropped. Now Jed has pled to a much lesser charge. So, I would imagine it's going to go through the conduct policy, and I would imagine he would face a fine for sure. For sure.
Ann, great work. Thank you for hopping on. We appreciate you always.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Ann Killian, San Francisco Chronicle, on the latest with Jed York and where it goes next. But again, as we said earlier, I think that this is a hefty staircase up in order to actually lead to the York family kind of changing course and getting out of the 49ers business or whatever. And at minimum, it's going to take a long time to get there. But he just made a lot of his business dealings a lot harder. That's to me what the big takeaway is today.
No doubt, and it made the family much more able to, I don't know if it willing to would be the one to actually pivot to another member of the York family. And Ann referenced Jed's younger sisters, who apparently there are twin sisters who are younger than Jed. And so if things get to be so untenable or so embarrassing that, Dr. John York and Denise DeBartolo York, they can decide that, all right, Jed, you're not going to run this anymore. You still own what you own. And I'm sure that the twins own a piece and every other member of the family, I'm sure, owns some of it. But you can go ahead and, take Jed York out of that spot as CEO and put somebody else in the spot without selling the team.
Our friend Sal Castaneda was on with the Joes this morning. Raj Mathai is going to be on with us in 15 minutes. But here's what Sal said when asked if we're going to hear more about this case, or has it come to a close?
I think this is all we're going to get because he pled no contest. So there's not going to be a hearing. There's not going to be a trial. It's been disposed of, right? So there's not going to be, and I'm pretty sure his legal team said, look, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to contest this. We're just going to do this. The police report is on there, and everything that is on the police report has already been reported. So I don't think anything else is going to come out unless, of course, the officers involved in the arrest or something, if that comes to light, if there's a more detailed arrest report maybe comes to light, who was the person, where did this happen? This could all come out because there's a lot of interest. Someone knows this, someone may spill it, but legally, I think we're done, right? So the police report is out. If some of the other details come out, they'll come out maybe unofficially or they'll be leaked.
He's spot on. And I know that, you and I have been down this road a couple of times over the last couple of months already. I get why. I think that this is just part of who we are as a society right now. We're a little bit more cynical. We have a hard time trusting things that we hear in the media. We have a hard time trusting people who have a lot of money. I think that is a very clear message that we've gotten from the top down in our country these days. So I get why. But this is the second issue with the 49ers where it kind of comes to at least a public conclusion. It's like, here's what happened. And the person in, for example, Kyle Shanahan's case, called all the media into his office and said, that's an erroneous report. Here's exactly what happened. And he said this while fighting tears. And then in this particular case, Jed York gets hit with a series of charges, and his immediate response is, "Yep, I can't argue that." So we're gonna we'll do that, and we're on to Cincinnati, or we're heading home, or whatever. We have a very hard time believing that that's the end of the story. I think I would bet that in both of those stories, we have arrived at the end of the story. One of them obviously leads to, okay, what happens next? That's this one. But I'm with Sal. I think, this is probably it.
Yeah, probably not. It's probably not it if I look at it from my spot. And the Shanahan accident, we may never know exactly what happened. And there's probably a lot more information that was either kept out or not released, and that's why they didn't charge him. Without any charges, you don't have to release the report, and that's fine. We'll put that aside because that's done and dusted, and my curiosity is at a 1 out of 10. This one, and I'm reading from the Chronicle article, East Palestine has, quote, raised hell about law enforcement officials luring people seeking to purchase sex, said an environmental advocate who lived in the Wheat Hill mobile home community where York was arrested. So
what does that mean?
That means that the town has been upset by the fact that law enforcement officials have been luring people.
Law enforcement
officials have been luring people seeking to purchase sex into the Wheat Hill mobile home community.
See. So they're not mad that they're cracking down. They're mad that they're doing it there.
They're mad.
I get that.
And this advocate says suspects are sometimes seen running from police, and residents worry about their children being exposed to predators.
I'm sorry to laugh, but I didn't realize that apparently the police, they've just set up shop.
Correct.
Stop, drop, open up shop. And
Yes.
we're going to lure all of these people to a mobile home park.
The Wheat Hill mobile home community.
If I were in that community, that would tick me off too.
So this is from the article, which was Eric Branch, Noah Furtado, Abigail Van Neely, etc., citing somebody from the area, an environmental advocate, saying the residents are upset. So
I get it.
Long story short, for me to say, if this has been happening a lot, where they're luring these people into the community, there might be, some motivated residents there who are either surveilling this or recording stuff.
But what is the act that you're even going to record or get? You know what I mean? I don't think Jed took police on some sort of a chase. Here's what I'm getting at.
Right.
I don't know the same way. None of us know any of the details, but based on everything that we're reading and hearing, it suggests to me there was no prostitute. There was no trafficking. There is no person.
Most likely.
Jed got in touch with the police.
Right. So,
the police set up an online ad. They set up shop at the mobile home park. Jed clicks on the ad. Jed makes an agreement. Jed shows up at the mobile home park. Undercover officers are waiting and seen.
Exactly.
There's no person.
There's no person, but is there body cam footage? Is there surveillance footage of him showing up? What was the message that he sent when he initially clicked on the ad? I do think that those pieces are either out there and they will be released, or they're not out there, or they're out there and they won't be released. So I love Sal Castaneda, and he's right, but I do think that there are other pieces of possible evidence that could potentially be released in this matter.
I mean, that's all, sure, always the case. I just don't know if that, I don't know, this sounds weird. I don't know if that, feels better to anybody. Like a lot of people who have called up and talked about the treatment of women, the trafficking. I understand that this is the bigger issue.
Right.
But in this particular case, I don't think Jed got in touch with anyone but the police.
There may not be an actual quote-unquote victim, but based on, I don't know if there was a back and forth, and
of course,
I don't know if this person was portrayed as, an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old.
Sure.
And what was he saying to try to become involved in this situation? And again, it doesn't have to come out because he pled no contest to 2 misdemeanors and the legal part of it is over, but there are some details that could be additionally embarrassing.
Raj Mathai, who is, he's just he's the man. Here in town. He's going to join us in about 10 minutes or so. Stay tuned for that. Your calls are still welcome. As a 49er fan, how does this entire story make you feel? Jed York charged with 2 counts of prostitution. He pleads no contest, 2 nights in jail and a fine, and on we go, but the embarrassment stays. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Raj Mathai joins us in a bit. This is Willard and Dibs.
Your AC Transit fare keeps the East Bay moving, funding reliable buses, community routes, and essential transit service thousands of riders count on every day. Pay by Clipper, contactless bank card, or cash. Discounts are available for qualified riders. Visit actransit.org/fares matter.
Hey, it's Willard for Kalshi. Baseball season not just in full swing, like a thoroughbred down the stretch it comes. And there's no better place to be for this than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Let's take a look at how some things are trading right now. Take Chicago, for example, with a 14% probability to win the National League. So right now, a $100 trade will pay out $673 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There is no house. And as the probability changes, you can therefore buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app, use my code, Willard, and you'll get $20 when you trade $20. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We're looking at low 80s today and tomorrow for San Jose, a bit cooler for the East Bay.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Raj Mathai, NBC, momentarily. And then your calls, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how does this land with you? Jed York, pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges related to prostitution, 2 days in jail, $1,300 fine, case closed? Question mark? I mean, I guess in the end of this, we sit here talking about how we feel about it and where this is going. I mean, in the end of all of this, the biggest takeaway for me, how could your judgment be so poor? Like that, for me, that's, if you really want to whittle this all down to one sentence, that's what it is for me. Like you're a 46-year-old grown ass man who is in a major leadership position of a major organization that's very public. How on earth can this be your judgment?
Right?
That's crazy to me.
It sounds crazy, but in the moment where, and I'm not trying to justify it, but you file for divorce in May, and now you are chilling in Ohio in August, and I guess you or somebody was saying earlier that he lives there now?
He's got homes, I think, in Los Altos and Youngstown.
Okay, so you're in Ohio, and you wake up on a Sunday, and you're thinking, I sure would love some companionship about now, and so you're on the internet, and you see something, and you respond to an ad, and next thing you know, you're on your way to a trailer park, a mobile home community, and terrible judgment. And I'm with you, and it's easy to just say you own a team that's worth $9 billion, like you're a multimillionaire, you might be a billionaire. How could you be so foolish? But in the moment, you look at something and you make a click here and a click there, and you think, hey, I got $140 in my pocket. Cool.
Listen.
I'm not excusing it.
I know you're not, and I know
but the judgment is unbelievable.
There's no human being on the planet that doesn't understand the human emotions that bring you to a moment like this, I would think. And then everybody's own morality sort of kicks in, and I'm not going to say no judgment because like hell there's no judgment. There is judgment. 100%, because now we're in a legal realm. But this is where, to me, things do get ramped up when you're not Jed from Los Altos. You're Jed, the CEO of the Niners, and how you can be so cavalier with that responsibility. No matter how blank you are, okay, on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning, I'm sorry. This is how this stuff, to me, gets processed. Like, there's all kinds of emotions as human beings. There's all kinds of desires at all times. As a parent, as a spouse, as a friend, and as a business leader, those responsibilities better get blended in with your desires, and either you make the right call or you up a creek. And that's the way I view this. To me, that's the biggest issue here, is I cannot believe that this is the judgment of somebody in that position.
Yeah, and it's high stakes because he is the principal owner, and he got more shares from his mom to make sure that the team stays in the family name for years to come, and you've got the stadium and you've got the ownership, and now it's not all in jeopardy, but it's definitely in some question now.
Raj Mathai, he's sports director, NBC, Bay Area. We love your work, Raj, so it's really cool to have you on. And obviously this is quite a crossover story here. So joining us right now on the River Islands guest line is Raj Mathai here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Good afternoon, Raj. How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. Great to be on. And I'm no longer the sports director. I'm just a sports fan now, watching it from afar, watching you guys.
Well, I tell you what, either way, it makes you incredibly qualified to weigh in on this. So what is your initial reaction when you got the news this morning?
Well, I mean, I think like everyone, I was pretty shocked. But then again, we've been through so many of these type of stories, and I know both of you have as well, where owners are making some sort of bad judgment or questionable decisions, whether it's on the field or off the field. So I was surprised. And yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a little while. I agree. It's a matter of judgment. You own an $8.5 billion team, and you don't want to go down like that. So I'm surprised because I know Jed fairly well. I've known him for 20 years now, and it's not in character to do this from my point of view.
And if it's out of character, then it's a pretty bad mistake, Raj, for him to get caught up in this. And I just wonder about next steps as far as not the ownership and him being, quote, forced to sell or step down, but how does he go ahead and make a comeback from this?
I think there's a couple ways he can look at it, and I know there's some crisis PR firms that have reached out to him already. I think one way he can play it, and we've seen other people do this, is just come out and have one news conference and say, hey, guys, I'm owning up to it. I've got some personal stuff to deal with in my life, and let's move on. And then it's up to the fans. Do you want to hold him accountable? Are you pissed off at the Niners because of the owner? It's up to the fans to do that. The other way is he can not talk and just say, I'm dealing with some personal things. I'm going to go to some sort of rehab for whatever, step away from the team for the several months, and Al Guido is going to be kind of the point man. So I think one of those two scenarios is viable.
Raj, that's an interesting way of kind of piecing this together. I feel confident in this moment. This is not going to lead to some sort of rage situation for a large portion of the fan base out in the streets in front of games and things like that. My mind goes more to just sort of the PR side of this as a front-facing person for a front-facing team, corporate partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. Is he still able to be that guy who once upon a time said the Niners want to win with class?
I don't think so at this point. Now, that doesn't mean things can't change in 90 days or next January, and I think that's what he's probably weighing out. And again, this is just from what I understand from some PR crisis firms that have reached out to him, is that he's going to have to decide, can I be that person to go to the 49ers Foundation gala dinner at Glide Memorial Church in San Francisco, or the Cub Scouts gathering, or the gathering of sponsors, in Palo Alto, wherever it might be. And I think that's what's going to have to happen. But I think just what's going on in his own life, right? He filed for divorce in May. I think it's probably a good time for him to say, I need to reclaim my family here, and I'll get back to the 49ers come January. That would be a good play.
How much of this has to do with the high-stakes relationship with the Santa Clara City Council? I know the backstory has been one that's been somewhat acrimonious. Does this give that council board a chance to maybe regain control of Levi Stadium?
I think that's what they're debating. I don't think it's right away. I don't think there's a direct correlation of, hey, this happened to Jed, therefore they're on lesser stance, lesser ground with Santa Clara. Jed's told me personally to my face and on camera at NBC that the relationship with Santa Clara is terrible, with the mayor, I should say, and they just want to minimize that. I think what happened these last 48 hours, though, isn't necessarily going to affect that immediately. But I think all of this comes into play. I mean, this is a guy that's 9:30 a.m. on Sunday morning gets arrested in a sting operation. That's hard to hear as a family man, as one of the most prominent owners in the Bay Area in any business. I mean, that's hard to hear. And I think that's certainly going to damage the brand. And now it's his job to figure it out, whether it's immediately or down the road.
Raj Mathai, NBC, is with us here, Willard and Dibbs. 95.7 The Game in the wake of the Jed York situation. Raj, like a few times today, Dibbs has brought up, and obviously they're very, very different situations and all of that, but he's brought up what happened with Larry Baer 7 years ago, and that led to sort of I mean, Larry wasn't at the very top, but it led to some power structure changes within the San Francisco Giants. Do you see anything like that here with the 49ers?
It very well could happen. This is a market in an area that's not tolerant at all of this. And we did see what happened to Larry Baer. That's a good correlation there, Dibbs. And I think that's something that Jed's going to have to figure out now. Hey, do I just let Al Guido have more of a role here? And that's something that very much might happen in terms of conversations. Who knows what's going to happen? We're all just talking about this. But in terms of conversations behind closed doors right now, I'm sure that has come up. Hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for me to take a backseat and almost be like a Sharks owner where we hardly know him, but he's still the owner, Hasso Plattner. And Jed just kind of steps back. Someone like Al Guido steps forward, and Jed can kind of minimize his public role. Not private role, but the public role.
Hasn't this kind of already happened? And I'm looking at a quote from back in March when he said he had no idea that the team had signed Christian Kirk because, Jed York is doing other things with overseas properties. Hasn't this already kind of been in the works?
Yeah, but Jed's very active. Up until a short while ago, he was living in Los Altos Hills, right near team headquarters, very active in the community. He lives somewhat close to me, so I would see him around. But I think just his family life has taken a turn, and many of us can relate to that. And I think he needs to focus on that. And I think what happened outside of Youngstown, Ohio, is maybe just a reflection of where he is and what he's going through. And from what I understand and what I know, he has been essentially living in Youngstown for the last several months, spending a lot of time there.
Raj, listen, when I bring up the players on the 49ers, I'm not under the impression that Mike Evans is going to be on a go route and drop the ball because of this by any stretch. But what is this going to be like for the players if there's any effect whatsoever?
Coaches hate it. You guys know this when the talk in the locker room from the media or the fans is not about football. And so whether it's Kyle Shanahan's car accident or Brandon Ayuk doing something wacky in a car or Jed York, the owner, getting arrested for prostitution, they hate that type of distraction. And the players don't want it because now the players are going to be called into a meeting today, if they haven't already, and they're going to be briefed, hey, tomorrow practice is open. You're going to have all sorts of reporters here locally and nationally asking not about the Raiders preseason game or the Rams game 1 in Melbourne, Australia, but instead, do you have a comment about your owner? And they're all going to say, nah, that's not in my purview. So it's a distraction, and you don't want distractions.
In light of that, do you think that A, Jed York goes to Australia, and B, does he not get seen again throughout the course of this year?
I've thought about that myself because we usually do probably once a season. I will do kind of a sit-down TV interview with him, and it's usually the only one he does all season. And it's not like a softball interview. I ask him whatever's going on with the team and the league and the finances. And I'm curious now because he's going to have to address something at some point. But the way out of that, for him to buy time, is to say, I'm working on my personal life, which I think people can understand, and I'll get back to day-to-day functions come January. Now, to answer your question, will he be in Australia now and Mexico City and all these high-profile 49ers games, or just at the Suite of Levi's or pre-game field like we see him every home game? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he steps away for a little while.
Raj, you bring up these international trips, and obviously the Super Bowl was just here, and so the 49ers are right out front. If you're Roger Goodell, what's your reaction to this?
Well, Roger works for Jed, so to speak.
Sure.
Correct? The commissioner works for the owner, so he's going to try to do something that's stable and not disruptive. And they're working behind the scenes. We're never going to know the conversations, but it might be this conversation. It might be, hey, why don't you take a break? And the benefit of all this here, and I can't underplay it, is having Al Guido in the office. That guy's been around for 15-plus years. He knows everything about the organization. He's well-liked. He's well-respected. He can absolutely be the front man, and no one would know anything, meaning the 49ers wouldn't drop off with sponsorships, with the way they handled front office, and the public perception. And Jed just could be the sideshow where if you want to talk about him, you can, but he's not even in the building. He might not even be in the Bay Area for the next several months.
And is the relationship between the 49ers and the community in the South Bay, is it strong? Is it rock solid? And is it something that will be vulnerable as a result of this news?
I don't think so. I think this is a 49ers relationship. I don't think it's a South Bay, East Bay, Marin County thing. It's a Bay Area relationship, and it's strong. What the Raiders have gone, they own this market. They've been relatively good citizens the last several years. The product on the field has been exceptional, right, in the last 10 years since Shanahan came. So I don't think it hurts the relationship. I just think each fan, or not even if you're not even a 49er fan, will just kind of ask yourself, do you want to support a team and an owner that has been rung up for prostitution? And again, I can't think of, in various degrees, many owners that are liked by the fan base. Here in the Bay Area, I don't know one owner that's really well liked. Lake, of course, was liked a lot, but now you can ask a bunch of Warriors fans, and there's something about that as well. But it's not like people love their owners. They root for the team, and they don't necessarily root for the owners.
Hey, Raj, great work recently with your sit-down with Greg Papa.
Oh, appreciate it. I mean, that's a friend to all of us. I know that. Yep. And I know he's just so appreciative of everyone. Like he said, I walked in his house in San Rafael. He's like, I ain't dead. I'm not dead. So it made me laugh right when I walked in, and he's a class act, and he'll be back, guys. As you guys know, he will be back.
Yeah, I mean, I was just I'd love to know what struck you, what stood out to you about the conversation.
He was just very honest, and I think at some point, if we all go through something like this, when he said, "I'm not afraid to die," I started tearing up. He's seen death, at his doorstep, and he wants to just change the way he lives. Not that he was living poorly before, but he has a new lease on life, quite literally, and he wants to come back. And he was hurt about the radio departure. He was hurt. He was very honest about that.
What was your sense as to whether or not he's going to be able to maybe not make it back this year to do Niner games, but is that something that he still has very much in his crosshairs?
Yeah, he'll be back on air is my feeling to some degree in the next couple of months. In terms of a 4-hour NFL broadcast, that's a tough assignment, even for the healthiest of people. So I wouldn't think he's back this season to do that, but gosh, I hope I'm wrong, guys.
Raj, really fun to have you on, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
You guys do a great job. Keep it up. I got to go back to the news side of things now.
Okay,
Take care,
love it. All right, we'll take care of the fun side. There it is. Raj Mathai, NBC.
Putting on TV makeup and getting the suit on.
Yeah.
Go do that big TV stuff.
Go talk about the serious stuff now.
That's right.
And sometimes those two things butt up against each other.
They do.
And here we are.
And so you go from a sports story, normally, the 49ers, and now you've got the owner, Jed York, and $140 in East Ohio, and now all of a sudden that probably leads the A block, the first story out of the chute.
No question. And if you guys want to get off of kind of share something with us, react to it into the 5 o'clock hour. We're all here, all ears. 888-957-9570. I do think a little palate cleanser coming up next as well, because do you want to know who the insiders think is going to make the 49ers this year?
I would love to.
Yeah, we can play with that a little bit. I think there's more to say, but no doubt we'll continue to take calls on this throughout the remainder of the afternoon. Jed York, the CEO, principal owner of the San Francisco Niners, arrested over the weekend in Ohio, charged with 2 counts of prostitution, pleads no contest, so that's 2 days in jail, a $1,300 fine. It is considered case closed. The 49ers statement on this matter is that it is in the legal realm and case closed, so there will be no further comment. The NFL simply saying the predictable, we're going to now be reviewing this through the personal conduct policy, and no doubt there will be some sort of a fine or suspension, but as fans, we don't even know what that means, nor let's just be real. We don't give a crap. I don't care if a billionaire gets fined, nor if a billionaire gets suspended. Yeah. I don't even know what that means.
Well, if a team loses a draft pick, then we care. Like if they had to cough up a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, if the owner has to pay $1 million and sit out 8 games before he's allowed into a stadium, I mean, fine.
I mean, to me, that'd be no different. Let's say you're a season ticket holder for the Niners. So, like, you're sitting next to the same person every game, and then you found out that person did something wrong. Maybe they tried to steal a hot dog or something like that. And Levi Stadium said, you're suspended for the next 4 games. Your reaction would be like, who cares?
I got a place to put my jacket now.
It's like
I go and stretch out a little bit.
You're not going to put a smelly person next to me, right? That's pretty much the only concern.
That's about right.
So I hate to say it, but that's kind of life as a billionaire.
Yeah, and I think Raj did a very good job of detailing what it might mean if he did step away. And Al Guido, who you know and I know, we've talked to him a bunch of times, and he's probably already doing the majority of the things that Jed York would do as CEO. And I was reading this Chronicle article, which is so great and detailing a lot of things. And Jed is busy doing a lot of work with the overseas soccer teams that they also own. And I read the quote about him not knowing that they had signed Christian Kirk. He's like, we signed Christian Kirk? And that happened back in March, and this was at the owners' meetings.
This is not Joe Lacob. Charles Johnson and Jed York are not Joe Lacob. Anybody in the damn draft room with their hands up in the air?
Yeah, I was just thinking that same thing.
These people are like, they get to the end of the month, and they're like, how'd we do? I mean,
who'd we take?
Yeah, Jed knows the final score of the game. I'm not saying that. But yeah, these are not day-to-day operations people. These are people on a yacht or in their other home or their other home or their other home.
Or their trailer park home away from home.
I mean, you went there.
I've been holding back on material the entire show. What do you expect from me?
Real quick, Mike in the city. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling. What's up?
Willard, Dib, first-time caller.
Oh, nice.
As I'm hearing all these details, here are my thoughts. Really? $140 only in an Ohio mobile home? I mean, you got to cut the price of beers at the stadium now by 50%, or the foods by 50%. I mean, at least Kraft went to a massage parlor. That's it.
I wouldn't hold your breath, Mike. I don't think this is leading to cheaper beer.
Well,
just a guess.
He had to pay over $1,000 in fines, so those beer prices might go up. So he can recoup that GER that he had to cough up in eastern Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. But I wouldn't hold my breath on that either.
No, and yeah, you look at it, and I think Raj did a good job also of detailing, like, was it a crisis PR firm?
Yeah,
that he talked about?
Multiple that have reached out to Jed.
So if you, and I know that your lovely wife, Christy, is really into, like, the PR of all these things, what would your advice be? Would it be issue a statement or go out and actually hold a press conference of some sort?
Issue a statement and go away.
Yep.
That'd be my prediction.
Yep.
One statement, probably not too soon, but sooner rather than later. You don't want this to bleed into you want to get it out of the way before Australia. Issue a statement, apologize, embarrassed,
work on myself,
working on this, that, or the other, and then
gone.
So
game Thursday and an upcoming trip to Australia after that. Friday would be a classic Friday news dump, but that'd be coming off of a game. Do you try to sneak this one in on a Wednesday or maybe the day of the game? That way, none of the players will have to answer to it before the game on Thursday. And so after the game, you'll be talking about the game.
Yeah. Could do it Wednesday, could do it Friday, could do it Monday.
Not Thursday before the game?
Not on game day. No, not on game day.
Halftime?
That'd be weird. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Valkyries get started here at the top of the hour against the Minnesota Lynx. You can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. 888-957-9570. And yeah, want to know who's going to make the roster? We know. We think we know. And so we can play with that a little bit too. But your call's welcome. How does this all make you feel as a Niner fan on Willard and Dibs?
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at CeremonyFord.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
So, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow!
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Something big is coming. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. Every fan is in on the excitement. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff to a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click. To claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Allstate, we know second chances are important to you, so they're important to us. That's why with Allstate's accident forgiveness, your rate won't go up just because of an accident, even if it was your fault. So while you might find yourself wondering, how long will this take or what will this cost? You won't have to question your rate after an accident. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Optional policy feature terms apply. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia, as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix's first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
Oh, no. What happened here?
My heaven.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You want to hear something completely off topic that's sarcastically fun?
Sure.
All right. Willie Adames gets an MRI. He's headed to the injured list. Victor Baracotto gets an MRI. He's headed to the injured list. JT Brubaker bruised his ribs.
Brubaker?
Last night. He's headed to the injured list. Jose Buto will throw a couple of bullpens this week. That's exciting. Matt Gage, AAA Sacramento rehab assignment. Marcelo Meyer, no baseball activity. Team doctor meeting this evening. Jesus Rodriguez, rehab assignment started yesterday with AAA Sac. Keaton Wynn is rehab only. The San Francisco Giants have also sent Tugboat to AAA. Bryce Eldridge is on bereavement list. His grandfather passed away.
Yep.
Ryan Walker is a Giant.
Okay.
He's back.
I mean, he kind of has to be.
Along with Nate Furman, Grant McCray, Anthony Molina, and Shea Whitcomb.
Who are you?
Those are Giants.
They are actual Giants?
Who are you?
They're Giants. They might be Giants.
They were River Cats. Now they're Giants.
Yeah, they're Giants.
Yeah, and their 40-man roster's got to have like 64 people on it. Because
no, it's not legal.
But you need to be on the 40-man to be on the actual big league club.
Correct.
And so I mean, those names that you actually said.
They're on the 40-man.
I guess they are.
They have to be. That would be illegal. Nobody does anything illegal here in the Bay.
No, not in the Bay, but get me out to Eastern Ohio. Yep. Mm-hmm. Took the words right out of my mouth, Grandy. Yeah.
So, Ohio. Anyway.
Yeah, a head shake from Grandy. It's a 2.
I know. Sometimes I do the 2 on purpose.
Right.
See if I can get you to giggle a little bit, just to lighten the mood. The whole day has been about illegal activity. But it's trying to lighten the mood. Okay. Sometimes you got to go with a dumb joke.
I get it, and it's a Monday, so it's a little bit tougher to draw that out. And I guess they're all on the 40-man roster. People whom, if you haven't heard of them, then Lord knows I haven't heard of them. That's for sure.
You think Christian Kirk's going to make the team?
No, I don't.
Do you think that Verdarian Lowe is going to make the team?
No.
Okay. Do you think that James Thompson Jr. is going to make the team?
JTJ?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. Do you think that Tatum Bethune or Garrett Wallow is going to make the team?
Both of them, yeah.
Oh, you do?
I do, yeah.
Do you think that Jack Jones is going to make the team?
I think he's at a good camp, so I'll say yes.
Do you think that Saron Neal is going to make the team?
Good special teamer, that's a yes.
Do you think that Corliss Waitman is going to make the team?
I don't actually know.
He has to make
He's the
team.
punter.
They can get another punter.
That was a little curveball at the end.
He's that lefty, right? Lefty punter, tough to catch that lefty spin.
Morstead. It's Waitman now.
That's right. I'll have an update on all of those answers coming up in a little bit.
All right. Well,
it's not really an update. It's more
because it's not till Sunday where they have to get down.
It's not factual yet.
Right.
But people that know more than we do have weighed in on such questions.
Okay.
So thought it'd be fun to bounce around the roster machinations for a second.
I suppose.
But we can do that in a little bit. Some more people want to weigh in. Jed York, 2 counts of prostitution in Ohio over the weekend. Caught up in an operation, apparently clicked on an ad online and ended up at a mobile home park to try to purchase $140 worth of sex and or sexual acts, and was caught up in an authorities sting operation, and so was arrested and charged and has pleaded no contest. And the 49ers statement says, open and shut case, no further statement on the matter. And so here we are talking out what this means for the 49ers and how it feels as a fan with all of this having gone down.
And he was initially arrested on suspicion of engaging in prostitution and disorderly conduct. And then one of the charges got turned into possessing criminal tools.
Yeah, which I think is a phone.
Or it could be a wallet. It could be a phone. And
how could the wallet be an illegal tool?
Because that was the tool with which you were going to pay for the alleged prostitution activity. But I think that in this case, it was the phone that must have been used to click on the ad and then further the contact and ascertain the address of the mobile home park in eastern Ohio. The way you just read that out, and you couldn't even get through without laughing.
Well, I just didn't even know what words to use. It's
the billionaire owner clicked on an ad and solicited a prostitute for $140 and then drove to eastern Ohio, and there were the authorities waiting for him. It's almost like you couldn't even put that into a show, into a TV show. It's not believable.
There's a big movie right now where there's a person in a red and blue suit that climbs buildings. But I hear you.
The Spider-Man?
I think it was, yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you're being all coy about a movie.
Well, no, I'm just saying, movies don't need to be realistic.
Right, but that is more realistic.
You ever,
a superhero got bit by a spider and now shoots web out of his arm. That's more believable than a billionaire owner traveling to a mobile home park with $140 to try to get his his morning started.
Well, hopefully his morning's not just getting started at 9:30. Come on, get up, get moving. What are we doing here? But at the same point, look, I don't want to sound overly compassionate here because I think that this is incredibly embarrassing and this is incredibly poor judgment, and there's no way around that. So I'll start with that. But my guess, just because you brought that up, so let me go ahead and answer it, I think there's a reasonable thought that Jed might be in a pretty damn dark place right now. That'd be my guess. To lead you down, if you want to ask that question, how does somebody worth $500 million do this? And we're talking about someone who filed for divorce in May, has started potentially living the majority of his time in Ohio as opposed to his Bay Area home, which is where his kids are. And, that can be really awful when you're going through, I speak from some experience here, when you're going through the fear and the realization that you may not get to see your kids every day, or that you may have to split time with someone else, or what have you. And maybe he ended up in a really, really, really dark place. And that's what led to this. It does not change my opinion. You're the CEO of the Niners. You can't do this. This is absolutely ridiculously poor judgment. And that is the standard to which you are held. And so there's absolutely nothing okay about it. But if I was going to answer that question, if somebody really was like, how can this happen? That's my best guess. My best guess is Jed's in a really crappy spot right now.
Yeah, and I was reading one of the reports that said he reportedly filed for divorce the day after Mother's Day on that Monday. And so we had Raj Mathai on, who knows Jed York pretty well. And he said that he's been spending the majority of his time. And so you're looking at 3 months now since Mother's Day, basically. And you're right. If he's been, estranged from the family, he could be in a spot where he's feeling super depressed and super lonely. And so this might be the way that he thought that he could set about feeling better, at least for a moment or two. It's not to excuse it, but that could be part of it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Valk's tipping off in Minnesota right now. You can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all of the action. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Hi, Chris. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Man, what a day for sports.
Fun, isn't it?
The thing with it's kind of wild here, Willard. The thing with this, it is what it is. What's going to happen is going to happen. I want to look forward for the Niners' future, and my whole thing is I'm kind of hopeful. I hope you guys don't cut me off here, but I'm kind of hopeful that the Niners move on. They find some form of new ownership. I mean, when you look back on it, the only thing positive that Jed has ever done is bring in Kyle Shanahan, who was the most obvious head coaching candidate of the last 2 decades. And I just I was like looking through what else he's done, and he's never done anything for the team. The second best thing he's done is stay back from the limelight, and now he's back in the limelight. So I'm just thinking about the team, and I'm like, let's move on from this guy. Let's find new ownership. Let's try to bring in a new regime. Whether John and Kyle remain after that, that's an entirely another thing. And, back to what Dibbers was just saying about, they got a divorce right after Mother's Day. You know what that tells me? They were staying together for the kids right after Mother's Day. They made it amicable. But Jed's been going through this for months, if not years. And at the end of the day, he showed his true colors. He's down in a double wide, maybe, a little crack, et cetera, et cetera. And, we got to move on from this guy.
Chris, you're getting a little wild with the speculation here. Thank you very much, though, for the call. Certainly appreciate the thought on where you'd like to see the Niners go. However, it sounds to me like you're speaking about an owner as if he's a linebacker that's underperforming. The 49ers cannot, quote, move on from the York family. That would have to be the Yorks that move on from the 49ers, right, not the 49ers moving on from the Yorks. So that's sort of one thing. The other thing I do want to point out, it's not going to be a day where anybody picks up for Jed York, and I understand why, but the comment that Jed hired Kyle and then has never done anything else well or important since then is inaccurate. One of the advantages the 49ers have is that they have both been A, not a cash-poor team, and B, very willing to be aggressive with that money, with the approval of A, whoever the 49ers are going after, and every single time you see one of those 49ers, quote, restructure their contract, do you know what that means? I wonder if you know what that means. It means Jed York is upstairs going, here's a big check.
Yep.
Let's be awesome on the field. And that's all an owner can do. He can't go run the 40 for you. So I think he deserves that. If you love 49er football and you love a lot of the winning that they've done over the last 7 or 8 years, give him the respect of that. He has done what a good owner does, which is care about winning, because there's a lot of them out there who don't.
Right, and he's gone out there and, increased the valuation of the franchise, not single-handedly, but the other thing that he's done that I don't think that he gets all the credit for is he took a pretty big step back from the limelight. Once he hired John and Kyle, he kind of realized, I think, the error of his ways, and he stayed out of the spotlight up until just about, 9:30 on Sunday, where suddenly now he's back in the spotlight. And one thing that I was reading, Mark, as I was doing my research for today's show is the reason why Denise, his mother, Denise DeBartolo York, she gave him a bigger piece of the team so that he would be the principal owner, so that the team would stay in the family. She's now 76, according to, I think, the Chronicle piece I was reading, and they want the team to stay in the York family. They have no interest in selling it and getting whatever. Seattle just sold for, $9 billion, $9.5 billion. So the Niners, if sold, would be 10, 11, whatever billion. Sure. And the Yorks own about 90% of the team. So they could cash it out right now and make a pretty penny, but they don't want to do that. They want to keep it in the family.
Yeah, the last valuation of it is $8.6 billion. But one thing I've learned recently with sports franchises, whatever those Forbes valuations are, they're low. They're too low.
Well, it's like houses, right, in the Bay Area?
Yeah. And the Niners are the 5th highest valuation in the league. And that's sort of how you have to look at it. And you're right. They're way higher than Seattle, whatever the Seahawks
Seattle went
are.
for 9.6.
Okay, so the Niners are not 8.6, period.
Probably 11.
Correct.
Or more.
Jim in Novato. Hi, Jim. Thanks for calling us. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is going to be a very unpopular fact to the other gender, but that's just what guys do. It's not talked about. Guys don't talk about it. They might with their buddies, but the women have to be, they have to know that that's just what guys do. George filed for divorce, and he wanted a little bit of action, and that's what he did. What's the big deal? I mean, I understand he's the owner of the Niners, but the only place he went wrong is he got caught. That's it. That's what guys do.
Do you do it, Jim?
I do. Actually, my wife is not listening, but yeah, of course.
Oh,
all right. Well,
I'm going to save you from yourself right now and move on from that call.
And
that was unbelievable.
You're a man.
Don't talk about that.
So hold on. Can we, we're going to get to the part you want to get to.
No.
There's a piece of Jim that I really appreciate. I can't believe that he actually answered that honestly. Hopefully his name's not Jim, and hopefully he's not in Novato. But, that was as honest as you can be. Yeah, I do. And hopefully my wife's not listening. That was the quote.
Right. And the whole idea of that's what men do is, so we're going to take...
Inaccurate.
We're going to take a net, and we're going to throw it over... 3.34 billion people on the planet and say, you're a man, you do it. And I don't know all of your dealings, but I know that I'm a man and I don't do it, and I'm pretty sure you don't, and Randy and Risotto.
I have never done it and would never even consider it, and I don't want that to sound judgmental, but that, to me, that whole idea gives me the willies, to be honest with you. If it's what you do you, except for also it's illegal. So then there's that part. If you want to go to Nevada, and then now you're doing something legally. But
decriminalized in Maine, I discovered today.
Oh, that's exciting. Congrats to Maine, whatever, because apparently this is what all of us dudes do. Jim, okay, whatever your morality clause on this is what it is. But I'm really glad you just said what you said. I want to clap back hard at simply the characterization that this is what men do. Because, good Lord, what I have found in this life is that the male side of the species already has a hard enough time with what a lot of women think collectively of men. And a lot of the things they think about men, we've done a great job of earning these damn labels.
Yeah.
Okay? But no, this is not what all men do. This is categorically, unequivocally not what all men do. I've been divorced. I didn't do this.
Right.
Not even for a second.
And I didn't do it, And even people who I know who are married and maybe their marriage is not super happy, it doesn't mean that automatically you're a man, you do it. So that is just categorically false. Oof. But I want to make sure I got that follow-up question in there. And
it was a great question, Dibs.
Thank you. I can't believe that the answer was in the affirmative, but
I was waiting for him to just hang up the phone.
Well, because if my thought was if all men do it, then all right, Jim, lead us off. You doing it?
Well, I mean, to his credit, if you're going to make that statement, stand on it.
I felt like
stand on what you say.
Tom Cruise and A Few Good Men. Did you order the code? You're gosh darn right, I did.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
And Jim did.
Stand on what you do.
Did you click on that ad? Did you click on that ad?
All right.
You're gosh darn right, I did.
All right. We don't need the kaboo, okay?
Kaboo.
And it took kaboo for 3.
It took kaboo for 3.
All right, that's okay.
I had more, but
my fault.
Go ahead.
Did you order the code BED?
2.
And I'm
it's
done.
a 2.
I did it because sometimes you got to do it too.
I learned it by watching you, Dibs.
Thank you. Anyway, for 3.
What? Are you kidding me?
Gene in Oakland, who is also, by all accounts, a man. So I know you do it, Gene.
Yeah.
Gene?
I'm at the dog park. I don't get good reception here.
Gene's like, I don't think I like where this conversation's going. Gene?
Well, I wouldn't say that every man does it, but there are a lot of men I know that did it.
There you
they're
are.
Still fine men, and they have good relations with their wives or their partners. So, and once again, it's legal.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a thing or not, but I do feel like the universe is in some cases clicking phones off when the universe doesn't like their takes. It's happened a couple times today.
I mean,
and we love
possible.
Gene, but
yeah, Gene's great, and it's you can say whatever you want about the morality of it or whether or not everybody you know does A, B, C, and or D. For me, the bottom line is you are the CEO of a massive $10 billion corporation that is public and front facing. And so you can do whatever you want to do. But if it ends up looking poorly upon you, your family, and your organization, that's damaging.
Well, and the other thing is when people say, oh, you can do whatever you want. Well, no, you actually can't. You're going to get punished. You're going to, if you break the law, you're going to get punished. You don't get to just do whatever you want to do unless you're okay with breaking the law and getting punished. I mean, Gene says, I know a bunch of people who have done it, and they've gone on to have wonderful relationships with their spouse. Did their spouse know? Or did they just choose to hide things from the people who are closest to them in their lives? Not saying that doesn't happen all the time. Again, I'm not the moral police over here. I'm sort of fighting back now, though, because I don't really enjoy the characterization that all human beings apparently are getting today on the show. Oh, yeah. This is what you do. This is how you act. This is how you lie to the people you love the most. This is how you, in 48 states, break the law and then justify it to one another. Okay. I'm sorry. Like, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Well, that's not how I roll.
Exactly. And there's a couple different things. One is the morality, and you can have whatever morals you want. And if your morals are such that you feel like you can go to East Ohio and drop $140 and, have a pretty fun-filled morning with a stranger, that's fine. But
doesn't sound very fun at all, actually.
And I'm trying not to be too graphic in my descriptions. But if, for example, if I'm really passionate about running through the streets naked, it's just something I'm really into. Well, there are laws against that.
Now that I've seen in college all the time.
We're going streaking.
Yeah.
So if I was to say, go to the ferry terminal after work today and just straight up running down Market, buck naked, well, it's against the law. And my company could see me after being arrested and say, yeah, we don't want you to represent us. Career over. You're fired. And so, yes, my morality may differ from what my company actually wants its employees to do.
Pasta's on the phone right now, but someone has just texted in and said, who's screening the calls today?
That would be pasta.
Like guys are just calling in and just completely like torpedoing themselves. Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, 888-957-9570. Do you do it?
Is it our job to stop people from doing that?
No, it's not. It's
Let them say what they want to say.
Okay, hold on. If a guy wants to admit to an affair on air, how does that concern me? Like, I'm here for it, yes, but I didn't tell him to say that.
323. Hey, Mr. Willard, he didn't say all men. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So don't come at me for that one. Don't come at me for that one. Yes, he did.
And I followed up with, do you? And he said yes. And so, I mean, that's one man down.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Billy to go.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Who wants to call in and ruin their lives?
Come on, dude.
Whether or not their spouse is listening. We got a full board of calls.
Suddenly, huh?
Yeah.
This is on camera. They can hear you.
Oh, my God. All right, let's... Grandpa Daddy wants to try again. Hey, Grandpa Daddy, how did the appointment go?
You know what? I got a sty in my eye. Oh, my goodness.
You know what that is, GPD? We've never done this one before, but that's a dilation sensation. That's what that is right there.
Yeah! Oh, my God. Oh, and then the doctor said, well, and then they go, oh, you very minor, but you're starting to get cataracts a little. And I'm like, oh, my God, what's next? And she's
we'll see you next week, GPD.
She says, then she tells me, oh, don't worry about it. You're at that age. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. That's why they call me Grandpa Daddy.
But anyway.
But anyway, no. Oh, man, we don't do that. And I'm just going to say, look, obviously he's got some issues that he needs to work out psychologically, because anybody with millions of dollars is going to go to a trailer park with $140. That's a brain fart. You're not thinking straight, bro. Something's wrong. You need to go get some help. You really do, okay? But on the flip side, I just have to say, man, he's all over the news. I sure don't hear nothing talking about the leader of this country. I mean, I'm just saying. But anyway, I'm just saying, man. Come on, man. I mean, like, good Lord, you're talking about a moral fortitude, moral sensation. Come on.
Hold on, GPD. Are you saying that there's a double standard in this country? What a ridiculous thought.
It ain't going to hurt the Niners. Look, the guys are just going to go like, dude, what are you thinking? Right? They need to get away from it. He needs to just go on and just say, look, I'm going through some issues. Yes, it was a stupid move. I'm sorry. That's it. And just put it to bed. The longer that it drags on, the worse it is for the organization. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Absolutely. And GPD, congrats on the appointment. I'm glad you're on the other side of it, and thank you for the call, as always. Yeah, I think we said this off the top. Look, there's a number of, obviously, people want to talk about this today. There's a number of ways for this to go. I don't see this as a football thing, unless you want to extend it to the idea of organizational operations. And so, to me, this is a conversation about where this goes next and the long-term sort of 49ers thing. But no, there's no X's and O's in this story.
Not at all. And there's not even anything that's going to affect any player other than when the next shoe drops or they get to practice tomorrow and somebody's going to ask whomever player and they're going to find their way to dance around it. And, it's not my business. It's, a private matter and blah, blah, blah. And then the other piece of it, and I was just going back to the Tiger Woods scandal and, what he did in terms of damage control once all of that came out. And he went and said, I'm going to get rehab for a sexual addiction. And so that was a way for him to set about getting a course of, getting better and working through things. And I was just wondering, Mark, I don't know if you or if we as fans, do you need something like that to where, the person in question, this time it's Jed York, do you need them to come out and say, I have a problem, I need help with this or that or the other?
That's what people do. I don't.
Some people I think need that.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't either. But
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's a sex addict. But to me, in a weird way, the story's over. You have crappy judgment. Okay, let's do Tuesday. Like, that's it.
Right.
That's it.
You have no contest to two misdemeanors.
You have really, really poor judgment. And I feel like absolute crap for your sons. I feel terrible for your sons. I do not like that these conversations, the direction they go with regard to the objectification of women. I don't like that. There's a lot of different legs to that. And so I don't want to be presumptuous here at all. But I have a daughter, and I don't like this subject matter at all. I think it's completely unsavory, but I also don't force my morals on other people. I think it's funny when people are like, it's totally fine. It's against the law. Like, that's how we got here. Right. If it was totally fine, we never would have found out because he wouldn't have clicked on an illegal button.
Right. And if
it's not totally fine.
If he were in Nevada, I don't know, in 3 days, when his team is in Nevada in 3 days, he could click on that very same button and spend that same $140 and probably have an actual person on the other end as opposed to, Popo.
Brother, the internet is such a gargantuan place that, quite frankly, if this is your thing and you want to do it in the consensual space, my goodness, you can find it.
Right.
So that's like at the end of all of this, especially because it does seem in this case and this case only, it seems to be victimless. I don't think there was actually anybody on the other line. Officer Smith was on the other end of the line.
It doesn't seem like he arrived at the trailer park and he made it into the home and then the police had followed him and they stopped him in the act. I don't believe that there was any act.
It doesn't seem that way.
Right.
So from that perspective, this boils all the way down for me to you have horrible judgment in a huge position. And on some level, just for him and his family and whatever they're going through, whether it's divorce and the breakup of a family and there's 2 young sons, young-ish, like early preteens, whatever. Ugh, it's awful. The whole thing's awful.
Yeah, and I feel for his ex-wife as well.
Exactly, all of them.
Who is, the people who know the Yorks and the people who are familiar with the family. It's like, this is super embarrassing for her. And if she really is the one who's out here with their sons while he's in Ohio, now she's going to have to bear that additional burden of explaining to them exactly what happened?
Hashtag product placement. You think you got the best golf game in your office? Prove it. Sign up for your foursome at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park and support the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area on Friday, September 11th. Go to PettinelliFP.com to learn more. There you go. See, you can do something good there.
Definitely.
It's good to feel that for a second. Now back to the phones. Anybody else want to incriminate themselves? Let's go to, let's go to Gene in Oakland, who hopefully has found a better spot. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling back in.
Okay, can you hear me?
We got you, buddy.
Got me, okay. Okay, so this is the point I'm trying to get at. This isn't Ronald Kraft involved in what appeared to be, trafficking and pedophile issues and that seem to just disappear. Yeah, we should make a lot of that, okay? We should make a real big deal of stuff like that. This is a man that went and got a prostitute. To me, it's a private and personal matter. And fine, he's a big shot. He's a rich man. And, if people have a prurient interest in the sexual lives of the rich and famous, I get all that. But at some point, I think it's time to put it aside. Let's talk sports. I'm really interested in finding out or talking about all the good things we've been saying about the Niners. And I'm hoping other fans feel the same way. I'm hoping this today will be the end of this discussion because, you know, he's paid his price. He's paid it legally. He's going to pay it with his family. This is something he's going to have to live down the rest of his life. I just feel like it's about time to leave it alone.
Gene, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I'd give it another 34 minutes, Gene, and then we'll leave it alone.
Can I speak on that for just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry if this comes off a certain way, but because Gene's not alone. Gene's not alone. We see you. I've probably seen about 5 or 6 texts on the board today that are like, talk about something else. It's always funny to me, in fact, in the business that we're in, when any of you call, text, or do anything that informs us you'd like us to talk about something else. This is an area where I feel like the people in this room are actually an expert, and that is with regard to what to talk about on a certain day. I don't take it lightly at all. I know you don't either. I also don't really take it kindly when other people tell us what to talk about. We'll handle the show, and I think that we've got a pretty good idea about what the hell's going on out in the world. Never has there been a day where people aren't listening, where they're like, I wish, like there are those of you, oh, let's talk about the Sharks. Okay, right, let's talk about the A's. Sure, I get it. I'm not saying that, like, we nail it every minute of every day. There's no way to serve every single human being in every single audience. But let me promise each and every one of you something today. As you pointed out, you came out of dropping your daughter off today at school and your phone had a bajillion text messages. My WhatsApp group, which is my high school friends, all Bay Area sports fans, have been talking about nothing else today. And right now, I won't tell you how many lines there are at 95.7 The Game and how many caller lines there are. They are, checks notes, all full with people who, this is what you're thinking and talking about today. This is the discussion. There was a point earlier today, I'll just say it. Grandy's like, we should probably be on this the whole day. I'm like, I don't want to do 4 hours of this.
Right.
You think I think this is fun? This isn't fun. But, like,
it's not fun.
It's not fun because we enjoy sitting here and talking about what's going on.
Right.
If you've got any question about the consciousness of the Bay Area sports scene and where it sits today, I'm sorry. The owner of the 49ers was in a trailer park in Ohio yesterday morning with a $140 looking for interaction and got caught in a sting. Like, what do you want to do? You want to get into whether or not Pods deserves an extension? Should it be $15 million or $18 million? Like, come on. I get it. It's not the most savory subject. But
right.
This is where we're at right now.
And
there's no question about it.
It's partly because of the salacious nature, but even if you get beyond that part of it where, you know, the owner was looking to drop a $140 and have some fun, you look at the judgment of the owner making that decision, and then you look at, you know, the possible future of ownership and does he remain in control? And then you think about the team and what that means going forward. And I'm just going back to the beginning of our day and our show thread. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, Grandy said, the series at Fenway made me so depressed as a Giants fan. And that was this morning at, you know, about 9:43, which was right before the news really broke. And so every day we kick around topics, and we were Giants, disastrous weekend, and Niners, hey, Kittle's off the pup. Am I right? And then this thing drops. It's like, okay, that's the story. And on we go.
Absolutely. It's so funny too, the wide range, like of how many people think too big of a deal is being made of this? And then others, like this one came through from the 619. Willard, you're disgusting trying to brush this off. Actually, I think we've spent pretty much the entire show on this. I have said from a morality standpoint, I think that this is gross. And I don't even mean gross in terms of a criminal way. I just think, like, in general, grabbing your phone and paying for sex, kind of the idea grosses me out. And if you're listening to us and you've done this and that bothers you, I'm sorry that it bothers you, but I can't help what I think is gross. I think this is gross. I feel terrible for his sons.
Right.
He is for today and right now, he is a very poor leader for the San Francisco 49ers. This is not a leadership quality. This is incredibly poor judgment for somebody in a front-facing massive position. So, I don't know. If you think this is brushing that off, I don't really understand what the hell you're hearing.
It's an interesting kind of two-sided thing where some people are thinking that we're brushing it off, and then other people are thinking that, I mean, this is what men do. So it really is, not only is it not a big deal, but this is like garden variety. And so you and I think, are much more in the former camp of, yeah, this is a disgusting thing. And yes, it's terrible judgment. It's terrible leadership. And it speaks to what is going on among the ownership there with the San Francisco 49ers. And so, yes, it's the salacious nature that makes it really interesting to so many people. And that's why we've got, full phones.
Jeff in San Rafael. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Jeff.
To me, this is kind of much ado about nothing, but what blows me out about it is here's the billionaire who's effectively driving down into the Stroll in the Tenderloin and picking up a street hooker. Look, he's got the money. Go pay for some service like a high-priced call girl or an escort service. So it's just stupid. The guy that called earlier and said that all men do this, he's just full of, what? That's just blatantly untrue. But I agree with him. I think there's a lot of prurient interest behind this. I think even with you guys, with all due respect, there's other things I'd rather talk about on a sports channel than what the freaking idiot owner of the 49ers and a previous caller brought up something I was going to talk about too, which was the Robert Kraft. Didn't he get involved in some kind of weird sexual, I don't know if it was children, but
No. It
was a massage.
It was a massage parlor. As far as whether or not it was a ring, I'll just be straight with you. I don't even remember, quite frankly, if this was some sort of a crime ring, but he actually had the charges dropped. Jeff, I'll be with you in that it felt a little bit like a technicality. I think he won.
No, it completely was a technicality.
Like he was caught on video and he won because the video became inadmissible.
That's exactly right.
So,
and it took a year and a half for him to be exonerated, and he went that route. And Jed York, I won't say to his credit because there's no credit to be given in this matter, but Jed York took the tack of, yes, we're going to plead no contest. We're going to plead the charges down, and we're going to move on. And then the mugshot comes out today, and, not that he thought that he was going to turn the page, but as opposed to, we're going to deny this and we're going to fight this, and there's a court date set in October. No, I plead no contest. I'm going to pay my fine. I'm going to do my time, which is 2 days, and hopefully he can move on.
How about OG in San Jose next up? Hey, OG, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. This is a big disgrace for not just the 49ers, but also the entire Bay Area. The national media is all over this, and they're making fun of San Francisco. So, there's a lot to be said here. Tim Kawakami's already written an article saying this is the beginning of the end for Jed York and the Yorks. And so my question to you is, do you guys think NFL ownership will take a vote and try to force the Yorks to sell? It takes 24 votes out of the 32 teams to force the sale. What do you guys think?
I do not think, OG, thanks. I do not think that is going to happen at all because, I don't think this is far enough down the road of what is considered egregious or serious enough. I know some of you do feel that way. It would also be hypocritical. If they need 24 votes, they could probably find 7 who feel like they've already done it too. To be honest with you, when you look around the league, I know Kraft is the only one who's been caught up, but there have been others, lesser, more so, whatever, in the either sexual or harassment, misconduct
Drugs
area.
also, yep.
Jerry Richardson of the Panthers. There was Robert Kraft. There have been sort of sideways accusations even with Jerry Jones that are less so, but in this realm. So, no, I do not think that the rest of the league is going to look at it that way. I think it is a big-time old boys network, and they might actually go the opposite way. They'd probably call Jed York right now to help him with PR crisis management, to be honest with you.
That's more likely
to protect
than
each other.
Getting 24 of them to get together to force a sale. And just think about the Dan Snyder situation where it took year after year after year of the allegations coming out and then all of the email dump and the rest of it. And finally, the other owners were kind of forced to step up and do what should have been done years earlier. This does not rise to the level of, we got to get this guy out.
Yeah, you're talking about Snyder. You're talking about someone who through years and in many different ways had proven to be a deplorable human being. That is not the reputation that Jed York has around the league. It's not. Raj Mathai came on with us an hour ago, and he's like, "This. I know Jed York very well. This is not in line with the human being that I know." And I know people surprise us, and sometimes we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But when he said that, that was kind of my thought as just a guess, because I don't know Jed, but it's a guess based on looking at the facts that we know that Jed is in a pretty dark place right now.
Yeah, and I do think that when you look at why they would vote to force an owner to sell, I'm looking at it here, and it's conduct detrimental to the league. Jed York's conduct in this case in East Ohio is not detrimental to the league. You could even look at it and say it's not super detrimental to the team. It is to the franchise, and it certainly is to his own reputation. But if you're the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, you're not looking at this and thinking Jed York made a foolish mistake and he got a couple of misdemeanors, and so now my team is in jeopardy? No.
Yeah. You got to understand, to me, the owners, if you start to make an example out of others because of situations like this, I think the way they look at it is that puts their behavior in the microscope next, unless they're perfect. How many perfect human beings do you know?
Not many.
Yeah. Rob in San Francisco. Hi, Rob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Rob.
Hey, I feel bad for Uncle Jed, man. I don't think enough people in his corner, his friends and family, the guy in his position, he shouldn't have been so low that he's in a town where the population is 5,000 and he's looking to pay for play. There had to be some signs before this, and the people around him failed him. He's a grown man, but at the end of the day, everybody needs help. So I just wanted to say, we got to give him some grace. Even though what he did was wrong, he still needs help.
Well, everybody needs help. Rob, thank you. Listen, again, it's really that for me, that subject matter is the one that's hard because I'm like, I don't know the man and I don't know his situation. I'm guessing on some level, and I'm totally guessing that with what he's going through this year, if you look at his behavior, all of a sudden, if he's, from what we're hearing, he's living in Ohio more than here, and he's looking at some of their other business interests more than the 49ers, and he is divorcing his wife, and therefore he's not around his kids as much. Is he in a depressive state? Maybe. That doesn't mean you get to start breaking the law. If that were the case, do I feel for the whole family? I do. I've said it a number of times. That includes him. That includes his ex-wife. That includes his sons. The breaking up of families is really hard, and it sucks. And you feel for everybody involved, no matter what their behavior is, but you remain accountable for that behavior.
Of course.
No matter what.
Yeah, your actions are your actions. And, I'm not likening this to Tiger Woods, except to say when the whole thing with Tiger kind of broke, when he had the accident, then you started to really learn about the backstory and how many times he was alleged to have cheated and for how many years and all the rest of it. And so what you felt in the moment became different from what you felt after all of the revelations came out, after, partner after partner after partner. And this is one thing for Jed York. Is it only one thing? Do we find out down the road that, he's done this 57 times?
Who knows?
Who knows? But in the moment, it's inexcusable. It's embarrassing. And I'm not even ready to go to the point of like, he's obviously really down and really low because we don't really know.
Well, I mean,
know what we know.
You've brought up Tiger Woods a couple of times, and maybe the comp that we should have brought up. And again, this is a huge if, but you talk about the possibility. Sometimes these things happen, and it opens up a door for a bunch of other accusers or whatever to sort of come through. On a day where Deshaun Watson was named the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, that all started with one masseuse. One masseuse, apparently, and there was an accusation and whatever. Everybody can feel, I don't even know exactly, the details of each and every one of those stories. But it started with one, and then it was 2.
Yep.
And then it was 8. Then it was 15.
28, I think, is what the final number was.
Whatever, right. And by the way, there was a line of people. That's the comp that we keep bringing up because at the time, that was a superstar quarterback. And literally, it led down the road of the Houston Texans being like, we can't have this person on our team anymore. And there was another NFL franchise that went, this is an opportunity for us to be amazing. We're going to do $230 million guaranteed dollars and give you crap tons of draft capital so that man can be our quarterback. It's ended up being the worst maneuver by probably any sports team ever.
Week 1 starter.
Yeah. Wait till you see this.
And that was the last text before our text thread as a show turned because Grandy actually texted Deshaun, week 1 starter. It's been announced. It's official. They're tanking. And then he even said week 3 is the first home game, so maybe that'd be a time for, and then kaboom.
Wow.
End of the Shador or Deshaun portion of the show.
And he's already apologized for getting mad at the fans.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Today.
Okay.
Well, you got to name the starter. So now you got to apologize to the fans because you're about to go play football in front of those fans.
And they're about to boo you again.
Louder.
Right.
We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Don't forget the Red and Gold Summit is set for Thursday, September 3rd. All of us will be there. We're there 2 to 6, the whole group 4 to 6, and the whole group this time includes Brian Baldinger. This is all going on at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. It's so fun. The food and drinks there are great. The people there are great. The people who run Jack's are just awesome. It was all lit up last time we were there. So make sure you join us. It's all brought to you by Ashby Lumber and Humboldt Sawmill Redwood Products. More of your calls next. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. College football is back, and so are the predictions. Who makes the playoffs? Who wins their conference? Who takes home the national title? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, lets you trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, Notre Dame is favored to win the national championship, and they're currently trading at 13% probability, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win the national championship. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $20 when you trade $20. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Yeah, freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
A dark night
a quiet suburb. But for one family, danger lurks just downstairs.
Oh, no. That's just my husband getting a midnight snack.
Guilty. But
We have Xfinity Shield. It has a built-in Wi-Fi feature that detects movement without cameras.
well, what they didn't know is that an even bigger threat lurks online. A hacker.
Actually, Xfinity CyberSecure protects our connected devices, too.
Okay, fine. But what they didn't see coming
Is that these features are included with our Wi-Fi? We did. Kind of the whole point.
Well, this one's not getting a sequel.
What if protecting your home and devices could be drama-free? Introducing Xfinity Shield with Wi-Fi features designed to give you peace of mind. Visit xfinity.com/shield to learn more. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Xfinity Internet and compatible equipment required.
Do you want to learn how to invest in real estate? You want to learn how to do it for free? Just text INVEST to 64,000 and we'll send you 2 free tickets to our upcoming workshop in the Bay Area. That's right, 2 free tickets and a link to register when you text INVEST to 64,000. Join a thriving community of investors dedicated to helping everyday people achieve financial freedom by investing in real estate. This free 2-hour workshop will teach you investing strategies around flips, wholesaling, rentals, and multifamily properties. But hurry, seats are going fast. So text INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets and link to register. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 to get your 2 free tickets and complimentary guide. That's INVEST to 64,000 to get your free tickets.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I want to give you guys an explanation of my appreciation of listening to Dibbs' agitation meditations about Butler's association, compensation, expectation, and Miami's expiration.
On 95.7 The Game.
I didn't think we'd ever get a dilation sensation.
No, me either, but
we did.
You nailed it. You got that one right in there.
We did. So, remember earlier when I threw a bunch of roster bubble people at you for the 49ers?
Yeah.
And you gave a lot of no's and a few yeses. Let me go back through them again for everybody who's just tuning in, maybe. Did you think that Christian Kirk was going to make the team?
No.
Did you think that offensive lineman Vidarian Lowe is going to make the team?
No.
What about defensive tackle undrafted James Thompson Jr.?
Nope.
Okay. What about Garrett Wallow or Tatum Bethune?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you say about cornerback Jack Jones?
I do.
How about safety Saron Neal?
I do.
You do?
I do.
You said no last time.
No, I said yes. He's a special teamer. I said no on the punter because I forgot he was the punter.
Oh, that's right. You said
you guys laughed at me.
Corliss Wademan,
I said yes on Sirhan Neal.
The Niners are so good this year, they ain't punting.
Right.
No punts this year.
My idea for
Don't
Cleveland was
need one.
punt every time on first down.
Could do that.
Just cut to the chase.
Nick Wagner of ESPN projects, it's not done yet, but an educated guess that every single name that I mentioned will make the team.
Okay.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
And Christian Kirk was the first of the those listed.
Christian Kirk.
Okay. Who does he not have making the team as a receiver?
Well, there's a bunch of them. You know,
right, but
like the Malik Turners of the world.
Cowing is on the team, though.
Jacob Cowing is on the team. Now, he projects 7 wide receivers. Some had been guessing 6. And the reason for that is he also only projects 4 running backs. And I think he's right because the 49ers see Deebo Samuel as both. They see him as both, wide receiver and running back. So that
does he account for Juszczyk in the running backs?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
So he is projecting that the 49ers will only keep 3 true tailbacks.
Which means no Garendo.
Correct.
No Garendo.
That was kind of a 3.
Thank you.
I Garendo.
Thank you. Yeah. Go on. But
yeah. I've thought that the entire preseason.
Right.
He doesn't stay healthy, and they didn't like him last year when he was.
Can't make the club in the tub.
Yeah.
So.
Or when they don't think you're any good.
Right. And I think that Cowing might have been a bubble guy, but then that punt return, I think, changed a lot because he showed that top end speed.
Well, they've wanted him to be the punt returner, but they've also got other people who can moonlight here. He thinks that Jordan Watkins will make the team as well, and he's another guy who, at least in practices and workouts, like he's back there trying to return punts as well. So they've got options if anyone ever gets hurt or if someone's not doing a good job or dropping the ball or whatever. I don't know if Deebo factors into returning punts as well, certainly returning kickoffs. They've done that before. Yeah. So we'll see. But, yeah, Nick Wagner says Mike Evans, Dejon Stribling, Deebo, Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins, Christian Kirk, Jacob Cowing. They're all coming.
All right. And Wallow makes the team at linebacker.
Garrett Wallow makes the team.
And Tatum Bethune.
Yep, along with Luke Gifford, Nick Martin, Jaden Duggar, Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner. There are other guys. There's a rookie, Larry Worth III. They like him. And don't forget, they just acquired a linebacker yesterday in the trade of Zamir White to the Saints, a running back who wasn't even going to make the team. And I'm betting the linebacker for the Saints was not going to make the team. That one tells me, I think Nick Martin has an injury that might take a minute. So I think that's what they're doing there.
Pup candidate.
Maybe. Maybe they would probably get a little bit more on that tomorrow.
Yeah. I know you only get, I think it's 8 players that you are IR designated to return.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of those things that they've been usually pretty conservative rather about putting players on that list right away, because you only have so many spots.
Right. The candidate on the roster projection right here, that could be the old IR designated to return may well be Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs, free agent, defensive back that they signed, but has not been able to stay healthy through camp. So that's opened up the door for Jack Jones. Obviously, they like Prysock, who is the late-round rookie, Upton Stout, Renardo Green, Diamador Lenore. So Hobbs could be one of those IR guys. Michael Williams, probably a PUP list candidate to start the year, but don't think Kittle will be. Don't think Bosa will be. It's funny. I kind of use this to make the larger point that we've made a couple times. I don't think the 49ers are as hurt as seemingly everybody thinks they are. Ricky Pearsall is going to miss the year.
Right.
I think Hobbs could be an IR designated to return guy. Michael Williams, PUP list. That's the end of our TED Talk.
Yeah, but
right now, I mean, more people could get hurt.
Questions about Kittle. Will he be ready right away? Questions about Bosa and Mike Evans sitting out with, a shoulder the other day?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
He practiced yesterday.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Mike Evans, but Kittle and Bosa are ones that I'm definitely keeping half an eye on because they're coming back from major injuries.
No doubt.
You're expecting them to be ready, and Nick Bosa off a second ACL in that same knee, that's something that can be troubling.
Right, but I guess I look at those one of two ways. A, we already knew about that, so those aren't new injuries, number one. And number two, Kittle is tracking in a wonderful way. The idea of him even potentially being in Australia was crazy all offseason. It's no longer crazy. And I'll stake my claim on this. I'd be straight surprised if he doesn't play week 2. Week 1, that would not surprise me. In fact, I'd be mildly surprised if he does go. But I'd be surprised if he's not ready to go by week 2.
Yeah, and we talked last week about